Welcome to the immersive virtual game, In-World. You are about to enter identity binding. DNA binding successful, brainwave binding successful, retina binding successful. A series of voices echoed in Huan's mind, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. In-World was globally released, crafted over a decade by thousands of game companies. It was also the world's first fully immersive virtual online game. Statistics revealed that over 100 million players worldwide had purchased login devices, with more than 10 million being among the first players from the Kingdom of Long. Huan was one of them. As the game officially launched in the morning, Huan had been queuing to log in, and now it was finally his turn. Player real name, Huan, gender, male, ID number, XXX age, 20, game region, Long Kingdom. Do you confirm? Confirm. Information confirmed successfully. Entering character creation interface. In a flash of light, a vast screen appeared before him, showcasing various character classes and their descriptions. This game boasts the largest array of character classes in history, with 36 mainstream occupations, 72 niche occupations, and numerous hidden and special classes for players to discover. Please select your occupation below. The plethora of options dazzled Huan, having already decided on a melee class akin to a warrior. He had no desire to peruse the introductions and prepared to select a mainstream melee occupation, the fist fighter. However, at that moment, a coin he wore around his neck suddenly radiated a blinding golden light. This coin had been left to him by his parents before their disappearance, and he had kept it close ever since. He had been puzzled as to why it could enter the game. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a special occupation. Tycoon! What? What's going on? Huan was momentarily bewildered. He had yet to select an occupation, yet he was assigned one he had never heard of. Before he could react, another prompt sounded. Please name your character. Huan. Sorry, the name already exists. Please rename. Darn it, today is truly not my day. Did I forget to check the calendar before entering the game? Brother Huan, character name is unique. Can be used. Character naming successful. Initiating teleportation. Wish you a pleasant gaming experience. Pleasant? Not a chance. He inexplicably acquired an unheard-of occupation, and even his name was claimed by someone else. With another flash of light, Huan officially entered the game. Welcome to Newbie Village number 888. One of the game's attractions was its complete lack of pre-release strategies. Everything depended on the player's exploration. Moreover, unlike other online games laden with bothersome calculations, this game simplified everything, relying solely on player discovery. This seemingly simple setup, however, enhanced the game's realism. Once players entered the game, it felt as if they were immersed in a fantastical alternate world. Surveying his surroundings, Huan noticed the village was bustling with novice players. Everyone appeared quite similar, clad in coarse garments, some curiously surveying their surroundings, while others wandered about like toddlers just learning to walk. There are so many people, Huan muttered. With this many players, it seemed impossible to even secure a game task, so he decided to dash outside the village. Finding a less crowded area, Huan opened his game panel to examine his attributes. Character: Brother Huan, Apprentice Tycoon level, 1 fortune, none wealth, gold coin 0. Fortune skill: Money tree can be used once a day, randomly yielding varying amounts of gold coins. Fortune skill: Greedy eyes can see the basic information of players or monsters up to 5 levels below oneself. Fortune pet: Lucky cat, not awakened fortune pet. Wealth slave, not awakened inventory, no items. Equipment slot: Initial course garment, no attributes, merely for modesty. Quest log: Tycoon occupation beginner quest. This is quite interesting. Huan knew that the In-World had not yet launched a recharge system. This meant that early game currency had to be earned through quests or monster hunting. Thus, currency was exceedingly valuable in the early stages. As a tycoon, he should be able to profit substantially from this situation. With a thought, a half-man-high, resplendent little tree appeared before him. Fortune skill: Money tree. The money tree shimmered with luster, adorned with dazzling gold coins, creating a truly magical sight. Then, the golden branches began to sway, producing a melodious chime. In the next moment, gold coins began to rain down from the money tree. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. A total of 98 coins fell, resembling a shower of gold. The scene was utterly enchanting. Huan, quick of hand and eye, collected all the coins before they hit the ground. Although other players could not see the money tree, They were drawn to the gleaming gold as Huan gathered the coins. "Bro, what did you just pick up?" A few players approached, curiosity evident on their faces. They couldn't see the money tree, but the glimmering light from Huan's actions captured their attention. Huan, of course, dared not reveal he was collecting money. He hastily waved his hand, saying nothing, just some useless materials. With that, he strode away, seeking another secluded corner. With 98 gold coins in hand, Huan felt elated. These were gold coins. Given the current state of the players, he had amassed a fortune. In the game, currency was divided into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with an exchange rate of 1 to 100. Thus, Huan was likely the richest player in the entire game at this moment. This occupation isn't half bad. I was contemplating changing my occupation tomorrow, but it seems I should give it a try first. After some thought, Huan opened his quest log. Tycoon Occupation Beginner Quest. There's a wandering merchant to the west of the newbie village. Find him and purchase a large gold ring from him. TSK. Even the quest rewards are undisclosed. It truly is. Everything relies on player exploration. Huan muttered, glancing at the newbie village map. To reach the wandering merchant to the west, he would have to traverse an area populated by level 5 to 10 monsters. At his current level, he likely wouldn't make it through unscathed. Not an option. I need to level up first. Scanning his surroundings, Huan spotted a white-furred rabbit with red eyes nearby. Let's try the second fortune skill. Greedy eyes. A gold coin appeared in Huan's hand, and as he waved it before his eyes, his pupils transformed into a golden hue, while the coin dissolved into golden light. His coin pouch now reflected a decrease from 98 to 97 coins. Using greedy eyes consumed 1 gold coin. It seemed he should avoid unnecessary confrontations whenever possible. After activating greedy eyes, the effect lasted for 2 hours. And soon, the basic information of the red-eyed rabbit materialized before Huan. Red-eyed rabbit, beginner level monster. Description: a group of rabbits afflicted with red-eye disease, known for their tendency to bite. Attributes: weak attack, high defense, sluggish movements. Foolish rabbit, I'm coming for you. One must always target the soft fruit. Huan shouted as he charged towards the red-eyed rabbit. Chapter 2. Killed by a rabbit charge. Don't snatch it, that monster is mine. The hammer is yours, but this is mine. Crackle. Just as Huan was about to rush toward the red-eyed rabbit, a horde of players suddenly surged forward. Among them were some bare-handed, while others wielded various wooden weapons. Wooden knives, wooden swords, wooden hammers, and so on. When Huan finally closed in, the red-eyed rabbit was swiftly torn to shreds by that throng of players. This was utterly absurd. Like Zhang Fei munching on melon seeds, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Furthermore, Huan noticed several female players amidst the chaos, completely disregarding their image. Let alone feeling sympathy for the little rabbit, he could only lament his own sluggishness, having let others snatch away the experience points. Huan felt a wave of frustration swell within him. But there was nothing he could do but sigh at the sheer number of players in In-World. After traversing a distance, it became evident that the players here were significantly fewer. The monsters in this area were also rabbits, albeit a different variety. With the ability to see through the attributes of these rabbits under the influence of his financial skill, Huan noted, Big Radish Rabbit, beginner-level monster, description. This is a group of food-guarding rabbits. So never snatch their food. Attributes: quick movement, proficient in ranged attacks. TSK. Rabbits can also attack from a distance. Could it be that they throw radishes at people? Huan couldn't help but chuckle, then shouted as he charged toward one of the big radish rabbits. Big Radish Rabbit, here I come. Prepare to meet your demise. However, before he could reach the rabbit, it raised its large radish and hurled it at him from afar. Ding! You have been killed by Big Radish Rabbit 023. You will respawn at the resurrection point in 30 seconds. What? What just happened? He was actually killed by a rabbit? Even after respawning at the resurrection point, Huan was still unable to comprehend what had transpired. His first death had been at the hands of a rabbit. Wasn't that a blow to his self-esteem? Huan was dumbfounded. He even began to question whether the special class he had obtained was a trap. Was the health of this financial class too fragile? Had he really been taken down by a novice rabbit monster with a radish? I will seek revenge. The fire of vengeance blazed within him. Huan flicked his hair and once more dashed out of the novice village, intent on finding that rabbit to exact his revenge. However, upon returning to the spot where the big radish rabbit had defeated him, he discovered that it had already been claimed by other players. Not a single rabbit, not even a trace of rabbit fur, could be found. The rabbit that had just killed him was nowhere to be seen. Whether it had been beaten to death by the players or had fled to another location was uncertain. With no other option, Huan continued onward. This one to do. I need to find someone to guide me. As Huan walked, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a seemingly formidable player to help him level up. Ahead, he spotted a group of toads, their appearance grotesque and their size imposing. They seemed quite powerful, as one of the toads had already taken down several players. At that moment, a player with a heavy iron knife slung over his shoulder charged into the horde of monsters. He exuded an aura of dominance, wielding the iron knife with skill and ferocity, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 toad monsters in the blink of an eye. Though this guy is impressive. Huan's eyes lit up as he hurried over to intercept the player. Brother, can we discuss something? No time. The player replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Huan before continuing forward with his iron knife. Brother, if you take me along to level up, I'll pay you. What do you say? Huan hastily approached again, blocking the player's path. The player slowly halted, glancing sideways at Huan. I'm not interested in money. Don't be like that. I have money. Ha! How much could you possibly have? The player scoffed disdainfully, shaking the iron knife on his shoulder as he walked, muttering, Go play elsewhere, or else I might just take you down with one strike. Huan's eyes brightened once more. The man before him radiated an aura of superiority, clearly not an ordinary player. 10 gold coins. Huan calmly stated the price. Whoosh, in an instant, the player appeared right before Huan. Are you serious? 10 gold coins? The player, known as Kuang Dao, furrowed his brow in disbelief. As the saying goes, a single coin can thwart a hero. At that moment, Kuang Dao found himself in a dire situation. Having spent all his money on the iron knife, unable to afford potions. Moreover, the sum Huan proposed was 10 gold coins, not 10 silver or copper coins. Given the current exchange rate, 1 gold coin was worth dozens or even hundreds of dollars. Kuang Dao scrutinized Huan. Although Huan appeared utterly unremarkable, he inexplicably emanated a hint of fortune, reminiscent of the foolish son of a wealthy landlord, of course. If you take me to level up and then to find the wandering merchant west of the novice village, I'll pay you 10 gold coins. Huan smiled lightly and nodded. Meanwhile, he was also appraising Kuang Dao. Unlike Kuang Dao, Huan had activated his financial skill, allowing him to see the basic information of others. ID. Kuang Dao level, 5 class. Swordsman TSK. How long has it been since the server opened, and this guy is already level 5? Huan marveled internally, astonished that Kuang Dao had reached level 5 so quickly. Kuang Dao pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, You're talking about 2 separate matters. What 2 matters? Huan was taken aback. Taking you to level up is one thing. Taking you to the wandering merchant in the west is another, so you'll need to add more money? Huan was somewhat speechless, immediately altering his impression of Kuang Dao. This guy wasn't imposing at all. In fact, he was rather greedy. Yet Kuang Dao's next statement brought joy to Huan's heart. Kuang Dao declared, I'm not one to seek small gains either. If you can give me 20 gold coins, I'll take you out of the novice village and also help you with your quests. Brother, that sounds bold. Deal. Huan decided to go all in, fearing that Kuang Dao might change his mind, and promptly sent a trade request. Now it was Kuang Dao's turn to be astonished. He had merely mentioned it casually, not believing for a moment that Huan could actually produce 20 gold coins. After all, it had only been less than an hour since the server opened, and he had been grinding monsters tirelessly to accumulate just 2 gold coins for his iron knife to enhance his monster-slaying speed. He figured that was already considered top tier among players. However, he never expected that Huan would directly offer 20 gold coins to hire someone to help him level up. Had this guy activated the recharge feature ahead of time? That shouldn't be possible. Curiosity piqued within Kuang Dao, but he instinctively accepted the trade request. The transaction displayed 10 gold coins. This is a deposit. You'll receive the other 10 gold coins after we find the wandering merchant. You? Aren't afraid I'll take the money and run? Kuang Dao raised an eyebrow, looking at Huan, who wore a calm smile. What is there to fear? If you were to do that, it would only be your loss. 10 gold coins might seem like a fortune to others, but for someone with the financial class like Huan, it was mere pocket change. The confidence radiating from Huan made even the proud Kuang Dao take notice. Deal. Kuang Dao wasn't one to be overly sentimental, promptly confirming the trade. Once the gold coins were transferred, Kuang Dao sent Huan a party invitation. Chapter 3. Are you going to steal my monsters? Player Kuang Dao has sent you a party request. Do you accept? Of course, I accept. Huan hurriedly clicked to accept the party invitation. Kuang Dao's chosen class was a mainstream melee class, swordsman. This was a close combat class known for its ferocious attack power. Judging by the iron knife in Kuang Dao's hand and his earlier swift monster-slaying prowess, it was clear that this guy was a formidable opponent. True to his reputation, the speed at which he leveled up was astonishing. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. In less than half an hour, Huan had shot up several levels without even having to lift a finger. As it was all Kuang Dao doing the fighting. Kuang Dao's attack power was incredibly fierce. Beginner monsters below level 5 fell in no more than 3 strikes in world. There were no conventional MMORPG experience points. When a monster was slain, only the player who delivered the killing blow and their party members could see the experience light that flew into the players' bodies. On the player's main interface, there was a hollow experience orb. As players absorbed the experience light from slain monsters, the orb would fill with light. Once the entire hollow orb was illuminated, it signified that the player had leveled up. As levels increased, the amount of experience light required to fill the orb grew progressively larger. Huan noticed that throughout their journey, the experience light Kuang Dao collected was slightly more than his own. This was because Kuang Dao had been the one dealing all the damage. This aspect was consistent with conventional MMORPG mechanics, where experience points were calculated based on the player's first strike, total damage dealt, and final blows. After Kuang Dao effortlessly dispatched a novice monster, he glanced ahead at the dense jungle, his expression turning serious. We're about to enter the area for intermediate novice monsters. You'd best be cautious and not get killed by the monsters, don't worry. I won't hold you back. Huan assured confidently. At the same time, he realized that the speed of leveling from level 4 to level 5 had significantly slowed down. The same quantity of experience light from monsters was required to fill the experience orb as it had when he leveled up to level 4. However, when reaching level 5, only half of the experience bar was filled. In other words, the experience required for level 5 is double that of level 4. It is estimated that as one progresses further, the experience needed for leveling up will increase, making it increasingly difficult to fill the experience orb. Continuing westward, they arrived at a desolate expanse of yellow earth and hills. Ahead loomed a throng of earth snakes and earth wolves. These were mid-level novice monsters, likely between levels 6 and 10. Regardless of whether they were players or monsters, level 5 was a significant hurdle, so caution was imperative. One should keep their distance. As the saying goes, take a person's wealth to avert disaster, and at this moment, Kuang Dao's attitude towards Huan had noticeably improved. Wow! So many monsters! Huan exclaimed quietly, hastily ducking behind Kuang Dao for cover. He had no choice. After all, his health was low. As they approached, an earth snake flicked its tongue and lunged directly at Kuang Dao, who did not even bat an eyelash. With both hands gripping his sword, his movements were grand and fluid, like flowing water, a illusory blade technique. Kuang Dao roared, his iron blade suddenly accelerating, slicing through the air and leaving behind trails of afterimages. This was the novice skill of a swordsman, which, when activated, increased attack speed, making it appear as though a single strike was multiple. The earth snake hissed in pain as several gashes appeared on its body, and its health was instantly depleted. Its lifeless form collapsed, releasing 2 orbs of experience light, one large and one small, into the bodies of Kuang Dao and Huan, respectively. Not to mention, beneath the earth snake's corpse lay several copper coins. This was the legendary loot drop. Huan's eyes sparkled. Yet he made no move to collect the coins, feeling too lazy to bend down. Kuang Dao, however, was not so hesitant. After picking up the coins, he pressed on to slay more monsters. Rather than recklessly charging into the horde, he cleverly lured them one by one to the side for elimination. As for Huan, he stood idly by with his hands in his pockets, merely observing the spectacle. He was just short of munching on sunflower seeds. After a while, Kuang Dao grew somewhat speechless, realizing that Huan had not attacked any monsters nor provided any assistance throughout their journey. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, What exactly is your class? Huan scratched his head, hesitating. He was a special class, and casually revealing it to others felt inappropriate. I see. Kuang Dao nodded, choosing not to press further, and continued luring and dispatching monsters. In-world boasted the most diverse classes in gaming. With numerous hidden and special classes, typically, players who obtained these classes were reluctant to share their identities. Besides, his relationship with Huan was merely one of employment, not friendship. Huan smiled slightly, saying nothing more. Soon after, Kuang Dao dispatched 2 more earth snakes. As the duo crested a small hill, they discovered 2 groups of players locked in confrontation. No, it was 3 factions, for not far from the 2 opposing groups stood a gigantic earth snake, 10 times the size of a regular one. Hold on. Kuang Dao raised a hand, stopping Huan, and the 2 concealed themselves behind the earthen mound to observe the situation. The numbers were somewhat uneven. One side comprised 4 players, while the other consisted of 2. Huan, utilizing his keen eye for profit, quickly discerned the basic information of these players. Yunxiang, level 5, fist fighter. Yunhai, level 4, vitality master. Yunpeng, level 4, archer. Yunming, level 4, shield bearer. Could this be a family clan? Huan inwardly marveled. The 4 players bearing the Yun surname were clearly from the same family. Their presence in a novice village indicated that their clan was numerous enough to assemble a team. Regardless of the starting location, on the other side were the 2 players. Mududu, level 5, vitality master. Jinya Wuqing, level 5, swordsman. The 2 sides began to converse, neither willing to concede. We are members of the Cloud Wings. This small boss is ours for the taking, Yunxiang declared. Just because you're from Cloud Wings, does that mean you can claim monsters at will? We discovered this small boss first. Mududu retorted. Xianggu, why waste breath on them? I'll hold them off with Yunming while you take down the monster, Yunhai interjected. Combat was imminent. The 4 members of Cloud Wings swiftly arranged themselves. 2 engaged the monster while the other 2 clashed with Mududu and her companion. Nearby, Huan's eyes widened in astonishment, for this was his first encounter with player versus player combat since entering the game. Damn. Vitality blast. Mududu, slightly plump, flushed with anger as she lifted her wooden staff, launching a vitality blast at Yunxiang. However, a towering figure suddenly barreled into the fray. None other than the shield bearer, Yiming. In truth, novice PK battles were rather lackluster, as players had few skills, primarily limited to their basic abilities. For instance, the Vitality Master's Vitality Blast, the Shield Bearer's Block, the Archer's Rapid Fire, and the Fist Fighter's Heavy Punch were all on display. After a while, Huan found the spectacle rather dull. He turned to Kuang Dao, only to find him with a glint in his eyes, as if scheming something. Kuang Dao, are you considering stealing the monster? Given the rarity of encountering a boss in the novice village, such thoughts were understandable. A wicked smile crept across Kuang Dao's lips as he lightly traced the edge of his blade, exuding an aura of a bloodthirsty fiend. Chapter 4. This boss is ours to claim. Huan was indifferent about the prospect of monster theft. He shrugged and quietly told Kuang Dao, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Of course, he had no intention of assisting. After all, he was currently devoid of combat power and would only hinder progress on the battlefield. Players began to fall. The first casualty on the Cloud Wings side was the Vitality Master, Yunhai, who had been ambushed by Jinya Wuqing. Seeking death, enraged, Yunxiang, who was battling the gigantic earth snake, abandoned his attack on the boss and charged ferociously towards the enemy. Heavy punch, rapid fire. Simultaneously, Archer Yunpeng loosed arrows at Jinya Wuqing. Under this double assault, Jinya Wuqing's health plummeted, and moments later, his corpse transformed into a wisp of white light, reviving at the respawn point. This left a 3-on-1 scenario. Mududu, watch out. If you dare to kill me, be wary of my sister's retaliation, Mududu hastily shouted, realizing she was at a disadvantage. Players who fell would lose a level, something no one wished to experience. Oh, your sister? Pray tell, who is she? Yunxiang sneered, cracking his knuckles. I am the second young lady of the Mu family. Mududu's declaration caused Yunxiang to furrow his brow. The Mu family was one of the prominent clans in Longhua, reportedly sending their younger members into in-world for development. The most famous of them was undoubtedly the eldest daughter of the Mu family. A legendary figure known throughout Longhua.it was said she once spurned a prince's proposal and physically reprimanded him on the spot. Yunxiang's expression turned grave, and the other members exchanged glances, It seemed ill-advised to offend the Mu family over a novice village boss, especially since apart from Yunxiang, who was a core member of Cloud Wings, the others were merely ordinary members, lacking the standing to compare to the second young lady of the Mu family. A stalemate ensued between the two sides, neither noticing that the gigantic earth snake, which had been pursuing them, had inexplicably changed direction. All right, we shall give the Mu family some face today. You may leave. Ultimately, Yunxiang decided against pursuing Mududu, realizing it was not worth incurring the wrath of the Mu family over a novice village boss. Mududu breathed a sigh of relief, having finally reached level 5. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, knowing she was no match for them. Even if they relinquished the boss to her, she could not defeat it alone. Still, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. After Mududu departed, the members of Cloud Wings suddenly realized the gigantic earth snake had vanished. Damn it! Where did the boss go? I don't know. It was just chasing us. Come on, let's search the area. We must eliminate it today. The 4 members of Cloud Wings commenced a thorough search. Meanwhile, as Mududu crested the hill, she spotted a player waving at her from a distance. Hey, little chubby girl, over here. Mududu paused, glancing around, and upon confirming there was no one else, her expression darkened. She was not fond of being called chubby. Who are you? Do we know each other? Little chubby girl. Do you want to steal the boss from them? Huan's face bore a mysterious smile, reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Steal the boss. To be honest, Mududu felt a flicker of temptation. Excellent, now, listen to my instructions. Huan's smile widened, and he quickly sent a message to Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao, proceed as planned. Okay. Kuang Dao promptly replied. Meanwhile, Mududu remained puzzled, watching the empty-handed, novice-clad figure before her, utterly confused about his intentions. Stop dawdling. We must hurry. Huan waved, turning to dash in another direction. Mududu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. Not far from the location where the gigantic earth snake had respawned lay a canyon. Within the canyon, a muddy area awaited. Players entering this muck would find their movement speed severely hindered. In this mire, there lurked small creatures known as mud snakes, which moved swiftly through the mud. While their attack power was low, their fangs were venomous. Should a player be bitten by a mud snake, they would be temporarily paralyzed. Do not inquire how Huan acquired this knowledge. Previously, when Kuang Dao was training him, he inadvertently encountered these serpents. Had it not been for Kuang Dao's formidable prowess, he might have perished on the spot. Just moments ago, after successfully luring away the colossal earth serpent, Huan recalled this location. Thus, he conferred with Kuang Dao and devised a plan. The small boss, the colossal earth serpent, was as good as theirs. As Huan declared, even Jesus couldn't save it. Meanwhile, Yunxiang and his companions finally located the colossal earth serpent, only to discover a swordsman player engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast. This individual was skillfully leading the serpent into a narrow gorge while battling it. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunxiang's fury ignited. Damn it! They dare to steal our boss from Yun's wing? Brothers, charge, whoosh! The archer Yunpeng unleashed his arrow first. Kuang Dao, ever vigilant, rolled aside just as the arrow flew past, leveraging the momentum to leap onto a stone amidst the muddy terrain. Following closely behind, the colossal earth serpent and Yunxiang's trio plunged into the mire. Their speed instantly hampered. Yunpeng exclaimed, "What the hell? This mud restricts our speed." Yuming added, "Xiangji, I think I've been bitten by the serpent. My body feels paralyzed. Not only them, but the colossal earth serpent also exhibited a marked reduction in speed. Ensnared by the muck due to its immense size and weight, struggling to free itself, now's our chance. Chubby girl, take out that archer first." Not far away, Huan eagerly urged Mududu to take action. In that moment, Mududu understood Huan's earlier strategy, and her excitement surged. She had no reservations now. Her previous reticence was merely due to her opponents being out of her league, with a chance to retaliate. She acted without hesitation. Vitality Blast! She raised her staff, launching a vitality orb. The archer, already low on health, was struck squarely on the back of his head by Mududu's precise shot, with a resounding boom. Yunpeng fell lifelessly. Damn it, it's that little girl from the Mu family. Seeing his comrade felled, Yunxiang was instantly enraged, turning to eliminate Mududu. Unfortunately, he was mired in the mud. rendering him sluggish. In contrast, Mu Dudu was undeterred. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her staff once more. Vitality blast, boom. Vitality blast, bang. I will remember you. Expect retaliation from Yun's wing. Yunxiang could only manage a fierce retort before he succumbed and respawned. Meanwhile, the shield-bearer Yiming, finally regaining his composure, attempted to extricate himself from the mire, only to forget that a formidable foe was nearby. Shadow blade technique? Kuang Dao leapt into action, his iron blade morphing into a flurry of shadows. Striking Yunming. Poor Yunming, unable to raise his shield in time, found his health depleted in an instant. Wow! Your friend's attack power is astounding, Mu Dudu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. The shield-bearer, known for his high defense and health, had fallen to Kuang Dao's single strike, showcasing the latter's terrifying power. However, the next moment, both Huan and Mu Dudu's jaws dropped in astonishment. They beheld Kuang Dao's ID materializing above him, his name glowing a faint red. Kuang Dao had turned red. Chapter 5. We aren't acquainted, huh? Why aren't you red? Huan shifted his gaze from Kuang Dao to Mu Dudu, surprised to find that this girl, having slain 2 players, remained unmarked. They initiated the attack first. I was merely acting in self-defense, huh? It makes sense now. Why? Huan nodded in understanding, though he felt a tinge of disappointment that Yun's wing members had dropped nothing of value, likely possessing little worth. Just then, Mu Dudu piped up, Huanji, you're quite impressive too. Eh? What do you mean? Huan replied, perplexed. Mu Dudu grinned mischievously, her round face exuding a certain charm. Look, you didn't even strike a blow. You merely relied on strategy to defeat Yun's wing, all while remaining hidden. Am I to interpret that as you calling me cunning? Hee, that's what you said, not me. All right, let us focus on the task at hand. Huan gestured ahead, where Kuang Dao had resumed combat with the colossal earth serpent. Understood. Mu Dudu quickly composed herself, preparing to join the fray. Chubby girl, handle those minor creatures. Kuang Dao's voice reached Mu Dudu's ears. Simultaneously, she received a system notification. Player Kuang Dao has sent you a party invitation. Accept? Accepted. Mu Dudu promptly began to clear the surrounding pesky mud snakes with her vitality blasts, while Kuang Dao faced the boss alone. As for Huan, he remained a spectator, unable to participate in the battle. He longed to join the fight against the boss, but alas, he lacked any significant skills for offense or support, rendering him a mere onlooker, staring vacantly at the colossal earth serpent. However, gradually, Huan sensed something amiss. As he focused intently on the colossal earth serpent, its form began to shimmer with transparency. Soon after, he spotted a flicker of red light at the serpent's vital point. Huh? Huan was taken aback, abruptly snapping out of his previous state. Everything around him returned to normal. What had just transpired? What was that red light? Could it be? Huan fell into contemplation. If he wasn't mistaken, the red he had seen earlier was likely the serpent's weak point. If so, the skill seeing through not only revealed the enemy's basic information, but also unveiled the creature's vulnerabilities when he was fully concentrated. This was a tremendous boon. Ecstatic, Huan urgently called out to Kuang Dao, Brother Kuang Dao, aim for the serpent's weak point. Understood. Kuang Dao licked his lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He had already struck the colossal earth serpent several times, but the damage seemed minimal. Now, with Huan's reminder, he suddenly grasped the situation. Shadow blade technique? Green blood splattered as a long gash appeared at the serpent's weak point, clearly inflicting significant damage. Since players could not see the health bar of monsters in in-world, they relied on visible wounds and the creature's demeanor to gauge the damage inflicted. This added an element of unpredictability to the game. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, causing Huan to become alert. Turning his head, he spotted the male player tonight's Ruthless who had been defeated by Yunxiang and his group, rushing towards them. Dudu. Invite me to the party. Mu Dudu, occupied with clearing small creatures, received a message from tonight's Ruthless. She glanced at Huan, who wore an expression of caution and hesitated before choosing to decline. Let us finish this boss first. Bring me along. We've been teaming up all along, and we discovered this creature together. Tonight's Ruthless persisted, eager for a share of the spoils. Mu Dudu's dilemma was evident to Huan. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Is this guy your friend?" Mu Dudu replied quietly, "No, we just teamed up for leveling." Huan nodded slightly, Oh, I see. He then turned to tonight's ruthless brother. We'll finish off this boss soon. So let us wait for the party invite. Don't push your luck. I'm one of the discoverers of this boss too. Tonight's ruthless was clearly provoked. He could see that the colossal earth serpent was gravely injured, likely nearing its end. Huan was not one to shy away from confrontation. The three of them had worked in unison to bring down the serpent. And with victory in sight, he was determined not to let anyone else benefit. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he said nonchalantly, "This guy is... I wonder if you've ever heard this saying." "What saying?" "Don't mix nails with copper. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Discovering the boss is one thing, but killing it is another, so don't think you can reap the rewards. We're not acquainted." "You?" Tonight's ruthless was utterly furious. He instinctively drew his sword. Yet, before he could make a move against Huan, Mu Dudu raised her staff, aiming it at him. "Tonight's ruthless, we VE trained together. Don't force me to act." Mu Dudu's stance only fueled tonight's ruthless ire further, but he had no choice. He was only level 4 now, and alone. He couldn't possibly defeat Huan and his companions. Moreover, the red-named figure battling the colossal earth serpent was clearly a formidable opponent. In silence, tonight's ruthless turned and left. Shadow blade technique. With a bellow from Kuang Dao, his iron blade struck the serpent's weak point with great force. The colossal earth serpent reared back and let out a roar before crashing heavily into the muddy ground. The next moment, a crimson notification appeared before all players in the 888th Novice Village. Novice Village System Announcement. Congratulations to players Kuang Dao, Huan Ji, and Mu Dudu for defeating the boss, Colossal Earth Serpent. They will each receive the first kill reward, level 1, reputation 10, and a piece of silver equipment for their class. This system announcement blared 3 times in red, instantly shocking all players in the 888th Novice Village. Wow! How did they manage that? How astonishing it is to vanquish the boss so swiftly, and I am merely at level 2. Oh, what a master! They are the idols I aspire to emulate. Tisk TSK, what is there to boast about? It is merely a novice boss. I suspect they must be cheating. Can one truly cheat in this game? Is it so difficult to acknowledge another's prowess? The system announcement not only startled other players in the same novice village, but also left Huan and his companions in shock. They had not anticipated such a system notification would occur. Mu Dudu's cherubic face was alight with excitement as she began to exclaim joyfully, "Wow! Mama! I'm on TV! Haha! I'm basking in your glory!" Huan was equally elated. He was not one to shy away from the spotlight, and there was no need to conceal the glory he rightfully earned. In contrast, Kuang Dao appeared rather composed, skillfully gathering the equipment that had dropped. The giant earth snake was indeed a boss, yielding a considerable bounty, yet time was of the essence, and Kuang Dao could not afford to linger. "Let us depart from this place before we sort through the spoils," he declared. After collecting all the items, Kuang Dao gestured for Huan and the still busy Mu Dudu, who was privately messaging her sister to boast about their achievements, to follow him. The trio quickly vacated the area. Shortly thereafter, Yunxiang arrived with members of the Yunji faction at the Muddy Canyon, only to find no trace of Huan and his companions, which incited their ire. In the end, they could only vent their frustration on the mud snakes. Chapter 6. I adore green hats. Meanwhile, Huan and his companions sprinted away, avoiding monster zones until they reached a secluded corner. It was only then that they had the opportunity to examine their recent gains. After the giant earth snake was defeated, 3 orbs of experience light soared forth. Naturally, the one who gained the most experience was Kuang Dao. With the first kill bonus factored in, Kuang Dao had now reached level 8. Mu Dudu had also leveled up twice, now standing at level 7. As for Huan, he had been at level 4 before the boss encounter and had now ascended to level 6. With his experience orb nearing completion, likely to reach level 7 soon. In addition to experience, their reputations had also increased by 10 points. Next came the main event. The system rewarded each of them with a piece of silver equipment. In the in-world online game, the equipment tiers are straightforward. Ordinary white gear, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. These are the only levels officially announced thus far. Wow! I've received a silver staff. Mu Dudu exclaimed first, her face brimming with excitement. She eagerly posted the equipment's attributes in the team channel. Flowing light silver staff, silver level, exclusive weapon for Vitality Masters, required level 10. Doubles vitality upon equipping. Increases skill release speed by 10. Additional skill. Flowing light vitality blast. Goodness. How impressive. Huan could not help but give a thumbs up. The attributes of Mu Du Du's silver weapon were indeed remarkable. Not only did it double her vitality, but it also increased her skill release speed by 10, and it came with an additional skill. The only downside was that it required level 10 to use. So Mu Du Du could not equip it just yet. Beside her, Kuang Dao remained unperturbed, offering no commentary as he posted the attributes of his acquired silver equipment in the team channel. Ghost Attack Blade, silver level, exclusive weapon for swordsmen, required level 10, doubles player's strength upon equipping, increases attack speed by 10, additional skill, interpersonal attack. Wow, this blade has outstanding attributes. Mu Du Du clapped her hands in admiration. Indeed, indeed, Huan echoed, once again giving a thumbs up. Even Kuang Dao, usually so composed, bore a rare smile. He particularly favored the blade's additional skill. Interpersonal attack. As the name suggests, this skill allows one to attack another player while bypassing an intervening target. Brother Huan, what equipment did you receive? Quickly share it with us. Mu Du Du looked at Huan with eager anticipation, and even Kuang Dao turned his gaze towards him. Huan, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The silver equipment he acquired was not a weapon, but rather a hat. Landlord hat, silver level, exclusive equipment for wealthy landlords, no level requirement, doubles defense and health upon equipping, additional skill, bully with wealth. Upon reading the attributes of Huan's equipment, all three displayed an odd expression. Mu Du Du. Kuang Dao. So you are indeed a special profession. Huan. Receiving such an item should have brought Huan joy. But at that moment, it felt as though 1,000 llamas were stampeding through his mind, for the color of the landlord hat was dim green. Ha, Brother Huan. You received a green hat. Mu Du Du could no longer contain herself and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Shaking with mirth, Kuang Dao's lips twitched as he glanced at Huan, his expression nothing short of spectacular. Why are you laughing? It's merely a piece of game equipment, Huan replied, exasperated, as he placed the landlord hat atop his head. Soon, a look of delight spread across his face. Stop laughing. This equipment is quite powerful. Huan promptly shared the description of the landlord hat's additional skill in the team channel. Bully with wealth, skill description. When the wearer possesses more wealth than the opponent, the wearer's defense and health will double, while the opponent's defense and health will decrease by 20. Note. This skill only affects players. This Mu Du Du ceased her laughter. Kuang Dao's lips twitched even more. But this time not in jest towards Huan, but rather astonishment at the landlord hat's attributes. What a concept! Huan's health and defense were not particularly high, but upon donning the landlord hat, both would double. If he then utilized the skill bully with wealth, his defense and health would quadruple. In essence, Huan's defense and health could increase fourfold. Being wealthier than others allowed him to overpower his opponents. This truly exemplified the notion of bullying with wealth. A typical player would not possess more wealth than Huan, who held a special profession as a landlord, at least until the game opened up recharge channels. Huan was in an undefeated position. Furthermore, this skill also had the capacity to weaken the opponent's defense and health. It was simply too formidable. Realizing this, Huan could not help but beam with joy. He could not resist exclaiming, I adore green hats, humph. Who wouldn't he cherish such a green hat? Mu Du Du pouted. With such powerful attributes, even if it were a green hat, it would be a coveted item. Quadrupling defense and health was on par with those tank-like professions. Special professions are indeed powerful. One could only wonder how this fellow acquired such a unique role. Though curious, neither Mu Du Du nor Kuang Dao inquired about how Huan attained his special profession. Kuang Dao collected his thoughts and beckoned Huan and Mu Du Du over. All right, let us examine what the boss dropped. With that, Kuang Dao retrieved all the items that had been dropped by the giant earth snake. As expected of a boss, it dropped a fair amount of loot. There were a total of 12 gold coins, 3 pieces of white gear, 2 pieces of bronze gear, 2 skill books. Why were there no silver items dropped? Mu Du Du sighed in disappointment. Kuang Dao replied nonchalantly, the giant earth snake is merely the lowest level novice boss. It should not drop equipment of a higher tier. Huan nodded in agreement with Kuang Dao's assessment. Next came the division of the spoils. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, 1 bronze ring for Vitality Masters, which increases vitality, was naturally claimed by Mu due to the other 4 pieces of equipment were unusable by Huan and Kuang Dao. So they would have to hold on to them for now. The 2 skill books included one for swordsman called Blade Chi Slash, which was taken by Kuang Dao, while the other was for a different profession. After some discussion, Huan and Kuang Dao each received 6 gold coins, while Mu Du took all the other items that the 3 could not utilize. Huan had no objections to this arrangement, as he was merely tagging along for the experience. Brother Huan, Kuang Dao, I must return now. Let us add each other as friends. We can play together again when time permits. Dame Yu Du announced as she sent friend requests to Huan and Kuang Dao. Understanding that the plump girl was eager to hand over the equipment to her family members, Huan promptly accepted the friend request and sent one to Kuang Dao as well. Kuang Dao furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to add Huan and Mu Du as friends. Kuang Dao was a lone wolf by nature, yet after this journey together, he found both Huan and Mu Du to be quite agreeable. Had it been anyone else, he would have unhesitatingly declined Du. What will you do if you encounter robbers on the way back? Huan could not help but remind her as she prepared to leave. Du waved her hand, smiling. No worries, someone is coming to pick me up. With that, she vanished from Huan's and Kuang Dao's sight. Thinking back, it made sense. The Mu family had decided to venture into in-world, and they would certainly make a significant move. Naturally, more than one member of the Mu family would spawn in Novice Village number 888. Let us continue westward and assist you in finding the wandering merchant, Kuang Dao said as he hefted his large sword and proceeded west. All right, Huan replied with a smile, leisurely trailing behind Kuang Dao. Under the radiant sunlight, the green landlord hat perched atop his head was exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 7. Hidden Quest Leveling Up continued. It was much like before. Kuang Dao battled monsters while Huan observed. As he watched Kuang Dao engage in combat, Huan suddenly felt a pang of guilt toward this fellow. Was the reward perhaps a tad too meager? Ding dong, server announcement. Player, Yi Cheng, is the first to leave the Novice Village, earning the title of Newbie King, along with rewards. Level 2, Reputation 100, 1 piece of golden equipment for their profession. All 18 main cities are officially open, and various leaderboards are now accessible. Ding dong. Server announcement. Ding dong. Server announcement. The sudden triple announcement left Huan momentarily stunned. Even Kuang Dao instinctively paused his monster slaying to glance at the system interface where the announcements were flashing in red. It was not just them. Players across the entirety of Lungwa server were ignited with excitement and emotion. Oh my! Who is that? Leaving the Novice Village so quickly. You don't even know Yi Cheng. That's the young master of the Yi family. Incredible. I'm only level 4. I can't fathom how he accomplished that. 666. Great God, please accept my admiration. Everyone, let us not dawdle. Hurry up and level up. Charge, charge, charge. Leaving the Novice Village early is the true entry into the game. The players were not disheartened. Rather, they were all spurred to level up with fervor. Meanwhile, other factions and families began issuing commands to their members. Leave the Novice Village at the fastest speed. In an instant, everywhere was abuzz. All players across the server began grinding levels desperately, unwilling to lag behind. At level 888's Novice Village, in the area inhabited by the soil wolf monsters. Kuang Dao, do you know who this newbie king is? Huan inquired with curiosity. Previously just an ordinary university student, he was not well versed in the wealthy families or giant conglomerates. Even the Mu family, associated with Mu Du, was unfamiliar to him. Kuang Dao, while battling the soil wolves, replied nonchalantly, Yi Cheng should be the eldest son of the Yi family in Longwa. I think his name is Yi Cheng. I rarely pay attention to these matters. You needn't concern yourself with him, it's pointless. Well, I was just curious. Huan shrugged, not intending to delve further. He merely felt that the individual named Yi Cheng was exceptionally formidable. To emerge from the throng of players and be the first to exit the Novice Village, seizing the title of Newbie King, he must truly be a force to be reckoned with. Subsequently, Huan refocused, opening his map to assess the surroundings. Kuang Dao, if we head west for a while, we should be able to find the wandering merchant. At that point, let's disband our party. All right, Kuang Dao nodded, clearly understanding Huan's intention. Huan did not wish to hinder him, wanting him to level up swiftly and leave the Novice Village sooner. Half an hour later, Kuang Dao, that fellow ahead must be the wandering merchant. Huan pointed towards a dense thicket, where he could vaguely see a man clad in merchant attire, leaning against a tree, with the name above his head reading, Wandering Merchant. All right, then we'll meet in the main city. Kuang Dao, with his carefree personality, promptly disbanded the party. When Huan prepared to give him the remaining 10 gold coins, he opted to forego the transaction. Forget about the rest. I don't have many friends. And you count as one with that. He hefted his great sword and strode off towards a higher-level monster area to grind and level up. Huan smiled, not insisting, and stepped into the thicket to approach the wandering merchant. Dear adventurer, I have traveled far and wide, collecting numerous treasures that I wonder if you might be interested in taking a look. The wandering merchant's NPC-like introduction piqued Huan's interest. All right, let me see what you have. Huan did not rush to purchase the golden ring, but instead prepared to examine the oddities the wandering merchant had for sale. It must be said, the items were indeed peculiar. But regrettably, they seemed of no use to Kuang Dao. This item appears rather promising. The next moment, Huan was captivated by a bundle of white scrolls. Bag expansion scroll. Using it will expand your bag space. Note: limited to 1 use per person, cannot be stacked. After checking the price, he saw there were 6 in a bundle, totaling 6 gold coins. Not expensive. I'll buy it. Huan wasted no time, directly spending 6 gold coins to purchase a bundle of bag expansion scrolls. Then he got to the main topic, inquiring of the wandering merchant, "Excuse me, do you have a golden ring?" By coincidence, I recently acquired a golden ring. The wandering merchant nodded slightly, opening his palm to reveal a shimmering gold ring. Huan wished to ascertain its attributes, but to his astonishment, he could not discern any. Only a string of question marks appeared. How much? Huan directly asked. The wandering merchant chuckled, raising one hand to shake it. 0.5 gold coins? No, it's actually 50 gold coins. What the hell? This is robbery. Huan nearly cursed aloud but restrained himself, fearing the game's system penalties, rolling his eyes instead. Given the current exchange rate of in-game currency, 50 gold coins could fetch at least 5,000 RMB. Spending 5,000 RMB on a ring whose attributes were unknown, Huan felt he was about to lose his sanity. However, the novice quest remained active, and if he failed to complete it, he would be unable to accept future quests. This was precisely why players prioritized completing novice quests upon entering the game. Fine. To complete the novice quest, I'll have to part with this unjust money. Resolute, Huan proceeded to purchase the golden ring from the wandering merchant. Yet soon after, he found himself speechless once more. After the gold coins were deducted, the wandering merchant did not hand over the ring. Instead, he continued conversing with Huan. Dear adventurer, seeing your generosity and remarkable demeanor, I suspect you are a person of great caliber. I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to assist me? Ah? Huan initially did not grasp the situation. Moments later, his eyes widened as he smacked his thigh. In a way, is this a hidden quest? Of course, he would accept a quest, especially one that was likely hidden. Dear wandering merchant, I would be delighted to assist you. Huan responded sincerely, echoing the merchant's tone. Dear adventurer, to be frank, the girl named Cui Hua at the east end of the village has feelings for me. But my aspirations lie elsewhere. My life is dedicated to wandering and collecting treasures from around the world. Before I depart, I would like you to convey a message to Cui Hua, informing her that I am about to leave this place and encouraging her to find a suitable suitor soon. Ding dong, congratulations, you have activated the hidden quest. Help the wandering merchant convey a message to Cui Hua in the village. Do you accept? The system's prompt filled Huan with elation. Damn it. It truly is a hidden quest, dear wandering merchant. I am more than happy to assist you with this. Without a second thought, Huan clicked to accept the quest. Dear adventurer, I am immensely grateful. Here is the item you purchased. The wandering merchant handed the golden ring to Huan, concluding their conversation. Huan casually equipped the golden ring, thinking that even a slight increase in attributes would be beneficial. Ding dong, congratulations. You have completed the novice quest, activating the financial pet, Fortune Cat. Ding dong, congratulations. You have reached level 8. Chapter 8. Skills worth spending money on. The consecutive prompt sounds lifted Huan's spirits. He summoned his game panel. Character: Huan Gu, Apprentice Tycoon, level 8. Financial aura, initial financial aura wealth, gold coins, 38, financial skills, money tree financial skill, greedy eyes financial pet, Fortune Cat, awakened, financial pet, wealthy slave, not awakened, reputation, 20 bag, Level 2 storage space equipment slot. Initial coarse cloth garment, no attributes. Landlord hat, silver level, golden ring, financial aura, quest log, hidden quest. Help the wandering merchant convey a message to Huan in the village, after spending over half a day. The game panel finally displayed changes. Huan examined each section, first clicking on the financial pet, fortune cat. With a flash of white light, a small creature with white fur and golden eyes appeared before Huan, roughly the size of an ordinary cat. Upon closer inspection, the fortune cat's large eyes resembled golden ingots, and around its neck hung a gold coin inscribed with the words, "Attract wealth and prosperity." Meow, the fortune cat mewed, its adorable golden eyes narrowing into slits. Then, it swiftly climbed onto Huan's shoulder. This little creature was quite charming. However, Huan wondered what its attributes were. He murmured, opening the attributes panel for the fortune cat. Fortune cat, first tier level. 1 talent, attract wealth, can increase the owner's gold by 10 to 100 coins daily. Talent, treasure seeking, can sense the presence of boss or treasure locations within a certain range. Talent, blessing, when leveling up, can grant the owner an additional 50 experience. Description, a special auxiliary pet for the unique profession of Tycoon. After reading, Huan was utterly stunned. It turned out to be an auxiliary pet. However, upon further reflection, Huan felt he had struck gold. Although the fortune cat lacked any offensive capabilities, its talents were exceptionally impressive. Just the attract wealth talent alone could yield him 10 to 100 gold coins daily. Not to mention the treasure seeking and blessing talents, both of which were also quite remarkable. Each talent could effectively assist Huan, seemingly tailor-made for him. Perhaps this was the advantage of a special profession. Meow, ding dong. Your pet fortune cat has summoned 52 gold coins for you. The game system's notification left Huan so elated that he could scarcely close his mouth. He had just acquired 52 gold coins. Adding this to his previous 38 coins, Huan now possessed a total wealth of 90 gold coins. Oh, my dear little one, I simply adore you. Huan affectionately ruffled the head of the lucky cat and decided to name it. He chose the name, Qianlai. With a flick of his hand, wealth appeared. What else could it be but Qianlai? Meow, the lucky cat, seemed quite fond of this name, perched on Huan's shoulder, squinting its eyes and letting out a sound. In addition to awakening the financial pet, the lucky cat, Huan noticed that a new title had appeared in his fortune bar. Initial Financial Aura. Initial Financial Aura, a title exclusive to the Wealth Master profession, doubling defense and health. What the heck? Is this for real? Huan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that the financial aura held such a function. He then casually opened the attribute description of the gold ring. Previously, he had been unable to glean any information about it, but now that the gold ring belonged to him, he could naturally see its attributes. Gold ring, exclusive financial equipment for the Wealth Master, now bound. Wearing it grants the title, Initial Financial Aura, and adds the financial skill. Gold tossed. It turns out the financial title came from the gold ring. After reviewing the gold ring's attributes, Huan finally understood how he had acquired his financial title. However, he soon felt a mix of joy and frustration. The joy stemmed from the fact that the gold ring not only granted him a financial title, but also an attack skill. The frustration arose from the peculiarity of this skill. To be precise, it was simply a skill that burned money. Gold toss. It was divided into 9 tiers. Tossing 1 gold, tossing 10 gold, tossing 100 gold, tossing 1,000 gold, up to 10,000 gold, 100,000 gold, 1,000,000 gold, and finally, tossing 10 million gold. In simpler terms, this skill relied on Huan throwing money. The harder he tossed, the greater the skill's power. Each use of this skill consumed an amount of gold equivalent to its name. Using toss 1 gold consumed 1 gold. Using toss 1,000 gold consumed 1,000 gold. If he were to use toss 10 million gold, he would need to expend 10 million gold. What the heck is this bizarre skill? Huan was genuinely taken aback. Although he held the profession of a wealth master, he was not a banker. Even if he were a banker, the rate at which this skill consumed gold was simply unsustainable. Huan felt as though he had been tricked by the game. What a special profession. It was nothing short of a scam. Does using skills really require money? How outrageous. Even more disheartening for Huan was that the gold ring had somehow bound itself to him. It was impossible to remove unless he completely destroyed it. Even if he died, the gold ring could not be dropped. It was non-tradable, non-sellable, and could not be dropped. He could only continue to use it. Well, since I can't take it off, I might as well make use of it. At worst, I won't use the financial skills. Huan, being an optimistic soul, quickly adjusted his mood. Moreover, the gold ring wasn't too shabby. At the very least, it had increased his defense and health. Now, Huan's defense and health had tripled under normal circumstances. Furthermore, when combined with the special skill from the landlord hat, Wealthy Bully, his defense and health surged to 5 times their original values, making him practically indestructible. He opened his skill panel to review all the skills he currently possessed. Money Tree, Eye for Wealth, Wealthy Bully, Gold Toss. Huan had amassed 4 skills, 2 of which were professional skills without restrictions. The other 2 were skills granted by the landlord hat, which required him to have more money than his opponent to activate and only worked against players. Lastly, there was the financial skill conferred by the gold ring, which was simply about throwing money. After organizing this information, Huan gained a clearer understanding of his Wealth Master profession's equipment and skills. Equipment was divided into ordinary professional gear, like the landlord hat, which had levels like other professions, and financial equipment, such as his gold ring. Financial equipment did not fall into the categories of bronze or silver. It was a special type of equipment, and the skills it conferred were financial skills. With these clarifications, Huan silently resolved to find ways to earn more money in the future. The more the better, as the saying goes. A wealth master who doesn't want to make money is not a good player. From this moment on, Huan decided to become a flamboyant, extravagant wealth master. Yes, this was a delightful decision. Having come to this conclusion, Huan prepared to continue his game. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. How does one return to the novice village? The journey back was fraught with monsters, and he had arrived with the help of the Berserker brother. Could he make it back alone? A man must never say he cannot. A glimmer of determination shone in Huan's eyes as he set off running towards the novice village. Chapter 9. The affectionate 3 young masters in the leveling area west of the novice village. Many players had noticed a bold individual. When they said he was bold, it wasn't due to his prowess in battling monsters, but rather his fearlessness in the face of danger. Look, that guy really isn't afraid of death. Charging recklessly into a horde of monsters, he seems to be wearing a green hat. He has gone green. He has gone green. He has really wearing a green hat. Ha, this is killing me, you filthy men. Your thoughts are so base. Green originally symbolizes beauty and vitality. You've twisted it into a color of forgiveness. Miss, do you fancy green hats? Should I get you one? Get lost. Take this iron hammer. Wait a minute. Didn't you all notice something amiss? Finally, some players began to sense the anomaly. The onlookers quieted down. Something's not right. That group of monsters are level 7, and their attack power is formidable. I nearly got killed just now. Exactly. I saw that guy get hit by monsters several times, yet he seemed unfazed. His defense must be incredibly high. Incredibly high. It's higher than my tanking ability. Gradually, those who had mocked Huan for wearing a green hat found it hard to laugh any longer. If they were to recklessly charge into the monster horde, the outcome would be one thing: death. Yet Huan sprinted through the monster area, getting hit by numerous monsters, but instead of weakening, his speed only increased. Soon, he disappeared from the player's sight. At this moment, Huan was in high spirits. He was still vexed by the incident where he was killed by a rabbit earlier. Now, with his defense and health tripled, he felt completely reborn. The novice monsters barely hurt him. He only felt a slight sting from their attacks. High defense is truly amazing. Huan dashed back to the novice village, only pausing at the village entrance to catch his breath and recover his stamina. In the in-world, the reality is that players who maintain high-intensity movements for extended periods will experience fatigue. Stamina increases as players level up. After several hours of exploration, players had gained a general understanding of the game, with many already reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village. Among them was the Berserker brother, who had also departed. Consequently, the novice village was now significantly less populated than before. Players were either running around completing small tasks or teaming up to level up in the monster areas. Everything appeared to be in harmony. Of course, there were still some troublemakers looking to provoke others. Huan was sitting on a stone by the village entrance, regaining his strength, when a trio of oddly dressed individuals swaggered up to him. Huan looked up in surprise. The 3 had a very distinctive appearance, sporting typical shamate hairstyles dyed in red, yellow, and green. In the in-world, player modeling could be adjusted based on one's features, allowing for either an attractive or unattractive appearance. Hairstyles could also be designed freely, so one could choose any style they wished. It was evident that these three had intentionally styled themselves this way. Huan stood up and cheerfully asked, "Do you need something?" "Well, not much, just a little short on gold for potions. We were hoping to borrow some from a brother," the red-haired player spoke first. Rubbing his fingers together, upon hearing this, Huan quickly grasped their intentions. Were they attempting to rob him or extort him? "Are you trying to rob me?" Huan raised an eyebrow, gold coins glimmering between his fingers as he activated the Eye for Wealth skill. Player ID, Zhongai Hong Xiao level, 7 profession, Wizard. Player ID, Zhongai Lu Xiao level, 7 profession, Wizard. Player ID, Zhongai Huang Xiao level, 7 profession, Wizard. After reviewing the basic information of the Shamate trio, Huan couldn't help but chuckle. These three had all chosen the same profession and were assigned to the same novice village. It was unclear whether they knew each other in real life or had met in the game. Seeing Huan eyeing them curiously, Zhongai Hong Xiao grew displeased. He glared and said, "What are you staring at? Hand over the money." "What if I refuse?" Huan replied with a playful smile, deciding to have a bit of fun with the trio. "If you don't, you won't be leaving the novice village." Zhongai Huang Xiao tossed his long hair back defiantly and stepped forward, while Zhongai Lu Xiao eyed the landlord hat on Huan's head with evident desire. Huan scanned the three of them, and with a quick thought, a plan began to form. As for me, I am never lacking in wealth. While speaking, Huan deliberately took out a glimmering coin and waved it before the eyes of the three individuals. Instantly, the eyes of the three members of the Zhong AI gang turned green with envy. These are indeed gold coins. Before they could react, Huan swiftly tucked the coins away. He then smiled cheerfully at the trio before him. "How about this? You all seem to be in need of money, and I happen to require a few errand boys to carry my bags, if you are willing." "What nonsense is this? We, the esteemed Zhong AI trio, would never stoop to running errands. How dare you suggest such a thing? You little brat. Do you wish for your life to be forfeit? How dare you insult the three of us?" Before Huan could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Zhong AI trio. He remained unfazed, waiting for them to conclude before cheerfully raising his hand adorned with a golden ring and shaking it. "Each of you will receive 2 gold coins per day, and depending on circumstances, there may be a raise in salary. Boss, from now on, you shall be the leader of the Zhong AI trio." The expression on the face of Zhong AI Hong Xiao changed in an instant. "Thank you for your hard work, boss. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Boss, are your legs sore? May I help with that?" The rapid shift in attitude of the Zhong AI trio left Huan utterly astonished. What happened to their earlier righteous indignation? Where did their dignity vanish to? Little did Huan know, this was not a matter of lack of resolve for the Zhong AI trio. Rather, they understood precisely what 2 gold coins a day represented. The three of them had been in the game for over half a day and had yet to accumulate enough to purchase potions. Not everyone, like Huan, starts off with gold coins. All right, you need not fawn over me. I keep my word. Once you all leave the novice village, come find me. Use this money to buy potions and level up quickly." As Huan spoke, he sent a trade request to Zhong AI Hong Xiao. Subsequently, he directly traded 3 gold coins to them. With the Zhong AI trio expressing their heartfelt gratitude, Huan added them as friends and agreed to meet after they exited the novice village. Huan was confident that the Zhong AI trio were not fools. They would make the right choice as for why he wished to recruit the Zhong AI trio as his subordinates. It was simply because he found these 3 characters rather amusing. Yes, it was that straightforward. The thoughts of a wealthy individual are indeed simple and direct. After recovering his stamina, Huan stepped into the novice village. Following the route on the map, he quickly located the NPC for his quest, Chui Hua. Huan had always been puzzled as to why delivering a message constituted a hidden quest. It seemed like an utterly mundane task. Could it be that there was something Huan had not considered? Or perhaps Chui Hua had other undiscovered tasks? Chapter 10. Financial assistant. The novice village was quite expansive, with dilapidated houses scattered throughout. Some were vacant, while others housed NPCs. Many players were surrounding various NPCs, attempting to engage them in conversation to obtain quests. Chui Hua was no exception, as a considerable number of novice players had gathered outside her home. Approaching closer, Huan examined Chui Hua. She was a woman of decent appearance, dressed simply, and behind her stood a shabby little house that was her home. That moment, Chui Hua was drying wild vegetables outside her door. Whenever a player approached to chat, Chui Hua would respond with the typical NPC opening line. Dear adventurer, I do not require your assistance. Please feel free to explore elsewhere. Players, upon realizing there were no quests to be had, grumbled as they departed. What is the meaning of this? Not even a single quest to offer. This NPC is exceedingly stingy. Indeed, let us seek other NPCs. Huan also stepped forward to engage Chui Hua, only to receive the same NPC-style greeting. Dear adventurer, I do not require your assistance. Please feel free to explore elsewhere. Chui Hua, it was the wandering merchant who sent me. Just that single sentence made Chui Hua halt her actions. She slowly lifted her head, her expression a blend of surprise and apprehension. This made Huan exclaim internally. This game is so realistic, even the NPCs exhibit emotional changes. Did he send you to find me? Why did he not come himself? Where is he now? Chui Hua fired off a trio of questions. Huan had not anticipated that the NPCs in the game would possess such genuine emotions. Before him, Chui Hua resembled a girl who had suffered grievances. Well, he mentioned that he had departed and asked you to find a good man to marry. Departed? Chui Hua lowered her head, her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Did he mention when he would return? No, he said he was intent on wandering and collecting treasures from all over the world. Huan spoke frankly, relaying the wandering merchant's words to Chui Hua. Upon hearing this, Chui Hua squatted down, covering her face as she wept, her sorrow intensifying. It was a scene that moved onlookers to tears. The commotion surrounding Chui Hua quickly drew the attention of other players. What has happened? How could someone make Chui Hua cry? He is wearing a green hat. Clearly, he is not a good person. He must have bullied Chui Hua. How despicable. Not even female NPCs are spared. The gossiping voices of the players filled Huan's ears, and he felt as if he could die from embarrassment. What do you mean he bullied the female NPC? He merely completed a task, delivering a message. As the crowd of players continued to gather and point fingers, Huan hurriedly said to Chui Hua, please stop crying. There are so many people watching. Surprisingly, with just that one sentence from Huan, Chui Hua indeed ceased her tears. However, instead of calming down, she took an even more unexpected action. After wiping her tears, Chui Hua grabbed Huan's hand and pulled him into her house. Then, bang, she shut the door behind them. Huh? What is happening here? The onlookers were left utterly baffled. What is going on? Oh my, could it be that this guy is hooked up with Chui Hua? I only want to know what they're doing inside. How enviable. I also wish to develop a relationship with a female NPC. Many shameless players crowded around the door, trying to find a gap to peek inside. Unfortunately, they could see nothing from outside. Inside the room, Huan was equally stunned. Watching Chui Hua approach him after closing the door, he found his words faltering. Chui Hua, please don't do anything rash. We are not from the same world. Although I am aware of my own handsomeness, but before Huan could finish his sentence, Chui Hua interrupted him. I ask you, when did you see him? Where did you see him? Chui Hua was referring to the wandering merchant. Huan had not expected the NPCs in this game to be so humanized, almost indistinguishable from real people. Reflecting on the approximate location, Huan conveyed all he knew about the wandering merchant, including when and where he had encountered him. After listening, Chui Hua lowered her head, seemingly in deep thought. At that moment, Huan completely forgot that Chui Hua was an NPC and began conversing with her as if she were a living person. Chui Hua, based on the timeline, he should have already left this village, I know. Chui Hua nodded, her eyes shimmering with indecision. Observing this, Huan casually asked, do you have something weighing on your mind that you cannot decide? Feel free to share it with me. I am more than willing to help you. Chui Hua sighed and said, I wish to find him and follow him as he wanders. But, she hesitated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face before continuing. But I do not have the means. The means? Huan was taken aback for a moment before quickly realizing that means referred to money. Oh, how much do you need? Huan inquired. 50 gold coins. Chui Hua slowly raised one hand. At the same time, an option panel appeared before Huan. Chui Hua desires to pursue happiness but urgently needs 50 gold coins as funds. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Option 1. Gift her 50 gold coins. Option 2. Refuse to give her any money. Option 3. Lend her 50 gold coins. After reviewing the options, Huan couldn't help but frown. He recognized that the critical point of the hidden quest had arrived. The 3 options would undoubtedly yield 3 different outcomes, based on Huan's understanding of the game. Most players would typically choose the first option, gifting Cui Hua 50 gold coins. Players had become accustomed to pleasing NPCs, hoping to procure quests from them. However, simply giving away 50 gold coins seemed rather unwise. What if the quest reward was not worth the 50 gold coins? That would indeed be a loss. After much contemplation, Huan ultimately chose a more balanced option. I choose to lend her 50 gold coins. Ding. You have demonstrated the potential to become a qualified wealthy individual, activating the exclusive financial function, Financial Assistant. Before Huan could explore what the Financial Assistant entailed, the game's system notifications chimed in succession. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first stage of the hidden quest for the Wandering Merchant. Rewards: Level 1, Gold 100, Item acquired, Deed for the dilapidated house in number 888 Novice Village. Dear adventurer, I am immensely grateful to you. I likely will not return here again, so this house is now yours, Cui Hua said, handing Huan a deed. Following that, she took her leave with a bundle she had prepared and the 50 gold coins borrowed from Huan. It wasn't until Cui Hua opened the door and exited that Huan finally realized what had transpired. He hurriedly opened the game panel, and in a corner, he discovered a newly appeared feature, the Financial Assistant. Chapter 11. Beasts. Once Huan finished reading the introduction to the Financial Assistant, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. It was at that moment he realized just how correct his earlier choice of option 3 had been, and he understood deeply that the role of a financier was far from the dire prospects he had previously imagined. Financial Assistant. A hidden feature exclusive to financiers. Once activated, it grants the ability to invest in projects within the game, assist NPCs with capital turnover, establish money houses, and a series of other qualifications. Goodness, this is remarkably powerful. With these capabilities, my dream of becoming a wealthy financier is practically within reach. Overjoyed, Huan promptly activated the Financial Assistant. Hello, Master, I am your Financial Assistant. A voice that resembled a child's chimed in. Thus, the Financial Assistant was officially activated. On the operation panel of the Financial Assistant, a message boldly appeared. Upon opening it, he found a loan request from Cui Hua, borrower, NPC number 888 from the Novice Village. Cui Hua, amount, 50 gold coins term, none interest, none. Wow, this is truly impressive. I feel like I am about to become a capitalist. At that moment, Huan's heart raced with excitement. He never anticipated that the financier profession would be so extraordinary. Could it be that he would become a creditor to the NPCs? Just then, Akai's melodious voice resounded again. Master, you have received a new loan application. Would you like to review it? Review. A loan application form instantly appeared before Huan, borrower, Tier 3 NPC from Leosia City, Zhangmatzi, amount, 100 gold coins term, 1-day interest, 10 agree refuse. After reading the loan application, Huan did not hesitate and promptly clicked agree. Earning 10 gold coins for just 1 day? Only a fool would refuse. Moreover, he was not worried about NPCs defaulting on the loan. Subsequently, 100 gold coins were successfully deducted by the system. The number of borrowers had increased from 1 to 2. Fortunately, the hidden quest had rewarded him with 100 gold coins earlier. Otherwise, even if he wanted to lend, he would have had no funds to do so. By the way, what was the hidden quest all about? Huan suddenly recalled that the hidden quest seemed to have a second phase. Thus, he hurriedly opened the quest panel. Wandering Merchant Hidden Quest Phase 2. Not activated. What does not activated mean? Huan was somewhat perplexed by this phrase. After pondering for a moment, he speculated that perhaps the second phase of the quest could only be activated when he encountered the Wandering Merchant again. Regardless, the hidden character of the Wandering Merchant had brought him considerable benefits. If he were to meet that fellow again, he must express his gratitude. Subsequently, Huan took out the land deed that Cui Hua had given him for further examination. The houses in the Novice Village were not particularly useful. Besides being able to teleport back to the Novice Village through this dilapidated house when he left, it served little purpose. While Huan was inside studying the land deed, chaos ensued outside among the players. Since Cui Hua had cried earlier, those players had been lingering outside to watch the commotion. Once Cui Hua left with her belongings, the players began to speculate once more. What happened? Why did Cui Hua run away? The player inside the house must have done something outrageous to frighten her away. Could it be that he had, "Don't say those two words, it will invite system penalties"? Oh no. Is this considered an NPC abandoning their post? I just took a picture. I will post it on the game forum later, and we will collectively denounce that player. Exactly. The one who wears the green hat. We must take revenge. How dare he scare away my Tsuehua. Now I can't submit my quest before long. A post appeared on the in-world game forum. The title read, "Beastly Players Spotted in Novice Village No. 888, Harassing NPC Tsuehua, Causing Her to Flee Overnight." The post included images of Tsuehua crying, entering the house with Huan, and then hurriedly leaving with her belongings. TO protect players' privacy. In-world automatically mosaics players' faces. Except for selfies. Thus, in these three photos, Huan's face was obscured, but his landlord hat was particularly conspicuous. Once the post was published, it instantly garnered countless replies. Some players even went so far as to consult in-world customer service to inquire whether a glitch had occurred. The official response was quite straightforward. Everything in the game was functioning normally, and no glitches were present. This only heightened the players' enthusiasm for the game. If the Tsuehua incident was not a game glitch, it must surely be a hidden quest. In no time, players from other novice villages found themselves unable to do anything. They surrounded their own NPC Tsuehua in layers upon layers. Players tried various means to flirt with Tsuehua, and some even made inappropriate advances. Naturally, the game's penalties awaited them. In-world advocates harmony. Engaging in random insults or committing inappropriate acts towards female players and NPCs would result in punitive actions from the game system. A bolt of lightning would strike, and the player would perish. Gradually, players began to realize that not everyone could activate hidden quests. They started to redirect their focus away from Tsuehua and back to leveling up or completing quests. Huan was completely unaware of the happenings on the forum or in the other novice villages. When he reached level 9, the system notified him that his gaming time for the day had concluded. In-world features an anti-addiction system. Players can only be online for a maximum of 8 hours per day, and if they feel unwell in reality, the game will automatically log them out. Exiting the game, Huan removed his gaming headset. After drinking a bottle of nutrient solution, he prepared to stretch his body. Just then, a video call from a classmate and close friend came through. Huan was currently a university student, taking online classes, so he didn't need to attend school every day. This was the university life of 2050, simple and free. Nan Ran, whose nickname was Anan, was one of Huan's few friends in reality. The two were students at the same school. However, Nan Ran had opted for on-campus classes and essentially lived at school every day. Upon connecting the video call, a bright and sunny boy appeared on the screen. "Brother Huan, how are you? Have you left the novice village yet? I'm level 9 now. I should be able to leave tomorrow. What about you?" "I've already reached level 11, so fast?" "Yeah, the school organized a team, and we leveled up together, so it went pretty quickly." Huan had known about this beforehand. However, he preferred not to mingle with his classmates and thus did not join the group. They chatted for a while, exchanging their in-game IDs. Then, Nan Ran mysteriously revealed something to Huan. "Brother Huan, did you know? Xiamo is also playing in-world, but like you, she is playing solo." "Xiamo?" Huan raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing towards the closed door. Chapter 12. The Goddess Lives Opposite Me. Xiamo was a well-known beauty at Huan's school, with many admirers. However, few knew that Huan and Xiamo shared a connection. They were actually neighbors living across from each other. Huan was also Xiaomo's landlord. Before his parents went missing, they had left him 2 old houses. He lived in one and rented out the other, which happened to be leased by Xiamo. Huan had never mentioned this to anyone, of course. He would never use his status as a landlord to disturb Xiamo Ding Dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Huan told Nan Ran, "See you in the game," and ended the video call. He walked over to open the door. Standing outside was a graceful figure. Her flowing hair concealed half of her exquisitely beautiful face, and beneath her alluring figure were long, perfectly straight legs. She leaned against the door frame with her arms crossed, appearing somewhat languid. "Xiamo, do you need something?" Indeed, the goddess-like woman before him was Xiamo. "Do you have anything to eat?" "I'm hungry." Xiamo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless face. Huan momentarily lost his breath and nodded, saying, "Yes, I was just about to cook." With that, he stepped aside and invited Xiamo into the house. At that moment, Xiaomo was dressed in a white nightgown that radiated purity and grace. Once inside, she curled up on the sofa like a lazy kitten. Her long, fair legs elegantly positioned. Huan forcibly diverted his gaze and went to fetch a bottle of nutrient solution for Xiaomo. At the end of a virtual game, drinking a bottle of nutrient solution helps eliminate fatigue and keeps bodily cells active and blood circulation smooth. Thus, it had become a staple in nearly every household. Xiaomo expressed her gratitude, took the nutrient solution, and tilted her head back to drink. Perhaps by accident, a few drops of the nutrient solution trickled down her lips, flowing toward her pristine neck. Just as they were about to enter the valley, Xiaomo quickly wiped them away with her finger. Huan suddenly felt a parched sensation in his throat. Xiaomo was simply too beautiful, too alluring. He hurriedly began to cook, shifting his focus away. Having lived alone for many years since his parents' disappearance, cooking had long become a skill he handled with ease. Before long, he prepared 2 dishes and a soup, along with a pot of fragrant rice. Although this was a technological era where various nutrient solutions could enhance physical condition, however, the majority of people still prefer to indulge in authentic culinary delights. A plate of sweet and sour spare ribs, a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, accompanied by a bowl of century egg and cucumber soup, fills the entire room with the essence of life. Although Huan and Xiaomo rarely engage in conversation, both remain silently focused on their meals. Yet, the scene and atmosphere exude a profound beauty, at least from Huan's perspective. Since the disappearance of his parents, he has not shared a meal with anyone in his home for a long time. Xiaomo, I heard you're also playing in the in-world? Yes, that game is quite enjoyable. What is your game ID? Qianrua Xiaomo. Xiaomo replied succinctly, then set down her chopsticks and wiped her lips with a tissue. I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality, you're welcome. I need to cook for myself anyway. Oh? Then, next time you prepare a meal, make an extra portion. I'll give you a bit more when I pay the rent, Xiaomo said, getting up and stretching, revealing her flawless figure. Sure, I'll let you know when I'm cooking. Huan nodded repeatedly, hastily pretending to eat to mask his embarrassment. It was quite awkward for him to have such a beautiful girl showcasing her figure in front of him. He felt trapped between the urge to look and the need to respect her privacy. Xiaomo returned to her room, and after tidying up, Huan took a moment to rest, contemplating the prospect of sharing meals with Xiaomo daily, wondering if that might lead to a budding romance. The next day, upon waking, Huan first checked in and attended an hour of online classes. After breakfast, he immersed himself in the game. Welcome back to the in-world. The familiar voice of the game system lifted Huan's spirits. The first thing he did upon entering the game was summon the fortune cat. Money comes. Ding. Your pet fortune cat waved its paw, bringing you 18 gold coins. Only 18 gold coins? Huan felt a tinge of disappointment, but it was all right. He still had the money tree. The resplendent money tree appeared before him in an instant. He shook it. Coins began to fall into Huan's pouch. Suddenly, the money tree sparkled with a rainbow of colors, and the intensity of the shaking increased dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the God of Wealth's blessing. As the system notification echoed, coins began to rain down from the money tree like a shower. Gold coins 10,100,200,400. Huan was utterly astonished. Watching the coins cascade down and the number in his pouch skyrocket, he felt as though he were dreaming. After what felt like ages, the money tree finally ceased its bounty and gradually faded away. Regaining his composure, Huan quickly checked his pouch. 15,060. A staggering 15,060 gold coins nearly blinded Huan's titanium alloy eyes. This time, the money tree had bestowed upon him a remarkable 15,000 gold coins. How incredible! Could it be a bug? Huan hurriedly scrolled through the historical messages and realized that there had been a system prompt when he used the money tree. The God of Wealth's blessing. Indeed, it was the God of Wealth's blessing. This had to be a hidden benefit of the money tree, one with a low probability of activation. Haha, I struck it rich. Huan danced with joy, spinning in place. Over 10,000 gold coins. If converted to RMB now, it could fetch at least several 100,000, if not over 1 million. After finally calming down, Huan decided to upgrade first before leaving the novice village. However, before that, he added Nan Ran and Xiaomo as friends. Nan Ran's game ID was Nan Yong Xiaji, and her profession was spear wielder. As for Xiaomo, her ID remained Qian Ruosiamo, and her profession was still unknown. Nan Yong Xiaji has added you as a friend. Nan Ran acted swiftly, immediately adding Yi Huan as a friend. However, Xiamo remained unresponsive. Perhaps she had not logged in yet. Upgrading came first. Yi Huan departed the novice village, determined to level up. Along the way, he noticed the peculiar gazes of passerby players. With a wry smile, he understood it was due to the bright green landlord hat perched atop his head. At this moment, Yi Huan had reached level 9, his experience points maxed out, and with a few more trivial monsters defeated, he could easily reach level 10. Thus, he intended to venture alone, racing towards the rabbit monster area. Currently, most players had surpassed level 5, leaving the rabbit monster area almost deserted. Yi Huan's purpose here was to avenge the grievances of the past. With his current defense, if he were to be slain by a rabbit again, it would truly be absurd. To his astonishment, upon entering the rabbit monster area, he found not a single player nor rabbit in sight. Could it be that this monster area had stopped spawning rabbits? With curiosity piqued, Yi Huan pressed onward. Ahead lay a thicket, towering high and dense. As he navigated through it, only his green hat was visible. Suddenly, a noise erupted from ahead. Yi Huan's heart raced, exclaiming internally, "Cursed rabbit! I am here for revenge." Yet, the next moment, Yi Huan froze, his gaze fixated on the peculiar sight before him. Within the thicket was a field brimming with carrots, and beside it, a distinctly unusual rabbit was snoozing. What made this rabbit stand out? It was enormous. Compared to ordinary rabbits, its size was at least several dozen times larger, resembling a hefty cow clad in rabbit fur. What surprised Yi Huan even more was that when he checked the rabbit's information, he clearly saw a red knife icon beneath its name, in the in-world. A hate record existed. Players who were killed by other players or monsters would be marked, and upon encountering them again, this red knife icon would appear. This was a mark of enmity. Yi Huan had only died once in the game, right after entering, when a rabbit had slain him with a carrot. Thus, the enormous rabbit before him was the very one responsible for his demise. Yi Huan couldn't help but be intrigued. How had this creature evolved from a lowly novice area rabbit to its current formidable form? Had it consumed a mystical elixir, or perhaps mutated carrots? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Just the thought of being crushed by this rabbit filled Yi Huan with a burning desire for vengeance, to reclaim the dignity lost to being struck down by a carrot. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he activated his skill to assess the rabbit's attributes. Mutant giant rabbit. Advanced boss of the novice village. Description: a rabbit that inadvertently consumed a mutant carrot. Remember, do not covet its carrots. Attributes: high defense, substantial health, explosive temperament. My goodness. Has this creature been cheating? After reviewing the giant rabbit's attributes, Yi Huan's jaw nearly dropped. An advanced boss in the novice village. This was even more formidable than the previous giant earth snake. Yi Huan was glad he hadn't rushed in recklessly. Casting his gaze around, he noticed the rabbit's fixation on the carrots in front of it. Although it dozed, it frequently opened its eyes to check on the carrot patch. As if fearing someone would snatch its precious carrots, the pinnacle of revenge is to slay one's foe but to deprive them of what they hold dear. A mischievous smile played on Yi Huan's lips as he silently commanded the fortune cat perched on his shoulder. The fortune cat, as Yi Huan's pet, understood his intentions. With a meow, it leaped from Yi Huan's shoulder and dashed towards the giant mutant rabbit, swiping at its rear. Although the fortune cat lacked any significant attack power, its sudden action startled the mutant giant rabbit. The rabbit opened its eerie red eyes, ears standing on end, glaring at the fortune cat while emitting a warning growl. The fortune cat, resolute in its task, was undeterred by the rabbit's massive size. It had to fulfill its master's command. Meow! The fortune cat yowled once more, swiping at the rabbit's nose before turning on its heel and sprinting away. The sequence of actions was executed with remarkable fluidity. The giant rabbit was furious. Having become a boss, it could not tolerate being bullied by such a diminutive creature. In the next moment, it charged after the fortune cat, dragging its hefty frame in pursuit. Though the fortune cat lacked offensive capabilities, its speed was impressive. It swiftly led the giant mutant rabbit away from the carrot patch. Yi Huan grinned mischievously, seizing the opportunity to burst from the thicket and approach the carrot field. Gathering in in-world, every player, regardless of profession, possessed basic gathering skills. Huan was no exception. He approached the carrot patch and attempted to gather one of the carrots. Unsure if it would work, he thought to give it a try. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered one mutant carrot. Ha ha! It works. Gazing at the carrot pit left behind and the large carrot appearing in his pouch, Huan was elated. Without further ado, he began to gather frantically. Gathering skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered one mutant carrot. Gathering skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered one mutant carrot. Gathering skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered one mutant carrot. Pulling carrots, hey yo, pulling carrots. In no time at all. A vast expanse was strewn with radishes, all harvested by Huan, leaving behind only massive holes where the radishes once thrived. Meow! The sound of a beckoning fortune cat echoed from a distance. Huan knew that the mutated giant rabbit was returning. Thus, he hastily retreated, seeking refuge in the thicket. Before long, the mutated giant rabbit indeed lumbered back, its enormous form dragging along. Upon discovering that its beloved radishes had been plucked away, it trembled with rage. The mutated giant rabbit emitted a hissing sound from its throat, a noise born of utmost fury. In the next moment, its fur bristled as if electrified, standing erect in defiance. Furthermore, its colossal body began to rise, transforming into what resembled a spinach-fueled Popeye. No, more accurately, it was a mighty rabbit. With ears erect like antennae and a mouth revealing razor-sharp teeth, its muscular forelegs bulged like two enormous hammers. Standing tall, its height reached a staggering 3 meters. Huan was utterly dumbfounded. Even more astonishing events lay ahead. Ding! Due to your theft of the mutated giant rabbit's radishes, it has entered a rampage and ascended to become the ultimate boss of the novice village. Activating all ultimate tasks within the village. An announcement is imminent. Will you conceal your name? The sudden system notification sent chills down Huan's spine. With no time to ponder, he promptly chose to hide his name. Ding! Village alert. Due to a player's provocation, the ultimate boss of this novice village has been born, activating the ultimate task. Revenge of the ultimate boss. This task has a duration of 2 hours. If players defeat the boss within the stipulated time, all players in the village will receive rewards. Failure will result in the complete reset of all players' levels. Ding! Village alert. Due to a player's provocation, the ultimate boss has been. Ding! Village alert. Due to. At that moment, every player still present in Novice Village 888 was left in stunned silence. Listening to the system announcement and observing the flashing red alerts in the channel, they were utterly bewildered. What was happening? A task that could not be completed and all levels reset. Why was there an ultimate task for everyone? Who was the reckless player mentioned in the alert? What had he done? In an instant, all players in Novice Village 888 abandoned their monster hunting and questing, rushing back to the village. They had painstakingly leveled up to their current status and certainly did not wish to see it all wiped away. Moreover, defeating the boss could yield abundant rewards. Huan was equally astonished. He never expected his unintentional act of revenge would trigger a village-wide task. As he regained his composure and checked the attributes of the rabbit once more. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. It's over. We're doomed, he thought, convinced that all the players in Novice Village 888 were finished. This was the singular thought racing through Huan's mind. The rampaging mutated rabbit had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 14. The Frenzied Rabbit King. After the mutated rabbit went berserk, not only did its appearance change, but its attributes became terrifyingly formidable. Frenzied Rabbit King. Ultimate boss of Novice Village. Description. The rabbit robbed of its radishes has gone mad. With its radishes gone, it seeks to wreak havoc. Attributes. Invincible and frenzied attributes. You lack the qualification to pry. What? Even I am unqualified to glimpse its attributes. Huan recalled clearly that his skill in detecting attributes allowed him to see the basic stats of players or monsters 5 levels above him. Now, being unable to see the Frenzied Rabbit King's attributes suggested that this creature's level had surpassed 14. Although he could not directly view the Frenzied Rabbit King's stats, Huan could make some reasonable deductions. The Frenzied Rabbit King had already possessed high health and defense. Now, having rampaged and evolved into the ultimate boss of Novice Village, it surely had increased its attack power as well soon enough. Huan's suspicions were validated. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. A group of 7 or 8 players happened to pass by, perhaps alerted by the system announcement. As they hurried back, "The boss is here," someone shouted. The group of players rushed over excitedly. Everyone knew that defeating the ultimate boss of the novice village would surely yield valuable loot. Unaware of the frenzied Rabbit King's strength, they were eager to engage and claim the rewards. Thus, upon spotting the frenzied Rabbit King, they did not flee but rather encircled it. The frenzied Rabbit King, already engulfed in fury, expressed its wrath through action. With its massive frame, it lunged toward the group of players. Completely disregarding their attacks, it raised its forelimbs, resembling iron hammers, and brought them crashing down upon the players. Hidden in the nearby thicket, Huan gasped in horror. 7 or 8 players of considerable levels were instantly obliterated by the frenzied Rabbit King. Killed in a single blow? Good heavens, that rabbit has gone mad. The sole survivor among the group of players screamed as he fled back towards the novice village. However, he did not get far before the Rabbit King caught up and dispatched him with a lethal blow. Subsequently, the frenzied Rabbit King continued its rampage towards the novice village, mercilessly slaying every player it encountered, regardless of their level or class, be they male or female. A cacophony of screams erupted as it continued on its path of destruction. Only after the frenzied Rabbit King had moved on did Huan dare to emerge from his hiding spot. His gaze fell upon the area where the previous players had perished. Noticing some items that had dropped, he signaled for the fortune cat to collect them. The fortune cat possessed an automatic looting function, allowing the items to directly enter Huan's inventory. 3 items were retrieved: a healing potion, a skill book for archers, and a piece of bronze equipment. Observing the quiet treasures nestled in his inventory, Huan fell into contemplation. So, this is the thrill of looting from others. Initially, Huan had planned to avoid the frenzied Rabbit King and casually hunt a few monsters to reach level 10 before completing some quests with the village chief. As long as he left the novice village within 2 hours, he thought this matter would no longer concern him. However, his thoughts shifted dramatically. He resolved to stealthily follow the frenzied Rabbit King and pick up the spoils. Indeed, he intended to gather the equipment dropped by players slain by the frenzied Rabbit King. Although this approach felt somewhat underhanded, as the saying goes, one must look out for oneself, and these were all potential riches. He was all in. If necessary, he could always level up again. Gritting his teeth, Huan stealthily trailed the frenzied Rabbit King, accompanied by the fortune cat, heading towards the novice village. The frenzied Rabbit King was a terrifying force. Moving with astonishing speed, it slaughtered anyone in its path without mercy. Those players stood no chance against the rabbit's hammer-like fists. They barely had time to log off before being crushed. A plethora of items dropped from the slain players. As they had been leveling outside, each player likely had some loot in their inventory. This massacre resulted in a bounty of treasures. Meanwhile, Huan remained hidden nearby, utilizing the small and swift fortune cat to gather the fallen items. Potions 5, skill books 3, equipment 2. As he watched his inventory swell with loot, Huan's heart swelled with joy. Yet, gazing at the fallen players, he felt a twinge of guilt. No. I am determined to become a wealthy magnate. How can I afford to be soft-hearted? Huan repeatedly reassured himself, quickly dispelling the nagging sense of guilt. Before long, the frenzied Rabbit King arrived at the novice village. From a distance, he could see a throng of players gathered at the village entrance. A dark mass numbering in the thousands. They were either returning from different directions or had respawned after being killed by the frenzied Rabbit King. Now, they had converged, preparing to launch a united assault against the frenzied Rabbit King. Unfortunately, after a day had passed, many skilled players had already departed from the novice village. Even the 3 subordinates Huan had recruited the previous day messaged him to say they had left the novice village. Brothers, let us band together and take this guy down. Absolutely. Everyone, charge in. Otherwise, our levels will be wiped clean. This is the ultimate boss of the novice village. It will surely drop great loot. Haha, I can already feel the adrenaline pumping. So many of us attacking a monster together. It's going to be exhilarating. Who cares about the ultimate boss? We players are the true masters of this world. Charge. Let us kill it and loot some divine gear. Onward. I'll lead the charge. The players organized themselves for battle, melee fighters at the forefront, ranged attackers behind, and support players ready to heal the frontliners. Initially, there was some trepidation, but amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, Everyone felt their spirits rise. Thousands of players united to face the boss. Such a sight was indeed rare, and many players took the opportunity to capture photos. The players were filled with fervor and determination. However, Huan, observing from a distance, felt far less optimistic. Though he was unaware of the frenzied Rabbit King's attributes, he was acutely aware of its terrifying strength and its rampage. It had already dispatched over 300 players. The attacks it had endured were not fewer than 100, and those players' strikes seemed to merely tickle it, having no effect whatsoever. The players' attempts to breach its defenses were bound to be exceedingly challenging. Soon enough, the situation unfolded precisely as Huan had envisioned. For the first time, he witnessed what it truly meant to experience a one-sided massacre. Indeed, it was a massacre. The frenzied Rabbit King was mercilessly slaughtering players. Although the scene lacked the rivers of blood found in reality, the brutality was so intense that even Huan could scarcely bear to watch. Charge. The monsters are too powerful. We cannot withstand them. Hurry, find an NPC for assistance. It's futile. The NPCs have all hidden away since the monsters arrived. Damn it. Let's fight to the death. Woo-woo. I've died again. Damn. I've dropped to level 6. This is unacceptable. The monsters are too strong. Let us file a complaint with the officials. The cries and screams of the players melded into a cacophony. At the entrance of Newbie Village 888, chaos reigned. Countless beams of white light erupted as players respawned after their demise. In the distance, Huan stood dumbfounded, gazing at the tumultuous village entrance, never anticipating he would unleash such a calamity. What was to be done next? Chapter 15. The tragedy of Newbie Village 888 had descended into utter chaos. Particularly at the respawn point, it was a veritable crush of bodies, more congested than when the game had first launched. Players, upon reviving, cursed and shouted, dragging others toward the village entrance. Damn, Rabbit, I will not let you off lightly. Blast, I've dropped a level again. From now on, rabbits shall be my eternal foes. Let us fight. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well go down swinging. What is there to fear? We can always start over. Even if I die, I'll drag that rabbit down with me. The scene at the village entrance grew even more spectacular. Countless arrows, energy blasts, and other ranged attacks flew from the village, targeting the frenzied Rabbit King. Meanwhile, melee players formed layers of barricades at the entrance, using their bodies to create a human wall, providing opportunities for ranged players to strike, boom, boom. Each time the frenzied Rabbit King swung its massive fists, groups of players fell. Yet, those players did not give up. They revived and charged back into battle, knowing full well that they were akin to moths drawn to the flame, leading to their own demise. They were nonetheless unwilling to allow the ultimate boss of Newbie Village to escape unchallenged. As time passed, the players of Newbie Village 888 saw their levels plummet. The entire village was suffused with an atmosphere of heroism and tragedy, mingled with a hint of despair. Of course, many timid players, terrified by the frenzied Rabbit King, opted to log off entirely. After more than an hour of relentless combat, the frenzied Rabbit King began to show signs of fatigue. Its movements noticeably slowed, and wounds began to appear on its body. This indicated that the players' fearless assaults were indeed having an effect. Simultaneously, the players who had logged off flocked to the in-world forum, posting about the dire situation in Newbie Village 888. This immediately drew countless spectators, and soon the forum was inundated with posts. Newbie Village 888, Massacre, Frenzied Rabbit King, Ultimate Boss of Newbie Village, and other related topics. Many players began to suspect that there was a bug in the game. They sought out customer service for an explanation. The response from customer service remained simple and direct. The game was functioning normally, with no bugs present. They further stated that every Newbie Village had an ultimate boss, but triggering it was exceptionally challenging, with a very low probability. In essence, Newbie Village 888 was the fabled chosen one. Consequently, attention shifted back to Newbie Village 888 and the player who had triggered the ultimate boss. Everyone speculated about who that individual might be and how they had managed to summon the ultimate boss of the Newbie Village. The collective quests of Newbie Village 888 became the focal point of all players' interest, eager to discover what valuable items the ultimate boss might yield. In no time, Newbie Village 888 garnered immense attention, even attracting media coverage, leading to widespread reporting on the incident. This event later became one of the top 10 occurrences in in-world, dubbed the tragedy of Newbie Village. It marked the first major incident since the launch of In-World. It is said that someone later compiled statistics revealing that over 3,400 players participated in this tragedy, with each player, on average, dying 3 times. This indirectly underscored the formidable strength of the ultimate boss of Newbie Village. Regrettably, the ultimate boss had only appeared once, that being the frenzied Rabbit King of Newbie Village 888 is your inventory full. Behind a tree not far from Newbie Village, Huan discovered that his inventory was indeed overflowing. Amidst the chaos of battle between the players and the frenzied Rabbit King, the lucky cat scavenged a plethora of valuable items. With so much loot, Huan decided to discard some of the less valuable possessions. Just as he was organizing his inventory, the system alert chimed once more. Ding dong, village-wide alert. 10 minutes remain until the collective quest concludes. Players, please eliminate the boss swiftly. Ding dong, village-wide alert. 10 minutes remain until the collective quest concludes. Players, please eliminate the boss swiftly. Ding dong, village-wide alert. The incessant red alerts filled the players of Newbie Village 888 with a sense of despair. IT was over. Time was running out. After over an hour of fighting, having dropped 4 levels, they found themselves on the brink of failure. Sigh. This rabbit is too powerful. It's impossible to kill. This game is unplayable. Everyone, do not give up. Until the final second, we cannot surrender. Hey, look. Isn't the rabbit bleeding from its abdomen? Damn. It really is. It seems this creature is faltering. Let us continue the assault. We must not give up. The rallying cries of the players resonated in Huan's ears, observing those undaunted players continuing to battle the frenzied Rabbit King. A flicker of emotion surged within him. Although he understood that these players fought fiercely for their levels and the loot dropped by the ultimate boss, their spirit genuinely inspired him. Very well. IVE collected the loot. The disaster is of my own making. Now, let me put an end to this calamity. Huan slowly rose, donned the green landlord hat, and strode purposefully toward the village entrance. The scene at the entrance was utter chaos, aptly described as tragic. Numerous players had already dropped below level 5, yet the frenzied Rabbit King seemed to have reached its limit, its body littered with various wounds. Most notably, a long gash marred its abdomen, inflicted by a hidden class player who had exerted considerable effort to wound the frenzied Rabbit King. Suddenly, the frenzied Rabbit King ceased its assault, emitting a series of bizarre sounds. Before the players could comprehend the situation, a dazzling red light erupted from the frenzied Rabbit King, radiating outward in all directions. This red glow, akin to the scythe of death, indiscriminately reaped the thousands of players gathered at the village entrance. Countless beams of white light illuminated the scene as players fell lifelessly in an instant. The entire Newbie Village was plunged into a deathly silence. No one had anticipated that the frenzied Rabbit King would unleash such a powerful and terrifying red light. In the blink of an eye, only the frenzied Rabbit King remained at the entrance, with all players respawning at the resurrection point. No, that is not right. One player had not fallen. Huan gritted his teeth against the searing pain and struggled to rise from the ground. He too had been caught in the wave of red light, which had sent him sprawling. However, fortunately, he had been positioned far enough away from the frenzied Rabbit King, and his own defenses and health were sufficient to prevent him from being instantly slain like the other players. As Huan managed to rise, the frenzied Rabbit King turned to face him. Just then, Huan picked up a fallen carrot. Initially, he intended to use the carrot to distract the frenzied rabbit, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Their eyes met, a player and a rabbit, both filled with rage. Huan. This rabbit had robbed him of his first death, leaving an indelible mark of shame and trauma on his young heart. To the frenzied Rabbit King, this player was merely a thief stealing its precious carrot. As the saying goes, enemies meet with redoubled hatred. Thus, it had come to this. If he did not fight to the death, he would be failing to honor the whims of fate. Chapter 16. The Golden Sword of Fortune. Huan had long since recognized the power of the frenzied Rabbit King. He understood that if he relied on conventional methods, he would never be able to slay this creature. Therefore, he had no choice but to place his hope in the additional fortune skill, Throw Gold, granted by the Golden Ringed. Huan had never utilized this fortune skill before and was unaware of its true potency. Furthermore, he had only 15,000 gold coins on him at that moment. Not far away, the frenzied Rabbit King charged towards him with menacing intent, clearly aiming to devour Huan whole. Damn it. I am all in. Huan gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble, a throw of a lifetime. This was the maximum he could risk. Should this attack fail, not only would he fall victim to the frenzied Rabbit King, but his level would be reset to zeroed, not just him. Every player still present in Newbie Village 888 would face the same fate. It was all or nothing. Victory or defeat hinged on this single, throw gold attempt. With unwavering resolve, Huan prepared to face the approaching giant figure, slowly retrieving a gold coin and setting, throw gold, to its highest level. Enough. You mad rabbit. With a furious roar, Huan forcefully hurled the gold coins in his hand towards the crazy Rabbit King. A cacophony of clinking coins echoed as they collided. Huan flung the coins. A staggering 10,000 gleaming coins erupted from his sleeve, merging into a colossal golden sword in the next moment. The attack was unleashed. Thud. The golden sword pierced the crazy Rabbit King's body with precision. Subsequently, the magnificent sword, comprised of 1,000 coins, dissipated into golden powder. The charging crazy Rabbit King suddenly froze mid-stride. Then, with a resounding crash, the massive body of the crazy Rabbit King collapsed before Huan. The crazy Rabbit King was dead. Players who had just rushed from the revival point, upon nearing the village entrance, caught sight of the radiant sword that had penetrated the crazy Rabbit King's body. They were utterly dumbfounded, standing still, staring at the fallen crazy Rabbit King in disbelief. What had transpired? The previously ferocious crazy Rabbit King had been defeated in a single blow. Who was that individual? Could it be an NPC? At that moment, the game system's notification chimed in. Ding, village announcement. The ultimate quest of the Novice Village has been successfully completed. All players who have not yet left Novice Village know. 888 will receive a collective reward, level 2, gold 50, reputation 10, and the opportunity to randomly receive a piece of bronze-level equipment from the NPC village chief. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player, name hidden, has slain the ultimate boss of the Novice Village, earning the title, Ultimate Novice King, and receiving rewards, level 5, gold 10, 000, reputation 100, one piece of golden-grade equipment for their profession, and a mysterious reward. This time, there were several announcements. Besides the village-wide notice, there was also a server-wide announcement that all players in the Dragon Kingdom server could see. Suddenly, the entire in-world was in an uproar. Many players had been closely following the tragic events of Novice Village, convinced that the quest would surely fail. Yet the outcome was utterly unbelievable. The ultimate boss of Novice Village had been vanquished. At a nearby leveling spot, a handsome young man with silver hair paused his actions, furrowing his brow before sending a message. Investigate at once. At another leveling spot, a 10-person team was engaged in training, led by 3 sisters, one wearing a half-mask, another with short hair, and the last with a slightly plump figure. Eldest sister, third sister, did you hear that? Yes, by the way, Dudu, you seem to have come from Novice Village, no? 888 as well? Yes, eldest sister, but unfortunately, I left too early and missed this grand event. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The masked woman consoled Mu Dudu and then turned to the short-haired girl. Third sister, have someone from the family investigate. The one who could defeat the ultimate boss of Novice Village must be extraordinary. Got it. The short-haired girl nodded and contacted her family, Mu Dudu, feeling a bit frustrated. Stomped her foot. Eldest sister, where could that guy be? Why won't he contact us? I only know he seems to have obtained a special profession. You all know his personality. He won't reach out until he's made a name for himself. Outsiders only know about the 3 sisters of the Mu family. They have no idea. All right, Dudu. Let's continue leveling up. Today, I intend to climb the level leaderboard, so you all work hard. At the same time, other factions and families were issuing commands to uncover the identity of the player who had slain the ultimate boss of Novice Village. They aimed to ascertain his background in an instant. In-world was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. In Novice Village number 888, players had yet to relish the joy of their rewards when someone shouted, "Hey, why is everyone still dawdling? Go grab the loot." Right? We all get a share for defeating the crazy Rabbit King. Instantly, all players snapped back to reality, abandoning their reward collection to dash towards the fallen crazy Rabbit King's corpse. Some players even resorted to underhanded tactics against those nearby, seeking to trip them up. It was clear to everyone that a boss like the crazy Rabbit King would undoubtedly yield valuable treasures. Don't crowd. Get lost? Are you looking for death? How dare you push me? Clear the way, spirit bomb. What are you all fighting for? I'll make you pay. As players surged towards the village entrance, chaos erupted among them. Some players began to fall, casualties mounting as the darker side of human nature was laid bare. Just moments ago, they had united in purpose to defeat the boss, yet now, driven by greed, they turned against one another. Unfortunately, by the time those players arrived at the crazy Rabbit King's corpse, it had already vanished, along with the dropped loot, which had been hastily snatched away. All they could see was a lithe figure sprinting into the distance. Due to the distance, they could scarcely make out the individual's features, only vaguely noticing a green hat atop his head. Who on earth was that guy? Damn it, that guy stole our loot. TSK, even if you catch him, what then? You all saw that massive golden sword. So what? If we hadn't taken turns attacking the crazy Rabbit King, he wouldn't have defeated the boss so easily. What a loss. I was killed 6 times today. Even with the 2 levels gained. It's still a loss. Well, at least we still have the gold and equipment rewards, right? Let's disperse and claim our rewards. Ugh, what terrible luck. Players grumbled as they returned to Novice Village to collect their rewards. Though they were disgruntled that the boss had been snatched away from them, they felt powerless to do anything. After receiving their rewards, they took to the game forum to denounce the figure dubbed Green Hat Hero. Indeed, that was the nickname players had given to Huan. At that moment, Huan was far too preoccupied to concern himself with others' opinions, as he had far more pressing matters to address. Assessing the spoils dropped by the crazy Rabbit King and the rewards he had yet to examine. Chapter 17. A bountiful harvest upon the demise of the crazy Rabbit King. Huan swiftly collected all the dropped items. True to its reputation as the ultimate boss of Novice Village, the loot was abundant. Thankfully, Huan had organized his inventory in advance, ensuring ample space. While the other players were still in shock, he seized the items and fled without looking back. He understood the magnitude of the situation. If he lingered too long and was recognized, he would undoubtedly become a target for all, hunted relentlessly and reviled, rendering the game unplayable. Thus, he scarcely had time to check the system's rewards, hastily gathering the equipment dropped by the crazy Rabbit King and making his escape. However, in his haste, he forgot to stow away the landlord's hat, which led to the rapid spread of the Green Hat Hero moniker across forums and among players. Of course, at this moment, Huan was unaware of all this. He sprinted until he reached a secluded, uninhabited area, where he first examined the system rewards. Level 5, combined with the collective reward of Level 2, meant Huan had skyrocketed from Level 9 to Level 16. Since he had yet to leave Novice Village, he was not yet included in the level leaderboard. In addition to the remarkable surge in levels, Huan had also received a reward of over 10,000 gold coins, along with a piece of golden grade equipment that could only be equipped by a wealthy profession at Level 30. Golden silken attire. Golden grade, wearing requirements. Level 30 for wealthy profession. Attribute bonus. Wearing it triples defense and health. Reduces melee damage by 20 and grants automatic health regeneration as well as rapid stamina recovery. Additional skill. Reckless abandon. When the wearer has more wealth than the opponent, there is a certain chance to completely negate the opponent's attack. Note, this skill is effective only against players. The attributes of this golden grade equipment were impressive, though the level requirement of 30 meant Huan could not wear it just yet. He could also claim a piece of bronze level equipment from the village chief. Huan suddenly remembered the collective task reward, realizing that all players could randomly receive a piece of bronze level equipment from the village chief. And he could do so as well. Besides the equipment, Huan also acquired a title, Ultimate Novice King. The name alone indicated that this title was superior to the Novice King of Yi City. Ultimate Novice King. Players with this title can resurrect at their location upon death, limited to 3 times per day. This attribute was simply outrageous. Huan was dumbfounded, never expecting that the Ultimate Novice King title would grant him the ability to resurrect on the spot. It was common knowledge that players, upon dying, would return to their designated revival points, regardless of whether they were leveling or tackling dungeons. Once defeated, they would be teleported back to their marked revival point unless they possessed a profession with resurrection capabilities, which typically only emerged after level 50. However, the Ultimate Novice King title allowed Huan to resurrect in place 3 times. This was utterly extraordinary, akin to wielding a cheat code. Huan then recalled the Novice King of Yi City, speculating that individual must have received some formidable title attributes as well. With his thoughts gathered, Huan commenced an inspection of his parcel space. At this moment, his parcel space was completely filled to capacity. Fortunately, identical items possessed an automatic stacking feature, such as the carrots he had previously dug up, along with the potions and materials he had collected. These items seamlessly stacked together, occupying only a modest amount of space. Huan first opened the record of items he had picked up. He had acquired 2,300 gold coins. He retrieved skill books, Whirlwind Kill, Thunderstorm Dance, and Shadow Step. He also obtained 10 bottles of healing water, 1 guild token, 1 treasure map, and 3 pieces of equipment: the spectral gauntlets, the silence hammer, and the fearful staff. Upon reviewing the treasures dropped by the Mad Rabbit King, Huan was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He had truly struck gold. Not only did he acquire over 2,000 gold coins, but the 3 skill books alone were worth a considerable sum. Whirlwind Kill was a skill for energy masters at level 30. Thunderstorm Dance was a skill for whip dancers at level 30, a hidden class adept at wielding various whips, while Shadow Step was a movement skill in the realm of in-world, beyond the skills associated with various professions and life skills. There existed special skills like movement techniques, which were universally applicable across all professions. Without hesitation, Huan tore open the Shadow Step skill book. A flash of light enveloped him, and the skill book vanished, leaving him with the newly acquired Shadow Step skill in his skill bar. After examining the 3 skill books, Huan turned his attention to the 10 bottles of healing water. This was an upgraded version of healing potions, boasting effects several times superior to ordinary healing potions. Moreover, the apothecary only sold standard healing potions and did not stock this healing water. Next, he observed the guild token, an invaluable item essential for establishing a guild. As of now, no guilds had been formed in world, meaning that the guild token in Huan's possession was the very first since the game's launch. Since the opening of in-world, numerous corporations and families had joined the fray, and their initial step towards development was to create a guild. The first to establish a guild would gain a significant advantage over other factions. Thus, the first guild token was incredibly valuable. Huan speculated that if he decided to sell it, he could fetch at least 100,000 RMB, and of course, this was merely his conjecture. He resolved to inquire about its true value later with brother Kuang Dao. Following this were the 3 pieces of equipment. All items dropped by the Mad Rabbit King were of silver grade. The spectral gauntlets were for use by fighters at level 30, the silence hammer for power kings at level 30, and the fearful staff for wizards at level 30. Huan discerned that all the items dropped by the Mad Rabbit King were intended for level 30 usage. Since these items were of no use to him, he contemplated either auctioning them off or gifting them. The final item dropped was a treasure map. Endless Demon Realm Treasure Map. This was a treasure route map from the Endless Demon Realm, suggesting that adventurers should wait until they reached level 30 to explore it with companions. Endless Demon Realm? Where was that? Huan felt somewhat bewildered. He promptly paused the game and logged onto the game forum. After perusing, he discovered that the Endless Demon Realm was a leveling point located in the 18th main city, the Endless Demon City, specifically for level 30 players. As Huan prepared to exit the forum and return to the game, he inadvertently stumbled upon a plethora of discussions surrounding the nickname Green Hat Hero. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to read more and was simultaneously amused and exasperated. It turned out that players had not seen his actual appearance, but only the landlord hat atop his head, prompting them to bestow upon him this peculiar moniker. These players were insufferable. Huan silently cursed their relatives in his mind before returning to the game. After thoroughly reviewing his belongings, Huan took a moment to check the server-wide announcements to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything. It was fortunate he did so, for he would have otherwise missed out on something valuable. The last announcement indicated that he was rewarded with a mysterious gift. Huan hastily opened his parcel and meticulously examined its contents. Eventually, he unearthed an item from the corner. True and False Mask. This item provided no attribute bonuses but could conceal a player's true ID when worn. This is intriguing, Huan mused as he curiously donned the True and False Mask. A notification chimed. Please name your false ID. He spontaneously thought of the name Green Hat Hero, perhaps influenced by the discussions he had seen on the forum. Thus, whenever Huan wore the True and False Mask, his ID would transform into Green Hat Hero. This effectively granted him 2 identities. Chapter 18. Departing the novice village once everything was arranged, Huan sent a private message to brother Kuang Dao. Huan, are you there, dear? Kuang Dao, get to the point. Huan Are you familiar with the guild token, Kuang Dao? Of course, it's essential for establishing a guild. Ye Huan. If I were to acquire a guild token, could it be sold for 100,000 RMB? Kuang Dao. I'll give you 1 million if you provide me with 10 of them. Ye Huan. Then what price do you think is appropriate for selling? Kuang Dao. Don't sell it yet. Let's discuss it after leaving the novice village. I need to level up, and thus, their conversation concluded, true to brother Kuang Dao's character. Ye Huan understood from Kuang Dao's last remark that he had likely deduced something, at the very least. He should be aware that Ye Huan possessed a guild token. However, Ye Huan was indifferent to Kuang Dao knowing this. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he was evidently a trustworthy friend. At this moment, Ye Huan was laden with valuable items and certainly could not return to the novice village while wearing the landlord hat. If he were to be besieged, he would not withstand the onslaught as the Mad Rabbit King had. Therefore, Ye Huan removed both the landlord hat and the true and false mask, opting to return to the novice village clad only in his novice coarse cloth attire. At that time, novice village number 888 was bustling with activity, reminiscent of a festive celebration. As Ye Huan stepped into the village, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Bronze equipment for fighters, anyone willing to trade for archers? Exchanging for power kings, speed up, don't miss out. Energy Master S level 10 bronze belt for any bronze equipment from swordsmen. Ye Huan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth were these players up to? Soon enough, he grasped the situation. It appeared that the bronze equipment players received from the village chief was random, not specific to their professions. As a result, most players had not drawn equipment suitable for their classes and were left resorting to trades. Ye Huan did not rush to claim his equipment. Instead, he sought out the village warehouse manager to deposit the valuable items from his parcel. The novice equipment he had scavenged from other players was unnecessary to store. Ye Huan bundled those items and sold them at the lowest possible price to the village shopkeeper. Naturally, novice equipment was of little worth, netting him only a few hundred gold coins. Once he had organized his parcel, Ye Huan approached the village chief, who was surrounded by a throng of players, to collect a piece of bronze equipment. Upon inspecting its attributes, he discovered it was light armor intended for melee classes. The equipment system in In-World is categorized into various types. Besides the primary equipment specific to each profession, there are also multi-profession equipment, which can be utilized by many classes. This male light armor Ye Huan had drawn could be worn by any melee profession, with identical effects. There also existed all-profession equipment. Designed for use by any class, a level 10 bronze light armor could likely be sold for several hundred RMB. However, Ye Huan intended to gift this bronze male light armor to his good friend Ninran. Dear adventurer, you are now capable of embarking on your journey. Please select the city to which you wish to teleport. As the village chief's voice faded, numerous main city visuals materialized before Ye Huan. Scanning through them, his gaze suddenly landed on a familiar city name. Leosia City. This prompted Ye Huan to recall something. Zhang Matzi had yet to repay his debt. Opening the financial assistant interface, Ye Huan's eyes fell upon Zhang Matzi's loan note, which bore 2 large red characters. Overdue. What the NPCs can default on debts to. This is unacceptable. I must go collect my dues. Greetings, village chief. I wish to travel to Leosia City. Very well, adventurer. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Remember to return and visit when you have the time. The village chief's face radiated a warm smile as he waved farewell. Beneath Ye Huan's feet, a teleportation array materialized. In the next moment, his surroundings shifted. However, instead of being immediately transported to Leosia City, he found himself in a state of prolonged teleportation, feeling weightless and surrounded by a haze. The first teleportation from the novice village took longer than usual due to the game's design. As players departed the novice village, the teleportation time would be extended, during which the system would narrate the overarching storyline of the 18 main cities. Essentially, this was an opportunity for players to familiarize themselves with the information regarding the 18 main cities. With nothing else to occupy his time, Ye Huan diligently perused the provided materials. He soon discovered that, of the 18 main cities, only 6 had been opened thus far: Fian City, Bama City, Leosia City, Mingyue City, Endless Demon City, and Yuming Ghost City. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom server had only released these 6 main cities. More advanced main cities would gradually open as players surpass level 50. Ding dong. The teleportation was nearing completion. Your level qualifies you to enter the level leaderboard. Would you like to display your rank? Do not display. Yi Huan pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to conceal his level and refrain from appearing on the leaderboard. He had no ties to any group or family and did not require his level to attract attention. He now simply wishes to joyfully indulge in gaming and earn some money through it. That alone suffices for him. Yi Huan has never aspired to become the world's best. Instead, his current dream is to be a domineering and arrogant wealthy scion. As the teleportation concluded, a sense of clarity washed over him. Yi Huan felt grounded once more. His gaze wandered around, and he discovered he was situated in a vast open space outside a colossal teleportation array. Occasionally, players emerged from the array. Looking into the distance, he beheld a series of vintage-style buildings, with wide streets radiating in all directions, exuding luxury, grandeur, and a dreamlike quality. These were realms that the rudimentary novice village could not possibly compare to. Take a look. The map of Leosia City is available for just 1 gold coin, but supplies are limited, first come, first served. Yi Huan was surveying the area when a shout from nearby seized his attention. A map? Yi Huan felt a flicker of surprise, for the game system already provided a basic map, making navigation exceedingly convenient. Moreover, it was evident that the individual selling the map was a player. Seemingly quite young. Friend, may I have a glance at your map? Driven by curiosity, Yi Huan approached. The map vendor was somewhat slender, with a handsome and youthful face, resembling a little boy. Would you like to purchase one? Just 1 gold coin. As he spoke, the boy unfolded a map and presented it to Yi Huan. Almost instantly, Yi Huan's eyes lit up. Although the map was handcrafted and appeared rather rudimentary, he noticed numerous details absent from the system's map. For instance, several NPCs not marked on the system map. In the world of NPCs are categorized by level and type, with the system map only indicating the locations of fixed-position NPCs, such as warehouse managers, apothecary owners, and clothing shop proprietors. However, the map in the little boy's possession marked many NPCs whose names Yi Huan had never even heard of. This is intriguing. I'll take 1. Yi Huan, unfazed by the cost, promptly purchased a map. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back. Friend, do you know Zhang Matzi? Zhang Matzi? What profession does he belong to? No, Zhang Matzi is a third-tier NPC in Leosia City. An NPC, you say? If you need, I can inquire about him for you. However, if you find Zhang Matzi, I will reward you with 10 gold coins. Deal. Let us add each other as friends first. The player Brave is Juan Xiong has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Accepted. Yi Huan readily agreed to the friend request and transferred 5 gold coins to Juan Xiong as a deposit. The little boy was overjoyed, neglecting his map sales to eagerly assist Yi Huan in gathering information about Zhang Matzi. Meanwhile, Yi Huan glanced at the time, feeling a bit fatigued, and sought a safe place to log off. Chapter 19. Accompanying the goddess on a shopping trip after logging off, Yi Huan perused the game forum. The 3 most popular threads were the Novice Village Tragedy, the Green Hat Knight, and a post jointly released by various factions and families. High price for guild tokens. All 3 of these threads concern me. Yi Huan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. He hadn't anticipated causing such a stir in less than 3 days of gaming. Exiting the online world, Yi Huan engaged in some physical exercise. Prolonged immersion in gaming without regular physical activity could lead to a decline in bodily functions. After an invigorating workout, he took a refreshing shower. The fresh vegetables he had ordered were delivered promptly. In 2050, the delivery industry had largely been supplanted by drones, ensuring that deliveries were made within minutes. Next came the task of cooking. Unsure of what Xiamo enjoyed eating, he prepared a couple of dishes and a soup for himself. While simmering the soup, Yi Huan sent Xiamo a message inviting her to dinner. When he emerged from the kitchen with the soup, he found Xiamo already at the door. Upon opening the door, Yi Huan couldn't help but be captivated. Today, Xiamo seemed to have made a slight effort in her appearance, sporting a touch of makeup. Dressed in a casual t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, her silhouette was perfectly accentuated, radiating a youthful allure. "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Xiamo suddenly inquired during dinner. Yi Huan shook his head, indicating he had no particular engagements. "Then accompany me for some shopping." "Sure." Yi Huan agreed without a second thought, feeling honored at the prospect of shopping with the goddess. However, Xiaomo's next statement caused his heart to sink down. "Y card has been frozen. So, not to worry. I have some funds available. I can lend you some." Yi Huan indeed had a bit of money left. Not much, merely several thousand yuan, earned from his previous part-time job as a tutor. Xiaomo cast a meaningful glance at him, thanked him, and continued to eat. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Huan proactively initiated a conversation about matters in the world of Xiaomo. I sent you a friend request, but you didn't accept. Oh, I turned off the friend request notifications. I'll add you later. I see. Huan had initially thought Xiaomo disliked him for not accepting his request. Now, it seemed that perhaps she simply did not want to be inundated with notifications. What level are you now? What is your profession? Level 15. My profession is whip dancer. A whip dancer. That's a hidden class. Huan exclaimed, surprised that Xiaomo had obtained a hidden profession. Xiaomo smiled softly as she explained. Before leaving the novice village, I completed a hidden quest and acquired the whip dancer class. How fortuitous. I recently obtained a skill book for the whip dancer class at level 30. I'll gift it to you when you reach that level. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo paused in her eating, her expression one of astonishment as she glanced at Huan. Do you realize how much a level 30 skill book is worth? The value doesn't matter. It's about enjoying the game. Huan waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the pure and charming Xiaomo, and couldn't resist adding, besides, we're friends now, aren't we? Friends, you say? Xiaomo murmured softly, before her face returned to normalcy. After finishing their meal, Xiaomo volunteered to help wash the dishes. However, after she accidentally shattered a second bowl, Huan took over, fearing that if she continued, they would soon have no bowls left for their meals. Subsequently, the two ventured outside together. Xiaomo spoke little, and Huan felt she seemed to harbor some hidden concerns. Yet, he refrained from probing further. He understood that their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy allowing for such inquiries. Initially, Huan had presumed that accompanying Xiaomo, a goddess, on a shopping trip would lead them to a grand shopping mall. To his surprise, she took him to a street of stalls, where they purchased only some daily necessities and a few sets of clothes, spending less than 1,000 yuan in total. This shattered Huan's preconceived notions of Xiaomo. Moreover, he observed that she appeared genuinely delighted while browsing the stalls, her youthful energy and genuine happiness captivating him as he followed behind carrying the bags. However, Huan soon furrowed his brow, sensing that someone seemed to be tailing them. Despite being a homebody now, he had trained in martial arts for several years during his parents' time, and he had never ceased exercising over the years, granting him sharper instincts than the average person. He had felt a nagging sensation since earlier that someone was following them. Huan quickly pulled out his phone and sent Xiaomo a message. Upon glancing at it, a flicker of panic crossed Xiaomo's delicate features. Yet, she appeared quite composed, not immediately turning to look but instead walking over to Huan and linking her arm with his. They definitely here for me. Let us get out of this place. All right. Huan nodded slightly, disregarding the softness of her arm against his, and began navigating through the winding streets with Xiaomo. He was familiar with this area, and before long, he skillfully used the terrain to shake off their pursuers. Once they returned home, the tension that had gripped them began to dissipate. Xiaomo glanced at Huan, who was drenched in sweat, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Thank you, Huan. It's nothing. Were those people your enemies? Sort of. A complex expression flickered in Xiaomo's eyes as she took the items from Huan and retreated to her room. Watching her enter, Huan shrugged, his mind replaying the sensation of holding Xiaomo's hand, as if her fragrance lingered on his skin. However, as he calmed down, a slew of questions began to surface in his mind. He had previously heard that Xiaomo came from a wealthy family, akin to a pampered young lady. But why had she moved here? Furthermore, she mentioned that her card had been frozen. Now, with the emergence of individuals stalking her, could it be that her family business had failed and these pursuers were creditors? That seems highly plausible. I must protect her. Huan fell into a reverie, envisioning himself as a knight safeguarding his princess as he drifted into slumber. Little did he know, upon returning to her room, Xiaomo's expression turned icy. After a brief hesitation, she pulled out her phone and sent a message. If you don't want to see my corpse on the news, withdraw your people immediately. I told you to give me 3 months. Please don't pressure me, or else you can pretend I'm no longer your daughter. Welcome back to the N-World, as usual. Huan logged into the N-World right after finishing his online class. Upon entering the game, he was immediately greeted by several notifications. Qian Rua Xiaomo has accepted your friend request. You have 3 unread messages. Chapter 20, bribing the NPC Xiaomo logged into the game quite early today? Huan hurriedly clicked on Xiaomo's name to send her a message. Huan Ge, is everything alright? Qian Rua Xiaomo, all good now. I'm leveling up in Fian City. Huan Gu, great. I'll come find you once I'm done. You must help me level up. Next, Huan opened the messages. Point 3 messages awaited him. Point 1 was from Kuang Dao, urging Huan to find him once he was online. Another was from Zhang Ai Hong Xiao, asking whether Huan had left the novice village. The last one was from Jun Shtong, stating he had news about Zhang Matzi. He found Zhang Matzi? Huan widened his eyes, deciding to seek out Zhang Matzi first to collect the debt. He sent a message to the brave Jun Xiong, followed by one to Zhang Ai Hong Xiao. Before long, Zhang Ai Sin Xiao stepped out from the teleportation portal. Upon seeing Huan, they all greeted him as boss. Zhang Ai Hong Xiao, boss, where are we leveling up today? Huan waved his hand. No rush. We must first collect a debt. Zhang Ai Lu Xiao, damn, who dares to owe our boss money and not pay it back? Huan, an NPC. Zhang Ai Sin Xiao, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Zhang Ai Huang Xiao looked at Huan with admiration. Boss, you truly deserve the title. You can even become a creditor to an NPC. Alright, enough flattery. Just call me Huan Ji. Huan rolled his eyes at the trio in exasperation. Just then, the brave Jun Xiong came rushing over. Huan Gu, the Zhang Matzi you are looking for has been spotted at the East Street gambling house in recent days. A gambling house. Huan suddenly understood. It turns out Zhang Matzi is a gambler. This indirectly indicated how incredibly realistic the in-world is. Even the NPCs are designed with such human traits. Let us go collect the debt. Huan waved his hand grandly and led the four towards the East Street of Leosia City. However, upon arriving at the East Street gambling house, the five were stopped at the entrance by two towering NPCs. Apologies, dear adventurers, but the gambling house is currently not open to adventurers. This? Huan and the others were somewhat speechless. Zhang Ai Huang Xiao, being rather brash, didn't he care about the NPCs at all. He flipped his yellow hair and pointed at the two towering NPCs, shouting, Hey, are you looking down on us? The two towering NPCs seemed to be provoked. Dio, you wish to cause trouble. One of them cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Seeing that Zhang Ai Huang Xiao was about to confront the NPCs, Huan quickly pulled him back. Calm down, you can't take him on. Huan did not say this to scare Zhang Ai Huang Xiao. Just moments ago, he activated the Seeing Money ability and checked the two NPCs. To his dismay, he found that the two NPCs guarding the gambling house were already level 35. What chance do several players in their teens have against level 35 NPCs? It would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. Looking for trouble, death. Since a direct confrontation was futile, a more subtle approach was necessary. Huan gestured for Zhang Ai San Xiao to step back. He then approached the NPC with a friendly smile and began conversing. We are looking for someone named Zhang Matzi. Could you possibly inform us of his whereabouts? As he spoke, Huan casually slipped 2 gold coins into the NPC's hand. This action was quite risky. Generally, players are prohibited from directly interacting with NPCs, as it could be deemed harassment or misconduct, resulting in punishment from the system. However, Huan had observed that despite the NPC's stern demeanor, when he took a step forward, his palm shifted from downward to upward. This small change inspired Huan to attempt bribing the NPC. After a 2-second pause, seeing no divine punishment descend, Huan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, upon receiving the coins, the NPC's expression transformed from stern to amiable. He even changed his address for Huan from adventurer to esteemed patron. Dear esteemed patron, Zhang Matzi is a frequent visitor here. But I've heard he has been seeking treasure lately and is looking for partners to go on an adventure. Where can we find him? At Shirley Slope. The NPC returned to his post. Resuming his guard with a demeanor as if nothing had happened no matter how much they inquired, he would only respond with NPC-style replies. Apologies, dear adventurers, but the gambling house is currently not open to adventurers. Jun Xiong, do you know where Shirley Slope is? Huan turned to the brave Jun Xiong beside him. Jun Xiong nodded but frowned. Shirley Slope is on the outskirts of Leosia City, but there are often monsters above level 15 lurking around. I see. Huan stroked his chin, deep in thought. The NPC's response clearly hinted at activating a hidden quest. In other words, if they could locate Zhang Matzi at Shirley Slope, it might trigger a hidden quest. Treasure. Quite intriguing. Let us head to Shirley Slope. Huan snapped his fingers and prepared to lead everyone towards Shirley Slope. However, Jun Xiong hesitated, a troubled expression on his face. Huan Gu, I still need 100 gold coins to purchase what I need. So, no problem, it's just 100 gold coins, right? What do you need? I'll help you. Yi Huan's bold response moved Jun Xiong greatly. Huan Gu, to be honest, I'm a hidden class magician card master. And I need 100 gold coins to buy materials for crafting magic cards, which is why I'm selling maps instead of leveling up. A magician card master? Yi Huan's interest peaked instantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ai San Shao looked at him with envy. Yi Huan preferred to act decisively. He liked this young lad before him. In the in-world, one could register an account upon turning 16. And judging by Jun Xiong's age, he must have just turned 16. I'll give you 100 gold coins now. You can repay me whenever you have the money. Yi Huan directly traded 100 gold coins to Jun Xiong. Jun Xiong was filled with gratitude. After accepting the coins, he asked Yi Huan to wait a few minutes while he dashed off to make his purchase. Huan Gu, aren't you worried that kid won't pay you back? Zhang Ai Hong Shao expressed concern for Yi Huan's gold coins. Yi Huan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I never doubt my friends, however. If someone betrays me, that would be a different story. Yi Huan spoke these words lightly, yet Zhang Ai San Shao sensed a fleeting chill in the air. You all follow me closely. I promise I won't shortchange you. Furthermore, let me tell you something. I acquired a level 30 silver weapon for a wizard yesterday. Whoever reaches level 30 first among you will get to use it. A level 30 silver weapon? Huan Gu, you're incredible. Don't worry, I'll definitely reach level 30 before them. Where do you think Zhang Ai Huang Shao stands? I am already one level higher than you. Yi Huan noted that Zhang Ai San Shao were all already at level 12, while Zhang Ai Huang Shao had already reached level 13. Don't worry, we'll help you level up, Zhang Ai San Shao pledged earnestly to Yi Huan. However, the next words from Yi Huan left them all in shock. No need. I'm already level 16. Chapter 21. A long journey to collect a debt. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, Jun Xiong returned. The 5 of them then set off towards Shirley Slope. Along the way, they encountered numerous players and NPCs idling about in the streets. Just as they were walking, Yi Huan's financial assistant suddenly chimed with a notification. Ding dong, master, you have an investment opportunity. Would you like to review it? Yi Huan paused, surprised, and opened the financial assistant. Investment application, investor, Leosia City NPC, owner of Xianku Lu investment project. Xianku Lu is an established tavern in Leosia City. But due to the recent influx of new taverns, its business has dwindled significantly and urgently requires an investor to inject funds for renovations. Investment amount, 10,000 gold coins. Equity stake, 30. Do you agree to invest? Yes, no. This, to be honest, Yi Huan felt a bit hesitant. 10,000 gold coins was no small sum, and it appeared that Xianku Lu had been operating at a loss for some time. It would likely be challenging to turn things around just by renovating the tavern. Nonetheless, this was the first investment application Yi Huan had received, and he didn't want to abandon it at the outset. I agree to invest. After careful consideration, Yi Huan chose to go ahead with the investment. Even if he were to lose money later, it wouldn't matter much. After all, as a financier, he could always earn gold coins in the future. Speaking of gold coins, Yi Huan suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet shaken the money tree since logging in today. Since other players couldn't see the money tree, Yi Huan had no reservations. After the system successfully deducted 10,000 gold coins from his account, he used the money tree skill right in the street. 103 gold coins. Today, the blessing of the wealth god did not trigger, and the amount dropped from the money tree was relatively modest. Afterward, Yi Huan summoned the fortune cat. Meow, ding dong, your pet, the beckoning cat, has summoned 57 gold coins with a flick of its paw. Altogether, that amounts to over 100 gold coins. Well, that seems rather good. You must understand the in-world has yet to activate its recharge feature. Currently, most players are preoccupied with the quandary of acquiring gold coins. Even a mere 100 coins represents a significant sum. This can be evidenced by Jun Xiong, who has ceased leveling up, relying solely on hand-drawn maps to earn his gold. As they continued onward, a newly renovated tavern came into view. Yi Huan cast a curious glance and discovered that the sign above the tavern bore 3 prominent characters. Xianku Lu? Is this truly Xianku Lu? Yi Huan couldn't help but pause. Intrigued by the ongoing renovations of the establishment in terms of location, it was quite favorable, situated in the heart of the East Street of Leosia City, was not far from the teleportation and resurrection points either. Moreover, Synopsis was quite spacious, boasting a total of 5 stories. The only drawback was that it was flanked on both sides by taverns, and even directly across the street, 3 taverns surrounded Synopsis. This was clearly a case of bullying. Could it be that NPCs engage in rivalry and suppression among themselves? Brother Huan, why have you stopped? Seeing Huan halt, Juanxiong and the others approached with curiosity. Huan smiled faintly, indicating that there was nothing amiss. Just as he prepared to resume his journey, a rotund man with a jovial demeanor hurried out from Synopsis upon noticing Huan. His eyes lit up, and he waved enthusiastically from a distance. Dear Master of Wealth, you have arrived, huh? Huan glanced over, observing that this plump man bore the name Wang Laoban of Synopsis. Greetings, Wang Laoban. Huan immediately donned a broad smile, ready to greet him. However, in the next moment, he found himself enveloped in an embrace by Wang Laoban's corpulent form. Master of Wealth, you are truly the savior of our Synopsis. Huan was momentarily taken aback. Juanxiong and the others were equally bewildered. What was going on with this NPC? Had it mutated? Nobody could have anticipated that an NPC would take the initiative to embrace a player. Expressing gratitude and calling them a savior, Huan chuckled awkwardly, gently pushing Wang Laoban away before he could leave any unsightly traces upon him. When interacting with NPCs, one must be charming, especially when the individual is a partner. Thus, Huan made an encouraging gesture towards Wang Laoban. Wang Laoban, keep up the good work. I will always support you. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. This was merely a casual remark from Huan. Yet to his surprise, Wang Laoban seized the opportunity and replied, Dear Master of Wealth, I do have a matter I would like to ask for your help with. Ding, quest issued. Synopsis has not developed any new dishes for years, resulting in a sharp decline in customer flow. Please assist Wang Laoban in finding at least 3 new dish recipes. Huan found himself both amused and exasperated, unexpectedly taking on a quest. However, since he held shares in Synopsis, he was more than willing to accept such an undertaking. After Huan accepted the quest, Wang Laoban waddled away, his ample belly jiggling. Observing his rotund figure, Huan mused to himself, it seems that all the profits of Synopsis have been consumed by this fellow. Let us proceed on our way. Huan waved his hand grandly, leading Juanxiong and the others onward. Brother Huan, you are amazing. You casually accepted a quest. Juanxiong's admiration for Huan grew. The other members of the group also gazed at Huan with a mix of envy and admiration. It's just a quest. If you wish for quests in the future, I can arrange them for you. Huan boasted unabashedly as they continued on their path. Before long, they exited East Street. At the East Street city gate, numerous paths branched off, leading to different leveling points. Players either traveled alone or formed small parties to venture towards these locations. Despite his youthful appearance, Juanxiong possessed an innate observational prowess regarding geography. He quickly sketched a simple route to Shirley Slope on paper, blending it with the system map. Brother Huan, as long as we follow this route, we should avoid monster zones along the way. However, the terrain at Shirley Slope is peculiar, and the monsters there respawn randomly, making them unpredictable. Understood, everyone stay cautious. Huan commanded once more. With that, the group followed the route Juanxiong had drawn, departing from the East Street city gate. Shirley Slope, encompassing a radius of 10 li, was composed of numerous hills and woodlands. Being within felt akin to entering a labyrinth. The monsters at Shirley Slope typically range from levels 15 to 20, characterized by their small stature, swift speed, and high attack power. Moreover, as the monsters respawned randomly in this area, few players were willing to level up here, and of course, most players were below level 15, making it ill-suited for leveling. After forming their party, Huan and his companions adeptly navigated around other monster zones. Following Juanxiong's sketched route. In the distance, they spotted a pavilion perched atop a hill, where a considerable number of individuals had gathered. No, to be precise, a multitude of NPCs had congregated within the pavilion, as the individuals there were not players, but rather NPCs. Huan, utilizing the effects of his skill that allowed him to detect wealth, scanned the NPCs one by one. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a small, pockmarked man, Zhang Matzi, level 20, third-tier NPC of Leosia City. Huan had traveled a great distance to find Zhang Matzi, not only due to his previous deceit but also in pursuit of treasure or perhaps a hidden quest. Upon seeing Yi Huan, Zhang Mozi's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to flee. However, upon being intercepted by the trio of Zhang Ai San Shao, he quickly plastered a smile on his face and greeted Yi Huan. Master of Wealth, I never expected to see you in such a place. NPCs were indeed NPCs. Even if they had never met before, they could recognize Yi Huan at a glance, just as Wang Laoban had done before. Zhang Mozi did the same. Heh, I bet you didn't think I would come looking for you, Yi Huan sneered, surrounding Zhang Mozi with the others. Considering the system's penalties, he refrained from allowing his companions to attack Zhang Mozi outright. As this unexpected turn of events unfolded, the other NPCs in the pavilion fled in fear. Indeed, they ran away. This left Yi Huan somewhat bemused. He was a master of wealth, not a bandit. Why were they fleeing? Master of Wealth, please allow me to explain. Zhang Mozi, visibly shaken, rubbed his hands together as he pleaded for mercy. Yi Huan held his head high, embodying the demeanor of a true master of wealth. Then explain. If your explanation fails to satisfy me, you know the consequences. Daring to brazenly threaten an NPC, Yi Huan likely held the dubious honor of being the first to do so. Master of Wealth, my failure to repay you is indeed my fault, but I intended to return your money as soon as I found the treasure. Unfortunately, my companions have all fled. What treasure? Where? It lies deep within Shirley Slope. But there's a powerful monster guarding it, and I cannot enter alone. A powerful monster? What level? It is a level 20 boss. Ding, congratulations on triggering a hidden quest. Help Zhang Mozi find the treasure. Friendly reminder. The monster guarding the treasure is exceedingly powerful. It is advisable to assemble a formidable team for the treasure hunt. Indeed, a hidden quest. Yi Huan's heart soared with joy, realizing that his gamble had paid off. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest. However, while the quest had been accepted, the challenge of completing it loomed large. A level 20 boss was not something they could defeat alone. Thus, they would need to rally support. Yi Huan opened his friend list and began reaching out for assistance. Bro, come quickly. Your buddy needs your support. Anan, where are you? Hurry over, Brother Huan is taking you treasure hunting. Xiamo, I've accepted a hidden quest with a level 20 boss. Are you interested in joining? Do you remember your brother Huan? I have something good for you to play with. Currently, Yi Huan had few friends. Aside from Zhang Ai San Shao and Juanxiong, he messaged others as well. At a certain leveling point, Mu Dudu, who had been battling monsters, suddenly halted. What's wrong, Dudu? Mu Cici inquired. Big sister, do you remember when I mentioned Brother Huan? What about him? He invited me to play. Saying there's something good. Don't go. The short-haired beauty, Mu La, swung her sword, cleaving a monster in half. I've told you countless times, aside from Xiao Gu and our father, no other man is trustworthy. But just as Mu Dudu was about to protest, she received another private message. Upon reading it, her eyes sparkled. Brother Huan said he has a hidden quest with a boss, then you should go. As the eldest sister, Mu Cici held sway in their decisions. Mu Dudu beamed with joy, quickly exiting her party and using a city return scroll to teleport back. This item cost 5 gold coins. Stupid girl, Mu Lala grumbled, brandishing her weapon as she vented her frustrations on the monsters. The pavilion on Shirley Slope. Yi Huan waited for a while. The first to arrive was Nan Ran, followed closely by Kuang Dao, and then Mu Dudu. After a short wait, a female player appeared in the distance. She was quite an unattractive player, leaving Yi Huan momentarily perplexed as he gazed at the unsightly figure with the ID name, Qian Ruosiamo. He was completely bewildered. Just as Yi Huan was about to inquire whether she was Xiamo, he received a private message from her. Don't reveal my identity. I do not wish for others to know who I truly am. Then there is no need for you to make yourself look so hideous, Yi Huan replied with a mix of laughter and tears. He genuinely did not expect Xiamo to craft her game character so unattractively in an effort to conceal herself. If it weren't for their private conversation, Yi Huan might not have recognized this ugly female player as the goddess of their school. This was evident from Nan Ran's attitude. He failed to recognize that the disfigured character before him was. In fact, Xiamo, all right, everyone is here. I will start pulling you all into the team, Yi Huan announced as he gathered everyone into the party. Huh? Brother Huan, why is there an NPC in the team? Mu Dudu exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing a teammate labeled NPC Zhang Mozi. He is the key figure for this hidden quest. You all must protect him, Yi Huan explained with a smile. He then furrowed his brows, realizing that there were no support classes in the team, not even a healer. It seems we lack a support class. We can't tackle a boss without one. How about I call a classmate? Nanran suggested. However, Huan shook his head, admitting that he didn't particularly want to have too much interaction with his classmates in the game. Brother Huan, can I summon my friend? He is a healer. At that moment, Jun Xiong shyly raised his hand. A healer is one of the mainstream support classes. Of course. Huan nodded, signaling Jun Xiong to hurry and call for help. No1 noticed the murmurs from Mu Dudu, who seemed hesitant. Actually, my elder sister could, not long after, a girl of similar age to Jun Xiong appeared in the distance. Player name, Meng Shishan. Player level, 12. Player class, healer. Quickly, join the team. Yi Huan urged, eagerly pulling Meng Shishan into the party. He then waved his hand dramatically. Brothers, let's set off. This marked Yi Huan's first experience of forming a team independently. Although the members were hastily assembled, he was uncertain whether they could defeat the boss, and they hadn't even discussed how to allocate rewards. Yet, Yi Huan felt a surge of excitement within him as he confidently led the group into the Shirley Slope. However, when he donned his landlord hat, the others in the party were taken aback. Nan Yong Xiaji, Brother Huan, you can't possibly be the Green Hat hero, can you? Brave one, Jun Xiong. Who is the Green Hat hero? Meng Shishan, Jun Xiong, haven't you seen the game forum? The Green Hat hero is the ultimate rookie king, Mu Dudu. Impossible. Brother Huan received that hat when both I and Kuang Dao were present. Faced with their bewildered expressions, Yi Huan could only shrug. You all really ought to stop with the wild fantasies. How could I possibly be the Green Hat hero? It's merely a coincidence that I have a hat that looks somewhat similar. Before anyone could continue the discussion, Yi Huan suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Everyone prepare. A monster is approaching. Chapter 23. Whose treasure is it? Indeed, a monster appeared ahead. Monster name. Iron Stick Dog. Monster level, 15. Monster description. A wild dog wielding an iron stick as a weapon that can leave you searching for your teeth. Once Yi Huan shared the monster's information in the team channel, it instantly incited the fury of the group. Mu Dudu. This monster description is far too dismissive. Zong Ai Huang Xiao. Himph. I want to see who will be left searching for their teeth. Residual Shadow Blade technique. Before Zong Ai Huang Xiao and Mu Dudu could make a move, Kuang Dao had already leaped into action, and the others quickly followed suit, launching various attacks at the Iron Stick Dog. The scene became chaotic. Yi Huan suddenly felt a headache coming on. Coordination? However, before he could say anything, the Iron Stick Dog was swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of punches and was defeated. Observing this, Yi Huan had to swallow back the words he had prepared to say. All right, what is coordination anyway? Can it be eaten? Everyone can do as they please, as long as they're having fun. Yi Huan's frustration was noticed by Xiamo, who had refrained from attacking. She couldn't help but smile. There was no need for coordination when battling small monsters. They could focus on that when facing the boss. I understand. Yi Huan nodded, though his expression towards Xiamo remained somewhat peculiar. After all, it was disconcerting for him that this woman had crafted her character so unattractively. Men are like that. They only care about appearances and prefer those who are good-looking, Xiamo muttered with a pout. Though her voice was soft, Yi Huan still caught her words. This woman can be quite sulky, Yi Huan thought in surprise, yet he countered, one shouldn't generalize. There are indeed men who value inner qualities more. Aware that she had overstepped, Xiamo decided not to pursue the topic further. By the way, what is this hidden quest about? You'll find out in due time, Yi Huan teased, adopting an air of mystery. Hey, I say, you two should stop your lovey-dovey chatter and come help. Mu Dudu's voice called out from ahead. It turned out that after climbing over a hill, they had been ambushed by 3 Iron Stick Dogs. Yi Huan, still lacking any means of attack, could only watch as his wealthy class required level 20 to activate. Observing closely, he noted several issues. Kuang Dao wielded a 10-level silver weapon they had previously received as a reward, the Ghost Attack Knife, while Mu Dudu held a similar 10-level silver weapon, the Flowing Light Silver Staff. The other two, Zong Ai Sanshao, were similarly equipped with basic 10-level gear. However, their teamwork was remarkably synchronized, as they were all wizards, sharing the same skills and equipment. When battling monsters, they would first use their initial skill, Intimidation, followed by Soul Flame. Their execution of Soul Flame was so coordinated that they could effectively manage the skill cooldown. allowing the soul flame to burn continuously and inflict ongoing damage on the monsters. As for the only support in the team, Meng Shishan, though she was a girl, proved to be quite proficient. She provided timely assistance to her teammates, allowing Kuang Dao and the others to hardly use any potions throughout their journey. Jun Xiong was a magical card master, and his skills required corresponding magical cards to be effective. Thus, the skills of this hidden class were quite unique, enabling him to summon magical creatures. Currently at level 12, he had crafted a magical card using the 100 gold Huan had given him, along with his initial magical card, leaving him with only 2 skills: Summon Magical Creature, Scarecrow, and Summon Magical Creature, Man-Eating Vine. As for Xiamo, her whip dancer was also a hidden class, but it seemed she had few skills as well. This was one of the downsides of hidden classes, as acquiring skills and suitable equipment proved to be quite challenging. As the group advanced quickly while battling monsters, Huan also noticed another issue. His leveling speed was incredibly slow. Even with the 50 experience boost from his lucky cat, it seemed his experience points barely increased. In contrast, Jun Xiong and the others had all leveled up. With nothing else to do, Huan opened the level leaderboard. 0.1. Yi Cheng, level 16, number 2. Xingtian, level 16, number 3. Qiuzhan, level 15, number 4. Yun Zhuzai, level 15, 5. Mu Cc, level 14. On the leaderboard, players' classes were hidden, making it impossible to discern what professions these high-ranking players held. Additionally, no guilds had been established, so their affiliations remained a mystery. Perhaps some of the prominent players, like himself, had not publicly registered and thus didn't appear on the leaderboard. However, Huan recognized that reaching level 16 was largely due to luck and that he couldn't compare himself to the true elites. This Mu Cc, she should be Mu Dudu's elder sister. I might have the chance to meet her, Huan pondered, casually closing the leaderboard. After a series of battles, the group finally entered the central area of Shirley Slope. The terrain here was peculiar, surrounded by towering hills resembling a large pot, with a dense forest in the center. Due to the thick foliage, it was impossible to see what lay within. Zhang Matzi. Have we arrived? Huan inquired of Zhang Matzi, who had not communicated with anyone during the journey. Hearing Huan call him, Zhang Matzi seemed to awaken from his stupor. Esteemed master, the treasure lies ahead in the forest. And the monster is inside as well. You all must exercise caution. Understood. Everyone take a break to recover your strength before we proceed. Huan signaled for everyone to rest a moment. The monsters they had encountered on the way had progressively increased in level, from the initial 15-level monsters to the recent 18-level monster. The creatures in the forest ahead would likely be even stronger. Brother Huan, can you now reveal what this hidden quest entails? Mu Dudu could no longer contain her curiosity. The others also looked on with eager anticipation. Huan merely informed them that there was a hidden quest involving a level 20 boss, but he had yet to divulge the specifics of the quest. Seeing the curious gazes directed at him, even Kuang Dao began to silently wipe his blade with his sleeve. Thus, Huan decided to stop withholding information. All right, you all can see for yourselves. He directly pasted the content of the hidden task in the team channel. Treasure? Everyone exclaimed simultaneously. Even Kuang Dao and Xiamo couldn't maintain their usual composure. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Huan felt a surge of secret delight. However, in the next moment, that delight was swiftly extinguished. He heard Mu Dudu curiously ask, Brother Huan, if we find the treasure, whose does it belong to? Huan was instantly taken aback. He had been so immersed in the joy of receiving the hidden task that he hadn't even considered this question. It was only after Mu Dudu's reminder that he realized the gravity of the issue. Indeed, after finding the treasure, to whom would it belong? To Zhang Matzi? Or to them? This was a significant and crucial question. Chapter 24, How to Engage in Battle Naturally. The game system could not provide Huan with an answer to this dilemma. Thus, he approached Zhang Matzi. I say, Zhang Matzi, are you trying to deceive me? The wealthy lord chuckled. I wouldn't dare to deceive you, even if I had the audacity. Zhang Matzi replied, his demeanor one of utmost respect. His behavior amused Mu Dudu and the others nearby. These NPCs in the game are so lifelike. They thought. Not deceiving me? Then let me ask you, how shall we divide the treasure once we find it? Huan continued to feign seriousness, portraying the arrogance of the wealthy lord in full splendor. Please allow me a moment to ponder, my lord, Zhang Matzi replied, and as soon as he spoke, A selection interface appeared before Huan. Ding! Regarding the distribution of the treasure, there are the following 3 choices. 1. After finding the treasure, kill Zhang Matzi. 2. After finding the treasure, split it equally with Zhang Matzi. 3. Pay Zhang Matzi 5,000 gold coins in advance, and the treasure will belong entirely to you. Faced with these 3 options, Huan fell into deep contemplation. If he chose the first option, killing Zhang Matzi after finding the treasure, he would likely incur system penalties and perhaps be blacklisted, facing pursuit from the city guards. Moreover, Huan was a lord, not a bandit. He merely sought wealth. If he opted for the second choice, splitting the treasure with Zhang Matzi, he felt a sense of injustice. Zhang Matzi only led the way yet demanded half of the treasure. This was too unfair for Huan and his companions. As for the third option, paying Zhang Matzi 5,000 gold coins to secure sole ownership of the treasure, it came with significant risks. What if the treasure was worth less than 5,000 gold coins? After much deliberation, Huan found himself unable to make a decisive choice. Since this was not a solo endeavor, he decided to hand over the decision-making power to his teammates. Huan copied and pasted the choices into the team channel, then asked, "Which option do you think is the most suitable?" Everyone examined the content carefully before expressing their opinions. Zhang AI Huang Xiao, of course. Choose the first option. Why should we share with an NPC? Zhang AI Lu Xiao. Are you out of your mind? Don't you fear the system's punishment or being hunted by the city guards? Zhang AI Hong Xiao. Lu Zai has a point. We are cultured individuals. Meng Shishan. The second option is the safest. Yonggan Shijun Xiong. Whatever we choose, Brother Huan decides you do. I think we should go for the third option. Let us take a gamble. Kuang Dao, the third option, provided you can produce 5,000 gold coins. Nan Yong Xia Ji. The second option is the safest. The third option requires 5,000 gold coins. Can we gather that much? Qian Ruo Xiamo. Just make the decision. You are the captain. Once everyone had voiced their opinions, Huan shrugged and resolved to take a risk and gamble. Even if he lost 5,000 gold coins, he could always start over and save more. However, if the treasure turned out to be highly valuable, this gamble would pay off magnificently. Thus, Huan ultimately decided to take the plunge. I choose option 3. Instantly, 5,000 gold coins were deducted from Huan's account. Coupled with the previous investment of 10,000 gold coins in the Xian Kalu, Huan was now nearly destitute again, with only 522 gold coins remaining in his game account. Thanks to the gracious Lord for returning your 120 gold coins. Yet in the next moment, 120 gold coins appeared in Huan's account, exactly what Zhang Matzi had returned to him. Moreover, the loan record from the financial assistant also vanished. Wow, what a character! Using my money to pay me back. This is simply absurd. After receiving the money, Zhang Matzi merrily turned around without a word and began muttering to himself, I shall never gamble again. I must use this money to do some business. Huan did not stop Zhang Matzi. After all, he already knew the treasure lay within the grove ahead. Turning back, Huan saw Mu Dudu and the others regarding him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No flowers, but certainly a significant amount of gold. Brother Huan, how did you acquire so much money? Mu Dudu asked, genuinely curious about how Huan had amassed such wealth. The Mu family had a dedicated gold farming team responsible for either farming or purchasing gold from other players. Even with so many of them, they had only managed to gather a little over 10,000 gold coins so far, while Huan alone had acquired 5,000. If he were to share this, no one would believe it. It's nothing much. I just completed a hidden task and received some gold. Huan shrugged, casually explaining before redirecting the topic. Everyone has rested sufficiently, so shall we proceed? Treasure awaits us ahead. With Huan's encouragement, everyone was instantly invigorated. The group of 10 ventured into the dense forest. Once inside, they discovered that there weren't as many monsters as they had imagined. Contrary to their expectations of hordes of beasts, there were merely 2 large gorilla monsters, one black and one white, lazily sprawled on the ground. Wait, not just 2. Perched atop the heads of the 2 gorillas was a golden-haired monkey monster. The monster design in the in-world deviates from reality. Allow players to engage in combat without hesitation. The in-world designers intentionally grotesqued the appearance of monsters. This way, players wouldn't hesitate to attack due to the creatures' endearing looks or their resemblance to real animals. The 2 gorillas before them were quite unsightly, their fur black and white, reminiscent of the Grim Reapers. The golden-haired monkey above also appeared quite hideous, its features nearly squashed together, and it sported a horn atop its head. Monster name: White Sha Gorilla, Elite Monster, Monster Level 19. Monster Description: Elite Guardian of Shirley Slope. Immensely powerful, do not provoke it. Monster name: Black Sha Gorilla, Elite Monster, Monster Level 19. Monster Description: Elite Guardian of Shirley Slope, immensely powerful, beware of being torn to shreds. Monster name: Golden Silk Monkey King, Boss, Monster Level 20. Monster Description: The King of Shirley Slope. Those who dare enter its territory face only one fate: death. After Huan copied the monster information into the team channel, everyone fell silent. 2 Level 19 Elite Monsters, 1 Level 20 Boss. How on earth were they to engage in battle? Not only were they outmatched, but even if family groups were to employ a human wave tactic, they might not succeed. Huan tugged at his hair in frustration. Realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail, he had underestimated the boss. Previously, when he had defeated the ultimate boss of the novice village, it had cost him 10,000 gold coins. But now, even if he wanted to throw money at the problem, he simply could not afford it. The Mad Rabbit King was significantly lower in level than the current Monkey King, and on top of that, there were 2 Level 19 elite monsters nearby. How could they possibly continue? It felt utterly hopeless. Huan sensed that he had been laboring in vain. Chapter 25. Are we doomed to annihilation? This is unplayable. Kuang Dao echoed Huan's sentiments, planting his large blade into the ground and sitting down on a stone. Oh dear, this is truly unplayable. Even our elite team from the Mu family would struggle against this, Yududu gasped in shock, shaking her head repeatedly. The others, too, seemed as disheartened as wilted eggplants. Their average level was still below 15. Reaching this point had already been an accomplishment. Before seeing the boss information, they had not considered the implications. Now, upon reviewing the monster data, they only wished to turn back. This was beyond their capabilities. Charging in would only lead to certain death. Huan felt somewhat disheartened as well. He had also neglected this aspect, resulting in their current predicament. If they retreated now, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, if they charged in haphazardly, the only outcome would be their total annihilation. So, what shall we do? If we're not playing, I'll return to leveling up, Kuang Dao suggested, glancing at Huan, awaiting his decision. Huan scratched his head, ready to suggest that everyone return when suddenly, Xiamo piped up unexpectedly. If I recall correctly, the hidden task only stated to assist Zhang Matzi in finding the treasure. It didn't specify that we must kill the boss, did it? Huan's eyes brightened as he grasped Xiamo's meaning. He hurriedly opened the task panel to confirm the task information, only to find that, at some point, it had changed from assist Zhang Matzi in locating the treasure to locate the treasure. Upon contemplation, Huan experienced a moment of enlightenment. It is undoubtedly due to Zhang Matzi taking away 5,000 gold coins from him that the task information has altered. Thus, they need not confront the boss. Their objective is merely to locate the treasure to complete the mission. Mosey, you are truly brilliant. Huan praised Xiamo with a thumbs up, then addressed the group. Given our current strength, defeating the boss is out of the question. However, if our goal is simply to find the treasure, perhaps we can give it a try. What do you all think? As long as you can pinpoint the treasure's location, I'm indifferent. Kuang Dao shrugged nonchalantly. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to follow Huan's lead. Excellent. Since we are all here, let us take a chance. If we cannot slay the boss, we must at least uncover the treasure. Huan's gaze was resolute, and after speaking, he whispered a few words to the fortune cat. Meow. The fortune cat let out a soft call and leaped from Huan's shoulder. Its petite form swiftly vanished into the woods. The fortune cat possesses a treasure-finding ability. It should be able to locate the treasure's whereabouts. Look, moments later, Mu Dudu pointed towards the woods ahead. The group immediately turned to look. They saw the fortune cat had approached 3 monsters nearby. Due to its small size and nimble movements, it had not alarmed the creatures. After circling a few trees, the fortune cat finally fixed its target on the large tree where the Golden Silk Monkey King resided. The next instant, Huan received a notification from the game system. Ding! Your fortune cat has discovered the treasure entrance. Huh! Could the treasure entrance be beneath that tree? Huan's heart stirred, and he promptly shared the news with everyone. Kuang Dao hefted his great sword. We can only lure the monsters away. Kuang Dao, hold on a moment. Huan quickly halted him. As a melee fighter, Kuang Dao is not suited to attract monsters. Huan turned his gaze towards the Zhang AI trio. Third brother, it seems this time we will rely on you. Brother Huan, what should we do? We will follow your orders without hesitation. Indeed, the Zhang AI trio is known for their loyalty. Brother Huan, just tell us what you need. Wonderful. Huan was very pleased with the Zhang AI trio's attitude. First, find a way to lure those two gorillas away. No problem. The Zhang AI trio nodded in unison. Subsequently, Huan and the others retreated to the shadows. The Zhang AI trio focused their attention on the black shaman gorilla and the white shaman gorilla. Zhang AI green and Zhang AI yellow first cast the skill, Intimidation. The wizard's intimidation skill is quite intriguing. When used on opponents of a lower level, it inflicts mental damage. However, against those of a higher level, it results in a taunt effect. Under the taunting influence of intimidation, the two elite gorillas immediately became enraged. They let out low growls and charged towards Zhang AI green and yellow. Zhang AI green and yellow were not foolish. After casting intimidation, they swiftly turned and ran. After covering some distance, they even turned back to throw a soul flame. As for Zhang AI red, he assisted from the side, casting a soul flame towards whoever was about to be caught by the gorillas. The trio coordinated remarkably well and successfully lured the two elite gorillas away. Splendid! Huan felt a surge of excitement. Seeing the Zhang AI trio's success, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, it was time for the boss, the Golden Silk Monkey King. I'll take care of it. Mu Dudu raised her silver staff, volunteering to engage. However, Huan rejected her offer. Let me handle it. You all have been so curious as to why I haven't engaged the monsters, right? Huan signaled everyone to hide. He then took out a gold coin and tossed it directly at the Golden Silk Monkey King. The first throw, 1 gold coin. The gold coin traced a perfect parabolic arc and, with a resounding clang, struck the Monkey King on the head. In the team channel, Mu Dudu remarked, Brother Huan, is your attack merely throwing money? Brother Huan replied, Indeed. Now you understand why I refrained from attacking. Brave Hero commented, I once thought my profession was costly, but now, compared to Brother Huan, it feels trivial. Nanyong Xiaji added, Brother Huan, perhaps you should refrain from attacking in the future. With that money, it would be better spent on potions for us. Kuang Dao interjected, Enough chit-chat. The monster is upon us. The Golden Silk Monkey King, who had been dozing with half-closed eyes, was abruptly awakened by Huan's coin. It bared its teeth and let out a roar, vanishing from sight in an instant. It was too fast. Faster than lightning. Huan had miscalculated once again. Not just Huan, but the others had also underestimated the speed of the Golden Silk Monkey King. In the face of such sheer speed, they had no time to conceal themselves. The golden figure flashed past, and Nanyong Xiaji was the first to fall. Whoosh, the golden figure blurred again. And Jun Shong, who had just drawn his magic card, was taken down as well. Since death was inevitable, Kuang Dao roared in defiance, a true warrior. He managed to retaliate in that moment of crisis. He swung his ghost/blade towards Huan. Just as Huan regained his senses, he watched helplessly as the blade descended towards his head, only to come to a sudden halt mere centimeters from him. The skill, Intervening Kill, had activated. It appeared to be aimed at Huan, but in reality, the blade's energy struck the Golden Silk Monkey King, who was preparing to attack Huan. Kuang Dao was fierce, and his attack power was substantial. This maneuver landed squarely on the Monkey King's arm, thoroughly enraging it. With a swift leap, the Monkey King utilized a nearby tree to circle around Huan and the others, appearing before Kuang Dao in an instant. Just as Kuang Dao prepared for a second strike, the Golden Silk Monkey King did not hesitate and wiped out Kuang Dao's entire health bar. Kuang Dao is down. At this point, the remaining players, including Huan, finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. Mu Dudu raised her silver staff and unleashed a skill, Luminous Vitality Blast. This was an extra skill from her luminous silver staff, released faster than other skills. Though Mu Dudu cast her skill with incredible speed, the Golden Silk Monkey King was even swifter. It easily evaded the Vitality Blast. Moments later, a golden beam shot from the Monkey King's horn, striking Mu Dudu. Mu Dudu is down. Witnessing this scene, Huan's mind was consumed by a single thought. Are we destined for total annihilation today? Chapter 26. Collecting the treasure. Huan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry to the treasure entrance. Do you wish for everyone to die in vain? Just as Huan was lost in thought, he heard Xiaomo's voice. At that moment, only Huan, Xiaomo, and Meng Xishan remained. After the Golden Silk Monkey King's assault, Xiaomo swiftly drew her whip to shield Meng Xishan. Seeing Huan still in a daze, she couldn't help but urge him. With Xiaomo's reminder, Huan finally snapped back to reality. Yes, I must not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. Gritting his teeth, Huan dashed towards the treasure entrance. Naturally, the Golden Silk Monkey King would pursue him. However, at that moment, crack, a long whip struck the Golden Silk Monkey King. Shadow Dance, the whip dancer's level 10 skill. Instantly, the Golden Silk Monkey King was enraged. It abandoned Huan and turned to attack Xiaomo and Meng Xishan. As Huan reached the base of the large tree where the treasure entrance lay, he paused and glanced back. He caught sight of the Golden Silk Monkey King's sharp claws relentlessly draining the health of Xiaomo and Meng Xishan. Xiaomo is down. Meng Xishan is down. Ding. Your teammates have all perished. The team has been automatically disbanded. Simultaneously, two figures, one white and one black, emerged nearby, signifying that the Zhong AI trio had also fallen. Huan's heart felt as if it were bleeding. He glared fiercely at the three menacing monsters charging towards him. Just wait. Without hesitation, Huan leaped into the treasure entrance. Ding! Congratulations on entering the treasure chamber. Initially, darkness enveloped him, followed by a faint glimmer of light. Huan surveyed his surroundings and realized that the treasure chamber was small, roughly the size of an ordinary room, likely a secret chamber. Upon entering, torches ignited automatically, illuminating the dim space. Through the flickering torchlight, Huan noticed several large treasure chests piled in one corner. Could this be the treasure? His heart soared with joy as he approached and opened one of the chests. In an instant, golden light shimmered, revealing a chest brimming with gold coins. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 gold coins. What? 100,000 gold coins? Huan was taken aback by the sheer amount. Once the chest was opened, its contents automatically transferred to Huan's inventory, and the chest vanished. In total, there were 5 chests before him. Huan, suppressing his excitement, opened the second chest. Once again, golden light sparkled. However, this time, it contained bars of gold. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 gold bars. For the third chest, he opened it. Congratulations, you have received 100 gold bricks. Huan was nearly ecstatic. In this world, besides circulating currency, there were also gold bars and gold bricks. A single gold bar could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, while a gold brick could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. Adding the previous chest's 100,000 gold coins, Huan now possessed a fortune totaling 300,000 gold coins. He had truly struck it rich. Huan's entire being trembled with excitement. He cautiously approached the fourth chest and opened it. This time, there was no dazzling golden glow. Inside lay a silent piece of parchment. Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment forging blueprint. Wealthy waistband. Huh? A blueprint for a waistband? The name suggests it must be an item for the wealthy, right? Huan stroked his chin, pondering its implications. The treasures contained within the trove ought to be determined according to the players who have discovered them. As one who has chosen the role of a wealthy patron, all the treasures obtained are intrinsically linked to monetary wealth. With this understanding, Huan turned his gaze towards the final chest. Upon opening it, he found a letter quietly resting inside. Congratulations on acquiring the sealed letter. Without hesitation, Huan extracted the letter and unfolded it to reveal a plea for help. Not just any plea, but one from many years past. Years ago, when Leosia City was besieged by enemies, the old city lord secretly dispatched his trusted confidant, carrying some treasures along with his newly born son. To escape the city, the purpose was twofold: to seek assistance from neighboring cities and to protect his child's life. This letter was penned by the old city lord himself. If delivered to the old lord, it might yield a significant quest. Contemplating this, Huan carefully stowed away the long-forgotten letter. The treasure had been thoroughly collected, and there was little reason to linger in this place. Moreover, Huan had pressing matters to attend to. Monsters, prepare to face the wrath of your grandmaster. As Huan was gathering the treasures, Leosia City suddenly erupted into a flurry of activity. After Mu Dudu was defeated, she, filled with vexation, confided in her elder sister. Is it truly that formidable? I shall immediately mobilize reinforcements. Mu Sisi, resolute in her actions, began rallying her allies upon hearing that her younger sister had fallen to the monsters. Meanwhile, Nan Ran, after her defeat, sent a message to the president of their learning association. To her, it seemed futile to attempt defeating the boss alone. It would be wiser to gather more people for a collective effort. News in the game spread swiftly, and various factions often place a few spies within each other's ranks. Consequently, players began flocking to Leosia City in increasing numbers, eager to partake in the excitement surrounding the emergence of a level 20 boss in Shirley Slope. Among them were several prominent factions, forming fully armed teams as they rushed toward the Shirley Slope. Unaware of these developments, Huan exited the treasure site. As soon as he emerged, a golden figure flashed before him. The Golden Silk Monkey King's attack struck him directly. Unsurprisingly, Huan was defeated. Despite his high defense and health, he could not withstand the assault from the Golden Silk Monkey King. Upon his defeat, he not only failed to drop any items but also resurrected right where he had fallen, thanks to the ultimate newcomer title's resurrection attribute. This spectacle left the Golden Silk Monkey King momentarily bewildered. By the time it regained its composure to continue its attack, it was already too late. With a flourish, Huan unleashed a barrage of coins, which swiftly coalesced into a magnificent sword of gold, piercing through the Golden Silk Monkey King's body with lightning speed. Previously, Huan could not utilize his financial skill, Gold Toss, due to insufficient coins, but now he boasted a staggering 300,000 coins. After delivering his powerful strike, Huan retreated swiftly, fearing that this blow might not be sufficient to vanquish the Golden Silk Monkey King. Indeed, as he anticipated, the golden sword vanished, leaving a gaping wound on the beast, yet it remained alive. At that moment, the black and white death gorillas charged at Huan from both sides. "Here goes nothing," he exclaimed, channeling the spirit of his favorite character, and resolutely decided to fight back. With a determined shout, he unleashed Gold Toss, targeting each of the gorillas with the 5th level of his skill point. 2 more 1,000 coins disappeared in an instant, and it would be a lie to say he felt no pang of regret. The two golden swords effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the two gorillas, who were far less formidable than the Golden Silk Monkey King, and they were swiftly defeated. Meanwhile, the Fortune Cat was not idle. It leaped forward to collect all the loot dropped by the elite gorillas with remarkable speed. Having completed this, the Golden Silk Monkey King charged once more. Huan could faintly hear the distant cheers of a gathering crowd. Were more players arriving? His heart raced, and he hastily donned the mask of truth and falsehood, revealing the alias, Green Hat Hero, while stowing away the Fortune Cat. "Let us see if you can survive this," he declared, and with a furious shout, the golden sword reappeared. Not far off, a multitude of players had just entered the dense forest. They spotted a figure clad in a green hat and mask, bearing the name Green Hat Hero, plunging a golden sword into the Golden Silk Monkey King. All eyes widened as they watched the beast explode into a shower of loot in no time. The Green Hat Hero deftly collected the scattered treasures, showcasing his expertise. After gathering the spoils, he turned to leave, but not before calling out to the throng of players, "Hey, you all arrived too late. Remember to be quicker next time." In an instant, everyone felt as though they had been dealt a bitter blow. It's him again. The Green Hat Hero. Chapter 27. Let us divide the spoils under the guise of the Green Hat Hero. Huan swiftly employed his shadow step to escape under the watchful eyes of the irate players. He absconded with all the treasures and equipment, leaving them only with his receding silhouette. "Damn it, Green Hat Hero, we will not rest until we settle this." The audacity of the Green Hat Hero was beyond comprehension. Not only did he consume the lion's share, but he also left them with naught but the dregs. "Green Hat Hero, from now on, in our immortal alliance, we shall attack you on sight." The players vented their frustrations, cursing loudly. Soon enough, they began to disperse, though many chose to pursue Huan relentlessly. A faction took to the game forum to denounce the Green Hat Hero, enumerating a list of 108 offenses against him, from harassing female NPCs to peeping at female players while they bathed, and even a charge of coercing male players. In the Jinan University team, the student council president Bai Linbei shot an accusatory glare at Nan Ran. "Why didn't you inform us sooner?" he pressed, lamenting that had they been privy to this information earlier, they might have shared in the spoils. That was Huan's task. I could not take it upon myself to disclose it to you. Nan Ran replied honestly, having only chosen to inform Bai Linbei because he believed Huan had already failed. Huan? That fool has such luck? Moreover, why hasn't he contacted us? Bai Linbei continued to interrogate Nan Ran, his tone dripping with disdain. His words irked Nan Ran greatly. President, please watch your tone. Huan is my brother. Not a fool. Not a fool. If he is a fool, why didn't he tell us about this predicament? Does he not trust us, or what? Does he believe he can navigate the in-world alone? Bai Linbei's anger escalated, his voice rising as he vented his frustrations, especially with the presence of another school goddess, Wang Manyu, beside him. He had initially wished to impress her, but now everything had unraveled. And he took his ire out on Nan Ran. Nan Ran's expression soured. He was deeply offended. He had not expected Bai Linbei to behave in such a manner. At this moment, he understood Huan's reluctance to associate with his classmates. If you truly wish to blame me for Huan's actions, then I shall withdraw. With that, Nan Ran turned on his heel and exited the team without a backward glance. Very well, one day. You will regret this, Bai Linbei sneered, his resolve hardening. He vowed that once he established a guild, his first order of business would be to hunt down both Nan Ran and Huan, ensuring they could not survive in the game. Meanwhile, Huan sprinted away, too preoccupied to check private messages or system notifications. Only after he was certain no one remained did he remove his mask of truth and falsehood. As well as the landlord hat atop his head, he had transformed into an entirely different persona, now sporting the ID name, Brother Huan. Huan first checked the system notification he had neglected earlier. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Find the treasure. You have received the rewards, level 1, gold 1000, reputation 100, and the 15th level skill book for your class. Red envelopes? Red envelopes? What on earth? Huan hastily rummaged through his inventory until he located the red envelope skill book among his belongings. He tore it open and successfully learned the skill. Financial skill. Red envelopes. When used against an enemy, this skill generates a gravitational effect, directly influencing their movements. Excellent, excellent. At last, I possess a skill worthy of use that does not require excessive expenditure of gold. Huan was elated, for he finally had a practical skill at his disposal, allowing him to actively participate in battles rather than merely spectating. Afterward, Huan examined the loot dropped by the Golden Silk Monkey King. Over 1,000 gold coins, 3 skill books, 5 pieces of equipment, including 1 gold, 2 silver, and 2 bronze items, all at level 20. Regrettably, none were suitable for a wealthy patron. In addition to these, there were various materials, the purpose of which Huan was uncertain, but he collected them all regardless. Most astonishingly, he discovered yet another guild token. Indeed, another guild token. After organizing his inventory, Huan fell into deep thought. He was not one to hoard wealth for himself and understood that his success was not solely his own merit. Furthermore, Kuang Dao and the others had sacrificed levels for this achievement. Huan naturally felt compelled to compensate them in some way. At the very least, he ought to bestow upon them a share of the spoils, ensuring that they did not suffer undue loss. As a future magnate, Huan could not afford to be stingy with his friends. Half an hour later, they gathered at the Immortal Guest Pavilion. Huan sent messages to Kuang Dao and the others, then made his way back. Along the route, he encountered numerous players still searching for the Green Hat hero. Alas, those players had no inkling of his true identity. As he passed by, a player with the name Huan Gu above his head was, in fact, the very Green Hat hero they were seeking. At a certain leveling spot, Mu Sisi paused her actions to glance at the disheartened Mu Dudu, who had lost a level. Did he summon you for a gathering? Yes, sister. Do you think he succeeded? It's hard to say. If he managed to sneak into the treasure area while the Green Hat hero was occupied with monsters, he might just have succeeded. Humph, you foolish girl, second sister. You've lost a level and still dare to meddle with him? Mu Lala interjected with a hint of schadenfreude, earning herself a sharp glare from Mu Dudu. 3 sisters, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute Dudu. Why not go and check it out? After some contemplation, Mu Sisi decided to send her second sister to assess the situation. All right, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing her words, Mu Dudu exited the team and tore a city return scroll. Another 5 gold wasted. Lala rolled her eyes and sought out monsters to vent her frustrations. Huan did not respond to the inquiries from the others. He intended to surprise them. By the time he dashed back to the immortal guest pavilion, Kuang Dao and the others had already arrived. The pavilion had been elegantly decorated in the game. Actions transpired swiftly. In reality, such renovations would likely take at least a month to complete. Boss Wang, please prepare a private room for me. Huan led the group directly into the pavilion. As a shareholder of the immortal guest pavilion, he enjoyed certain privileges, including exclusive access to a luxurious private room. Furthermore, dining at the pavilion would not incur any cost for him in the future. In the in-world, players could indeed consume food, though it would not genuinely satiate hunger. It merely provided a semblance of indulgence and satisfaction. Before long, a server brought forth a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines, culinary delights that none had ever encountered before. Instantly, the group felt a wave of anticipation. Hold your appetites for a moment. Let us first distribute the spoils. Huan rose and began to produce items from his inventory. 3 level 20 skill books appeared. One being a holy handbook. With a flick, one skill book landed on the table before Ming Shishan, her youthful face brimming with excitement. Yet, she refrained from claiming it immediately, instead glancing at the others. Take it. You deserve it. Huan flashed a grin at Ming Shishan, encouraging her to accept the skill book. He then explained to the group, don't rush. There's enough for everyone. These items were retrieved from the treasure area. Rest assured, I have kept the lion's share for myself. Huan's words were meant to alleviate any awkwardness regarding accepting gifts. In truth, he had indeed retained the majority of the treasure, merely presenting the items obtained from the boss as if they were plundered from the treasure area, effectively concealing his identity as the Green Hat Hero. Chapter 28. Summer MO departed. This skill book belongs to a wizard. You three can play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to use it first. Huan tossed a skill book before the 3 members of the Zong AI trio, and they immediately engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Mada, I won. In the end, it was Huang Xiao from Zong AI who triumphantly claimed the skill book. This one is for the Strength King. Since none of us belong to that profession, I shall take it for now. Huan kept the 3rd skill book, which was the hammer technique of the Strength King. Next came the distribution of equipment. The golden grade item was a wrist guard for the Blade Master, while the other 2 were silver grade, a necklace for the Energy Master and a silver spear weapon. Kuang Dao and Mu Dudu claimed the wrist guard and necklace, respectively, while Huan bestowed the spear upon his good friend Nan Ran. The 2 pieces of bronze equipment belonging to other professions. He decided to keep for himself. Huan felt no remorse in distributing the equipment. They were not top-tier items, and aside from Kuang Dao's golden wrist guard, the others would fetch little on the market. Huan placed greater value on gold, as his unique profession required it for numerous purposes. Thus, he had no intentions of distributing too much gold, preferring to retain it for himself. Those who received items will each get 1,000 gold, while those who didn't will receive 3,000. How does that sound? Huan inquired cheerfully, seeking the group's consensus. 1,000 gold, 3,000 gold. The others were taken aback. For Huan, these sums were trivial, however, for the rest. It constituted a significant windfall. Huan Gu, you've given us all these items. What about you? Mu Dudu felt a twinge of guilt. Having already received a silver item, she was concerned about Huan's potential loss. Indeed, Huan Gu, you single-handedly secured this treasure. You need not share it with us. Yes, Huan Gu, we appreciate your generosity, but perhaps you should keep the items for yourself. The group's reaction pleased Huan immensely. As they did not seem greedy in the enigmatic in-world, it was seemingly arduous to thrive solely on individual merit, especially given his unique profession. He would undoubtedly require the assistance of his friends in the future. He regarded the distribution of items as a means to forge friendships. With a wave of his hand, Huan dismissed their concerns. No worries, I've already set aside the bulk for myself. What I'm giving you is merely a small token. Please accept it. With that, Huan began transferring gold to everyone. Before long, his account had diminished by 20,000 gold, coupled with the 60,000 gold he had spent while battling monsters. He was left with over 250,000 gold. If he were to sell this gold, it would fetch a handsome sum. However, Huan had no intention of profiting from gold sales, as he possessed even more valuable assets, 2 guild tokens. Consider this a personal favor from me. Should you ever need assistance, Do not hesitate to ask. At that moment, Kuang Dao was the first to raise his glass in a toast with Huan. The fact that such a hardened individual would express such sentiments indicated he truly regarded Huan as a brother. The others followed suit, raising their cups and pledging to come to Huan's aid whenever he called. Summerimo regarded Huan with an unusual gaze, as if seeing him for the first time. Seeing the joy on the faces of his friends, Huan felt a genuine sense of happiness. After all, what was the purpose of playing a game if not for joy? Indeed, in the future, whenever I have a need, I will certainly call upon you. Come, let us drink. After all, one cannot truly get drunk in a game. The atmosphere grew jubilant, and they abandoned their leveling pursuits. Casting aside all concerns, they reveled in the festivities, eventually logging off when fatigue set in. However, just before Huan logged off, he received a private message from Nan Ran. Huanzi, allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. I've had a falling out with the student council. Why the fallout? They called you foolish. While you may indeed have your moments of folly, they have no right to say so. Get lost. You're the foolish one? Huan chuckled, understanding that Nan Ran's comment about him being foolish stemmed from his earlier generosity. All right, but let us not eat out. Come to my home instead. Very well, tonight we shall not return until we are inebriated. Upon logging off, Huan suddenly recalled a matter. Summerimo had recently been dining with him. What if Nan Ran came and discovered Summerimo's presence? Before he could devise a way to address the situation with Summerimo, she knocked on the door. When he opened it, before Huan could speak, Summerimo interjected, Huan, you need not prepare my meal today. Are you going out to eat? I might be leaving. Leaving? Where to? A hint of unease flickered in Huan's mind. Summerimo extended a hand from behind her back, presenting him with a letter. This is for you. Open it only after I depart. All right. Huan nodded, accepting the letter, though his heart was devoid of joy. Under normal circumstances, he would have fantasized that it was a love letter. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your care these past few days. Summerimo smiled sweetly at Huan before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Huan opened his mouth but found no words. Summerimo's departure felt abrupt, leaving him with nothing but the letter. Once back in his room, Huan opened the envelope. Inside, alongside a sheet of paper, was a stack of money. Huan, thank you for your care these past few days. This money is for rent and living expenses. Please accept it. I initially had 3 months left to stay here, but I did not anticipate my family would act so swiftly. To avoid disrupting your life, I have decided to leave. The letter was lengthy. In addition to expressing gratitude, Summerimo divulged the reason for her solitary move. She was, in fact, a young lady from the Xia family of the Four Seasons Trading Association. The Four Seasons Trading Association was the largest super trading association in Long Country, comprising the spring, summer, autumn, and winter families. Summerimo belonged to the Xia family, and her father was the head of the family. As for why she had left home, the reason was, frankly, quite kitsch. The internal dynamics of the Four Seasons Trading Association were intricate, with frequent inter-family marriages. The individual she was being betrothed to was none other than Xiaozhan, the son of the current president of the Four Seasons Trading Association. According to Summerimo's letter, she had no desire to marry that man, yet her family insisted she comply. After a prolonged dispute, they made a wager: if Xiamo can uncover her family background and personal talents within 3 months, surpassing Xiaozhan in strength, then she need not resort to a marriage alliance. Furthermore, Huan feels as though he has encountered the name Xiaozhan somewhere before. Upon finishing the letter, Huan furrowed his brow. He then sighed, tearing the letter and tossing it into the waste bin. Huan is a man of great self-awareness. He understands that, given his status and abilities, he is unworthy of Xiamo. Perhaps it is for the best. This way, I shall no longer harbor any illusions. Huan shrugged and rose to prepare a meal. He admits to having some fondness for Xiamo, but it does not reach the level of desperation. The goddess has departed. Life must carry on. I must remember to post the rental information. Xiamo has left, but the room should not be left vacant. Huan is counting on the rental income to sustain himself. That evening, Huan and Nan Ran indulged in a hearty drink. Both became intoxicated and conversed on a myriad of topics, leading to Huan waking up the next day with no recollection of their discussions. He only remembers that Nan Ran mentioned, Xiamo has withdrawn from school. The next day, being the weekend, Huan allowed himself a few extra hours of sleep. Upon rising, he found that Nan Ran had already departed. Yet, to his credit, the fellow had prepared breakfast for him. After finishing his meal, Huan dove into the game. He had numerous tasks to accomplish today. The quest for wealth could not be delayed. Chapter 29. The Little Hornblows welcome back to the in-world. Upon entering the game, Huan's first order of business was, of course, to shake the money tree. Coins 350 summon the fortune cat. Ding dong. Your pet, the fortune cat, has summoned 13 coins for you. Money, you are not living up to expectations today. Huan lifted the fortune cat onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing the little creature's head. Meow, the fortune cat purred, as if to say, Master, I promise to work harder in summoning wealth next time. Opening his personal interface. Character, Huan Gu, Wealthy Master, Level 18. Title, Ultimate Newbie King Fortune. Fortune beginning to show wealth. Coins, 52060. Gold bars, 1000. Gold bricks, 100. Wealth skills. Money tree wealth skill. I for money wealth skill. Red envelope step. Swift shadow step financial pet. Fortune cat, Tier 1. Financial pet. Wealth guardian, not awakened, reputation. 480 inventory. Level 2 storage space equipment. Casual mail robe, no attributes. Landlord hat, silver level, gold ring, wealth attribute, quest list, 1. Wandering merchant, hidden quest second stage, not activated, 2. Assist Boss Wong in finding new dishes. Huan has now reached level 18. Previously, aside from the hidden quest granting him a level, he had also slain 2 elites and 1 boss, which directly elevated him another level. Huan has also discovered a pressing issue. His skills are all at level 1, as the game has yet to unlock the skill upgrade feature. Closing the panel, Huan began to contemplate his tasks for the day. At this moment, he was alone in the private room. The others must have already logged in to level up. Huan opened Xiaomo's friend list, intending to let her retrieve the skill book. Sorry, your friend has disabled private messaging. Even the private messaging feature is turned off. What on earth does this woman intend to do? Huan sighed in exasperation. Since he could not reach Xiaomo, the skill book would have to remain in storage for now. Huan proceeded to the warehouse. Retrieving the gear dropped by the crazy Rabbit King, along with the 2 bronze items acquired yesterday, he placed all of these items up for auction, setting arbitrary prices. He then took out a guild token and also listed it on the auction house, pricing it at 100 million coins. Certainly, no player in the game can muster that amount. Huan's intention was merely to advertise the guild token. Of course, should someone actually possess 100 million coins and purchase the guild token, he would be more than willing to oblige. The auction house allows players to hide their names when selling items, so Huan was not concerned about exposure. After completing these tasks, Huan sought out the feature for broadcasting to the entire server via the Little Horn. The Little Horn feature requires 5,000 coins for each use, and each player can only use it 3 times a day. Goodness, how exorbitant! Nevertheless, for the sake of promoting the guild token, Huan reluctantly spent 5,000 coins. He also set his broadcasting ID to a pseudonym, Green Hat Hero. Player, Green Hat Hero, uses the Little Horn to broadcast across the server. Step right up, behold the freshly minted guild token. Available at a bargain. If you're interested, let us negotiate. Not enough coins? No problem. I support offline transactions. This marks the first instance of someone using the Little Horn since the in-world launched. Instantly, the entire Dragon Nation district buzzed with excitement. Players were abuzz for 3 reasons. Firstly, it was the first time they witnessed someone broadcasting to the entire server. Secondly, the broadcaster was none other than the recently infamous Green Hat Hero. Thirdly, the purpose of the broadcast was to sell something that every faction and family was seeking, the guild token. Many prominent figures had previously dismissed Green Hat Hero as a mere clown seeking attention. Yet now, these influential individuals could no longer remain indifferent. They were directly slapped in the face, igniting the true fragrance law. Each one of them set aside their leveling to hastily contact Huan and purchase the guild token. However, these individuals did not have Huan on their friend lists, so they could only reluctantly spend exorbitant amounts to use the Little Horn to reach out to him. Player, Yunju Zai, uses the Little Horn to broadcast across the server. Brother, I am Yunju Zai from Yunji. If you are willing, let us meet and discuss. Player, Xing Tian, uses the Little Horn to broadcast across the server. Friend, I am willing to pay a high price for the guild token. Offline RMB transfer. Player, Qiu Zhan, uses the Little Horn to broadcast across the server. Yu Yunji and barbaric tribes should not meddle. This guild token belongs to the Four Seasons Alliance. Player, Mu CC, uses the little horn to broadcast across the server. The Four Seasons Alliance is being too domineering. Isn't this a matter of who offers the highest price? Green Hat Hero, everyone is interested in the guild token. Perhaps you should organize a gathering so we can meet in-game. Player, Yi Xiaoyao, uses the little horn to broadcast across the server. Miss Mu is right. Our Yi family is also interested in the guild token. So Green Hat Hero, you should indeed arrange a gathering, and we can compete with our financial resources. The continuous flood of broadcasts bewildered all players. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Thus, discussions erupted everywhere. Wow, 5,000 coins for a single use of the little horn. These folks are truly generous. Don't be envious. Look at who these people are. They are the young elites of Dragon Nation. Who isn't wealthy? Exactly. More importantly, these individuals have backing from corporations and families. I suggest everyone consider which guild they wish to join. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see what the guild token looks like? Hurry to the auction house. What the? 100 million coins. This Green Hat Hero is truly daring, brother. Are you foolish? Green Hat Hero set such a high price to showcase the guild token. The game hasn't opened up recharge functions yet. Who can possibly present 100 million coins? Indeed. I'm quite curious as to which family will claim the first guild token in the in-world. Acquiring the first guild token will allow one to establish a guild first and seize all the advantages. Unfortunately, this level of competition is beyond our reach. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions. Another broadcast echoed across the server. Player, Green Hat Hero, uses the little horn to broadcast across the server. Since everyone is interested in this guild token, I, Green, shall host a banquet at the Immortal Guest House in Leosia City, inviting all of you to join. However, I prefer a quieter gathering, so each faction should send only one representative. Arrogant, even somewhat presumptuous. It is known that when other players encounter the leaders of these factions, they show great respect. Yet, look at Green Hat Hero. He shows no regard for the elite from various factions. Could it be that this fellow hails from a powerful faction? That shouldn't be the case. If Green Hat Hero were indeed from another faction, he would have handed over the guild token to his own faction without delay. Everyone, harboring various speculations, ceased leveling and flocked to Leosia City. Such a significant event is not to be missed. Chapter 30. 10 minutes later, Huan stood with Boss Wang by the window of the private room in the Immortal Guest House. Observing the throngs of people gathered outside, Boss Wang was positively elated. Master Wealthy, are all these people here at your behest? No, they are merely here for the spectacle. When I call out their names, allow them entry. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Boss Wang quickly descended the stairs, accompanied by the waiter, waiting at the entrance of the Immortal Guest House. Huan remained on the second floor. Looking down, the first to arrive was a player named Yunju Zai, followed by a group whose names all contained the character Yun. Among them, Huan even recognized a familiar face, Yun Xiang. He was someone from the same novice village as Huan. Back then, Huan and Kuang Dao had even competed with Yun Xiang for their boss. Yunju Zai.at Huan's signal. Boss Wang called out Yunju Zai's name. Yunju Zai stepped forward, and the waiter led him to the second-floor private room. Are you Green Hat Hero? The Sovereign of Clouds entered the private room and immediately spotted a figure standing by the window, adorned with a green hat and mask. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the ID above the individual's head. Green Hat Hero. Greetings, Sovereign of Clouds from the wings of the cloud. Huan nodded slightly towards him, indicating that he could find a seat. Xing Tian has arrived. Xian Yao is here as well. Soon after, others began to ascend to the second floor. Xing Tian was a robust young man, exuding a carefree demeanor and a sense of familiarity. Conversely, Xian Yao possessed an elegance that resembled that of a refined gentleman. MUCC has arrived. With the shout of the waiter, a tall female player donned in a half-mask made her entrance on the second floor. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu CC. Perhaps due to her sister Mu Dudu, Huan held a certain fondness for Mu CC and gestured for her to take a seat first. Qiu Zhan has arrived. A man, who habitually carried an air of arrogance, also ascended to the second floor. Huan held no particular fondness for Qiu Zhan. Likely due to his association with Xiamo, he scrutinized the man, noting his decent appearance, though uncertain if he possessed any enhancements. Yet, his perpetually haughty demeanor elicited an involuntary sense of aversion. Aside from these individuals, others from various factions had also sent representatives. Huan welcomed each of them, inviting them to take their seats. After all, the more factions that arrived, the greater the competitive edge. And the guild token could be sold at a higher price. Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. I am quite occupied. For reasons unknown, Huan appeared remarkably at ease in the presence of these talented youths, as if some inherent knowledge flowed within him. Indeed, we are all busy. Let us commence, Xing Tian declared. The savage tribe is willing to offer 1 million renminbi for this guild token. Huan, who was preparing to observe the proceedings, nearly leaped from his chair. 1 million? He had previously thought the guild token could only fetch a few tens of thousands, but now it seemed he had underestimated the allure of the N-world. Ao Shiru Lai, my dear brother Xing Tian, do you truly underestimate us? We, Ao Shiru Shuang, are prepared to offer 1.5 million. Sovereign of Clouds, 2 million. I hope everyone can grant me this favor. Mu Cici. In this situation, favors hold little value. The Mu family offers 3 million. Yi Xian Yao. I had no intention of competing with Miss Mu, but this token relates to the future development of my family. The Yi family is willing to offer 4 million. Qiuzhan, a bunch of paupers. My Four Seasons Alliance offers 6 million. I tell you, I must have this today, so you might as well concede. Huan was utterly stunned. He genuinely did not anticipate that an in-game item could be sold for 6 million, and this was not even the final price. At that moment, he began to grasp why such formidable factions and financial conglomerates were eager to establish a presence in the N-world. The allure of the N-world likely extended far beyond mere imagination, and the various benefits within the game would probably surpass the player's expectations. Huan sat back, arms crossed, resembling a spectator. After Qiuzhan announced the 6 million bid, the others fell into a brief silence, likely consulting their backing factions in hushed tones. Huan discerned that their initial price point was likely capped at 5 million. Now that Qiuzhan had raised it to 6 million, they naturally needed to consult their respective powers. Huan remained unperturbed, waiting for a moment. Finally, Ao Shirulai spoke, 6.5 million. If there are no higher bids, we, Ao Shiru will withdraw from this competition for the guild token. Beside him, Sovereign of Cloud shrugged in resignation. We, the Wings of the Cloud, will withdraw. Yi Xian Yao elegantly smiled, lifted his teacup for a sip, and then slowly raised a hand. The Yi family offers 7 million. 8 million, Qiuzhan instantly retorted, causing Yi Xian Yao's expression to stiffen. He then shrugged helplessly. The Yi family withdraws. Once again, silence enveloped the room. It was evident that 8 million was the limit. Huan's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon reaching Mu Cici, he caught a glimpse of a faint smirk at the corner of her mouth. The Mu family offers 9 million. Clap! Qiuzhan slammed the table. Miss Mu, are you intentionally opposing my Four Seasons Alliance? Qiu, you jest. Isn't it the case that the highest bidder wins? Humph. I refuse to believe that your Mu family is willing to part with 9 million for the guild token. Oh, are you suggesting that this guild token is already mine? You? Qiuzhan was infuriated, trembling with rage. He was acutely aware of the approximate price each participant was willing to bid. They all had a mutual understanding of one another, knowing full well how much they would likely offer for the guild token. When he declared 8 million, he effectively eliminated the competition. However, he never anticipated that Mu Cici would emerge at this juncture to continue raising the stakes. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. Conversely, Mu Cici was indirectly aiding the Green Hat hero in securing an additional 1 million. Fine. You have guts. I'll bid 10 million. If any of you can outbid me, then I, Qiuzhan, will concede. Qiuzhan's declaration cast an eerie atmosphere over the room. Yet, Mu Cici did not continue the bidding. Instead, she stood up and walked towards the exit. This is no longer our concern. Let us return to leveling up. Green Hat hero, let us add each other as friends. In the future, if you have anything to sell, you can sell it to us. Wings of the Cloud. Let us add each other as friends too. Who knows, we might collaborate someday. With that, the auction concluded. When faced with the friend requests from these individuals, Huan shook his head resolutely, declining without hesitation. I'm sorry, but I never add others as friends. Once everyone had departed, Qiuzhan finally stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Huan. 10 million is no small sum. We'll conduct the transaction at the auction house in half an hour. After speaking, Qiu Zhan logged off, presumably to arrange for the funds. Huan felt elated. A single game item sold for 10 million was an exceptionally lucrative deal. However, this was not the time for celebration. Noticing the absence of others, Huan reverted to his original ID and removed the landlord hat and the mask. He then sent a private message to Mu Dudu. Huan Ge, Dudu. Is Mu Sisi your sister? Mu Dudu, yes, why? What is up, Huan Ge? Are you trying to pursue my sister? Huan Ge, little chubby girl, what are you thinking? I'm asking you, does your Mu family wish to purchase a guild token? Mu Dudu, yes, but that was bought by Qiu Zhan. Sigh, Huan Ge, do you know how much Qiu Zhan spent on it? 10 million? He.S. really willing to spend. Huan felt a bit embarrassed, silently thinking that this girl was overly excited. Huan Ge, Dudu, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if your Mu family wanted to buy a guild token. I actually have one. Obtained from the treasure ground, Mu Dudu. Oh, we do want to buy. Wait, what did you say? You have a guild token? Is that true? Don't you dare lie to me. Just as Mu Sisi had just reunited with her sisters, she noticed Mu Dudu nearby, who suddenly began to dance with excitement, her face alight with joy. Curious, she casually inquired, what has got you so worked up, Dudu? Did you receive news from a handsome guy? And no, big sister. It's about the guild token, big sister. There's no time to explain. Mu Dudu abruptly seized Mu Sisi's hand and dashed towards the auction house, leaving behind a bewildered Mu Lala, who stomped her foot and hurriedly followed. What on earth is going on with that silly second sister? Chapter 31. Establishing the guild. Huan waited for a while near the auction house. From a distance, he spotted 3 girls running toward him. It was none other than the 3 sisters of the Mu family. As Mu Dudu approached, she eagerly asked, Huan Ge, do you really have a guild token? Indeed, I obtained it from the treasure ground. I initially thought it was worthless, which is why I hadn't mentioned it to you. Wow, that's fantastic, big sister. I wasn't lying, right? Huan Ge is truly impressive. Mu Dudu was overjoyed and hastily introduced Huan to her older sister. Mu Sisi scrutinized Huan from head to toe, particularly noting his ID name, confirming that he was not the green hat hero. So, Huan Ge, since you are Dudu's friend, let us get straight to the point. The Mu family can offer a maximum of 6 million. If you are willing to sell, we can transact immediately. Upon hearing this, Huan shook his head. Mu Sisi assumed he was simply dissatisfied with the offer. She believed he had learned about Qiu Zhan's 10 million bid for the guild token and was aiming for a similar price. However, Huan's next statement left her astonished. I consider Dudu a friend, and since I was able to access the treasure ground with her help, I can sell it to you at a friendly price of 5 million. Huan Ge, you're so foolish. You don't even know how to negotiate. Mu Dudu shot Huan a disapproving glare, though her face radiated happiness. She hadn't anticipated that Huan would voluntarily lower the price for her sake. They were oblivious to the fact that Huan's willingness to reduce the price stemmed from the 200 million he had gained from Qiu Zhan due to Mu Sisi's earlier assistance. Mu Sisi gazed deeply at Huan, then nodded, all right, I'll transfer the funds to you immediately. With that, the subsequent arrangements proceeded smoothly. Huan shared his bank account details with Mu Sisi, who promptly transferred 5 million. However, as Huan was handing the guild token to Mu Sisi, she suddenly uttered a remark. The transaction between Qiu Zhan and Green Hat Hero shouldn't be concluded so swiftly, right? Huan's words seemed casual, yet they carried a different connotation in Mu Sisi's ears. Mu Sisi harbored a strong dislike for Qiu Zhan as well, and the thought of inconveniencing him was rather appealing. Unbeknownst to her, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. This expression did not escape Huan's notice. This woman is somewhat devious. It would be wise to maintain a distance. With that thought, Huan silently mused, Qiu Zhan, it is not my intention to bring you harm. In the future, should you seek trouble, let it be with Mu Sisi, provided you can outmaneuver her. After mutually adding each other as friends, the 3 sisters of the Mu family took their leave with the guild token in hand, while Huan sought a secluded corner to swiftly change her ID and appearance. After waiting a moment, Qiu Zhan came online. I will transfer 5 million first. Once you provide me with the guild token, I will transfer the remaining 5 million. No problem. The subsequent transaction proceeded remarkably smoothly. Qiu Zhan transferred a total of 10 million to Huan in 2 installments. and she retrieved the guild token from the auction house to exchange it with him. Once the trade was concluded, Qiu Zhan departed without even bidding Yi Huan farewell, leading a group towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was also the location for establishing guilds. Players needed to secure a guild token, in addition to 300 reputation points and 10,000 gold coins. Of course, aside from the guild token, the other requirements were trivial for these powerful factions. However, as Qiu Zhan eagerly arrived at the city lord's mansion, an unexpected server-wide announcement caused him to stumble, nearly falling flat on his face. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Mu Cc for successfully establishing the first guild since the launch of InWorld. Divine Mu Wind and Cloud. She receives the following rewards. Level 2. Reputation 200, a full set of 20-level golden equipment for her profession, and a free guild residence located at southwest of Leosia City, Leosia Slope. Additionally, the system will initiate a monster siege event at 9 a.m. 3 days from now, lasting for 4 hours. We hope the players of Divine Mu Wind and Cloud will defend their residence and earn additional rewards. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The sudden system announcement left players across the Dragon Kingdom area in shock. Not only were ordinary players taken aback, but even the big shots paused their activities to scrutinize the announcement closely. At the leveling spot of the Yi family elite team, Yi Zhicheng frowned at Yi Xianyao beside him. What is going on? Wasn't the guild token purchased by Qiu Zhan, brother? I have no idea. Let me ask around. A moment later, Yi Xianyao, with a peculiar expression, concluded his private chat. Brother, it turns out that the Mu family's girl found another guild token and established the guild before Qiu Zhan could. Oh, do you know where her guild token came from? It seems to be from the friend of the second miss of the Mu family. Rumor has it that he inadvertently received a hidden quest and discovered a treasure location, from which he unearthed the guild token. Okay, I see. Inform the others to go kill that boss tomorrow morning. It should drop a guild token. Brother, that boss is very strong. We might, even if we have to use sheer numbers, we will take it down, Yi Zhicheng declared, turning to dive into the horde of monsters. The leaders of other factions swiftly learned of the news. While they envied the Mu family's stroke of luck, they also relished Qiu Zhan's misfortune. Many even feigned ignorance, sending private messages to Qiu Zhan to inquire about the situation, which only fueled his fury to the point where he nearly triggered a system malfunction to log off. Mu family, you wait for it. After commanding his subordinates to investigate the origin of the Mu family's guild token, Qiu Zhan entered the city lord's mansion. Before long, another server-wide announcement appeared before the players. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Qiu Zhan has successfully established the second guild, Alliance of 4 Seasons, earning the following rewards. Level 1, Reputation 100, a full set of 20-level silver equipment for his profession. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Huh? Is that it? Just like that. This was the collective thought of all players at that moment. However, sympathy for Qiu Zhan soon began to emerge. Establishing a guild residence required a financial investment, with even the least expensive costing 200,000 gold coins. Moreover, the monster siege would last 8 hours. MUCC's guild residence was not only free but also had a siege duration of only 4 hours. Qiu Zhan had missed out by a hair's breadth. His rewards were half of what MUCC received, and he lacked a complimentary guild residence. This rendered him the subject of ridicule among players. Ah, Mu family, I will not allow you to succeed in defending the city. Qiu Zhan's furious roar echoed from the city lord's mansion, akin to a provoked beast. Amidst the crowd, Xiamo shook her head in disappointment at Qiu Zhan's enraged back before turning to leave the city lord's mansion. At that moment, she appeared strikingly beautiful, just as she did in reality. Her ID also transformed too. Xiamo, after departing the city lord's mansion, she found a secluded spot, donned a ring, and instantly her appearance became unappealing. Her ID changed from Xiamo to Qian Rua. Xiamo having completed these adjustments, Xiamo exited the city to level up alone. She relished this unattractive guise, for it ensured her solitude. Free from interruptions, she merely wished to enjoy her time in the game, carefree, during the remaining 3 months. Thus, she even disabled private messaging. Chapter 32. The new tenant on the other side, Mu Cc soon received congratulations from various prominent figures. She graciously seized the opportunity to invite everyone to assist in defending the city. Some declined with excuses while others, who maintained amicable relations with the Mu family, readily agreed. Sisters, in the coming days, we must begin recruiting people. We must defend our guild residence during the monster siege in 3 days. Rest assured, elder sister, we will certainly succeed indeed. Should I invite Huan to our guild? No need. He likely won't join any faction. Mucc declined the suggestion of inviting Huan, as she sensed he would prefer to remain unaffiliated. Nevertheless, she added, during the monster siege, we can offer some rewards to enlist his assistance. Mu Dudu nodded in disappointment. All right then, I will continue searching for Xiao Gu. I have no idea what his name is in the game. He's such a child who often goes missing. Meanwhile, Huan successfully sold 2 guild tokens, earning a handsome profit of 15 million, while also vexing Qiu Zhan, which brought him great joy. With the first task completed flawlessly, Huan prepared to embark on his second endeavor, forging equipment. However, before he could reach the blacksmith NPC, he received a notification from his financial assistant. Ding, master, you have an unread loan application. Another NPC seeking a loan? Huan's interest peaked as he opened the loan application. Borrower, second-tier NPC of Fian City, Shi Xiuzai, amount, 1,000 gold coins term, 5 days interest, 10, agree decline granted. Huan clicked to agree without a second thought. Since the borrower was a scholar, he presumed he would not default like Zhang Matzi. Just as Huan thought of Zhang Matzi, he spotted him approaching with a gloomy expression, oblivious to Huan's presence. Zhang Matzi. Huan greeted him first. Master, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? I'm just wandering about. Where are you off to, master? You arrived just in time. I have something to ask of you. Zhang Matzi's words made Huan furrow his brow slightly. Could this fellow have squandered that 5,000 gold coins again? Master, may I have a word in private? Zhang Matzi's shifty eyes suggested he had something to conceal. Huan shrugged and followed him to a secluded corner. Master, I have been dreaming lately of being chased by zombies in a cave. Oh, what's so strange about that? Everyone dreams. That's not it, master. I seldom dream. The last time I did, it was about finding treasure. Zhang Matzi's statement piqued Huan's curiosity. He quickly inquired, do you know where the cave is? I have a rough idea, but there are many monsters there. I can't go alone. All right, I don't have much time today. Meet me at the Xinka Tower tomorrow morning, and I will accompany you to take a look. Thank you, master. Zhang Matzi expressed his gratitude profusely before leaving. Huan stroked his chin, sensing that Zhang Matzi seemed increasingly humanized. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Matzi's attributes, only to be taken aback. Zhang Matzi, second-tier NPC of Leosia City, level 30. Good heavens. When did he level up? The NPC information in N-World is public. Players can view it without any level restrictions. Of course, there are exceptions for certain special NPCs whose information is hidden. Previously, Huan had checked Zhang Matzi's details and knew he was clearly a level 23rd tier NPC. To his astonishment, just a day had passed, and the fellow had already advanced in rank, elevating from the 3rd tier to the 2nd. However, a tinge of disappointment lingered in Huan's heart, for he had not triggered any quest from Zhang Matzi this time. Well, he thought, it would suffice to do a good deed and assist him for free. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him later. With this notion in mind, he promptly made his way to the blacksmith shop in Leosia City. The blacksmith was an elderly man with a white beard. Dear adventurer, I am the most renowned blacksmith in Leosia City. If you seek to forge equipment, you must come to me, Huan, not one to be courteous. Directly handed over the equipment forging blueprint he had acquired from the treasure to the old smith. Upon examining the blueprint, the old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dear adventurer, this forging blueprint presents quite a challenge. Requiring numerous materials. Have you brought everything with you? What materials are needed for the forging? You will require 20 pieces of pure gold or 10 gold bricks, 1 piece of white jade crystal, a pair of dragon eye gems, and a processing fee of 1,000 gold coins. All right, I have yet to gather these items, Huan replied, somewhat helplessly, taking back the blueprint to prepare for another visit, once he had collected the necessary materials. Exiting the blacksmith shop, Huan proceeded to the marketplace, the heart of Leosia City, where numerous players set up stalls. He wandered through the bustling scene but found none of the items he sought. In desperation, he resorted to calling out, I'm offering high prices for 1 piece of white jade crystal, 2 dragon eye gems, and pure gold ore. Yet, after shouting until his throat was dry, no one paid him any heed. Eventually, he realized that the items he required were likely not common goods and thus would not appear at street stalls. Consequently, he hurried to the auction house. After a thorough search, he had still found nothing. No way. Are these items truly that obscure? Huan scratched his head, and considering he could not find them, he decided to seek assistance from others. He sent messages to his few friends in the game, asking them to keep an eye out for the items he needed. Afterward, Huan logged off and returned to reality. The wave of loneliness washed over him. As usual, he exercised alone and prepared his own meals. Everything felt so solitary and desolate. Just as he was having dinner, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be at this late hour? Huan wondered as he approached and opened the door. Standing there was a young man with long braided hair, wearing glasses and exuding a refined aura, with a bag slung over his back. Hello, is this place available for rent? Yes, are you looking to rent? Huan asked, somewhat surprised. The young man, with his demeanor and attire, emanated a sense of affluence. Such a person shouldn't be looking for a place to rent. Yet, Huan recalled Xiamo. Perhaps this fellow, like her, had some unspoken troubles preventing him from returning home. All right, I'll rent it. Do you think this amount of money is sufficient? The young man casually tossed his bag to Huan and stepped directly into his home. Upon noticing food on the table, he sat down and began to eat without hesitation. Huan was taken aback. However, when he opened the bag, he was even more astonished. Inside were bundles of cash, at least several 100,000, and apart from the money, there was only a set of login equipment for the in-world game. You don't need this much money, Huan remarked. No worries. Just provide me with meals and lodging, and we can settle the excess later. The young man waved his hand dismissively, continuing to eat. Interesting, Huan mused, rubbing his nose as he sat across from the young man. By your appearance, you must be running away from home, right? Oh, how did you know? The young man looked up in surprise at Huan, then resignedly admitted, I indeed ran away from home. Oh? Is it due to family pressure for marriage? Huan recalled Xiamo again. The young man shook his head. Not exactly. I simply wish to avoid my overly clingy sisters. Your sisters? Yes, my several sisters are quite needy, while I prefer solitude, so every now and then, I slip away to stay for a while. As he spoke, the young man adjusted his glasses, then flashed a graceful smile and extended his hand to Huan. Hello, I am Muchanga. It's a pleasure to meet you. Muchanga? That name rings a bell. In an instant, Huan's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. In fact, he hadn't lived with his parents until he was 5 years old. Prior to that, he resided in a very old and mysterious hospital. It wasn't until he was 5 that his parents took him away at that young age. His memories were quite vague, and given the passage of time, he recalled very little. He only remembered that there were other children in that ancient hospital, one of whom was a beautiful boy who cried often, named Muchanga. Are you the crybaby? Huan suddenly asked. Catching Muchanga off guard mid-bite. In the next moment, a dagger emerged from Muchanga's sleeve, swiftly aimed at Huan's neck. What the heck? Huan exclaimed, startled, instinctively jumping back just in time to evade the sharp blade. He glared at Muchanga, demanding, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, Muchanga's demeanor shifted from languid to sharp, emanating a terrifying aura. Are you here to kill me? He questioned coldly. Huan was even more bewildered. His inquiry had merely stemmed from a sudden recollection of childhood memories, and he hadn't anticipated such a fierce reaction from Muchanga. As he took a defensive stance, Huan countered, crybaby, what are you doing? Don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm Huan Go. Muchanga, who was about to advance on Huan, froze at those words, his eyes glimmering with surprise as he stared intently at Huan. Huan Go, the one who stole my first kiss. As he uttered this, Muchanga's murderous intent intensified. Huan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Back then, Muchanga had been so beautiful, resembling a girl, and in his youthful ignorance, Huan had planted a kiss on him. It was only later that he realized the crybaby was indeed a boy. That incident had earned him the nickname Huan Go. Taking a deep breath, Muchanga flicked his slender fingers, and the dagger vanished. His expression returned to normal, adopting once more a languid yet elegant demeanor. Huan Go, I never expected to see you again after all these years. Neither did I, Huan replied, sitting down to scrutinize Muchanga. He noticed that the fellow had grown even more beautiful than in childhood. Dressed as a woman, he would undoubtedly be a goddess. Huan Go, have you lived here all these years? Yes, after my parents took me from the hospital, I have lived here ever since. What about your parents? They're missing. Ye Huan sighed. His parents had been missing for several years now? With no news. Crybaby, what about you? Yi Huan inquired in return. Yu Chang'e remained silent for a good 5 minutes before finally sighing. I was taken from that hospital at 5, and a year later. A group of men in black attacked my home. My parents were killed, and I was seriously injured, saved at the last moment by relatives. What? Yi Huan suddenly stood up. He hadn't anticipated that Mu Chang'e's circumstances were even more tragic than his own. Mu Chang'e smiled helplessly, gesturing for Yi Huan to calm down. Huan Go, you probably don't know much, do you? What do you mean? Yi Huan shook his head, unsure of what Mu Chang'e was referring to. The relatives who adopted me have some influence. Over the years, I've leveraged their power to investigate certain matters. What matters? The hospital we were in might not belong to this world. Wah, what? Yi Huan was taken aback. Standing once more in disbelief, questioning whether Mu Chang'e was joking. I haven't fully investigated yet, but I know that we children were selected for experiments, but we were released after the experiments failed. Mu Chang'e slammed the table with a resounding thud. Though they said we were released, they actually carried out assassinations against us and our families. The number of children who survived from that batch is likely very few. If I'm correct, your parents' disappearance is definitely related to this matter. Yu Chang'e's words left Yi Huan utterly dumbfounded. He could not discern whether Mu Chang'e was merely spouting nonsense or recounting the truth. Don't you believe me? Then think back carefully to your time in that hospital. What do you remember? I remember. Yi Huan felt a flicker of fear. He could only recall playing with friends in that hospital, and he had no memory of anything else. Not even who else aside from the children was present. Yi Huan had previously thought it was due to his young age and poor memory. But now it seemed the situation was far more complex. Yi Huan fell silent. Mu Chang'e continued, Huan Go. I have been investigating this matter for years. I discovered that the hospital held an astonishing secret. And this secret is related to the currently popular game, In-World. In-World? Precisely. I assume you play that game? Yes, I do. Yi Huan nodded, acknowledging the truth, as the game log and equipment lay nearby. Surely, you must have acquired a special profession as well? However, the next words spoken by Mu Chang'e caused Yi Huan's eyes to widen in astonishment. How do you know? Of course I know, because I too possess a special profession. After uttering these words, Mu Chang'e rolled up his sleeves. On his fair arm, there was a tattoo depicting a fishing rod without a hook. This was inked by my parents. My special profession in the in-world is that of a fisher. Yi Huan was momentarily dumbfounded, instinctively retrieving the gold coin left by his parents. I am a wealthy man. Just as I suspected. These matters are indeed related to the in-world. Mu Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Yi Huan lifted his gaze to meet Mu Chang'e's, and in that moment, it seemed as though they could both perceive each other's thoughts. We must thoroughly investigate the events of that year. Indeed, since these matters are linked to the in-world, we shall seek answers within the game. With their consensus reached, the two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere shifting from tense to relaxed. Mu Chang'e immediately reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Lounging languidly on the sofa, Huan Dog, I am hungry. Could you prepare something for me to eat? I shall take a shower first. All right. We will discuss our next steps afterward. Yi Huan returned to the kitchen, his mind preoccupied with these inquiries. If Mu Chang'e's speculation holds true, could it be that other players in the in-world with special professions also originated from that mysterious hospital? If that were the case, they could band together to investigate the truth behind the scenes. Perhaps they might even uncover the whereabouts of their long-lost parents. Yes, that's the plan. Previously, Yi Huan had played the in-world merely to earn a bit of pocket money and pass the time. Now, however, the nature of his endeavor had transformed entirely. He intended to use the in-world to uncover the truth of the past and locate his missing parents. The in-world was no longer just a game for him. It had become a tangible realm, rife with conspiracies and secrets. Chapter 34. This group owes us. Yi Huan emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of cooked noodles, only to find Mu Chang'e stepping out of the bathroom. His wet, long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his flawless, fair face was even more beautiful than that of a woman. This is crybaby. With that appearance, it would be a pity not to go to G. Oh, are you seeking to taste my dagger? Mu Chang'e's slender fingers twirled, producing a gleaming dagger. Yi Huan froze momentarily, then couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, You bring a dagger even to the shower? What is that for? Oh, this? It's for fish. With a devilish grin, Mu Changa added, of course, if you don't mind, I could assist you in removing something. Huan felt a chill run down his spine and rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, you stick to killing fish with that. He gestured for Mu Changa to join him for noodles. Although Huan and Mu Changa had not seen each other for years, their reunion felt remarkably familiar. As they engaged in their usual banter, while eating, Huan inquired about Mu Changa's family situation. Why relatives treat me well, and I have 3 younger sisters, who have always been quite clingy. Humph. I would like to have a sister. You, on the other hand, are complaining about 3. You wouldn't understand. Mu Changa shook his head, then shifted the conversation to matters within the game. Have you encountered any other players with special professions in the game? No, what about you? Huan countered. Mu Changa sipped his soup and wiped his mouth with a tissue. I met one. A player with the ID old 8, who appears to be a gourmet and likely possesses a special profession. Oh, did you interact with him? Huan asked eagerly. Mu Changa looked somewhat frustrated as he shook his head. That guy has a peculiar personality. I attempted to engage with him twice, but both times were unsuccessful. Old 8? I will remember that name. Huan mentally noted the game name. The two continued to share amusing anecdotes from their gaming experiences and events from the past few years, conversing until late into the night. It was only when Mu Changa returned to his room that Huan finally drifted off to sleep. His mind racing with thoughts, he reflected on his childhood in that hospital, the day his parents came to take him home, their subsequent move, and finally, the inexplicable disappearance of his parents. Huan was certain he had not encountered the dark-clad assassins Mu Changa spoke of, however. Just because he had not, did not mean it had not occurred. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He recalled seeing his parents return home with injuries on several occasions. The next morning, he was awakened by a call from Nan Ran. Huanzi, Mu Dudu said she found the dragon eye gem you wanted. You need to log in quickly? All right, I will be there shortly. Huan hastily prepared some food, leaving a portion for Mu Changa. He then returned to his room, donned his gaming equipment, and entered the in-world. Welcome back to the in-world. Not long after logging in, he received a friend request. Player Mu Changa has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? This guy is online so early? Huan promptly clicked to accept and sent a private message to Mu Changa. Crybaby, you're online so early? Huan dog, where are you? I have something for you. East Street of Leosia City. Huan was curious about what Mu Changa intended to give him. After waiting for a short while on East Street, he saw a figure wearing a straw hat and a palm frond cloak rushing towards him. The appearance was distinctly that of a fisherman. It was clear that it was Mu Changa. As expected, the person approached, revealing a handsome face. Indeed, it was Mu Changa. Huan Gu, weren't you looking for white jade crystal? I happened to catch one yesterday. As Mu Changa spoke, he initiated a trade with Huan. How did you know I wanted this? Huan asked, slightly surprised, considering he had had little interaction with Mu Changa before. Oh, yesterday, you were calling out in the market, and I just happened to pass by. I see. Well, thanks. Huan accepted the white jade crystal without hesitation. Wait, how did that girl get here? I must leave. Huan dog, after you finish, come find me at Mingyue Lake in Mingyue City. Before Huan could respond, Mu Changa hurriedly departed, appearing rather sheepish. At that moment, Mu Dudu and Nan Ran approached together. Observing Mu Changa's retreating figure, Mu Dudu remarked curiously, that figure looks quite like my little brother. Huan was taken aback. It turns out Mu Changa is the elder brother of the 3 sisters from the Mu family. The clingy younger sisters he mentioned are indeed the Mu sisters? Oh, just a passerby. Huan casually deflected, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Dudu, did you bring the items? I did. But Huan Gu, can you promise me one thing? Speak. I shall not refuse anything within my capacity. When we attacked the city during the guild monster siege, could you call your friends to help us defend the city? My sister said she would compensate you. No problem. Huan was more than willing to participate in such endeavors. During a monster siege, there would undoubtedly be bosses, and besides, large-scale events were always lively. Huan Gu is the best. Mu Dudu giggled and traded a pair of dragon eye gems to Huan. The dragon eye gems, like the white jade crystal, were materials and should be worth a good amount. However, Mu Dudu did not ask Huan for any payment, bidding him farewell before departing with Nan Ran, saying she was going to help Nan Ran level up. Most of the materials for forging the belt had been gathered, leaving only 20 pieces of pure gold ore, while gold ore was common. Pure gold ore was rare and could only be found by chance. Huan made his way to the Shinka building, where he spotted Zhang Matzi waiting from a distance. "Wealthy lord, you have arrived. Let us set off at once." "All right, let us go." With one player and one NPC, they quickly reached the southern gate of Leosia city. Shortly after exiting the city, Huan noticed a commotion ahead, where a crowd was gathered, shouting and clamoring. "Are they fighting?" Huan quickened his pace, eager to see the spectacle. However, his expression darkened upon closer inspection. A group of players had surrounded Jun Xiong and Ming Xishan. "It is a privilege for you to be led to level up. Don't take our kindness for granted." "Exactly. If it weren't for the lack of a healer in our team, who would want to take you along?" "That's right, little girl. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, you won't be walking out of here today." From their dialogues and the expressions of Jun Xiong and Ming Xishan, Huan quickly grasped the situation. This group was likely attempting to recruit them for a quest or leveling up, as they were short a healer. They were preparing to force Jun Xiong and Ming Xishan into joining them. "We will not level up with you." Jun Xiong stood protectively in front of Ming Xishan, confronting the group. "You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Ha! If it weren't for your girlfriend's decent looks, do you think we would take you along? Enough of the nonsense. Join the team, or face the consequences." The players exuded an intimidating aura, brandishing their weapons. It seemed that if Jun Xiong dared to utter a word of refusal, they would be torn apart. Upon witnessing this scene, Huan couldn't help but chuckle. This group of individuals is simply asking for trouble. Without hesitation, he pushed his way through the crowd and called out to the apparent leader among them. "Hey, aren't you all looking to form a team? I happen to have a hidden quest. Would you care to join me?" Chapter 35. Xuanhu Studio. "Brother Huan, what brings you here?" greeted Jun Xiong and his companion with evident delight upon Huan's arrival. Huan nodded reassuringly, indicating that they need not worry. He then turned his attention to the leader of the group with a cheerful expression. This imposing male player bore the ID of Single Tough Guy. Beside him stood a voluptuous female player, known as Little Apple. Single Tough Guy scrutinized Huan with a hint of disdain. "You? Capable of taking on a hidden quest?" He scoffed coldly. Huan chuckled lightly, gesturing toward Zhang Matzi beside him. "Why would I deceive you? Can't you see I'm accompanied by an NPC? Tough Guy, it seems this person is indeed an NPC." Little Apple chimed in, her voice saccharine enough to induce a toothache. Single Tough Guy examined Zhang Matzi's name and instantly perked up. "Kid, what hidden quest have you undertaken?" "Actually, it's quite simple. Just head to a certain cave, mine 20 pieces of pure gold ore, and that will trigger a boss." Huan fabricated a hidden quest on the spot. "Boss? Are you serious?" Single Tough Guy's eyes lit up. Little Apple, too, exhibited a glint of unusual excitement. Having played the game for so long without encountering a boss, they were well aware of the lucrative opportunities that arose from such encounters. However, due to the scarcity of bosses in the in-world, their respawn rates were painfully slow. Some bosses would even cease to respawn after being defeated. Even if one or two did appear occasionally, they would be swiftly claimed by larger factions. As a small force that emerged from a studio like theirs, they often found themselves left with mere scraps. Thus, they dreamed of encountering a boss, especially one that only they had discovered. Fortune favors the diligent, and now the opportunity had finally presented itself. Believe it or not, Huan shrugged, preparing to turn away while muttering, "I'll go find others." Hey brother, let us talk this out. Don't be hasty." Single Tough Guy was unwilling to let Huan leave and quickly agreed to join him in completing the so-called hidden quest. "But let us be clear. Once the boss is triggered, we'll handle it ourselves, and the loot is ours to keep." "All right, no problem," Huan replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Single Tough Guy instructed his subordinates to procure mining tools and equipment. During this time, Jun Xiong privately messaged Huan, inquiring about the authenticity of the hidden quest. There aren't that many hidden quests. I just saw them bullying you and thought I'd help you deal with them." "Thank you, Brother Huan." Jun Xiong expressed his gratitude, feeling touched, and then remained by Huan's side in silence. Before long, the individuals sent to gather mining supplies returned. Single Tough Guy invited Huan to form a team, and a party of over 20 set off southward. Throughout the journey, Huan refrained from excessive conversation. It was Single Tough Guy and his crew who engaged in chatter about recent events within the game. Occasionally, These individuals would deliberately drive the vehicle while sharing jokes that left the female players in the party blushing. Through their conversations, Huan learned that they hailed from a studio named Xuanhu, with Single Tough Guy as its leader. Curious, Huan inquired about their past grievances. It turned out that on 2 prior occasions, Juanxiong and Mengshi Mountain had been forcibly recruited into Single Tough Guy's team, serving as cannon fodder, resulting in Juanxiong losing a level. Such studios often employed this tactic, seeking out solo players to join their ranks only to use them as expendable resources. Huan had been contemplating whether to merely inconvenience these individuals or to thoroughly exploit them. It now seemed that at the very least, he ought to ensure they all lost a level. Huan suddenly felt rather benevolent. Under Zhang Mozi's guidance, the group proceeded southward. Along the way, they encountered monster zones, but Huan and his companions hardly needed to lift a finger. The members of Xuanhu Studio seemed eager to demonstrate their goodwill, engaging the roadblock monsters themselves. Thanks to Huan's presence, even Juanxiong and Mengshi Mountain were spared from further orders. Aside from Mengshi Mountain occasionally providing healing and support, they traveled for quite a distance, nearing the level 30 monster zone. Huan, growing impatient, queried Zhang Mozi. Zhang Mozi, are we there yet? Master Wealthy, do you see that mountain ahead? The cave I dreamed of lies at its base. Huan nodded, glancing at Single Tough Guy leading the way. Tough Guy, we've almost arrived. Oh, have we reached it so soon? So soon? We've been walking for nearly 2 hours. Huan felt exasperated but maintained a facade of calm. Upon reaching the mountain's foot, Zhang Mozi stepped out of the party and began to explore the base of the mountain. After approximately 10 minutes, he pointed to a rock face and nodded at Huan. The cave entrance is here. Huan approached, inspecting the barren rock wall that bore no distinguishing features. It looked just like any ordinary wall, without any visible entrance. Where is the entrance? Single Tough Guy stepped forward, casting a dubious glance at Huan. Huan shrugged and turned to Zhang Mozi, preparing to inquire about the entrance's location. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. The rock face before them suddenly emitted a cacophony of sounds as the dirt and stones began to fall away. An entrance towering over 3 meters high materialized before their eyes. There truly is a cave. Single Tough Guy was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ha ha, we're going to strike it rich. There must be a boss inside. The others shared in the joy, itching to rush into the cave. Only Huan noticed that Zhang Mozi had stepped back. He too pulled Juanxiong and Mengshi Mountain a safe distance away. Just as Single Tough Guy and his team prepared to enter the cave, a flurry of black bats suddenly surged out of the dark cavern. These bats emitted sharp cries, their blood-red eyes glowing ominously, and they exuded a foul odor, bearing razor-sharp fangs. Upon bursting forth from the cave, they lunged directly at the group. Huan's heart raced, and he quickly activated his ability to assess the situation. Checking the attributes of the bats. Monster name, blood bat monster level, 20 monster description. A swarm of bats influenced by mysterious forces, they have long dwelled at the cave's entrance, ready to feast upon anyone who dares to enter. Although they appear small, they are a level 20 creature. Huan furrowed his brow, signaling to Juanxiong and Mengshi Mountain to exercise caution. True to their reputation as a studio, Single Tough Guy's crew exhibited solid fundamental skills. After an initial moment of panic, although 2 players fell, the others quickly regained their composure. Under Single Tough Guy's direction, they formed a rudimentary battle formation and engaged the bloodbats. Single Tough Guy, a powerhouse wielding a massive war hammer, found his attacks ineffective against the small bats. Meanwhile, Little Apple, a delicate female player beside him and a poison specialist, raised her hand and unleashed her skill, Poison Mist. The mist spread, poisoning the bloodbats and reducing their speed and defenses. The other players then charged in to slay the bats. During the process of hunting the bloodbats, 3 more players met their demise. Now, aside from Huan and his 2 companions, only 18 members of Xuanhu Studio remained. Ultimately, all the bloodbats were eliminated. Chapter 36. Revive. That was close. Thank goodness my people are strong. Hey, are you alright? After defeating the bloodbats, Single Tough Guy approached Huan and of course, his concern was not genuine. He was merely worried that if Huan perished, their chance at the boss would vanish were fine. Huan replied with a slight shrug, glancing at the dark cave. Let us head inside. All right, everyone, gather your gear. Single Tough Guy waved, prompting someone to produce torches to distribute among the grouped I in the in-world. There were various forms of illumination, but torches were the most economical. One by one, they lit their torches and cautiously entered the cave. The moment they stepped into the cave, a notification echoed in their minds. Friendly reminder: you have entered the mysterious mine. Everything remains unknown. Simultaneously, players noted that the system map displayed nothing but a blank slate. Routes, monsters, everything had to be discovered by the players themselves. As they ventured deeper, unexpectedly, they encountered no other monsters. Boss, this area should be suitable for mining, someone reported. Excellent. Let us split into 2 teams. One to mine here, and the other to follow me further in, single tough guy commanded with practiced ease. He, along with a few others, accompanied Huan's group deeper into the mine. It must be said, the in-world game is remarkably immersive. Not only does it achieve a high level of pain sensitivity, but it also authentically replicates other senses of taste and smell. The further they ventured into the cave, the more pungent the odor became. Suddenly, Little Apple let out a blood-curdling scream, startling everyone. What's wrong? What's happening? As the crowd glanced over, they suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, a legless zombie lay sprawled on the ground. Just moments ago, it had seized the ankle of a little girl named Xiaoping. Monster name: severed leg zombie. Monster level? Monster description? Regrettably, Huan could not discern the level or description of the severed leg zombie, indicating that its level surpassed his by at least 5 levels. Huan speculated that it was likely around level 25. Seeking death, the single manly man roared, raising his massive warhammer and bringing it down upon the severed leg zombie's head, instantly slaying it. A skill book dropped. Quick-witted, the single manly man snatched up the skill book, glanced at it with disdain, and tossed it to a nearby companion. A level 10 skill book is worthless. The single manly man scoffed and turned back to comfort the frightened Xiaoping. Behind him, Huan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. The single manly man was only level 15. Even with a silver weapon in hand, he shouldn't be able to dispatch a level 25 monster in one blow. What was going wrong? Just as Huan pondered this, a player in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. Moments later, that player transformed into a beam of white light and respawned. He had perished. What was going on? Everyone be cautious. Another severed leg zombie has appeared. Someone shouted, as a torch illuminated a new severed leg zombie crawling on the ground. Unlike the previous one, this severed leg zombie had grown a leg. Seeking death, brothers, eradicate it. The single manly man shouted, lifting his warhammer once more. With a resounding crash, he struck the severed leg zombie, but this time it did not succumb to his attack. It extended its claw-filled hands and lunged at a nearby girl who was unable to retreat in time. The young vitality mage, startled, stumbled back, and in an instant, she too turned into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the severed leg zombie was overwhelmed and defeated by the other players. Yet again, a level 10 skill book dropped. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. The single manly man ordered everyone to spread out and examine the ground in the corner. Huan's frown deepened. He had a nagging feeling that the earlier severed leg zombie was very likely the same one as before. Indeed! In the next moment, accompanied by another player's scream, that individual transformed into white light and perished. Once more, a severed leg zombie appeared on the damp cavern floor. To be precise, it was no longer a severed leg zombie, for it had grown 2 legs. Although it still crawled on the ground, it had clearly become more formidable. Continue the assault. The single manly man's expression darkened as he issued the command. 7 or 8 players unleashed their abilities upon the zombie. Ultimately, after the loss of one shield bearer, they managed to vanquish the creature, which still dropped a level 10 skill book. This time, the single manly man was thoroughly enraged. He glared at Huan and demanded, "What is going on? Where's the boss you mentioned?" Huan maintained a calm demeanor and shrugged. "We haven't gathered 20 pure gold ores, so of course, we can't trigger the boss." "Very well. If I find out you've deceived me, you can forget about playing this game in the future." The single manly man spat a fierce retort before sending a message to his mining teammates. "How's the haul, boss? We've already mined a dozen pieces of pure gold ore. This place is fantastic for mining. There's a ton of gold and silver, and our bags are almost overflowing." "Enough chatter. Hurry and collect 20 pieces of pure gold ore for that kid. Once he triggers the boss, we'll take him down. Although Huan was unaware of the private conversation between the single manly man and his subordinates, he had already guessed the latter's intentions from the very beginning. However, he chose not to reveal the matter, as he was prepared to continue observing the unfolding drama. Roar. With a furious bellow, a zombie reappeared, this time rising directly from the ground. Its sharp claws swiftly slashed through a player's neck. Damn it, here it comes again. When will this end? The single manly man, visibly irritated, realized some patterns. They were repeatedly battling the same zombie, which grew stronger with each death and resurrection. From being legless to now possessing legs, it could stand and walk, its defense and attack power having doubled, all due to the cycle of dying and reviving. Boss, this isn't working. If we keep this up, it will become even stronger. Exactly, boss. Shouldn't we retreat? Retreat? What nonsense. We haven't even seen the boss yet. Why would we retreat? Keep attacking. The single manly man swung his warhammer, unleashing all his fury upon the zombie. Yes, brother manly. What if this zombie transforms into a boss while we fight? Huan chimed in, fanning the flames. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the single manly man became even more invigorated. Right? The stronger it gets, the closer it may become to a boss, brothers. Continue attacking. Let those who have fallen come back to support us. In the corner, Junxiong quietly asked Huan, Brother Huan, aren't we going to help? Huan slowly shook his head. No rush. The show is just beginning, and indeed, the spectacle was only just unfolding. With each death of the zombie, its appearance transformed, and its power surged. After its sixth resurrection, it donned tattered armor and wielded a broken blade. Its name continuously shifted, evolving from severed leg zombie to zombie guardian, now marked as elite. It's become an elite monster. The single manly man was filled with excitement, realizing that Huan's speculation was correct. This zombie truly had the potential to become a boss. However, he completely overlooked the fact that his companions were dwindling in number. The zombies are growing stronger. Can we hold on? Xiaoping asked anxiously as she unleashed a cloud of poison upon the zombie guardian. No worries. The brothers outside have already mined enough pure gold ore. They'll be here to support us soon. Just as the single manly man finished speaking, a voice called out from not far away, Boss, we're here. It turned out that the players from the Xianhu studio, who had been mining outside, had now arrived. One of them initiated a trade with Huan, offering 20 pieces of pure gold ore, while the others quickly armed themselves and joined the fray against the zombie guardian. An elite monster of unknown level was not easily defeated. With a dozen players surrounding it, they struggled to bring it down, and the zombie guardian claimed the lives of several more players. Hey, we've given you the pure gold ore. Once we slay this elite monster, you'll trigger the boss, understood? The single manly man commanded Huan, glaring at Junxiong and Meng Xishan. And you two? It's time to lend a hand. Rest assured, the boss will appear. Huan replied cheerfully, then privately messaged Junxiong and Meng Xishan, advising them, look for an opportunity to exit the mine. Brother Huan, what about you? Junxiong asked, worry etched on his face. I have other matters to attend to. Huan glanced at Zhang Mazi, who had been staring at the ground since entering the mine. Seemingly asleep. NPCs were NPCs. Even in such a tense situation, he could still slumber. Remarkable. Huan shook his head and casually tossed a gold coin towards the zombie guardian. Elite. Skill. New Year's money. Here, I bestow you a token of good fortune. The coin instantly enlarged mid-air, becoming ethereal and transparent. It hovered above the zombie guardian, spinning and radiating golden light that fell upon it. In the next moment, the previously agile zombie guardian appeared to be hindered by an invisible force. Its movement significantly slowed, as if it were struggling to act. Hurry, brothers, my skill lasts only 15 seconds. After casting the New Year's money skill, Huan called out to the single manly man. Understood, brothers, attack. The single manly man recognized the opportunity and his warhammer shimmered with light. Mountain shaking strike. This was the level 15 skill of the Strength King. With a single blow, the ground trembled. Boom. The zombie guardian's head was knocked askew by this strike. Poison needle, Xiaoping shouted, swiftly launching a needle as thick as chopsticks that pierced through the zombie guardian's skull. Landing consecutive critical hits, The zombie guardian could no longer withstand the assault and fell to the ground with a crash, dropping a skill book to HM, still a level 10. This time, the single manly man was genuinely speechless. After so long and the loss of several comrades, it turned out to be yet another level 10 skill book. Damn it. I'm done. If we keep this up, we'll only get another level 10 skill book. The single manly man, fuming, approached Huan and glared down at him. Kid, it's your turn. Where's the boss you spoke of? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The single manly man's barrage of questions made Huan frown slightly. However, the next moment, he smiled. The boss? Isn't it already here? As soon as Huan's words fell, the single manly man suddenly heard screams behind him. He quickly turned to look. Before them stood a towering green-haired zombie. More than 2 meters in height, with a physique as robust as that of a tiger, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, it was ruthlessly dispatching the players from the Xuantu studio with the ease of a seasoned predator. Even the player he cherished, the lovely Zhao Pinghua, was not spared from its wrath. Alas! The female player, Zhao Pinghua, trembled in fear, letting out a chilling scream before being reduced to a flash of white light, signaling her demise. In less than a minute, the cavern was left with only Huan and the solitary, rugged player, alongside the seemingly slumbering NPC, Zhang Matzi. How could this be? The solitary rugged player was utterly dumbfounded. He cast a furious glance at Huan, exclaiming, "What level is this boss, for heaven's sake?" Huan's lips twitched slightly as he replied helplessly, "How would I know? But it appears to be at least level 30. Damn it! You should have said so earlier." Before the solitary rugged player could finish his sentence, he too was enveloped in a flash of white light, having met his end at the hands of the green-haired zombie. Just before he vanished, he glanced at Huan, who had also succumbed to the same fate, and felt a slight sense of balance in his heart, realizing that Huan truly was unaware of the situation here. "Do you have resurrected at your original location?" Though Huan had fallen, he quickly revived at his original spot. The ultimate Rookie King's resurrection attribute was indeed formidable. Moreover, Huan had deliberately refrained from dodging the green-haired zombie's attack, crafting an illusion that evidently succeeded, leading the solitary rugged player to believe he too had perished. New Year's money. Upon his resurrection, Huan unleashed a skill upon the green-haired zombie. New Year's money. Gold coins instantly expanded, becoming ethereal and transparent, swirling above the zombie's head and casting a golden glow. The New Year's money skill possessed a certain gravitational property. However, it was clear that this maneuver had little effect on the green-haired zombie. But that was of no consequence. Huan had no intention of using this skill to deal with the green-haired zombie. Alas, more funds would need to be spent. Huan felt a pang of regret. Although his skill of tossing wealth was powerful, the cost in gold coins was staggering. Most would hesitate to employ it. With a flurry of actions, he flung a staggering 40,000 gold coins. Only then did the green-haired zombie let out a pained howl and collapse. Immediately after, it dropped a single skill book. Damn it, it truly only dropped a skill book. Huan felt a wave of frustration. His earlier assumptions had proven correct. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. A flash of light enveloped Huan, signifying his ascension from level 18 to level 19. This game was becoming excessively costly. Huan, feeling discontent, picked up the skill book only to discover that it was not a mere skill book, but rather a hidden profession certification. Corpse driver. Sigh. This hidden profession piqued his interest. If it weren't for its special nature, he would have certainly wanted to give it a try. The corpse driver profession differed from that of a Taoist. While a Taoist could utilize talismans to exterminate or control zombies, a corpse driver could resurrect freshly deceased monsters as corpse slaves. After some contemplation, Huan decided to keep the corpse driver certification for now, intending to sell it or perhaps gift it to a friend when the opportunity arose. Just as he finished organizing his belongings, Huan noticed that the green-haired zombie he had slain had vanished. In its place was a semi-transparent shadow, hovering before him. What in the world? Huan was initially startled, fearing that the green-haired zombie had resurrected. However, in the next moment, the floating shadow spoke to him. "Brave adventurer, thank you for granting me release." Chapter 38. Faction Quest. Could there be a continuation? Huan pondered. Somewhat perplexed and hurriedly inquired, "Who are you?" The shadow, resembling a ghost, floated before him, obscuring its true form, I am a subordinate of the former city lord. Many years ago, I escorted the young city lord to Fian City for aid but was ambushed by the deputy city lord along the way. I fought fiercely to protect the young lord, taking refuge in this cavern, only to be ultimately transformed into this state by an unknown, mysterious force, and the young lord? Zhang Matzi interjected eagerly, brave adventurers. The young lord is hidden on the second level of the mine, untouched by the mysterious force and thus unharmed. I hope you can retrieve the former city lord's handwritten plea for help and escort the young lord back to Leosia City to expose the deputy city lord's nefarious plot. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest. Escort the young lord to the city lord's mansion in Leosia City. Congratulations, you have triggered a faction quest. Leosia City, battle for the city lord. Congratulations, you have received the rewards. Level 1, Reputation 100. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Congratulations, you have activated Money Hoarder. A cascade of notifications sent Huan into a state of ecstatic delight. Yet before he could revel in his fortune, the shadow before him vanished. Shortly thereafter, a sudden system announcement resonated in the ears of all players still within the Leosia City region. System announcement. A battle for the city lord of Leosia City will commence in half an hour. All players currently in the Leosia City area will receive a faction selection option. Upon making a selection, quest details will be provided. Please pay attention to your notifications. System announcement. Half an hour later. Players situated in the Leosia City region were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a selection interface appeared before them. Option 1. Join the camp of the former city lord. Option 2. Join the camp of the deputy city lord. Aside from the options, no further prompts were provided. Even the quest details would only be revealed after a choice was made. This left players in a quandary as to which side to choose. I choose the former city lord, then I'll try the deputy city lord. Before long, players began to make arbitrary selections, and the quest information swiftly circulated. The faction quest for those choosing the former city lord was to journey to the mysterious mine south of Leosia City and escort the young lord back to the city lord's mansion. Conversely, the faction quest for those siding with the deputy city lord was to venture to the same mine and eliminate the young lord, preventing him from returning to the mansion in an instant. The in-world was abuzz. Players currently in the Leosia City region began to gather in eager clusters, strategizing for the faction quests, while those outside the region lamented their missed opportunity. Oh, how unfortunate. I just left Leosia City, how exasperating. I had been leveling up near Leosia City, but today I happened to visit another main city to meet a friend, only to miss this faction quest. I read on the official website that the rewards for faction quests are exceptionally generous. Regardless, even if we cannot participate in the quest, we should at least go and observe. Numerous factions convened to discuss the impending faction quests in Leosia City. Although not everyone received the quests, they could assist their friends in completing them and earning rewards. Therefore, powerful players tended to align with one faction. For instance, players from Shinmu Finjian chose to side with the former city lord, led by Mu Dudu and Mu Lala. Meanwhile, players from the Four Seasons Alliance opted for the Deputy City Lord's faction, led by the Vice President, Chun Tsulai. Other factions such as Yunziai, Manhuang Tribe, Yi Family, and various studios all made their respective choices, with players from the same faction selecting the same side. As for the casual players, they generally made arbitrary selections. Those who did not receive quests also flocked to Leosia City to join in the spectacle. In no time, Leosia City was teeming with players. This vibrant scene was documented and posted on the game forum, instantly attracting more spectators. Meanwhile, within the mysterious mine, upon receiving the quest, Huan hurriedly led Zhang Matzi to the entrance of the second level. Once inside, the air was devoid of the foul stench of the first level, though it was still far from pleasant, as it was a mine and the air quality was poor. Upon entering the second level of the mine, Huan's gaze fell upon a corner where a disheveled and emaciated young boy was crouched. A glance at his information revealed. Leosia City, Young Lord, level. None.it seemed he had grown up in this mine. Noticing newcomers, the young lord appeared anxious and fearful, trembling as he stammered in a hoarse voice, who are you? We are here to rescue you, young lord. Before Huan could speak, Zhang Matzi eagerly approached. After a brief exchange, the young lord's demeanor gradually calmed. Observing this, Huan finally understood Zhang Matzi's role in this matter. The young lord followed Zhang Matzi to Huan's side, casting a timid glance in his direction. Kind sir, I I trouble you. Not at all. We will ensure your safe return to the city lord's mansion. With that, Huan led them out of the mine. Upon exiting, Juanxiong and Meng Shishan approached them, having also received the quest and chosen to side with the former city lord. Huan noticed that both young ones had a small blue flag floating above their heads. Looking up, he discovered that he too bore a similar blue flag. It appeared that the faction markers manifested upon selection. Juanxiong, Xiaoming, you two must remain by the young lord's side, especially you, Xiaoming. Make sure to heal him promptly. As soon as Huan finished speaking, beside him stood Zhang Matzi, who extracted 4 tokens from his bosom and tossed them into the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures descended from the heavens, clad in armor, each wielding a crescent blade in one hand and a round shield in the other. They swiftly surrounded the young city lord upon landing. Huan's expression turned peculiar as realization dawned upon him. These 4 must be the guards dispatched by the system to protect the young lord. Curiosity piqued, Huan checked the levels of the 4 guardians. Young Lord's Personal Guard A, level 30. Young Lord's Personal Guard B, level 30. Young Lord's Personal Guard C, level 30. Young Lord's Personal Guard D, level 30. Indeed, they were the guards assigned by the system. Huan felt a surge of joy. With these 4 guardians safeguarding the frail young lord, they could focus on dealing with the opposing players. Brother Huan, we have arrived. A voice echoed from a distance, belonging to Mu Dudu and her companions from Shinmu Fengyun. Not only they, but also the invited Kuang Dao, Nen Ran, and the trio known as Zhang Ai had come. Each bore a blue flag atop their heads, clearly indicating their allegiance to the old lord. Tasked with escorting the young lord back to the city. You're dead meat today, kid. Amidst this harmonious gathering, a sudden roar of fury pierced the air. The crowd turned to see a band of over a dozen players, each adorned with a red flag, advancing menacingly toward them. The one who had just insulted Huan was none other than the previously duped. The single-hardened man. Upon their appearance, Huan could not help but smile brightly, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to those nearby. The faction war appears to have commenced. Killing players from the opposing camp should not incur a notoriety penalty, right? Then what are we waiting for? My blade is thirsting for action. Kuang Dao licked his lips, instantly grasping Huan's intent. The others quickly followed suit, casting hostile glances toward the players from the Xuanhu studio. The single-hardened man was taken aback. Suddenly realizing he had charged into enemy territory, a chill ran through him. Boss, are we still fighting? A subordinate inquired. The single-hardened man was so enraged he nearly slapped him. Fight your grandpa. Can't you see their numbers? Retreat now. With that, he shot Huan a fierce glare and turned to flee. The others hastily followed suit, yet many were struck down by the long-range attacks from Mu Dudu and her team, meeting their demise. Just as Huan had noted, once the faction war commenced, killing players from the opposing camp would not incur a notoriety penalty. Everyone, stop pursuing. Our mission is to escort the young lord back. Huan called out to those who were still intent on chasing. He then turned to Mu Dudu and the others beside him. We can expect numerous enemies to intercept us along the way. And perhaps even agents from the Vice Lord will be dispatched to hunt down the young lord, so everyone must be cautious. After speaking, Huan looked at the brave Juanxiong. Juanxiong, find a small path leading to Leosia City. We shall take that route. All right, I will sketch it out immediately. Juanxiong, being an expert cartographer, diligently recorded routes whenever he arrived at a new location. Thus, he quickly compiled a map. As time passed, more players from the blue flag camp arrived, while some with red flags appeared as well. However, upon their arrival, they were swiftly surrounded and eliminated by the blue flag players. Who among you can command the team battle? Huan surveyed the crowd. Mu Dudu raised her hand and then pointed to her sister, Mu Lala. Brother Huan, Lala has participated in virtual war competitions before. The virtual war competition was a popular event from a few years back, allowing players to command forces and engage in simulated combat against others. Huan cast a surprised glance at Mu Lala. She was a level 17 swordswoman with short hair, exuding a spirited aura. At that moment, Huan felt a twinge of envy toward Mu Chang'e. The weepy fellow had 3 remarkable sisters yet failed to cherish them. If he had a sister, he would pamper her endlessly. In that case, let us heed Mu Lala's command. Huan relinquished control, assigning the leadership to Mu Lala. After all, his primary responsibility was to ensure the young lord's safety. The other players had no objections. Most were merely there to tag along for the mission. Ulala wasted no time, directing everyone with authority as they advanced in formation. Shield bearers, swordsmen, brawlers, and powerhouses formed the front line, while healers, priests, poison masters, and mages comprised the second rank. The energy masters, archers, sorcerers, and spiritists occupied the third tier, with the young lord and Huan shielded within. Surrounding them were assassins, hunters, gadgeteers, and other classes, stealthily laying ambushes and scouting ahead. As the players had yet to advance their classes, they had not diversified into additional occupational categories. Once a player reached level 50, they could undergo a class advancement. For instance, shield bearers could evolve into light shield, heavy shield, or knife shield specialists, and this applied to other classes as well. Hence, the current equipment and skills bore little distinction. In such large-scale faction wars, victory relied heavily on numbers and strategy. Although dying in faction wars did not result in level loss, equipment would be forfeited. Thus, everyone proceeded with utmost caution. Charge, break their formation, and eliminate the young lord. That is our victory. A sudden battle cry erupted from the front. Looking ahead, they saw approximately 100 players charging toward them, led by the single hardened man, who had been frightened away earlier. Behind him, besides the players from the Xuanhu studio, there were others from different studios. The first wave of ambush comes from the studios. How intriguing! Huan's lips curled into a playful smirk as he glanced at the silent Mulala, who was the commander of this battle. With a frosty yet resolute expression, Mulala inexplicably produced a small flag and raised it high, shaking it a few times. Moments later, a shout of alarm erupted from within the ranks of the single hardened man's team. What the hell? There are traps. Everyone be cautious. They must have ambushed the hunters. Assassins. So many assassins, I can't. As the single hardened man's team fell into chaos due to the traps, the lurking assassins and gadgeteers swiftly emerged from their hiding spots. Their movements were lightning fast, typically attacking in groups of 3 to ambush members of the opposing team. Each trio could effectively target a single adversary, allowing them to retreat unharmed while draining the enemy's health. Everyone, stay calm and continue advancing. The single hardened man seethed with fury, attempting to rally his team forward. Unfortunately, after the recent ambush, their formation had already been disrupted. Meanwhile, Mulala raised her flag once more and shook it. The ranged players in their formation began to charge their abilities. The energy masters started gathering energy. The archers drew their bows. The sorcerers whispered incantations. The spiritists summoned the surrounding ethereal forces. 200 meters, 150, 150 meters. As the single hardened man's team entered the attack range, Huan's team unleashed a torrent of ranged attacks. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. This was everyone's first experience in such a grand-scale battle, leaving even the spellcasters in awe. How spectacular! I now understand. The allure of the in-world exceeds our imagination. Is this what war feels like? I feel my blood surging. Wow! So powerful. Is this truly my doing? How naive. This is a collective effort. At that moment, every gaze followed the barrage of ranged attacks. Even the single hardened man's group was struck by the overwhelming spectacle of simultaneous assaults from multiple players. By the time they gathered their wits, it was already too late. They were outnumbered, and after the earlier ambush, they had already lost several members, their formation in disarray. Now, facing the deluge of ranged attacks from Huan's team, how could they possibly withstand it? Too fierce. We can't take it. If death is our fate, so be it. Everyone, continue. The players on the single hardened man's side could only watch helplessly as their health bars were depleted, one by one transforming into beams of white light, vanishing from sight. Upon reviving at the resurrection point, they discovered a crucial issue. Dying meant losing their eligibility for the mission. This revelation left the players utterly speechless. In other words, once they fell, they would automatically exit the mission, their faction flags disappearing as well. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking the single hardened man in the neck. In the next instant, he too dissolved into white light. System notification. You have been killed by player. Bending Bao to shoot Chong E. Chapter 40. A direct confrontation. Who the hell is that? The single hardened man, resurrected at the revival point, was seething with rage. Simultaneously, he noticed that his faction flag had vanished, indicating he had lost his eligibility to continue the mission. However, Consumed by fury, he was too enraged to care. No mission meant no mission. Who said we couldn't kill them without a mission? But boss, without the faction flag, we lose our protection from level loss. If we die now, we will drop levels. Some could not resist reminding the solitary tough guy of a single thing. Yet at this moment, he was already consumed by rage, completely oblivious to such remarks. Enough of this today. I shall surely kill Huan Gu Yiba. Even the name is a mockery. Huan Gu. Why not call him Huan Dog? And that one who goes by the name of Binding Bao to shoot Chang'e. I must eliminate him too. The solitary tough guy grumbled angrily as he prepared to invite others from different studios to join him. However, the members of those studios had no grievances with Huan and his companions. They had no desire to march to their doom, risking their levels and equipment. If you wish to go, then go by yourself. We are off to level up, indeed. Just now, it was your erroneous command that caused this. Exactly. You led us to our demise, losing our quest eligibility, and now you expect us to join your folly. These individuals grumbled as they dismissed the solitary tough guy and departed with their own studio members. The solitary tough guy was fuming, nearly inciting a system error. Ah, you dogs of Huan Gu, just wait for me. In the end, the solitary tough guy resolved to venture forth alone. He refrained from bringing along any members of his studio. The Xuanhu studio was established at considerable expense, and he did not wish for his recklessness to lead to its financial ruin. Yet his indignation lingered, prompting him to stealthily slip away. Everyone is doing splendidly. Let us proceed. Lala waved her small flag, signaling the group to continue. Meanwhile, Yi Huan's attention was fixated on an archer within the team. Since the battle commenced, he had been observing this archer. Realizing that he seemed significantly more formidable than the others. Filled with curiosity, Yi Huan activated the skill Greedy Eyes. Player name, Bending Bao to shoot Chang'e. Player level, 18. Player class, Gale Archer, hidden class. So, it is a hidden class. No wonder his shots are so accurate and far-reaching. The name is rather amusing as well. I must find an opportunity to engage with him. Yi Huan stroked his chin, contemplating. Although he had no intention of joining any factions or guilds, he did aspire to form an adventuring party for quests and leveling up, seeking companionship in a world where he felt solitary. As for the selection of team members, Yi Huan was still deliberating. From the mysterious mine to Leosia City, the distance was considerable. Furthermore, as everyone proceeded with utmost caution, their progress was slow. After traversing about a mile, they encountered a wild bamboo grove. Just as they arrived, a scout from the front shouted a warning. Everyone be careful. There's an ambush. Is the second wave upon us? Yi Huan's heart stirred as he glanced at Lala. She raised her small flag, commanding the team to halt and swiftly form a formation. The sounds of battle erupted from within the wild bamboo grove. The scouts from the blue faction and those preparing for an ambush engaged with the opposing players. However, this time, the assassins and other players on Yi Huan's side were defeated. The opposing side clearly had the advantage, well prepared and outnumbering them. The bamboo grove swayed, rustling ominously, dust swirled, and the cries of battle echoed. A throng of players surged from the wild bamboo grove, most of their IDs bearing the character Yun. Leading the charge were two players, Yun Feiyong and Yun Xiang. They belonged to Yun Ji. Indeed, the majority of these players were from Yun Ji, with a few scattered players who had joined along the way. Their combined numbers soared to 400 or 500 at this moment. Both sides were nearly even in strength, and with the assassins already dispatched, the only option left was a direct confrontation. Attack? Lala's face was resolute, her eyes gleaming with ferocity as she waved her banner, signaling the countercharge. Everyone, forward! On the opposing side, Yun Feiyong also gestured for his comrades to charge. Come forth, Earth Black Bear! With a mighty roar, a peculiar formation appeared beneath his feet. The ground trembled and cracked open, revealing a massive black bear beside him. Yun Feiyong, the vice president of Yun Ji, was a summoner. Beside him stood Yun Xiang, a hall master of Yun Ji Mu Dudu, positioned near Yi Huan. Provided introductions, it's quite simple to ascertain such matters as various factions often infiltrate each other with spies. The two forces clashed with a thunderous charge. In such chaos, formations were disregarded. Melee fighters engaged in close combat, while ranged players unleashed their skills indiscriminately. In an instant, the wild bamboo grove descended into pandemonium. Observing this scene, Mu Lala couldn't help but shake her head slightly. These players had not undergone rigorous training. Expecting them to remain calm under pressure was unrealistic. With that thought, Mu Lala drew her great sword and charged into the fray. Kill, heavy strike, furious slash, heavy fist, energy blast. The clashing sounds of weapons rang out. The whoosh of various ranged attacks filled the air. The players' cries of battle and roars merged into a dissonant symphony of chaos. The spectacle was utterly magnificent. Huan felt a surge of adrenaline. A quick glance revealed the formidable combat prowess of Yun Feiyang's Earth Black Bear, rendering the Blue Faction's players unable to advance. Even more infuriating was Yun Xiang, who had seemingly mastered a skill akin to hitting a cow over a mountain. He could strike opponents while hiding behind the heavily armored Earth Black Bear. Huan furrowed his brow. It is said that to capture a thief, one must first seize the kingpin. He resolved to devise a plan to deal with Yun Feiyang and Yun Xiang first. His gaze swept over to the archer who was continuously bending his bow and shooting arrows not far away. Bending bow to shoot Chang'e. Instantly, Huan's spirits lifted. He jogged over to bending bow to shoot Chang'e's side. Brother, how about we discuss a little matter? Meanwhile, in the ranks of Yun Ji, Yun Xiang had just taken out a player from the Blue Faction using hitting a cow over a mountain. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feiyang, your black bear is quite impressive. Not bad. It's fortunate that you just learned hitting a cow over a mountain. Hee. This time we shall surely ambush the young city lord and reap the rewards. As Yun Xiang spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the center of the opposing formation, and his eyes narrowed in sudden anger. For he had spotted three familiar figures, Mu Dudu, Kuang Dao, and Huan. Yun Xiang remembered vividly that the first boss he encountered in the game had been stolen from him, and those who had snatched it away were precisely these three. Yun Xiang's gaze swept over Huan and his companions. Mu Dudu, being the second young lady of the Mu family, was naturally well guarded. The one called Kuang Dao exuded a fierce aura, charging alongside Mu Lala, both projecting an air of invincibility. Thus, Yun Xiang set his sights on Huan. Though Huan had not engaged back then, he had offered suggestions while standing beside Mu Dudu. Yun Xiang recalled these details clearly, and each recollection ignited his fury. You, and you? All of you come here. Yun Xiang beckoned to several of his subordinates, whispering a few instructions while occasionally pointing toward Huan amidst the crowd. Soon, these individuals discreetly vanished into the ranks. They were all assassins, specialized in stealthy eliminations. Their intentions were unmistakable. At this moment, Huan was engaged in a similar endeavor. He called bending bow to shoot Chang'e aside, quickly adding each other as friends. Then, he disclosed his plan to bending bow to shoot Chang'e. Do you have a grudge against that guy? Did you not see the venomous look he gave me earlier? Huan shrugged and traded some gold coins to bending bow to shoot Chang'e. However, Huan was taken aback when bending bow to shoot Chang'e refused the coins. Forget the money, it's merely a matter of taking a life. With a wave of his hand, bending bow to shoot Chang'e knocked an arrow, preparing to target Yun Xiang, but soon, he frowned. Huan Gu, that guy keeps hiding behind the Earth Black Bear, not showing himself. Can't the Earth Black Bear be killed? It's not that it can't be killed. Look, there's a group of healers over there specifically tending to the Black Bear. Just as bending bow to shoot Chang'e had stated, a cluster of healers at the back of Yun Ji's formation was dedicated to healing and reinforcing Yun Feiyang's Earth Black Bear. Thus, despite enduring relentless attacks, the bear remained steadfast. Moreover, Yun Xiang was cunning. Although he was a melee fighter, he cleverly concealed himself behind the Earth Black Bear, utilizing his hitting a cow over a mountain skill to ambush others. What was even more infuriating was that he succeeded every time. Huan furrowed his brow, carefully assessing Yun Xiang's positioning. A sly smile crept onto his lips. No worries. I shall bestow upon him a New Year's gift. Financial skill. New Year's gift. As the words fell, Huan tossed a gold coin toward Yun Xiang. The coin traced an exquisite parabolic arc, landing squarely among the opposing players. What in the world? Yun Xiang looked up to see a colossal golden coin descending, and in the next moment, he felt as if a small mountain had suddenly crushed him. The immense weight hampered his movements, causing him to lag behind the Earth Black Bear and create some distance. What a splendid opportunity! Bending bow to shoot Chang'e's eyes sparkled as he swiftly knocked an arrow. Wind Chaser Arrow. The Gale Wind Arrow. Whoosh, two arrows were shot forth, one flying straight while the other soared into the air. Their speed was so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The arrow that flew straight pierced through Yunxiang's body in an instant, draining half of his health. Just as Yunxiang let out a sigh of relief, believing he had escaped a dire fate, a gale suddenly erupted above him, and an arrow descended from the heavens. With a sense of unwillingness, Yunxiang transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing from his location. System notification. You have been slain by player, bowing to shoot Chang'e. Splendid. Witnessing this scene, Yefan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to bowing to shoot Chang'e. However, at that moment, meow. The fortune cat that had been lingering by his feet suddenly let out a sharp cry. Sounding quite different from its previous adorable tone, something was amiss. A sense of vigilance arose within Yefan. Instinctively, he summoned his money guardian. This was also his first time summoning the money guardian. Yunying was a member of the Cloud Wing assassin team. Upon receiving Yunxiang's command, he stealthily infiltrated the enemy ranks with several comrades, preparing to assassinate Yefan. However, just as they were about to strike, a figure appeared beside Yefan, indistinguishable as either man or monster. It stood about a meter tall, emaciated, clothed in a tattered cloak, barefoot. Its back was hunched, likely from years of bearing heavy burdens. Eye in its hand, it grasped an iron chain that passed through its shoulder blade, the other end tethered to an iron chest. What was even more astonishing was that it lacked a mouth and ears. From beneath the frayed cloak, only a pair of coin-shaped eyes and a nose resembling an ingot were visible. What on earth is this creature? No matter, let's eliminate Yefan first. Yunying signaled to his companions, and they simultaneously launched their attack on Yifan. It seemed Yefan was oblivious to the impending danger, while those around him were engaged in combat with the enemy. Failing to notice the threat to Yefan, closer and closer, even Yunying's face began to display a triumphant smile at the prospect of a successful ambush. But just then, the creature beside Yefan suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, it flung the iron chain, creating a clattering sound, while the iron chest at the other end was propelled into the air. What? Before Yunying could react, the iron chest crashed down upon one of his companions. Bang! With a resounding thud, the assassin instantly transformed into a wisp of white light. Then came another bang, bang, bang. Each time the creature swung the iron chest, another ambusher's health was obliterated. This is bad. We must retreat. Gritting his teeth, Yunying turned to flee, but as he did, the iron chest came crashing down upon him like a mountain. System notification. You have been slain by player, Yefan's money guardian, dropping 650 gold coins. Emerging from the resurrection point, Yunying saw that the players who had accompanied him earlier were all grumbling, looking quite furious. Damn. All the gold coins I painstakingly gathered have been lost. Me too. Not a single coin remains. All gone. How is this possible? In the in-world, players don't drop gold upon death, do they? Indeed. I've died several times before without losing any gold. It must be a bug. Let us check the forums for answers. They lamented, heading offline to seek inquiries on the game forum. Meanwhile, Yefan was reveling in delight, unable to contain his joy. Having been busy journeying, he hadn't had the chance to learn about the Money Guardian since reaching level 20. This was also his first time summoning it. How should one put it? The Money Guardian appeared rather peculiar, even somewhat ugly. Although humanoid, it stood less than a meter tall, with a bizarre visage and dragging a large iron chest behind it. Overall, it resembled a diminutive laborer. However, to consider it merely that would be a grave mistake. From the series of retaliatory strikes it had just executed against the ambushers, followed by several notifications of gold acquisition that Yefan received. He realized that the Money Guardian was indeed a valuable asset. Chapter 42. A chaotic battle on the bridge. Yefan opened the interface for the Money Guardian. Wealth Pet. Money Guardian, first level, description. Every wealthy individual possesses their own Money Guardian. As a qualified Money Guardian, it must not only protect the life and property of its master, but also assist in accumulating and safeguarding wealth. Talent. Wealth accumulation, upon slaying an opponent. It can extract gold from the defeated foe. Note. The maximum drop amount is 10,000 gold coins. Talent. Master protection. Can sense danger to its master immediately and retaliate proactively. Talent. Treasure gathering. For every opponent the Money Guardian kills, a gold coin will automatically be deposited into its iron chest. Upon reaching 100 coins, a treasure chest will be birthed. Note. The wealth pet cannot be summoned again until the next day after its death. The simplification of data in the in-world presents both advantages and disadvantages for players. The benefits make the experience feel more authentic, often leading players to feel as though they are living within the game world. The downside, however, is that many times, specific data remains elusive, relying on players to explore and uncover details on their own. Nevertheless, Huan had heard that once the recharge system was activated, the in-world would introduce additional settings to enhance the gaming experience. So he was not in a hurry. Charge! The sudden roar of battle cries startled Huan, who was engrossed in studying the Money Guardian. He quickly glanced up to see a player army of at least 300 approaching amidst the chaos. However, he soon exhaled in relief upon noticing that the banners above the players bore blue insignias, indicating they were from the same faction. Leading the group was a red-haired youth, his ID reading, Evil Fire Zhurong. Brother Feiyang, my apologies, but our barbaric tribe has come to join the fray. Evil Fire Zhurong grinned broadly as he greeted Yun Feiyang, who merely rolled his eyes in response, uninterested in engaging with him, and prepared to signal a retreat. Don't rush off, Brother Feiyang. I've just arrived. I haven't even warmed up yet. Evil Fire Zhurong laughed heartily, waving his hand. Brothers, charge forth. Attack. Kill, brothers. Reinforcements have arrived. Let us charge together. With reinforcements at their side, Huan's group of players instantly regained their spirits. Under the leadership of Malara, they launched a pincer attack alongside Zhu Rong's forces against Yun Feiyang and his men. The outcome was predictable. The 300 to 400 players led by Yun Feiyang were all wiped out in the wild bamboo forest. Even Yun Feiyang and his Earth Black Bear fell to the combined efforts of the dual sword masters. Kuang Dao and Malara. Women are quite adept with blades, aren't they? Kuang Dao sheathed his great sword, casting a glance at Malara. Malara also retracted her sword, shooting Kuang Dao a sidelong glance. Not bad. Better than you, ha? Arrogant woman. You're far behind if you compare yourself to me. Humph. Overly confident man. Shall we have a duel sometime? Let us see who is stronger. All right. I'll be waiting. Sure. Let us see. Ha. Humph. They both snorted simultaneously, turning away to attend to their own matters. The arrival of Evil Fire Zhurong and his team instantly shifted the tide of battle. As the initiator of this mission, Huan approached to greet them. Shortly after, Evil Fire Zhurong shared several updates. First, regarding the disappearance of faction insignias upon player death. Second, the Lord's mansion has been sealed off, preventing player access for the time being. As for the third matter, we have received word that the Team Aoshi Wushuang has chosen the enemy faction, and the Team Sijimeng has also aligned with them. The only silver lining is that this mission is limited to players within Leosia City. Players from other main cities arriving do not have the protection of faction insignias. Huan understood Evil Fire Zhurong's implication. He had already discerned that these major factions did not regard this event as particularly significant. Perhaps this was due to the majority of players being unable to accept this mission. What about the Yi family? At this moment, Mudu asked Evil Fire Zhurong. There has been no news from the Yi family. We do not know if they will participate in this event. In other words, we not only have to contend with ordinary players and the factions Sijimeng and Aoshi Wushuang, but we must also be on guard against potential attacks from the Yi family? Mudu frowned, glancing at Malara and Huan beside her. Huan shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Given the circumstances, they could only continue pressing forward. Exactly. Charge. At worst, it will just be a battle. Malara's eyes gleamed with resolve as she waved a small flag. Everyone, let us proceed. After enduring a relentless series of skirmishes, Huan's group had dwindled to about 500 members. Thankfully, the timely arrival of Evil Fire Zhurong's team, along with sporadic players joining along the way, had bolstered their numbers, albeit still insufficient. Along the journey, they encountered several enemy squads attempting to ambush them, yet these only inflicted minimal losses on Huan's team. After nearly an hour of travel, they could finally see Leosia City in the distance. Brother Huan, up ahead lies Leosia City. Juanxiong glanced at the map in his hand and spoke to Huan. The next challenge will likely be the toughest. Indeed, Huan brother, up ahead lies the moat. We must cross the bridge to enter the city, and battling on the bridge will be quite challenging. What does everyone think? Huan looked towards the others. At that moment, the individuals beside him were all core members of the team. Malara, the moat should be the most pivotal moment. Mudu, there is no other choice. We can only clash with them head-on. Evil Fire Zhurong. How about this? As the charge was about to commence, everyone was urged not to pause, even if it meant facing their demise. They were determined to escort Huan and the NPC into the city. Players were prohibited from engaging in combat within the city. They merely needed to breach the city gates. All right, I concur. I am in agreement. I have no objections. There was a unanimous consensus among the crowd. At Mu-La-Lei's command, over 500 individuals surged forward, hastening their steps towards the city moat, with Yi Huan and the NPC. The young city lord, shielded securely in their midst. Closer, closer still, they finally reached the moat. The bridge was deserted, devoid of any players. Yet, on the opposite side, a throng of players was gathered, a sea of heads bobbing in unison. These players bore red banners above their heads. Most had IDs adorned with the suffix, Four Seasons Alliance. Indeed, they were all players from the Four Seasons Alliance. Leading them was Dong Chun of the Four Seasons Alliance. Yi Huan took note that among the hundreds on the other side, beyond the members of the Four Seasons Alliance, there were numerous idle players, many of whom had IDs featuring the words Pride. They were likely members of the Pride without equal faction. How intriguing! They have truly banded together. Xiahua Zhu Rong licked his lips, his eyes alight with the fervor of battle. He brandished a staff, flames igniting in his eyes. He was a fire elementalist. What do you say? Shall we charge? He glanced at Mu-La-La, who unsheathed her great sword, her eyes equally ablaze with the spirit of combat. Charge! The crowd erupted. Kill! The battle was reignited. The two factions pressed forward onto the bridge. Cries of war and the sounds of ranged attacks blending into a cacophony. The bridge, already narrow, had transformed into a battlefield, skills flying in every direction. More players gathered near the battleground, drawn in by the spectacle. Among them were some with ulterior motives, either lacking faction protection or having not accepted any quests, such as the solitary tough guy. Not to mention players adorned with the Four Seasons Alliance guild name. Exchanging glances as if plotting something, deliberately pushing to the forefront of the crowd. Chapter 43. The intense battle at this point, players were all below level 20, their equipment barely having surpassed the novice stage. Thus, in this chaotic melee, casualties mounted rapidly. Bright white lights flickered across the bridge as players fell one after another, quickly replaced by those behind them. Within 20 minutes, the combined forces had dwindled to around 500 or 600. And Yi Huan's side was reduced to about 200. Charge. We must break through and enter the city. Mu-La-La waved her flag, drawing her great sword and plunging into the fray. Yi Huan glanced at the 4 guards of the young city lord beside him, hoping they'd lend a hand. However, they showed no sign of responding to him. Kill! Just then, a sudden surge of around 100 players erupted from behind Yi Huan's group. Their IDs bore the prefix Pride. Realizing the trap they had fallen into, Yi Huan understood that the Pride without equal players at the front were merely a decoy. Their true forces had flanked them from behind. Damn! How despicable! Xiahua Zhu Rong cursed under his breath, hurling a firewall into the crowd, momentarily stalling the ambushers from behind. Yet, it was of little consequence. Soon, Yi Huan and his companions found themselves trapped on the bridge. Caught in a pincer movement. This was dire. Yi Huan furrowed his brow. Under the present circumstances, they could not hold out for long. Melee fighters, come forward, Mu-La-La called out, summoning the close combat players. Sanya. What do you intend to do? Mu-Du-Du seemed to sense Mu-La-La's intentions. Her face etched with worry, and Mu-La-La fixed her gaze on the enemy ahead, a smirk playing on her lips. She slowly raised her sword. In a flash, Kuang Dao appeared by her side. Woman, shall we see who can claim more kills? Ha, man, you are certain to lose. With resolute determination, Mu-La-La charged forward. Melee fighters. Advance, charge. With a fervent cry, the melee fighters disregarded their defenses, breaking through the enemy's lines like a sharpened blade. Leading the charge, Mu-La-La and Kuang Dao were relentless, their blades cleaving through adversaries, forcefully creating a breach in the opposition's defenses. Yet, no matter how formidable they were, ultimately, fists alone could not withstand the might of many. Mu-La-La was eventually felled by an opposing energy master. Seeking death, upon witnessing Mu-La-La's fall, Kuang Dao lunged forward, his ghost attack blade unleashing an additional skill. Piercing kill. The energy master who had slain Mu-La-La was instantly dispatched. However, Kuang Dao himself was swiftly overwhelmed by a throng of melee fighters. The resurrection point. Both Kuang Dao and Mu-La-La revived. Woman, No need to thank me, humph. Who asked for your meddling? Mu Lala retorted, swiftly darting towards the southern city gate. Kuang Dao followed suit without hesitation. Woman, we have lost our faction protection, I know. So what? Hey, this is getting interesting. It seems we're in for a wild day. On the bridge, not far from the south gate, thanks to Mulala and the others' breakout, Yi Huan's group had advanced slightly. They were now less than 30 meters from descending the bridge. Once off the bridge, they would have much more space to maneuver. A further sprint of a few hundred meters would lead them into the southern city gate. Yet, this slight distance resulted in significant casualties within Yi Huan's team, which had dwindled to under 100. Meanwhile, the combined forces of the Four Seasons Alliance and Pride without equal still numbered over 300. Kill. Suddenly, another group of over 100 players emerged from behind Yi Huan's team, subtly shifting the tide of battle. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Why Yi Huan's expression shifted as he recognized the leader of this new contingent, Yi Xiaoyao from the Yi family. Thus, this group belonged to the Yi family. The players from the Yi family bore blue faction symbols. Upon reaching the bridge's edge, they immediately engaged in combat with the Pride without equal players. Ha ha ha, good day to you all. Such a lively event. How could we of the prosperous Leaf City be absent? Prosperous Leaf City. The crowd was taken aback. As they looked closely, they noticed that Yi Xiaoyao and the players behind him had guild suffixes on their IDs. The Yi family's guild was named Prosperous Leaf City. Hey Yi Xiaoyao, when did you establish a guild? Xiahua Zhurong shouted to him. Just now. We just want to join, Yi Xiaoyao replied. Glancing at the situation ahead on the bridge. This is our final push, everyone. Give it your all. With Yi Xiaoyao's rallying cry, the battle escalated once more. Yi Huan and his companions no longer focused on the Pride without equal players behind them. United, they surged forward once again toward the bridge's edge. The melee continued. What seemed a short distance proved to be incredibly arduous. Even Xiahua Zhurong, after casting his last fire spell for Yi Huan's group, fell. Huan Gu, I can't hold on much longer. Beside him, the dashing scarecrow was struck down by an opponent, while he himself was felled by an archer. Swish! The bowstring twanged as Wan Gong shot an arrow, avenging Scarecrow. Yet the next moment, he too was struck by multiple energy projectiles, returning to the respawn point. Meng Shishan cast a rejuvenation spell on Mu Du Du, only to be taken down by a ranged attack. Watching his comrades transform into white light one by one, Yi Huan's anger flared, and he issued a command to the Keeper of Wealth. Keeper of Wealth, clear a path. Not caring whether the Keeper could comprehend him, Yi Huan commanded it. This moment, he resolved to risk everything, disregarding his own survival, only wishing to break free from the encirclement. Despite its small stature, the Keeper of Wealth possessed immense strength. Upon receiving Yi Huan's command, it began to swing the treasure chest, creating a whirlwind of destruction. With a resounding crash, the chest smashed down, and a swath of players fell before it in an instant. Yi Huan's coin pouch swelled by over 3,000 gold pieces. However, he paid no mind to this, focusing solely on the path ahead. With the Keeper of Wealth clearing a route, he led NPC Zhang Matzi and the young city lord, shielded by 4 loyal guards, successfully off the bridge. Once off the bridge, they had significantly more space to maneuver. Yi Xiaoyao swiftly followed suit, descending the bridge and engaging in battle with the members of the Four Seasons Alliance and Pride without equal. They held the enemy at bay for Yi Huan, who felt a surge of joy as he hurriedly led the NPC young city lord and others in a frenzied dash point. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, with no one obstructing them. Their pace quickened. The onlookers around them felt the tension rise, many cheering them on. Closer, even closer. 150 meters, 100 meters. The city gate was within sight. Kill. Yet, at that moment, among the spectators, several players without faction symbols emerged, directly blocking Yi Huan and his companions' path. Chapter 44. Timely rescue. What are these fellows up to? Previously, due to the throng of onlookers, Yi Huan had not taken a closer look at these individuals. Now, as they charged forward, he sensed something amiss. These individuals are evidently aggressive. At this moment, apart from a few NPCs, Yi Huan finds himself utterly alone. Even his miserly guardian has been encircled by a throng of players, leaving no time for rescue. How infuriating! Do these ruffians not fear losing levels? Yi Huan furrows his brow, his mind racing to devise a plan. The group of players draws ever closer, With keen perception, Huan recognizes several familiar figures among them. Many are enemy players who had previously perished, and no time to hesitate. Charge onward. Gritting his teeth, Huan fixes his gaze on the nearby city gate, resolutely deciding to press forward. Whoosh! An arrow strikes him. He glances at his health bar, which has diminished by 1/10. Onward he goes. A spirit energy blast crashes behind him, further depleting his health by another 10th. Players can only see their own health. As the oncoming players observe Huan enduring these hits without succumbing, they are taken aback. This fellow possesses remarkable defense. Huan surges forward another 10 meters, only to find his path completely obstructed by the players. They surround him, and one suggests, "This guy must be the quest trigger. Let us take him down first. What are we waiting for? Attack, kill." As he witnesses the ferocious players charging toward him, Huan's emotions become increasingly complex. Given the current predicament, he has but one option: to deploy his wealth skill, Golden Toss. However, using this skill would likely expose his identity as the Green Hat Knight. Everyone knows that the Green Hat Knight wields a monetary greatsword. Once his identity is revealed, he would become a public enemy, relentlessly hunted by all players on the server. Moreover, with the sheer number of opponents, his Golden Toss is in area attack, rendering it nearly useless. Contemplating this, Huan feels a wave of frustration. "Brat, prepare to die." Suddenly, a furious shout erupts beside him. Huan turns to see a war hammer descending upon him. Wielded by none other than the single manly man. It's over. A chill runs through Huan. Though his defense is formidable, the warrior king class is renowned for its devastating melee attacks. Furthermore, the warhammer in single manly man's grasp is a silver tier weapon. Huan does not believe he can withstand such a crushing blow. So be it. If death is to come, then let it come. After all, he still has 2 chances for resurrection. Huan steels himself for the impending strike. Just then, lightning whip, a familiar voice calls out, followed by a lightning-infused whip that lashes out at single manly man. The whip crackles with 5 resounding strikes, and before the war hammer can land on Huan's head, single manly man dissipates into a beam of white light. Huan stands dumbfounded, gazing at the suddenly appeared Xiaomo, whose ID name has shifted from white to light red. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Xiaomo retains her usual unappealing appearance, yet in this moment, she appears extraordinarily beautiful to Huan. "Tio, save him." Xiaomo has turned red. "Brother Huan, we've arrived." Once more, a group bursts forth from the city gate. Their camp insignia has long vanished, but they show no concern for losing levels or turning red for killing. They plunge recklessly into the fray, clashing with the other players. Wild Blade, South Embrace Summerji, Love Burial 3 Young Masters, the Moose Sisters, Light is Summer Emo, bowing to shoot Chang'e. Each familiar figure plunges fearlessly into the encirclement, carving a bloody path for Huan. In that moment, Huan's heart surges with fervor. Zhang Matzi, charge! Huan's expression hardens with determination, beckoning Zhang Matzi to accompany him and the young city lord as they continue toward the city gate. The instant they reach the city gate, all attacks become ineffective. Each main city serves as a safe zone, where players automatically switch to peaceful mode. Only red-named players are captured by guards upon entering, and should they resist, they are executed on the spot. Huan successfully enters the city. Although the players outside seethe with frustration, they can only watch as Huan and the NPC enter. Yet, the carnage outside the southern city gate does not cease. In fact, more players join the fray. From a distance, beams of white light flicker continuously, and the number of red-named players surges. Huan glances back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily sends a private message to Mu Dudu. "Dudu, there's no need for further unnecessary sacrifices. Let everyone retreat. It is well known that if a red-named player is slain, they not only lose levels but all items in their inventory will drop, including any equipped gear." However, Huan underestimates the greed of human nature. As the first red-named player falls, dropping all their items and the only silver gear they possessed, the onlookers can no longer restrain themselves. Seeing the ground strewn with equipment and materials, they rush in to seize the loot, igniting chaos. Outside the southern city gate, more and more players congregate, even forgetting about their camp mission. Particularly, the weaker independent players become truly terrifying when driven mad. Regardless of who the opponent is, as long as they are red-named, they are met with a throng of attackers. The entire situation spirals out of control. Even the members of the larger factions soon become embroiled in the mayhem. Players who have lost their gear begin to rally friends and acquaintances. Glimpses of the Leosia city teleportation point reveal a continuous flash of light as countless players appear, charging toward the southern city gate. The melee escalates from dozens to hundreds, then thousands, ultimately exceeding 10,000. Brother Huan. We've all fallen. We're currently in the little black room reflecting on our actions. As Huan approaches the city lord's manor. He receives a private message from Mu Dudu. Upon reading it, Huan can't help but smile wryly and no worries. Once I complete the quest, I'll see if I can bail you out. In the world of N, when red-named players are defeated, they are directly transported to prison. They must then reflect on their actions according to their evil value, and will not be released until it is entirely eliminated. Thus, the prison currently houses quite a number of players. Huan closes the private chat interface, staring at the tightly shut doors of the city lord's manor. Just as he prepares to knock, a swarm of masked assassins bursts forth from the rooftops on either side. Assassins, level 30, goodness. Is this never-ending? Huan feels somewhat speechless. He knows these assassins were likely sent by the deputy city lord, probably the final hurdle of this quest. However, in the next moment, Huan's expression relaxes. The 4 guards, who had not engaged thus far, spring into action. The 4 of them engage in a fierce battle with the black-clad assassins. Meanwhile, Zhang Matzi seems to remember something, his eyes spinning. Master Wealthy, young city lord, I know a way to enter the city lord's manor. Zhang Matzi proves to be a pivotal figure in this quest. Chapter 45. The Battle of NPCs. Zhang Matzi leads Huan and the young city lord around the city lord's manor entrance. After winding through several turns, they arrive at a desolate area adjacent to the manor's outer wall. He then parts a pile of withered grass at the corner, revealing a sizable hole. Zhang Matzi, you're quite resourceful. Huan gives him a thumbs up. However, Zhang Matzi blushes, feeling rather embarrassed. Master Wealthy, I secretly dug this before, intending to pilfer a few things from the city lord's manor, but I feared being caught by the guards and never acted on it. Huan. Without further ado, the 3 of them crawl through the large hole and enter the city lord's manor. Upon entering, the horrific scene within sends chills down their spines. The aftermath of battle is evident everywhere. With the bodies of guards strewn across the ground, it is clear that a fierce conflict has taken place here. Could it be that the deputy city lord has betrayed them? With a sense of unease, the trio makes their way to the courtyard of the city lord's manor. At this moment, it is teeming with NPC soldiers. Divided into 2 factions, glaring at each other. At the center of the crowd stand a tall, thin elder in a robe and a middle-aged man clad in armor, both locked in a standoff. NPC, Leosia City, Old City Lord, level 50, NPC. Leosia City, Deputy City Lord, level 50. What the heck, level 50. Upon inspecting the information of these 2 figures, Huan nearly exclaims in shock. The gaunt elder is none other than the Old City Lord of Leosia City, the father of the young city lord. The armored middle-aged man is, of course, the traitorous deputy city lord. However, Huan had not expected their levels to be so high. Deputy City Lord, you truly have audacity. Old City Lord, you are aging. It is time for you to step aside. Oh? Is that so? Even if I am old, once I find my son, he will inherit my position. So it is not your place to decide. Old fool. Your son has long since perished. To tell you the truth, I have already dispatched someone to assassinate your son. He will never return to the city lord's manor. What? You are truly despicable. The old city lord begins to tremble, his aura steadily rising. Suddenly, Huan notices that the old city lord's level has risen from 50 to 51. Brat, prepare to die. The old city lord's aura surges, his robe billowing without wind, rustling ominously. He bellows and charges directly at the deputy city lord. What? You actually broke through to level 50. The deputy city lord likely did not anticipate the old city lord would achieve a breakthrough at such a critical moment. Huan has already witnessed NPC battles. He had observed the clash between the guards and assassins just moments ago. However, the battle between the old city lord and the deputy city lord was on an entirely different level compared to that of the guards. With a single punch, the old city lord sent a shockwave that shattered a building behind the deputy city lord, who barely managed to evade the blow. The deputy city lord drew his battle blade and struck down. The blade's gleam tearing through the air and cleaving a nearby pavilion in two, hidden in the shadows. Huan was left speechless. Is the combat prowess of a level 50 NPC truly this terrifying? It's utterly horrifying. The fight continued. The clash between the two city lords rendered the other soldiers powerless to intervene, forcing them to retreat time and again. Meanwhile, Huan and his two companions remained concealed, afraid to reveal themselves. In such a situation, should the young city lord appear, it would undoubtedly distract the old city lord. Yet, whether this was a deliberate setup by the game remained uncertain. Suddenly, the young city lord burst forth, exclaiming, "Father, I have returned." As expected, the old city lord was distracted in that moment of excitement as he turned to face his son. The deputy city lord seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. With a single slash, he sent the old city lord flying, crashing heavily before the young city lord. Witnessing this scene, Huan could only shake his head in disbelief. In a fair fight, the deputy city lord would surely have been defeated. Yet, the young city lord's abrupt entrance had changed the tide. Huan recognized that this was likely a necessary plot device, but he couldn't help but curse the game's designer 100 times over for orchestrating such a turn of events. Just perfect. Today, both of you will perish together. From this day forth, I shall be the new lord of Leosia City. With a sinister expression, the deputy city lord slowly raised his battle blade. The old city lord, appearing gravely injured, nonetheless wore a look of joy as he grasped his son's hand, filled with gratitude. "My son, it is enough that you have returned. Enough that you have returned." At that moment, Zhang Matzi suddenly turned to Huan, his face pleading, "Master Wealthy, please, you must save both the city lord and the young city lord." "All right, I am waiting right here," Huan retorted, exasperated. It turned out this was merely the final stage of the quest. This meant he had to defeat the level 50 deputy city lord to complete the faction mission, a level 50 NPC. How could he possibly defeat such an opponent? It was utterly impossible. At that moment, the deputy city lord stood over the old city lord, looking down at him with a mocking grin. "Old fool, your time has come to an end." Just then, the injured old city lord struggled to rise from the ground, producing a small box from who knows where. Inside this box is a Xinyuan pill, which can elevate you to level 51. "Spare my son, and it is yours. I will kill you, and that pill will be mine regardless. I will shatter it before I die, destroying its potency." Upon hearing the old city lord's words, the deputy city lord hesitated, glancing between the young city lord and the box. Ultimately, he nodded. "Very well, I will spare your son." "Good, take it. I believe you will keep your word." The old city lord slowly extended the box. Without hesitation, the deputy city lord accepted it and opened it. As soon as the box was opened, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth. "Damn it, it's poison." The deputy city lord inhaled the poisonous smoke, then kicked the old city lord and the young city lord away. In the next moment, Huan watched in horror as the deputy city lord's level plummeted drastically. 49, 47, 36, 32. Finally, his level dropped to 30. It seemed the poison had weakened him. So that was it. Realizing this, Huan understood just how cunning the designer of this game truly was. However, another crucial question arose in his mind. At present, he had merely 10,000 coins remaining. He had spent 40,000 on the green-haired zombies earlier. This meant he could only use the one throw of 10,000 gold once. And a single throw of that magnitude would not be sufficient to kill the deputy city lord. Moreover, his wealthy guardian had just been killed, and he would not be able to summon it again until the following day. Looking at the deputy city lord, Huan's heart sank. The deputy's level was beginning to rise once again, albeit slowly. With his healing, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Kill, protect the city lord. As the deputy city lord tended to his poison, the soldiers on both sides clashed fiercely. On one side were the rebels, and on the other were the soldiers trying to protect the old city lord. The battle was intense, yet it was evident that the side of the old city lord could not hold out for long. "Zhang Matzi, do you know where the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion is?" Huan whispered to Zhang Matzi beside him. Zhang Matzi nodded straightforwardly. "I know. I've scouted it before. If we want the old city lord to survive, take me to the vault." "All right," Zhang Matzi readily agreed and led Huan toward the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 46. A throw of 10,000 gold. Master Wealthy. This is the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion. Huan followed Zhang Matzi to an independent building, but the large door was secured with a heavy lock. I can't open it. Huan scratched his head, feeling helpless before the locked door. Master Wealthy, I can give it a try. Zhang Matzi said as he pulled a thin wire from his sleeve and deftly picked the lock in a matter of moments. Huan stared in astonishment, suddenly feeling that Zhang Matzi was the true protagonist. How could this guy know how to do everything? Time was of the essence, however, and Huan set aside his thoughts. Once inside, he summoned the lucky cat, which he had stowed away during the battle to prevent it from being harmed. The lucky cat scurried about before finally stopping at a wall. Huan realized that the treasure vault must lie behind it. Master Wealthy, there's a mechanism here, Zhang Matzi said, twisting a lever. The wall parted, revealing a hidden chamber piled high with numerous boxes. Opening one of the boxes, Huan found it filled with countless jewelry and ornaments. While these treasures were priceless to NPCs, they held little value for players. Huan needed gold. I only want gold. Find it for me. Understood. Thus, Huan and Zhang Matzi began to open every box. Among them were various gold and silver ornaments as well as gold coins. Huan disregarded everything else, collecting only the gold coins. Gold coins 2,000, gold coins 5,000, gold coins 1,000. When Huan opened the final box, he discovered only a stack of gold cards. Taking one out, he was nearly shocked into jumping. Gold card, 100,000, can be redeemed directly from the inventory. Gold card, 100,000, can be redeemed directly from the inventory. There were 5 gold cards, each worth 100,000. These cards were akin to money bags that could be redeemed directly from the inventory, automatically depositing coins into the player's account. Not to mention the several thousand coins he had collected earlier. These 5 gold cards were truly tempting. Should he take them all, or not? Would there be any consequences for taking money that belonged to the city lord's mansion? Yet, if he didn't take them, it felt like a disservice to himself. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Huan made his decision. He waved his hand and collected all 5 gold cards. However, he did not redeem them all at once. He only redeemed one. Congratulations! Gold coins 100,000. As for the remaining gold cards, Huan decided to consult the old city lord later. If he wanted them back, he would return them. If not, then, well, that would be that. Let's go. We must defeat the deputy city lord. With Zhang Matzi in tow, Huan hurried back to the battlefield. Upon arrival, he found that the fight was nearing its conclusion. The old city lord and his son were surrounded by the deputy city lord and his men, and they were on the verge of death. Looking at the deputy city lord, Huan saw that his level had already recovered to 40 and was still slowly rising. This meant Huan had missed the optimal chance to eliminate the deputy city lord. Old city lord, we have come to rescue you. Without further hesitation, Huan and Zhang Matzi charged forward, a throw of 10,000 gold. The money sword materialized instantly, radiating a terrifying aura as it flew toward the deputy city lord. Such trivial skills, daring to show off here. The deputy city lord sneered, raising his blade to meet the money sword. What had previously been an unstoppable attack was shattered in an instant by the deputy city lord's strike. What? Huan was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the deputy city lord's power far exceeded his expectations. Damn it! I have no choice but to fight. With gritted teeth, Huan decided to go all out. A throw of 100,000 gold. This would be the most coins Huan had ever spent since entering the game. 100,000 coins were cast into the fray. Huan radiated a golden light, which then surged skyward. In that moment, players throughout Leosia City witnessed the spectacle. A dazzling golden light erupted from the direction of the city lord's mansion. What is that? Who knows? Could it be an NPC battle? It must be NPCs. Players at our level could never create such a commotion. Within the city lord's mansion, Huan stood in a WE.it. Turned out that each tier of the coin throw skill produced different effects. The soaring golden light transformed into a massive blade, which then descended upon the deputy city lord with earth-shattering force. Fear flickered in the deputy city lord's eyes as he instinctively raised his battle blade to defend himself. Unfortunately, boom! With a deafening roar, the entire city lord's mansion trembled. Around the vicinity, numerous houses had collapsed, and the vice city lord, stationed at the epicenter of the turmoil, had long since vanished. All that remained was a deep, Elongated pit and a skill book? Meow. The lucky cat swiftly stepped forward to retrieve the skill book. Bloodthirsty blade technique. Level 30 skill book for swordsman. The Lord's mansion gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Following the death of the Vice City Lord, his subordinates surrendered without hesitation. The next step was to complete the quest. Huan approached the former city lord and returned the handwritten plea for help. Young adventurer, it is thanks to you that we were able to thwart the rebellious forces, the old city lord expressed gratefully. You are too kind. It was your gold that enabled me to slay the Vice City Lord. I hope you do not hold it against me for using your gold without permission. Not at all. Consider those coins a gift for our meeting. Of course, I have additional rewards for you and the other adventurers who assisted in protecting my son today. Upon hearing these words from the old city lord, Huan's heart swelled with joy. This meant that he would not have to repay the remaining 4 gold cards. Ding! Server announcement. The campaign quest in Leosia City has been successfully concluded. The winning faction is the blue faction led by the old city lord. Players from the blue faction who participated in this quest may collect their rewards from NPC Advisor after 9 a.m. tomorrow. Ding! Server announcement. Ding! Server announcement. The consecutive system announcements caused many players to cheer with delight. Meanwhile, several players grumbled about having chosen the wrong faction. The players engaged in battle outside the southern city gate also ceased their fighting upon hearing the announcements. However, many players noticed that there seemed to be no NPC Advisor on the Leosia City system map. They speculated it would likely refresh tomorrow. At that moment, after receiving the server announcement, Huan also received his system rewards. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Escort the young city lord back. Receiving rewards, level 1, reputation 200, and a private mansion on East Street of Leosia City. In light of your exceptional performance in this quest, the old city lord has awarded you an honorary title, Captain of the East Street Guard. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Chapter 47. The Grassroots NPC Reversal Story. Oh, this is splendid! Huan exclaimed with delight, surprised by the generous rewards, level up, a mansion on East Street, and an honorary position as the captain of the guard. These were indeed coveted prizes, likely exclusive to him at this moment. As Huan pondered this, the old city lord spoke again, addressing Zhang Matzi. Zhang Matzi, you have also made significant contributions during this operation. I hereby appoint you as the advisor of Leosia City. I hope during my recovery, you will assist my son diligently and, benefit the citizens. It was evident that the old city lord was gravely injured, occasionally coughing as he spoke. Huan was taken aback by Zhang Matzi's new title, Advisor of Leosia City. Wasn't that the NPC mentioned in the previous system announcement regarding the distribution of rewards for this faction war? Observing Zhang Matzi's elated expression, Huan couldn't help but think that this fellow was truly the protagonist. From being a gambler who couldn't even produce 100 gold coins, he had risen to the position of advisor in just a few days. Once the young city lord ascended, Zhang Matzi's status would surely be even more formidable. This was nothing short of an NPC version of a grassroots reversal story. After the old city lord finished bestowing rewards upon everyone, Huan stepped forward and cupped his hands in respect. My lord, I have a matter to request. Captain Huan, please feel free to speak. The old city lord wore a warm smile on his pale face, a stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor. Moreover, he had begun addressing Huan as Captain Huan instead of merely an adventurer. My lord, during the escort of the young city lord, many of my companions were imprisoned. Might I request a... That is easily arranged. You are now the captain of the East Street Guard, and you may enter and exit the prison freely. Thank you so much, my lord. Huan felt a surge of joy as he bid farewell to the others and departed from the city lord's mansion. He then hurried to the prison where criminals were held in Leosia City. Just as the old city lord had said, Huan was permitted free access to the prison. Although heavily guarded, the guards showed him great respect upon his arrival. Captain Huan, may I ask what brings you here? The prison warden greeted him with a smile. Huan promptly conveyed his intentions to the warden. I wish to bail out my companions. How much will it cost? Captain Huan is one of us. What need is there for payment? The warden replied, producing a list of names and handing it to Huan. Captain Huan, please review and mark the names of your friends. Huan took the list and scanned it. There were at least 100 names. He began to cross out the names one by one. Bloodthirsty Blade, crossed out. Mulala, crossed out. Shallow as Summer Dew, crossed out. bow and shoot the moon. Crossed out. Every name he recognized was swiftly marked off the list. Throughout this, the warden maintained a cheerful demeanor, watching Huan's actions with amusement. Huan suddenly realized that holding an honorary position was indeed quite advantageous. "Thank you for your assistance, warden," Huan said, returning the list while discreetly slipping some gold coins into the warden's hand. It was wise to cultivate a good relationship with the warden for any future matters. Meanwhile, those imprisoned received a notification. "Player Huan has bailed you out. Congratulations on your release." Bloodthirsty Blade and the others noticed that their red names had also reverted to normal. A few minutes later, they gathered at the prison entrance. "Let's go. I'll treat you all to a meal at the Xian Kulu," Huan announced, leading the recently freed companions toward the restaurant. "Sigh, being in prison is truly unpleasant," Mu Dudu lamented. "This is just a game. In the real world, that would be truly unbearable," Mu Lala retorted. "Women, I didn't realize you were so insightful," Bloodthirsty Blade remarked. "Of course. To experience life, I've even gone to prison before," Mu Lala replied proudly. "The walls may not bow, but I have to respect a woman like you." Once outside the prison, everyone's spirits lifted, and they engaged in cheerful conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yi Huan then approached Summerdew. "Why did you turn off private messages? I didn't want to be disturbed by my family. Where are you staying now?" "At my grandmother's house." "I see. So how will I contact you in the future?" "Well, let me give you my new phone number. Call me directly if you need anything." Soon, Yuan noted down Summerdew's new phone number, and they arrived at the Xian Kalu. Upon seeing Yuan, Boss Wang warmly stepped out to greet him. This scene left everyone astonished and puzzled, unable to fathom why the restaurant owner treated Yuan with such deference. "Oh, it's nothing. I just invested a bit in Xian Kalu," Yuan explained casually. The others were wide-eyed in disbelief. Invested in Xian Kalu? Particularly the Mu sisters and Summerdew, who, coming from influential families, understood the implications far better than others in the N-world. Aside from the standard trading of equipment and materials, various businesses were among the most lucrative ventures. Unfortunately, the N-world had yet to establish a system for players to rent or sell shops and houses, leaving large factions to pursue alternative ventures for the time being. Naturally, Yuan revealed this information to the group to avoid future misunderstandings. His frequent visits to Xian Kalu could not remain concealed. As the delectable dishes were served, they began to feast. They also took the time to reflect on the day's achievements and losses. Present at the table were these individuals, all of whom had lost a level and experienced varying degrees of equipment loss. It was evident that they had sacrificed much for Yuan to complete his quest. Hence, he could not let them go unrewarded. "I currently have no valuable equipment to offer, so let me give you some gold instead. It's not much, 10,000 gold coins each." "What? 10,000 each?" The group was taken aback, staring at Yuan with disbelief. The concept of 10,000 gold coins each was staggering, with 11 people at the table. Excluding Yuan, that amounted to a total of 110,000 gold coins. The recharge function had yet to be activated. 110,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure, let alone giving it away. No need. "I don't want it." Bloodthirsty Blade was the first to refuse, insisting he didn't want Yuan's money. "Brother Huan, it was only right for us to help you. We can't accept your money, especially such a large sums. Mu Dudu echoed the sentiment, and others quickly joined in, expressing their genuine desire not to accept the gold. Observing their earnest refusal, Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. It was a classic case of being unable to give away money. Just then, the financial assistant, who had been silent for days, chimed in with a notification in Yuan's ear. "Ding, Master, you have a new investment application. Would you like to review it?" Yuan was taken aback and casually opened the financial interface. Investment application, investor. Leosia City NPC, advisor. Zhangma Zi, investment project. In Leosia City's northern region, mountain bandits and robbers frequently roam, often robbing passing travelers and merchant caravans. The newly appointed advisor and the young lord wish to form and train a team to eliminate these bandits. However, due to the recent rebellion, the treasury of the lord's manor has been depleted, making it impossible to allocate funds for training the team. Hence, we are seeking an investor. Investment amount, 200,000 gold coins. Share acquired, 30 of the wealth obtained during the bandit eradication process. Do you agree to invest? Yes, no? Chapter 48. The manner of the wealthy. This investment application took Yuan by surprise. Firstly, He did not expect this proposal to come from Zhang Mazi. Secondly, he never considered that eradicating bandits could be classified as an investment. However, it quickly dawned on Huan how he could express his gratitude to those present. Everyone, since none of you desire monetary compensation, I shall utilize these funds for investment and subsequently distribute the profits among you. With that, Huan retrieved 2 gold coin cards from his bag. In an instant, his account swelled with 200,000 gold coins. As soon as he clicked to agree to the investment, the system promptly deducted 200,000 gold coins from his account. Following this, Huan instructed his financial assistant to draft several contracts. Please take a look, and if you find everything satisfactory, do sign. Huan cheerfully presented the contracts to the group. The documents contain detailed investment descriptions, amounts, profit sharing, and other pertinent information. Upon reviewing the contracts, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Brother Huan, you can actually conduct business with an NPC? Mu Dudu observed Huan with curiosity, glancing at the contract in his hands. Indeed, I triggered this faction task, so it's a little benefit for me. Huan replied, not elaborating further on his situation. The others, being perceptive, refrained from probing further. They began discussing whether or not to accept this profit-sharing proposal. I shall forego my share. Mulala casually tossed the contract back to Huan, explaining, I'm merely helping out for the sake of my second sister. Yes, Brother Huan, let us just keep one copy, Mu Dudu added, fearing that Huan might take offense at Mulale's refusal. Huan, however, was unfazed. He addressed the others. Then it is settled. Please sign. After all, if they were to assist him in the future bandit eradication efforts, perhaps they could also reap additional benefits. Huan chose to invest in this bandit eradication project, primarily because he was enticed by the wealth of those mountain bandits and robbers. Once the campaign commenced, he could easily accompany Zhang Mazi and the others in their endeavors. Who knows? There might even be unexpected rewards. Moreover, Huan was intrigued by Zhang Mazi's fortune. This character seemed to be the protagonist among NPCs, always present during significant events. Thus, Huan was confident that this venture would not lead to losses. Seeing Huan's resolute stance, the group felt it would be somewhat pretentious to continue declining. Consequently, all but Mulala among the 10 signed their names. They would each receive one of the profits from the bandit eradication, while Huan would acquire 20. Although may first appear minimal, if significant wealth were amassed during the campaign, they would undoubtedly prosper. All settled. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I shall log off. After securing the contracts, Huan bid farewell to everyone and prepared to exit the game. However, before logging off, he handed the bloodthirsty blade technique he had acquired that day to Kuang Dao and also transferred the skill book he had previously set aside for Xiamo. After all, he had no intention of profiting from these items, and keeping them would be of little use. Once Huan logged off, the others engaged in conversation for a while before dispersing. Hey man, weren't you supposed to challenge me to a duel? Mulala directly intercepted Kuang Dao, who was preparing to leave. Kuang Dao raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm off to level up. We can fight next time, then let us at each other as friends first. I'm just worried you might chicken out later. Fine, let us at each other. Who is afraid? Mulala and Kuang Dao mutually added each other as friends, while Mu Dudu observed the two with a peculiar expression. It seems like there is something brewing between them. Upon exiting the game, Huan was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. He hastily stepped outside and saw Mu Changgu with her hair down, clad in an apron, busy in the kitchen. Oh dear. Crybaby, you can cook? What sort of remark is that? These days, which man cannot cook? Besides, I have 3 younger sisters at home. Mu Changgu emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of fish head soup. Brother Huan, you caused quite a stir today. Hee, you're already aware of it. Huan, relishing the rare opportunity to avoid cooking, sat down and prepared to dig in. Of course, I belong to the Mu family. How could I not know? Mu Changgu rolled her eyes and then, with an air of mystery, asked, by the way, do you remember Xian Ba from the hospital all those years ago? Xian Ba? Huan paused his meal, furrowing his brow as he delved into his memories. There were indeed many children at that hospital. While he couldn't recall all of them, the name Xian Ba did ring a bell. The one who loved to play in the mud? Exactly, that mud king. Do you remember the time you buried dog droppings in the mud, and he played in it all day, ending up covered in foul odors? I was quite childish back then. Huan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed been quite mischievous as a child, often teasing others. However, he quickly realized that Mu Changgu wouldn't bring up this incident without reason. Sure enough, she wore a sly smile, feigning mystery. Brother Huan, although I didn't participate in your battle today, I gained something else. What is it? Do tell. You remember that player, Lao Ba, I mentioned before? Yes, he is the Mud King. What? You've confirmed it? Yi Huan's interest peaked, and he set aside his food, gazing at Mu Changgu in shock. Crybaby, why would I deceive you? I have confirmed his identity, and I've arranged to meet him in the game tomorrow. He has also agreed to come visit us next week. Yu Changgu appeared genuinely excited, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. Why Yi Huan felt equally elated, for this meant their team investigating the truth would gain another member. Lao Ba, also known as Xian Ba, the Mud King. After all these years, he wondered how he had changed. Welcome back to the in-world. Upon entering the game, Yi Huan noticed a throng of players gathered outside the Lord's manor. It was evident they were there to seek out Zhang Mazi and claim their rewards from the faction task completed yesterday. As for claiming rewards, Yi Huan was in no rush. He first sent a private message to Mu Changgu, inquiring about her whereabouts. Mu Changgu replied promptly, "We're almost at Leosia City. Where are you? Come to East Street. I have a house here." Wow, you're impressive, just average. World ranking 3rd. Hurry up. After concluding the chat, Yi Huan headed straight for East Street. Since he had logged off hastily the previous day, he hadn't had the chance to inspect his property. On the way, Yi Huan utilized the money tree skill and summoned the lucky cat, netting a total of over 300 gold coins. To be honest, for Yi Huan, 300 gold coins was a trifling amount. Unfortunately, the skill upgrade feature had not yet been unlocked, nor had the pet upgrade function. He would have to wait a bit longer. Wow, this house is enormous. When Yi Huan stood before his house, he was utterly astonished. Nestled alongside East Street was a magnificent mansion, occupying at least 1,000 square meters. Towering, sturdy walls, a grandiose entrance, and 2 stone lions flanked the sides. This was nothing short of a manor. And moreover, a street-side manor. What delighted Yi Huan the most was the gilded plaque above the entrance, inscribed with 3 characters. Wealthy manor, my goodness. How cool is this? Absolutely stunning. As a qualified wealthy individual, one must possess their own manor. Yi Huan was enamored with his new residence. Chapter 49. Explosive homemade hamburgers. Players passing through East Street in Leosia City noticed a peculiar figure standing before the grand mansion. He alternated between laughter and talking to himself, as if under some form of enchantment. What could have provoked such a reaction? Who knows? Perhaps his girlfriend ran off with someone. I wager his equipment was destroyed. I heard the battle outside the southern city gate yesterday was quite brutal, with many players losing their gear. I went scavenging yesterday and found a piece of bronze equipment. Let us go? Let us go. It's time to claim our rewards. I participated in the faction battle yesterday too. Although I was knocked out at the start, I should still be able to collect some items. After much effort, Yi Huan finally regained his composure and spotted 2 players approaching from a distance. One, dressed as a fisherman, was undoubtedly Mu Changgu. The other appeared somewhat burdened with a plethora of items. He was plump, carrying a large iron pot on his back, a shoulder pole draped across him, with a bundle of meat hanging from one end and a bamboo basket on the other, adorned with a sign that read, "Homemade hamburgers, 10 gold coins each." Interesting. Yi Huan stroked his chin, finding the player's appearance quite amusing. Brother Huan, we're here. Let us find a less crowded spot. Mu Changgu signaled to Yi Huan. Due to their rather peculiar appearances, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yi Huan nodded in acknowledgement. He then approached the grand entrance of the mansion and pushed it open with considerable force. The door swung wide, allowing Yi Huan to usher Mu Changgu and another person inside the opulent residence. It was only after the grand door closed automatically that the players lingering outside began to react. What just happened? How could they enter? I have no idea. Players aren't allowed in private residences. Why are they able to? This doesn't seem right. I remember this place wasn't called the Mansion of the Wealthy before. Should we try to enter as well? Prompted one individual, stepping forward to test the door of the mansion. What are you doing? Are you attempting to trespass? The door remained unresponsive, but it did attract a group of patrolling guards. In an instant, the players scattered in fright, as these guards were at least level 30. They certainly did not dare to provoke them. Meanwhile, Yi Huan led Mu Changgu and the other person into the mansion. Arriving in the main hall, Huan began to scrutinize a particular player, who reciprocated with equal curiosity. In unison, they called out each other's nicknames. "You're really Huan Dog? You're the Mud King?" Meanwhile, Mu Changa stood to the side, examining Huan's home, marveling aloud. "Huan Dog, I never expected you to thrive so well in the in-world, even acquiring a mansion. I don't care. You must grant me access. Whenever I find myself with leisure time, I shall come here to tend to flowers and plants." "Certainly," Huan replied, then turned his gaze toward Ba. "Old Ba, share with us your experiences over the years." "Honestly, there's not much to say. 3 years after leaving the hospital, my family was attacked, and they all perished. I was the only one who escaped. Injured, I was later rescued by a foreign chef." Ba paused for a moment before continuing. "That injury caused me to lose my sense of taste. So, are you living abroad now?" Huan inquired. Ba shook his head. "The foreign chef settled in Longhua, but he passed away from illness 2 years ago." Hearing this, Huan couldn't help but say. He had always considered his own circumstances to be quite tragic, but in comparison to Mu Changa and Ba, he felt rather fortunate. At the very least, he had spent a decade with his parents before they disappeared. At that moment, Ba spoke again. "After entering the in-world, I inexplicably acquired the special profession of gourmet. I discovered that I can taste flavors within the game world, so I am willing to join you to investigate the events of that year, but I will continue to study cuisine in my spare time." Ba's intent was clear. He wished to join, but his only expertise lay in culinary pursuits. Nevertheless, he was always available when needed. Huan and Mu Changa exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. The three had reached an understanding. Huan's curious gaze then fell upon the items Ba had placed beside him. He was intrigued as to why Ba had not stored these items in his inventory. "I've tried. If I put ingredients in my inventory, their flavors become less than perfect." "Then what is this homemade mini-burger?" Huan inquired, eyeing Ba's bamboo basket with a look of curiosity. "Why don't you try it and find out?" Mu Changa chimed in, leaning closer with an expression that suggested Huan was too timid to taste it. "If I must try, then I shall." "Old Ba, give me a homemade mini-burger." "Are you certain? This is not an ordinary burger." "Not ordinary? Does it explode? Hurry and give me one." To Huan's utter astonishment, Ba's homemade mini-burger did indeed explode. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed from the mansion's courtyard, comparable to that of a hand grenade. Because the mansion was Huan's private residence, he was free to test the explosive power of the mini-burger without concern for guards. "This is extraordinarily powerful. No wonder you sell them for 10 gold coins each. You must be making a fortune," Huan exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he looked at Ba. Ba shook his head. "The materials for these explosive mini-burgers cost 4 to 5 gold coins alone. Most people cannot afford them, and generally, no one buys them. Primarily use them myself." "You use this for leveling up?" "That's an utter waste." "Not exactly. I don't need to level up. Sometimes I encounter monsters while foraging for ingredients." "Not needing to level up?" Huan was genuinely perplexed. What did that even mean? Ba's next statement nearly brought Huan to tears with envy. "I level up just by cooking gourmet dishes. That is truly amazing." Huan then turned to Mu Changa. "What about you?" "Crybaby, me. I also don't need to level up. I can level up just by fishing continuously. Damn it. This is so unfair. We all have special professions, yet I'm the only one who has to grind like a normal player." Huan felt a wave of frustration. They were all special professions, yet it appeared he was the only one required to endure the typical struggles of leveling and battling monsters. "This is unfair. I have to fish daily, constantly searching for higher-level fishing spots. Old Ba needs to forage for ingredients and consistently develop new dishes. Meanwhile, you get to wander around freely," Mu Changa remarked lazily, glancing over at Ba. "Old Ba, have you developed any new dishes lately? Let us taste them." The words, spoken without intention, sparked a realization in Huan. He recalled that he still had an unfinished quest to assist Wang, the owner of the Xian Kalu, in finding new dishes. Instinctively, Huan turned his gaze toward Ba, flashing a radiant smile that made Ba take a step back. What a stroke of luck. It was as if he had stumbled upon a solution effortlessly. Chapter 50. A wealthy Golden Belt Xian Kalu, back kitchen. This area was generally inaccessible to ordinary players. However, Huan, as a shareholder of Xian Kalu, had the authority to bring others inside. Furthermore, he had significant matters to address today. So far, I have developed 3 special dishes, Xian Ba stated while bustling about at the stove, explaining to Yi Huan and the others. Curiosity piqued, Yi Huan asked, what constitutes a special dish? Special dishes differ from ordinary dishes. Not only do they possess exquisite flavors, but players also receive a certain attribute boost upon consumption. For instance, the dish I am about to prepare is called Fu-Lu Shou. Fu-Lu Shou? Yes, the main ingredient is a type of special herbivorous monster, silver deer meat, found in a level 30 monster zone. What effects does this dish have? Yi Huan inquired. Players who consume this dish will experience a 10% increase in health for 2 hours. Xian Ba's words made Yi Huan's heart race. This is astonishing, a 10% increase in health. However, special dishes come with certain limitations. For example, they become ineffective if not consumed within half an hour of preparation. And each player can only eat each dish once per day. Eating more would also yield no benefit. It seems the in-world maintains a certain balance. Even special professions are not overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Huan mused, reflecting on his own circumstances. Regardless of skills or other aspects, there were always limitations. The developers were indeed attentive to maintaining game balance. Xian Ba worked swiftly, and before long, he had prepared 3 special dishes. Fu-Lu Shou. Players who consume it will receive a 10% increase in health for 2 hours. Fei Yin Xin Lu. Players will enjoy a 10% increase in movement speed for 2 hours. Santi Tai Lai. Players will gain a 10% increase in defense for 2 hours. Old Ba, you're incredible, Yi Huan exclaimed, giving Xian Ba a thumbs up. You are practically a culinary support specialist. At that moment, Mu Chang'e had shed his lazy demeanor and was devouring the dishes with abandon. Xian Ba smiled shyly and scratched his head. It's nothing. It's just that high-quality ingredients are hard to come by. Otherwise, I could create even more impressive dishes. Ingredients, you say? Yi Huan frowned slightly, then opened his inventory to take a look. He subsequently pulled out a radish, one he had stolen earlier from the crazy rabbit king in the novice village. He had nearly forgotten about it, having left it in the corner of his inventory. Let me see. Xian Ba took the radish and examined it closely. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, this radish is excellent. It appears to be a mutated variety. Dio, you have more? Indeed. I have plenty. Yi Huan promptly retrieved all the radishes he had. Xian Ba took half of them, while the remainder he asked Yi Huan to give to Wang. Of course, these were not for Wang to use as ingredients, but rather for him to plant. There was a dedicated vegetable garden behind Xian Kalu, along with NPCs for cultivation. Subsequently, Xian Ba wrote down the methods and ingredient requirements for the 3 special dishes he had prepared and handed them to Yi Huan. Yi Huan accepted the list and passed it to Wang, thus completing his quest and receiving a meager reward. After some thought, Yi Huan suggested to Xian Ba, Old Ba, why not simply collaborate with Xian Kalu in the future? Rest assured, you won't be mistreated. All right, Xian Ba readily agreed. However, Mu Chang'e interjected, why aren't you including me in this collaboration? Why would we include you? You can't even develop special dishes, Yi Huan replied with a sidelong glance at him. Yet, Mu Chang'e's next remark made Yi Huan's eyes widen with excitement. Casually, Mu Chang'e remarked, although I lack culinary skills, I possess the ability to catch a variety of fish, including spirit fish and treasure fish. All right, we'll take you on board, Yi Huan exclaimed, slapping the table. Thus, the 3 reached an informal agreement. Mu Chang'e would be in charge of fishing, Xian Ba would focus on researching special dishes, while Yi Huan would manage the finances and procure the necessary materials. After satisfying their hunger, Mu Chang'e and Xian Ba busied themselves with their respective tasks, leaving Yi Huan to relish a rare moment of leisure. Now at level 21, he noted that even the top player on the leaderboard had only reached level 21. It was time to acquire some equipment. Departing from the Xian Loft, Yi Huan made his way directly to the blacksmith in Leosia City. Dear adventurer, I am the finest blacksmith in Leosia City. Should you require any forging, you need only seek me out, the old blacksmith greeted with a typical NPC opening line. Smiling broadly, Yi Huan, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly handed the old man the blueprint for the wealthy gold belt. He then presented an array of materials, a pair of dragon eye gems, a piece of white jade crystal, 20 pieces of pure gold ore, and more, all entrusted to the old blacksmith. Approximately 5 minutes later, the old blacksmith emerged from the back room, proudly holding a dazzling gold belt that was blinding to behold. One could hardly describe it without using terms like extravagant or opulent. The belt appeared to be crafted entirely of gold, adorned with 2 dragon eye gems that sparkled intermittently. "Dear adventurer, your item has been successfully forged," the old man announced. "Thank you," Huan replied, eagerly donning the belt to inspect its attributes. Upon glancing at them, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wealthy gold belt, bound. Exclusive equipment for the wealthy profession, no level requirement. Wearing it increases wealth value and grants the special wealth skill. Indestructible gold barrier. Equip immediately. Ding. Congratulations, your wealth value has reached an impressive level. Impressive wealth. Exclusive title for the wealthy, with 10-fold enhancement to defense and health. Huan was utterly flabbergasted. While he had anticipated decent attributes for the wealthy gold belt, he had still underestimated the might of wealth equipment. Eagerly, he opened his personal interface. Character: Huan Gu, wealthy, level 21 title, ultimate newcomer king, revive on the spot, wealth, impressive wealth, 10-fold defense and health, fortune, 260. 000 gold coins, 1,000 gold bars, 90 gold bricks. Wealth skills: money tree, greed, New Year's money movement, swift shadow step. Wealth pets: fortune cat, tier 1, money keeper, tier 1, reputation, 720. Position: captain of the Eastern Street Guard of Leosia City. Inventory, level 2 storage space. Equipment slot: casual mail robe, no attributes. Landlord hat, silver grade, gold ring, wealth, wealthy gold belt, wealth. Quest log: 1. Hidden quest of the wandering merchant, second phase, not yet activated. After careful calculation, Huan realized that excluding basic attributes, the landlord hat doubled his defense and health, while the wealth level further multiplied them by 10. Thus, his current defense and health had reached an astonishing 12-fold. Adding in the skills that exploited wealth, his defense and health could soar to 14-fold. With the increase in basic attributes as his level rose, Huan had effectively transformed into an indestructible entity. Moreover, his wealth level had advanced from initial wealth to impressive wealth. In addition to these benefits, he had acquired a new wealth skill. In Huan's own words, he had obtained a wealth skill that involved spending money. Indestructible gold barrier. This wealth skill was similar to gold toss, as its power was determined by the amount of gold coins expended. The only distinction was that one was an offensive skill, while the other was defensive. Indestructible gold barrier, an exclusive skill for the wealthy, consisting of 6 tiers. Activating the first tier requires 1,000 gold coins, the second tier 10,000 gold coins, and so forth, with the ultimate tier requiring a staggering 100 million gold coins to activate. Note: the more gold coins consumed, the longer the skill's effect lasts. Chapter 51. A deceptive path. After reviewing his personal attributes, Huan couldn't help but scratch his head. He felt that the meager amount of gold coins in his pouch had become insignificant and insufficient. He muttered to himself, even if I played this game until the servers shut down, I probably wouldn't be able to utilize the 9th tier of gold toss or the ultimate indestructible gold barrier. No, to be precise, it was that he simply wouldn't be able to afford them, spending 100 million gold coins to unleash a skill. Had he lost his mind? Moreover, whether he could even amass 100 million gold coins was still in question. Glancing at the remaining 260,000 gold coins, Huan resolved that he needed to earn more money. As he pondered, he received a private message from Zhang Ai Hong Xiao. Zhang Ai Hong Xiao, Huan Gu. Huan Gu, have you heard the news? Huan Gu, what is it? Zhang Ai Hong Xiao. The officials have issued a clear notice that the recharge feature will officially launch on the 1st of next month. Along with a series of new items and adjustments to certain settings, I hear the major factions are already preparing their funds. Huan Gu, so soon? I see. Huan furrowed his brow slightly. Today was the 18th, meaning there were only about 10 days left before the game's landscape would shift, and he would lose some of his advantage. However, he quickly reconsidered. Once the recharge feature was activated, players would generally have money, and the major factions would undoubtedly be very wealthy as well. The most fundamental requirement for making money was that others had to possess wealth. Only then could he profit from them. If others lacked funds, what could he possibly earn? Having come to this realization, Huan's spirits lifted. There were ways to earn money now and likely more to come later. After all, he was a wealthy man. How could he possibly worry about earning money? With time on his hands, Huan decided to send a private message to Nan Rand. Nan, where are you? Come over, I need to speak with you. To Yi Huan's surprise, several minutes passed without a reply from Nan Ran. Just as he was about to send another message, a delayed response finally arrived. Nan Yong Xiaji, Huan Gu, I've been cornered by Lin Bei and his group. Yi Huan was taken aback and quickly inquired, where are you now? Why are they cornering you? Nan Ran promptly provided his location and explained the situation. It turned out that this predicament stemmed from the silver spear Yi Huan had gifted to Nan Ran. During the earlier skirmish outside the South City Gate, Nan Ran and his companions had rushed out to assist Yi Huan without any faction insignia. Since Nan Ran's only valuable possession was that silver spear, he was understandably reluctant to have it lost. Therefore, prior to the engagement, he entrusted the spear to a classmate for safekeeping. When he later sought to reclaim it, he discovered that Lin Bei had taken it. The reason being that Lin Bei's cousin also specialized in polearm classes. After seizing Nan Ran's spear, he concocted an excuse to gift it to his cousin, claiming that the spear had been lent to Nan Ran in the past. Today, when Nan Ran confronted Lin Bei about the issue, he found himself cornered. Upon hearing Nan Ran's explanation, Yi Huan shook his head. It was hard to believe that someone like him could rise to the position of student council president without his father being the principal. This was precisely why Yi Huan had been reluctant to associate with such individuals. However, before Yi Huan could rush over, he received another private message from Nan Ran. Nan Yong Xiaji, Huan Go? You needn't come, I've already logged off. Indeed, Nan Ran had logged off, and he had initiated the action himself. This signified a formal rift between him and the student council in a private room at the Xian Ke loft. Yi Huan observed Nan Ran, who was glumly drinking alone and couldn't help but smile slightly. Now do you understand why I dislike mingling with them? I've decided to move out of the school dormitory. Nan Ran took a swig of his drink, appearing rather despondent. He had been losing levels consistently over the past few days, and now without his equipment, he was even contemplating quitting the game altogether. To be honest, Nan, I have a path in mind, and I wonder if you'd be willing to take it. What path? Are you suggesting I create a new account? Nan Ran chuckled bitterly. It's somewhat akin to that. As Yi Huan spoke, he produced an item and placed it before Nan Ran. This is something I inadvertently obtained. I intended to find an opportunity to sell it. I've consulted, and it can fetch several thousand in the black market. I can let it go to you for 10,000. He patted Nan Ran's shoulder, saying, Brother, I know you might not have that much money right now, no worries. You can pay me back when you earn some in the game. Was Yi Huan truly in need of that 10,000? The answer was a resounding no. As for why he insisted on charging Nan Ran that amount, those who understood would comprehend. Men often exchanged equipment and skill books without qualms. However, hidden professions were a serious matter. If he simply gave it to Nan Ran, it was likely that he would feel indebted to Yi Huan. Such a shift would alter their relationship. Therefore, Yi Huan decided to set a clear price. Selling the certification for the hidden profession of the corpse courier to Nan Ran.as for the payment. Just as Yi Huan had stated, he could wait for Nan Ran to earn money in the game to settle it. This is a hidden profession? Nan Ran was thoroughly astonished. It was his first encounter with a hidden profession certification. Yes, but you must consider carefully. Transitioning now means starting over, and your level will revert to 1. Yi Huan offered a timely reminder. Nan Ran stared intently at the hidden class certification in his hands, hesitating for a few moments. Then, with a determined nod, he turned to Yi Huan, his face brimming with gratitude. Thank you. I'll write you an IOU. No need for that. Just pay me back when you have the means, Yi Huan replied, his hands clasped behind his head, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy individual. His playful antics managed to ease Nan Ran's tension. All right, I will definitely repay you when I have the means. I'm off to change my class now. With that, Nan Ran eagerly departed, clutching the hidden class certification. Observing his jubilant retreat, Yi Huan felt his own spirits lift. However, a flicker of coldness soon crossed his eyes. Lin Bei and his cohorts had gone too far, even though they were from the same school. They had no qualms about bullying. Since they enjoyed deceiving others, they would certainly experience the taste of betrayal themselves. With this thought in mind, Yi Huan sent a private message to Mu Dudu. As the first guild established in the in-world, Shenmu Feng Yuan naturally boasted numerous members. Tycoon TB said that they were found everywhere in the server, but at the very least, players adorned with the name Shenmu Feng Yuan were prevalent throughout Leosia City. Shortly, Mu Dudu replied with a location and curiously inquired, Huan Gu, what are you looking for them for? Oh, nothing much. Just to have some fun with them. By the way, Dudu, how's the guild monster siege preparation coming along? Almost ready. Our guild alone has gathered 500 players, and with the addition of the barbarian tribe and some smaller factions willing to assist, we already have around 1,000 players. Oh, that sounds promising. Rest assured, we'll be there to help when the time comes. Hehe, thank you in advance, Huan Ge. After concluding the conversation with Mu Dudu, Huan hastily exited the city without even claiming the rewards from yesterday's faction mission. He quickly found a secluded corner, transformed his appearance, and switched to the persona of the Green Hat Hero. With the Green Hat Hero set forth, there would invariably be someone to deceive. And today, the targets of his deception would be none other than Bai Linbei and his companions. Chapter 52. Using a knife to kill in a leveling area on the eastern side of Leosia City, Bai Linbei and his group were engaged in slaying monsters while chatting. President Bai, that Nanran truly overestimates himself, daring to confront us. Indeed, he should consider his own strength before challenging the president. Exactly. He even declared he'd sever all ties with us. Who does he think he is? A group of players flattered Bai Linbei both openly and covertly. They all belong to the same school, and whether in reality or in-game, they would consciously or unconsciously seek to curry favor with him. Firstly, Bai Linbei was the president of the study association, and secondly, his father was a school board member and the principal. Listening to their praises, Bai Linbei maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly felt quite pleased. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Manyu beside him, who was gazing at him intently. Though her gaze was not explicitly affectionate, it at least conveyed a sense of admiration. Nanran's audacity likely stemmed from Huan's influence. That fellow had been quite the spectacle yesterday. Bai Linbei's words dripped with a hint of jealousy. They had also participated in the faction war the previous day, choosing the red faction. Despite being swiftly defeated by the blue faction, they had spent the entire time observing the battle. The chaos outside the south gate remained etched in their memories, especially when Huan, with the aid of NPCs and teammates, carved a bloody path through, ultimately accomplishing the mission. Such a glorious experience was something Bai Linbei could only dream of possessing. Why Huan? That guy merely had a stroke of luck. How could he possibly compare to the president? Exactly. If it were the president, he would have undoubtedly performed even better. Haha, you're all spot on. Rather than feeling embarrassed by the flattery, Bai Linbei grew increasingly smug. He turned to Wang Manyu, smiling warmly. Rest assured, Manyu, I'll get you some good equipment soon. Wang Manyu smiled sweetly, her voice sounding incredibly charming. I'm not in a hurry for equipment. I think the president should focus on obtaining the guild token and establishing a guild first. Of course, we must establish a guild, Bai Linbei declared with confidence, as if he had already secured the guild token. Just then, a player donning a green hat and mask appeared in the distance, deliberately showcasing his ID. Green Hat Hero. Hey, friends up ahead, care to form a party? I'm heading to take down a boss. Would you like to join? There's a chance it might drop a guild token. The voices of in-world players could be set to normal or adjusted to various styles, so Bai Linbei and his group could not discern that the voice belonged to Huan. Nevertheless, they were well aware of the Green Hat Hero's reputation. The Green Hat Hero, taking down a boss, a guild token. Bai Linbei and his companions were instantly intrigued. Although they had previously disparaged the Green Hat Hero in private, their surprise at receiving his invitation was palpable. The Green Hat Hero was a figure of renown in the in-world, and the prospect of defeating a boss that might yield a guild token was enticing. Bai Linbei's interest was piqued, and he quickly replied, forming a party is fine, but how will we divide the loot? I only need some materials. Everything else is yours, the Green Hat Hero responded. Everything else belongs to us? What if we get equipment or a guild token? Bai Linbei pressed. Enough chatter. I said everything except materials goes to you, the Green Hat Hero retorted. All right, we're forming a party immediately. Green Hat Hero has joined the party. Once the Green Hat Hero joined, Bai Linbei's excitement soared. He began to imagine scenes where he would acquire top-tier equipment or even a guild token after defeating the boss. Just the thought of it sent him into a euphoric daydream. Observing Bai Linbei's expression, Huan smirked disdainfully beneath his mask. Little did he know where the boss was located. Even if he did, he wouldn't take Bai Linbei and his crew along. Thus, for the next half hour, Huan led Bai Linbei and his companions through various leveling areas. Perhaps it was Huan's good fortune. But when they arrived at a level 20 grinding zone, they stumbled upon a group of players engaged in combat with a level 20 elite monster. Although elite monsters didn't compare to bosses, they could still drop valuable items if luck was on their side. However, it was clear that this elite monster had already been claimed by others, and those claiming it were acquaintances of Huan. Green Hat Hero, let us check somewhere else, by Linbei suggested, preparing to continue the hunt for a boss. But just as he finished speaking, he noticed that the Green Hat Hero had vanished from sight. Suddenly, boom! A sound akin to a grenade explosion erupted, startling them all. The single manly man had recently been quite disheartened in recent days. He had suffered significant losses. Not only had his level dropped several ranks, but his inventory was also depleted, and even his silver-grade warhammer had been lost. To top it off, he had spent several hours confined in a small dark room. Finally released today, he took his studio members out to level up and vent his frustrations. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him once more. Before long, they encountered an elite monster. As they fought vigorously, the elite monster was on the verge of defeat. Just then, boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending a cloud of smoke into the air. The already weakened elite monster was instantly obliterated. In the wake of the smoke, a figure swiftly emerged, expertly scooping up the fallen loot before dashing away without a backward glance. By the time the single manly man and his group processed what had happened, the figure had already sprinted a considerable distance. Damn. Even our Xuanhu Studio's monsters are not safe from thieves, brothers. Let us kill them. The single manly man bellowed, his pent-up rage boiling over, reigniting his frustrations. Why was it that everyone felt compelled to bully him now? Was Xuanhu Studio truly that easy to pick on? Meanwhile, President Bai, what's Green Hat Hero up to? A player inquired, watching Huan sprinting toward them. The earlier explosion had startled them, and they hadn't even caught a glimpse of how the Green Hat Hero had caused such a commotion. Bai Linbei shook his head, clearly unaware of the Green Hat Hero's intentions. However, he soon furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Observing the Green Hat Hero rushing toward them, along with the furious players hot on his heels, an ominous premonition grew stronger. The next moment, after the Green Hat Hero called out to them, Bai Linbei realized that his group had been duped. Captain, we secured the loot. Let us meet at our usual spot. Huan shouted to Bai Linbei and his companions before abruptly changing direction and activating his shadow step. His speed surged, and in no time, he vanished from sight. In their place, Bai Linbei and his group received a system notification. Green Hat Hero has left the party. But at that moment, they had no time to pay attention to this, as the furious players had already closed in on them. Bai Linbei attempted to explain but was met with no opportunity. Friends, let me explain. Explain your grandfather. You dare steal from our Xuanhu Studio's monster. Today, you must die. The single manly man roared, swinging his massive iron hammer directly at Bai Linbei. Chapter 53. The Grey Wolf of Foshanyi. Huan's cunning maneuver of using another's weapon to achieve his goals was executed with remarkable finesse. It could easily be described as killing two birds with one stone. After covering a certain distance, he reverted to his normal state and swaggered back to the city. He was confident that the solitary tough guy would not let Bai Linbei and his companions off the hook. Opening a private chat, Huan inquired about Nan Rant's situation. Nan Yong Xiaji replied, Brother Huan, I have successfully changed my class and am currently leveling up with the assistance of the 3 young masters of Zong AI. With some free time on his hands, Huan decided to ask about Nan Ran and the others' whereabouts. Alright, once I claim my reward, I'll come find you for some fun. Huan refrained from disclosing his trickery against Bai Linbei to Nan Ran. There was no necessity for it, and he also wished to keep the identity of the Green Hat Hero under wraps. After all he had experienced, Huan realized that sometimes having multiple identities could be advantageous. Therefore, he chose to keep the identity of the Green Hat Hero concealed for the time being. On the other hand, Bai Linbei and his companions were certainly no match for the solitary tough guy and his crew. After a fierce battle, the solitary tough guys ended up with red names, while Bai Linbei and his group were demoted back to the resurrection point. Damn! That cursed Green Hat Hero! After respawning, Bai Linbei was seething with rage. He was furious at the Green Hat Hero for inexplicably targeting them, and equally enraged at the Xinyun studio members for attacking without understanding the situation. Ultimately, it came down to their own weakness. Bai Linbei gritted his teeth in frustration, vowing to take revenge. The elusive Green Hat Hero was nowhere to be found, but the solitary tough guys were easy to locate. You all go play. I have some matters to attend to. By Linbei hastily logged off after leaving that statement.in the in-world game forum. Numerous players posted daily.in one section labeled Black Market. There were various posts for selling items, as well as requests for assistance with quests and leveling up. There were also posts offering revenge services and acting as bodyguards. Typically, these were handled by studios or various small to medium-sized factions. After logging off, Bai Linbei promptly entered the forum. After some searching, he found a post offering revenge services and quickly contacted the person in charge. Are you taking on contracts? Of course. Who do you want to kill? The green hat hero. I'm sorry, but that individual is currently untouchable. Why? He is too mysterious and powerful. Bai Linbei was left speechless and had to settle for a lesser target. Then I want to take out Xinyun Studio. The price for taking down a studio doubles. Why? Because they are a studio. Bai Linbei was once again at a loss for words. Ultimately, he spent 100,000 coins to place a contract for a hit on Xinyun Studio. To Bai Linbei, this sum was negligible. The chance to eliminate his enemy and relieve his pent-up frustration was worth the expense. A few minutes later, Bai Linbei logged back in. After waiting in a leveling area for a while, a group of players with red names appeared. Their names seemed random, lacking any apparent connection, and they were not affiliated with any guild. The leader of the group was identified as Fo Shan Hui Tailang. Lead us there. All right, they should still be leveling up over there. After Bai Linbei spoke, he guided the group to exact his revenge. Naturally, such acts of vengeance were best witnessed by his subordinates and the woman he fancied. So he called upon his usual companions to join him. Upon arrival, they spotted a group of players engaged in battling monsters from a distance. Among them, several also had red names, albeit their notoriety was far less than that of Fo Shan Hui Tailang and his crew. Is that them? Fo Shan Hui Tailang asked. Yes, Bai Linbei confirmed. All right, brothers, let us make this quick. We have another contract to fulfill afterward. Each member of Fo Shan Hui Tailang's group charged in fiercely without hesitation. Within 5 minutes, over 20 players, including the solitary tough guy, were eliminated and sent to prison. Fo Shan Hui Tailang and his crew quickly gathered the loot dropped by the solitary tough guy. Their red names deepened in hue, leaving one to wonder just how many they had killed and how much evil value they had accrued. All done. Remember to transfer the remaining funds. Fo Shan Hui Tailang made a gesture indicating that he was keeping a close watch on Bai Linbei, implying that failure to pay would lead to dire consequences. What on earth? Who are these guys? They're incredibly powerful. Their efficiency was astonishing, and it was obvious that Fo Shan Hui Tailang possessed a hidden profession. President Bai, are they your friends? Faced with the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Bai Linbei straightened up immediately. Yes, they are my friends. Investigate. Find out who those people really are. At the Xinyun Studios conference room, after the solitary tough guy logged off, he furiously summoned everyone for a meeting. At that moment, his level had dropped to 14. All the hard work he had put into leveling up was in vain. Boss, we found something out. They seem to belong to an organization called Red Name Village. Red Name Village? The solitary tough guy furrowed his brow. Red Name Village was a well-known organization on the forum, composed primarily of red-named players. They seldom returned to town, preferring to remain in the wild leveling up. They also took on contracts for revenge and other tasks. No one knew who their leader was or how many members they had. Even major factions were wary of crossing paths with players from Red Name Village. Boss, it appears someone has hired them. I certainly know they are hired. But the question is, who is it that paid for their services? The solitary tough guy was exceedingly frustrated, as he had undoubtedly offended quite a few players recently. Anyone could have hired the Red Name Village members to come after him. Damn it. This time we'll just have to take it on the chin. For the time being, everyone focus on leveling up. The solitary tough guy waved his hand to dismiss the group. Once they left, the alluring beauty Xiao Pinghua approached him. Boss, don't be upset. It's not worth it to ruin your health over this. With a charming smile, Xiao Pinghua leaned into the solitary tough guy's embrace. Instantly, he transformed into a true tough guy, inviting Xiao Pinghua to join him for some physical training. Here, 1,000 words have been omitted. Master Wealthy, you are here to collect your rewards. Upon finding Zhang Matzi, Huan was greeted with utmost respect as Zhang Matzi presented him with his rewards. Although Zhang Matzi's rank was far superior to Huan's, his demeanor remained as deferential as ever, even more so than before. The rewards for this faction mission amounted to 100 gold coins per person, plus a random piece of bronze equipment. While these items were trivial to Huan, they were quite commendable for other players. Zhangmatzi, you seem to be doing quite well. Oh, that's all thanks to Master Wealthy. Alright, let us skip the pleasantries. When you go to deal with the bandits next time, remember to inform me, Master Wealthy. I will certainly notify you then. After Huan departed, Zhang Matzi's expression instantly hardened again as he continued distributing rewards to the other players. This caused nearby players to wonder, what is up with this NPC? Why the dual personalities? Chapter 54. NPC. The Mysterious Man in Leosia City, the Mysterious Mine. Ever since Huan and his team completed the faction mission and escorted the young lord back, the Mysterious Mine had become an exceptional leveling spot. It had been refreshed into 3 levels. The first level was populated with small monsters such as bloodbats and corpse insects. These creatures had low defenses and were numerous, making them endlessly farmable. The second level featured zombies, including limping zombies, ordinary zombies, and green-haired zombies. While these zombies boasted high attack power, they moved slowly, making them suitable for ranged leveling. As for the third level, the officials claimed there was a third level, but thus far, no player had discovered the entrance to it. Additionally, the mysterious mine allowed for mining, and the extracted ores could be sold for profit. Consequently, many players flocked to the mysterious mine for both leveling and mining. Upon entering the mine, Huan spotted the 3 young masters of Zhang AI leading and ran and battling monsters for experience. Brother Huan, you've come. Indeed, this is a great leveling spot. After Huan applied to join their party, he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, the first level of the mine was bustling with players. Some wielding pickaxes to mine, while others formed small groups to slay monsters and level up. Anan, what level are you now? Huan turned to Nanran, who smiled with excitement. I'm already at level 10. This class is fantastic. Let me show you my initial skill. As Nanran spoke, she produced a black talisman and affixed it to herself. Initial skill of the corpse driver. Soul concealment. Upon using this skill, you remain motionless, rendering you undetectable by monsters. That's a remarkable skill. Huan gave Nanran a thumbs up. This skill could save one's life in critical moments, especially when being leveled up by someone else, as it eliminated concerns about attracting monster aggro. And this is the level 10 skill of the corpse driver. Corpse driving technique. Under the invocation of mysterious incantations, any monster, even those of great power in life, cannot escape the fate of becoming a corpse slave under the control of the corpse driver. With that, Nan Ran directed her spell at a bloodbat corpse that had yet to disappear. Casting a black talisman, in a flash of dark light, the bloodbat's body vanished. In the midst of the surroundings, an unsightly corpse servant emerged, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. The corpse servant brandished a bone dagger fashioned from an unknown bone. So, this is the corpse servant. Huan had initially imagined that the so-called corpse servant resembled the creature in its living form. However, upon further reflection, he comprehended that the corpse servant was akin to the summoned entities of other summoning professions. The monster's corpse merely served as a medium. Of course, this was merely a skill of the gravekeeper at level 10, and there would undoubtedly be more formidable skills in the future. Subsequently, Huan also noted that Nan Ran's corpse servant possessed high attack power but average defense. Nevertheless, the technique of summoning corpses had no restrictions. Once a corpse servant perished, as long as there was a monster's corpse available, it could be immediately resummoned. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. For a period thereafter, Huan and his companions remained within the mysterious mine. After clearing one level, they would proceed to the next. Once they finished the second level, they would return to the first. However, the entrance to the third level remained undiscovered, causing many players to lose their patience. In the second level of the mine, Huan wandered aimlessly, observing his surroundings. In the in-world, monsters typically respawn at random locations, seldom returning to the same spot. Yet, at this moment, Huan noticed that a corner of the second level seemed to continually spawn limping zombies. This was a relatively secluded area, and a limping zombie would respawn approximately every 5 minutes. This peculiar occurrence piqued Huan's curiosity, drawing his attention. Thus, he approached. With Huan's current defense, the damage inflicted by these zombies was pathetically minimal, instilling no fear of death within him. Moreover, with the Keeper of Wealth beside him, he felt secure. Upon reaching the corner, a limping zombie had just respawned. Boom! Before it could approach Huan, it was swiftly dispatched by a blow from the Keeper of Wealth's iron box. Huan stepped forward, positioning himself directly at the limping zombie's spawn point. In the next moment, his figure vanished, and the Keeper of Wealth also disappeared from sight. "Hey, where's Brother Huan?" Zhang Ai Hong Xiao inquired. Noticing Yi Huan's absence, he was still in the party, so he shouldn't have perished. Perhaps he had gone to play on the first level. Nan Ran glanced at the party interface and observed that Yi Huan's name was still illuminated, indicating that he had neither logged off nor perished. "You have entered the third level of the mysterious mine, the tomb of the Corpse King." As the scene before Yi Huan shifted, he successfully entered the third level of the mysterious mine. The name alone suggested that this was likely a boss spawn point. However, Yi Huan was somewhat astonished to discover that, after exploring the entirety of the tomb of the Corpse King, there were no monsters present whatsoever. Had someone already defeated them? Or had the boss yet to respawn? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he prepared to leave, but at that moment, a radiant light suddenly illuminated a location not far from him. Initially, Yi Huan thought it was the boss respawning. However, the light did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually coalesced into the ethereal figure of a person. The name above this figure read, NPC, Mysterious Person. An NPC? Yi Huan was taken aback, surprised that an NPC would appear in such a location. Moreover, this NPC was called the Mysterious Person, which clearly indicated that it was not a name, but rather a code name. He was a special NPC, young adventurer. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. The ethereal figure of NPC, Mysterious Person, began to speak, his voice sounding somewhat nebulous. Who are you? Yi Huan asked. Young adventurer, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Your presence here signifies that you are among the chosen. What I am about to tell you must be remembered at this point. Yi Huan was truly bewildered. A flicker of excitement surged within him. Could it be that he was about to activate some hidden quest? Young adventurer, heed my warning. When the divine messenger descends, calamity shall also befall the world. What? Yi Huan was utterly perplexed by the meaning behind this cryptic statement. Remember, when the divine messenger descends, calamity shall also befall the world. Prevent them. Prevent them. The ethereal figure of NPC, Mysterious Person, began to flicker violently, his voice turning intermittent. Hey, what exactly do you mean? Yi Huan pressed. The divine messenger, calamity, prevent them. After a few final flickers, the NPC, Mysterious Person, vanished entirely, in the spot where he had just stood. A singular object remained. Yi Huan approached and picked it up, discovering it to be a gold coin. Upon examining the coin closely, he froze in astonishment, for this coin bore an uncanny resemblance to the one his parents had left him in reality. What on earth was happening? Yi Huan fixated on the gold coin in his hand, and no matter how he scrutinized it, there was no information regarding this coin. The system provided no name, no attributes. In the in-world, every item possessed its own name. Yet, the coin in Yi Huan's possession was devoid of any title or description. Moreover, he was unable to store it in his inventory, relegating it to his pocket instead. It was exceedingly bizarre. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance, startling Yi Huan. He looked up to see a colossal Corpse King materializing nearby. The boss had respawned. Corpse King, level 20 boss, with no other players around. Yi Huan felt no fear of revealing his presence. Moreover, the level of the Corpse King was not particularly high. He swiftly threw money at it, and after 3 throws, the Corpse King fell. To be honest, Yi Huan had lost interest in such low-level ordinary bosses. The Corpse King appeared quite impoverished, only dropping 3 skill books. After collecting them, he wandered around the tomb of the Corpse King for a couple more laps. Noticing that the NPC, Mysterious Person, had not reappeared, he decided to leave. However, throughout the day, he remained preoccupied with thoughts. He pondered the identity of the NPC, Mysterious Person, and the meaning behind his words. Furthermore, why had a gold coin identical to the one his parents had left him appeared in the in-world? After much contemplation, he could not decipher the matter. He resolved to set it aside for the time being, keeping it to himself without disclosing it to others. Time always passes swiftly. The following morning, Yi Huan rose on schedule. Upon entering the living room, he found Mu Changgu busy in the kitchen. If only you were a woman, we could live together. Over these past few days, teasing Mu Changgu had become one of Yi Huan's favorite pastimes. Dog Huan, please cease your lewd thoughts. I am attracted to women. Mu Changgu emerged from the kitchen with breakfast, unknowingly brandishing the dagger he had previously wielded. I, too, am fond of women. Huan instantly fell silent, shrugging and taking a seat. Tio his surprise, upon hearing his remark. Mu Changji's deep-set eyes suddenly sparkled. Oh, you truly like women? Of course, that's splendid. Mu Changgu appeared genuinely pleased. After sitting down across from Huan, he eagerly began introducing his sisters. Dog Huan, you seem like a good person. So I'll make it easy for you. Choose one. Choose what? My 3 sisters are all wonderful. The eldest sister, Cici, is calm and capable. Though she can be a bit scheming at times, overall, she's quite decent. The second sister, Lala, is brave and carefree. The third sister, Du, is adorable. Before Mu Changgu could finish his sentence, Huan stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. Stop right there. I have no intention of becoming your brother-in-law. What? Do you wish to take them all? Mu Changgu removed the bread from his mouth and shot Huan a glare. His next words nearly caused Huan to spit out the porridge he had just sipped. Well, taking them all isn't out of the question, but you'll need to pass my uncle's test first. Cough, cough, cough. Dog Huan, do you believe I would share this with Du? I was merely joking. Mu Changgu immediately deflated, offering an awkward smile and no longer pursuing the topic. He genuinely feared that Huan would disclose his presence and the earlier jest to the Mu family sisters, which could lead to dire consequences. Let's discuss serious matters. After finishing his meal and setting down his utensils, Huan inquired, are you really not attending the Monster Siege event at the Mu family's guild today? Why should I go? I still lack attacking skills, so attending would be akin to courting death. However, what? I've asked Laoba to assist in making some homemade burgers, which you can pass on to Cici. Why don't you go yourself? Huan rolled his eyes, reluctant to play the errand. Mu Changgu suddenly adopted a deliberately coy expression. Brother Huan, please help me pass them along. I've finally managed to escape their clutches and don't want to be caught again. In an instant, Huan was covered in goosebumps, wishing he could slam his bowl over Mu Changji's handsome face. He despised when men acted coy, as it sparked an overwhelming urge to strangle them. Fine, you win. Huan stood up and hastily retreated to his room, while behind him, Mu Changji's triumphant laughter echoed. Ha, Brother Huan, don't rush to leave. Ha ha ha, Brother Huan, I didn't realize you were afraid of this. Brother Huan, you haven't washed your bowl yet. Get lost. You wash it yourself. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Welcome back to the in-world. Today, the in-world bustled with its usual vibrancy. Upon logging in, Huan promptly received a message from Mu Du. Mu Du, Brother Huan, we are at the guild's base. Please come find us once you are online. The guild base of Shenmu Fengyun is situated at the southern outskirts of Leosia City, on the picturesque Leosia slope. This expansive area is surrounded by numerous leveling spots. If they can successfully defend the base today, Leosia slope will transform into a vital supply point, generating revenue for the guild, and they may even unlock exclusive leveling dungeons for their members. This is precisely why the Mu family places such immense importance on the impending monster siege. It is rumored that they have invested a significant sum to enlist the assistance of other factions. However, ultimately, only the barbarian tribe and the Yi family agreed to lend their support. As for the intentions of the other factions, it is clear to any discerning observer it is a blessing if they refrain from opportunistic ambushes, let alone offer assistance. Thus, Shenmu Fengyun not only faces the threat of a monster siege, but must also guard against potential assaults from rival players seeking to seize their base. It promises to be a lively day. Huan did not hasten to the guild base of Shenmu Fengyun, but instead made a stop at the Lord's Manor. Upon entering, he found that all the structures had been restored, yet the former lord's whereabouts remained unknown. He encountered only the young lord and Zhang Mazi, who was by his side. Ah, the esteemed lord has arrived. The young lord greeted him, having transformed from a once emaciated and disheveled youth into a handsome young man clad in armor. Huan could not help but marvel at how rapidly NPCs evolve in the in-world. Young lord, I have come to request a few guards. 10 minutes later, Huan sent a private message to Mu Cici, the president of Shenmu Fengyun. Shortly thereafter, Mu Cici replied, I never would have imagined you possess such capabilities. Rest assured, once your efforts yield results, I will ensure the gold you expend is included in your remuneration. Then we have an accord. See you shortly. This was not a matter of Huan being miserly over a handful of gold coins. Rather, It stemmed from the young lord's exorbitant demands, charging him 100,000 gold for merely 100 guards. Therefore, it was imperative that the Mu family bore this expense to at that moment. Huan recalled what Mu Changgu had mentioned earlier regarding selecting one of the Mu sisters. In hindsight, it was evident that Mu Changgu was attempting to entrap him. Should he choose one of the Mu sisters, all his in-game acquisitions would ultimately belong to the Mu family. You scheming crybaby. Even I am being ensnared, Huan thought darkly, vowing to settle the score later that evening. With a determined heart, Huan exited the city and made his way to the guild base of Shun Mu Feng Yun. Today's fierce battle would undoubtedly prove challenging. Chapter 56. The monster siege commences today marks the first ever guild base monster siege since the opening of the N-World. Coupled with the Jianghu emergency call issued 3 days prior by Shin Mu Feng Yun, an influx of players has descended upon Leosia City. The so-called Jianghu emergency call is a feature that only guild leaders can issue, allowing any player to respond. For instance, the emergency call issued by Mu Cc solicited assistance in defending the guild base. Players who accept the call can earn points by participating in the monster siege and slaying monsters. Should Shin Mu Feng Yun fail, and their base be reclaimed or seized by another guild, no rewards will be granted. Conversely, if they succeed, players can exchange their points for rewards at the guild's base. Thus, players are wagering on the guild's ability to hold their ground. When Huan arrived at Leosia Slope, a considerable throng of players had already gathered. The guild base of Shun Mu Feng Yun had also been adorned with several constructions. Members like Kuang Dao had long since arrived, greeting Huan with enthusiasm. "Brother Huan, you are here." Mu Du approached to welcome him. It seems quite lively, Huan observed, noting that many players bore the Shen Mu Feng Yun suffix, indicating their affiliation with the guild. Numerous others had come to assist in response to the Jianghu emergency call. "Ah, you must be the famed Brother Huan," boomed a hearty voice from behind Huan. Familiar figures soon materialized before him, led by Mu Cc, accompanied by the leader of the barbarian tribe, Xingtian, and the previously encountered Xiahua Zhurong. "Greetings, leader Xingtian," Huan politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me. We shall discuss matters in the conference hall," Mu Cc beckoned, leading them into a newly constructed building. Prior to the battle, it was crucial to strategize. Huan, however, was utterly clueless about warfare and had little to contribute. "President Mu, the monster siege lasts merely 4 hours. If we steadfastly defend the base, we should encounter no significant issues," Xingtian stated confidently, having mustered the elite forces of the barbarian tribe for this endeavor. "While I am not worried about the monster siege, I am concerned about rival guilds attempting to seize our base," Mu Cc remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. She had received word that other guilds were clandestinely assembling their forces, their intentions glaringly obvious. Xingtian also frowned slightly in a direct confrontation. No one fears another. However, should several factions unite, Shen Mu Feng Yun may indeed find itself in peril. At this juncture, Huan, who had been silent, curiously interjected, "What happens if the base is captured by another guild?" "I can elucidate that," Mu Du raised her hand, eager to explain. "Our guild's monster siege lasts 4 hours, divided into 4 waves. After the siege, our guild must have a presence in the base to secure our claim." "Precisely," Xingtian interjected. "If, at that moment, other guilds seize the opportunity to ambush us, the ownership of the guild base remains contested until we expel them, thus securing our victory. Conversely, if they manage to drive us out, the base will become theirs." "Ah, I see." Huan nodded, comprehending the complexities involved. He had not anticipated that managing a guild base would be so convoluted. It must be said, establishing a guild is no small feat. The monster siege soon commenced, and everyone adhered to their predetermined roles. MUCC took command of the central front, while Xingtian led the elite forces of the barbarian tribe on the right flank, and Mu La commanded the left. Nearly 2,000 players divided into 3 groups clashed fiercely with the oncoming horde of monsters. Meanwhile, Huan stationed himself at the rear, overseeing the entrance to the base alongside a few acquaintances. The air was rife with cries and roars of monsters, indicating the ferocity of the battle. "Brother Huan, shall we not lend our assistance?" Jun Xiong inquired with curiosity. Huan smiled lightly. "No rush. We have other tasks at hand. Let them handle the monster slaying." As the battle raged at the guild base of Shun Mu Feng Yun, a lively scene unfolded within a private room of a tavern far away in Leosia City. The leaders of several established guilds, including Yunji Yi's Yunju Zai, Qiu Zhan from the Four Seasons Alliance, Ao Ru Lai from the unparalleled world, and Meng Wuyu from the Dreamland Empire. We're gathered. Have the Yi family members not arrived yet? Xiao Zhan inquired impatiently. Ao Ru Lai replied with a serene smile, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. You know the character of that fellow from the Yi family. He likely will not involve himself in such matters. The only female guild leader present, Meng Wuyu, softly asked, isn't the leader of Shangshi Yi Cheng Yi Zhicheng? Yuan Zhuzai nodded. Indeed, that is the one. He is quite the leveling fanatic. Xiao Zhan scoffed. If he doesn't show up, so be it. With our combined forces, taking down Shanmu Fengyun and the barbarian tribe will be a matter of mere minutes. But what of the distribution post-capture? Meng Wuyu queried, and the atmosphere turned tense. None present were naive or willing to be shortchanged. How to allocate the spoils after seizing the guild base was indeed critical. Xiao Zhan huffed, casting a discerning glance over the assembly. The guild base shall belong to the Four Seasons Alliance, and I will ensure each of you receives a monetary compensation. Xiao Xiao, we are not in need of your charity. Ao Ru Lai replied coolly, his fingers continuing their rhythmic dance upon the table. Autumn Zhan's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that these individuals sought to exploit the situation for their own gain. They proposed a fixed price, 3 million for each member, contingent upon securing the guild's stronghold. Should one refuse, it would simply be a matter of fighting until mutual destruction ensued. Fine, it's a deal. The others exchanged knowing glances, revealing tacit smiles. Chapter 57. Another deadline missed. The monster siege was underway. The initial wave comprised ordinary creatures, which were effectively thwarted by the players' coordinated assaults. Half an hour had elapsed since the siege began. Following the conclusion of the first wave, there was a brief respite of approximately 10 minutes for players to restock their supplies before the second wave commenced. The level and strength of these monsters were markedly superior to those of the first wave, with numerous elite creatures making their appearance. What a spectacle it was, on the slope of Leosia. Huan and his companions gazed in awe at the chaotic battle unfolding below, where players clashed with hordes of monsters. It felt reminiscent of ancient battlefields. Huan's blood surged with excitement. Had he not acquired the role of a wealthy patron, he would undoubtedly have chosen a melee class. In that case, he would have been at the forefront of the fray, engaged in fierce combat with the monsters. Alas, the wealthy patron class lacked any melee skills, thus shattering Huan's dreams of close combat. If only I could have a dual class, he mused internally, well aware that such a possibility was slim. I'll go have some fun, said Kuang Dao, striding over with his great sword in his eyes. Huan discerned fervor. You all go ahead. I'll stay here with Mosey to guard this position. Huan waved his hand, signaling to the others to engage in battle. With so many monsters present, not only could they gain experience, but they also had the chance to acquire equipment, a rare opportunity. Moreover, the players at the front had yet to falter, rendering the rear relatively safe. Kuang Dao, accompanied by Sang Ai San Shao, Nen Ran, Jun Xiong, and others, charged down the slope to join the fray, leaving only Huan and Xiamo behind. Huan, do you think Shenmu Fengyun will win today? Xiamo suddenly inquired. Huan turned to her, visibly surprised. You didn't seem to care about such matters before, did you? As Huan pointed out, Xiamo had not previously shown interest in these affairs. Today, however, it was Huan who had called her, inviting her to join the game. Xiamo did not answer the question but instead gazed at the distant mountains. This world is truly beautiful. Indeed, it is splendid. Huan nodded in agreement. The scenery in the in-world was breathtaking. It was said that many who had previously shunned gaming had logged in merely to enjoy the vistas of in-world. Consequently, numerous studios had established tour guide teams to escort those sightseeing players around, ensuring their safety. This too was a lucrative venture. After some contemplation, Huan responded to Xiaomo's inquiry. I would estimate Shanmu Fengyun's chances of victory today to be over 50%. Over 50%? Xiamo appeared somewhat taken aback. Didn't you say that other factions were gathering their teams? If they joined forces to seize the stronghold, how could Shenmu Fengyun possibly withstand them? You'll find out soon enough, Huan replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Xiamo observed the confident man before her, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity. This man had undergone significant changes recently. Huan, do you know the Yi family? She suddenly asked. Huan was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Of course, they have a guild in the in-world called Shengshi Yicheng, and their leader, Yi Zhicheng, is ranked first on the leaderboard. Ye Huan had heard Kuang Dao and Mu Dudu speak of the Yi family shortly after entering the game. He had felt envious when Yi Zhicheng became the first to emerge from the novice village and claimed the title of newcomer king. Seems like you all share the surname Yi. Haha, indeed. Perhaps we were one family 800 years ago. Ye Huan chuckled, though he did not believe he had any connection to the Yi family. A flicker of complexity crossed Xiao Mo's eyes, after which he changed the subject. However, Yi Huan was curious about why she had suddenly mentioned the Yi family. Do you know anyone from the Yi family? Yes, my mother is Yi Cheng's aunt. Wait, so Yi Cheng is your cousin? Yi Huan was thoroughly bewildered. Tio think they were relatives. Yes, I'm currently living with the Yi family, Xiao Mo replied, a smile playing on her lips. Although her in-game avatar appeared somewhat unattractive, it was clear that she found amusement in Yi Huan's astonished expression. Ah, so you live with the Yi family now? Yi Huan noted, feeling relieved about Xiao Mo's well-being. Furthermore, you might not be aware, but people from Shengshi Yicheng will also be present today. They have reached a strategic partnership with the Mu family. All right then, Yi Huan shrugged, realizing he had been overly concerned. Whether it was Xiao Mo or Shenmu Fengyun, he supposed they would manage just fine without his assistance. Had he been overly self-important? Yi Huan began to harbor self-doubt. Don't overthink it. This is merely a trump card for Shenmu Fengyun. Only Mu Sisi knows about it. She hasn't even informed her sister. Whatever, I'm just here to lend a hand, Yi Huan replied nonchalantly. Shrugging his shoulders, he then shifted his gaze back to the ongoing monster siege below. The second wave of monsters had escalated into a frenzy. The three defensive lines of Shenmu Fengyun remained relatively intact. Although there were occasional casualties, players quickly filled the gaps. Particularly, the left wing, overseen by Mu Lala, along with Kuang Dao, formed an almost divine duo, effortlessly dispatching foes. Yi Huan stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should seize an opportunity to play matchmaker between Mu Lala and Kuang Dao. Ding dong, a notification from his financial assistant. Master, you have received a new loan application. Who's borrowing money at this hour? Yi Huan casually opened the assistant's interface. Borrower. Yuming Guaching NPC, Shi Shili, amount, 10,000 gold term. 7 days interest, 10 agree reject approved. Yi Huan was feeling quite generous at the moment. Regardless of which NPC sought a loan, he was inclined to grant it. Moreover, someone else had defaulted. Indeed, the NPC from Fian City, Shi Xiuzai, had failed to repay his loan. Sigh. It seems I need to recruit a few debt collectors soon, Yi Huan lamented. He planned to visit Fian City after the monster siege by Shenmu Fengyun concluded. As a wealthy patron, he could not shy away from the hassle of debt collection. Furthermore, after his previous experience with Zhang Mozi's overdue loan, Yi Huan found himself hoping for more NPCs to default. This way, he could receive more quests in return and owe money to repay? Not a problem. I can just accept hidden tasks as payment. Ding dong. You have received a private message from a stranger. Do you wish to view it? At that moment, Yi Huan received a private message from an unfamiliar sender. He raised an eyebrow and opened it, only to frown in surprise. The sender was Autumn Jean from the Four Seasons Alliance. Chapter 58. Autumn Jean's bribe. What does Autumn Jean want to message me for? Yi Huan pondered, opening the private message. Autumn Jean, Brother Huan, while I am unaware of the benefits Shenmu Fengyun has offered you, I, Autumn, am willing to pay 500,000 renminbi to invite you to collaborate with the Four Seasons Alliance and seize the guild stronghold together. What do you think? Wow, so I'm worth 50 million, huh? Yi Huan scoffed. Unimpressed. 50 million might have been a considerable sum for his former self, but having made 15 million from selling the guild token, he now considered himself somewhat affluent. Moreover, Yi Huan prided himself on his principles. Although the Mu family had not explicitly stated what compensation he would receive upon success, he trusted the integrity of the Mu sisters. Furthermore, Mu Changge was still residing in his home. Should that fellow learn of his betrayal, he would likely brandish his dagger once more. After some reflection, Yi Huan replied to Autumn Jean. Brother Huan. Autumn Jean, you truly overestimate me. I am neither a member of the Mu family nor a notable figure. You are completely mistaken in your attempt to bribe me. Autumn Jean. Let's be straightforward, 1 million. As long as you kill the president of Shenmu Fengyun, Mu Sisi, during our attack, I will immediately transfer 1 million to you. Upon reading Autumn Jean's response, Yi Huan shook his head once more. He began to understand why Xiao Mo held such disdain for Autumn Jean. Brother Huan. I appreciate your goodwill, Autumn Jean, but such actions are beyond my capacity. Autumn, fine. If you refuse my offer, I will ensure you can't survive in the in-world. Just wait and see. Huan couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation with Autumn, promptly blocking him. You think you can make me unable to survive in the in-world? How interesting. Let's see about that. Huan scoffed, already plotting how to turn the tables on Autumn. As time elapsed, the monster siege progressed to its third wave. This wave not only featured elite monsters, but also introduced several ordinary bosses. Consequently, the players faced increased pressure, with casualties mounting. Meanwhile, Musisi received troubling news. The players who had respawned in town were being intercepted on their way back. It was no mystery. This was undoubtedly the work of rival factions, deliberately dispatching teams to disrupt them. Specially tasked with intercepting the players of Shinmu Fengyun, they are prevented from swiftly returning to provide support. This predicament arises from the guild's base not yet being firmly established. Once the guild's base is determined, the players of Shinmu Fengyun can set their respawn points there, greatly facilitating their efforts. However, at present, they remain under constraint. The number of players from Shinmu Fengyun is dwindling, while the monsters grow increasingly formidable. The result is that players begin to retreat towards Leosia Mountain while continuing to fight. This cannot continue. Sanmei, take your team back to the city and organize the fallen players for support. Musisi issued a command to Mulala. Nodding, Mulala promptly gathered a group, including Kuang Dao, and used a return scroll. Upon returning to Leosia City, they began to regroup the fallen players. Shortly thereafter, the group surged out of Leosia City, launching an attack against the opposing forces. Meanwhile, the monster siege officially entered its fourth wave, the most critical phase. To everyone's astonishment, the number of monsters in this fourth wave was overwhelming, nearly the total of the first three waves combined. Even more despairing was the presence of higher-level boss monsters within this wave. In the world of N, boss monsters are categorized by levels. Generally, there are ordinary boss, followed by rare boss, and then mutated boss. For instance, the frenzied Rabbit King encountered by Huan in the Novice Village is of the mutated level. Beyond mutated boss, there exists the Overlord level, which currently represents the strongest classification of boss monsters released by the officials. To date, no one has encountered an Overlord-level boss since the server opened. Today, whether by sheer luck on the part of Shinmu Fengyun or misfortune on their own, as the monster siege approached its climax, not only did a mutated boss appear, but also an Overlord-level boss. Monster name: Three-Headed Giant Serpent King. Boss: Mutated level, Monster level, 30. Monster description: a giant serpent that has consumed a mysterious fruit. Now boasting 3 heads and 3 types of ranged attacks, none dare approach it. Monster name: Lord of Leosia. Boss: Overlord level, Monster level, 50. Monster description: the Deputy City Lord. Having failed in a rebellion and been slain, his lingering resentment transformed him into the undying Lord of Leosia, who will one day reclaim all that is rightfully his. Huan stood atop Leosia, his brow furrowing increasingly. The battle below was irrevocably altered with the emergence of these 2 formidable boss monsters. The first to falter was the left flank. After Mu Lala departed, the left flank was entrusted to another member of the Mu family. Initially, they managed to hold off the onslaught of monsters, but the arrival of the 3-headed giant serpent king caused the situation to collapse instantaneously. The 3-headed giant serpent king, with its 3 heads, unleashed 3 types of spells: fire, petrification, and lightning explosion. The successive ranged attacks wreaked havoc, scattering the left flank and resulting in the demise of numerous players. Soon after, the center also crumbled under assault. The strength of the Lord of Leosia needed no further elaboration. Players' attacks against him felt akin to mere tickles. Yet, each of his strikes claimed a swath of players, for the first time. Players witnessed the sheer terror of melee area attacks. Towering in stature, clad in armor, and wielding a massive trident, each of Lord Leosia's strikes produced tremors that instantaneously eliminated waves of players. The cacophony of screams and thunderous crashes echoed relentlessly. One by one, players disintegrated into beams of white light. Originally nearing 2,000 players, in the blink of an eye, fewer than 300 remained. They could only retreat to the entrance of the guild base at Leosia, helplessly watching as the 2 boss monsters advanced towards them. What to do? This was the collective cry of despair among the players. Covered in grime and dust, after a fierce battle, everyone was already fatigued. Xing Tian. It seems we are destined to lose today. I never anticipated encountering such powerful boss monsters. Xiahua Zhurong, indeed. A level 50 overlord boss. Even with all players in the server, we might not be able to defeat it Daimyo Dudu. What should we do? The 4-hour mark is approaching, and victory was within our grasp. Mu Sisi. The only solution is to delay them or draw them away. Even the prominent figures found themselves at a loss. Faced with such formidable monsters, their anxiety was palpable. At this juncture, nearly all minor monsters had been vanquished, leaving only the 2 potent boss monsters. As Mu Sisi stated, the only recourse was to delay or divert them, if they could endure until the end of the monster siege. Perhaps victory would be theirs. However, the Lord of Leosia's attacks were devastatingly high. Even the strongest defenses in their party crumbled and were instantaneously defeated. The 2 boss monsters drew ever closer, and despair took hold among the crowd. Just then, Huan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I might have a plan. Perhaps it could be worth a try. Chapter 59. Want boss? Not. In truth, Huan had no grand solution to the current predicament. He could only attempt to gamble. He first procured a batch of homemade mini hamburgers and handed them to Mu Sisi. These were food items that could serve as grenades, acquired from a player. You can use these to deal with the 3-headed giant serpent king, and as for the level 50 overlord boss, I'll see if I can lure it away. Exploding homemade mini hamburgers? Is that for real? Xing Tian exclaimed in astonishment, while the others wore expressions of disbelief. Why, Huan chuckled. Just wait and see. I know the player who makes these mini hamburgers. If you ever need them, you can find me anytime. Huan had previously tested the potency of the homemade mini hamburgers, and to be honest, their effectiveness was commendable. Hence, he seized the opportunity to advertise for Xian Ba. Surely, once these individuals witnessed the power of the homemade mini hamburgers, they would be inclined to purchase them. Mu Sisi accepted the items, her expression a mix of emotions. Can you really lure away the Lord of Leosia? I don't know. We'll just have to try. Huan shrugged. His motivation for attempting this was not solely for Shenmue Fengyun, but rather to acquire whatever loot the Lord of Leosia might drop. A level 50 overlord boss would undoubtedly yield exceptional rewards. Let me join you. Suddenly, Xiaomo stepped forward. Yet, Huan shook his head, pulling Xiaomo aside and trading her an item. If I don't return, and other factions attack, use this. With that, Huan turned and departed. A golden ring, a belt of immense wealth, all gleamed into view, resembling a lavish individual prepared to use riches to vanquish a boss. Deputy City Lord, do you remember me? You probably don't recall. Then let me offer you a New Year's gift. Huan charged down the slope, unleashing his skill. New Year's gift, and of course, his intention was not to subdue the Lord of Leosia with this skill. Rather, he aimed to attract its ire, roar. Indeed, after being struck by Huan's New Year's gift, the Lord of Leosia immediately altered course, charging toward Huan with alarming speed, swiftly closing the distance. Run! Huan shouted, sprinting for his life. After gaining some distance, he turned and tossed another New Year's gift. This back and forth continued, successfully evading the Lord of Leosia's pursuit for the moment. Seeing Huan successfully lure away the Lord of Leosia, Mu Sisi's fighting spirit ignited. She swung her hand, radiating an aura of a true leader. Brothers, let us take down the 3-headed giant serpent king. Charge! Over 300 players roared as they surged toward the 3-headed giant serpent king. Boom. Before the players could close in, Mu Sisi casually tossed a homemade mini hamburger. Wow. Its power is impressive. Xing Tian's eyes lit up. Having resolved to chat with Huan about these homemade mini hamburgers at a later time. Meanwhile, the spark of excitement shone brightly in Mu Sisi's eyes. How did we overlook such a splendid item before? With the assistance of the homemade mini hamburgers, Mu Sisi and her group felt confident in their ability to slay the mutated 3-headed giant serpent king. Simultaneously, not far from Leosia, a training ground had gathered over 1,000 players, comprising factions such as the Four Seasons Alliance, AOC Wushuang, Dream Empire, and Cloudwings. In addition to the 1,000 players present, another 1,000 players waited outside the southern city gate. Their primary task was to intercept players from Shenmue Fengyun who had fallen. Qiu Zhan glanced at the time, a hint of excitement creeping onto his face. With the monster siege time nearing its end, we can set off at any moment. Let us wait a bit longer. I just received news that the people from Shenmue Fengyun are fighting a mutated 3-headed giant serpent king, AOC Rulai remarked. Hearing this, Qiu Zhan's eyes brightened. Excellent, then we shall wait. Once they weakened it sufficiently, we can strike and seize the boss. On the other side, Huan continued to lead the Lord of Leosia in a reckless flight, discreetly sending a message to Musisi. Brother Huan, do you know where Qiu Zhan and the others are gathering? Musisi. Near the Wangyue wolf monster area. They should be coming over soon. By the way, how's it going on your end, Brother Huan? I'm about to be defeated, but it's fine. IVE called in a friend to assist. He'll help keep the monsters occupied with that. Huan closed the private chat. Subsequently, he glanced around and, upon noticing the absence of other players, swiftly switched his state. All his equipment was concealed, save for the landlord's hat. Simultaneously, he donned a mask of ambiguous authenticity, his ID name transforming into Green Hat Hero. This sequence of actions was executed with astonishing proficiency. He then pivoted, leading the Lord of Flowing Twilight towards the Howling Moon Wolf monster area. Beneath the mask, Huan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He chuckled to himself. Heh, Qiu Zhan, you dare to threaten me? Today, your demise is certain. What's wrong, sister? In response to Musisi's sudden halt, Mu Dudu inquired curiously. Musisi shook her head. It's nothing. It seems like Huan Gu has gone offline. Mu Dudu was taken aback and promptly opened her friend list, confirming that Huan's name had indeed turned gray. Oh, he really has logged out, she exclaimed. Sister, we owe it to Huan Gu for diverting the Lord of Flowing Twilight. After this is over, you must compensate him handsomely. I know. Musisi nodded, though her heart was still filled with uncertainty. Earlier, Huan had mentioned that he would summon his friends to continue luring the Lord of Flowing Twilight. Did he know other experts? She couldn't fathom it, so she dismissed the thought. Once again, Musisi tossed a homemade burger towards the three-headed giant serpent king. Immediately after, she unleashed a wave of green toxic mist. In an instant, the entire body of the three-headed giant serpent king turned a sickly green hue, a manifestation of her poison mastery. Yet, in the next moment, Musisi directed a green healing spell towards Xing Tian. Possessing the ability to both inflict poison and heal, it was evident that Musisi was a hidden class. After a fierce battle, the number of players dwindled from over 300 to just above 200. The three-headed giant serpent king's condition began to deteriorate, thanks in large part to the homemade burgers Huan had provided. Without those distractions, the players might have perished long ago. Brothers, the time is nigh. Let us charge. Qiu Zhan leaped from the ground, brandishing his weapon and rallying everyone to action. However, they had barely covered a distance of 10 meters when a figure sprinted towards them from afar. Followed closely by a colossal humanoid monster. Hey old Qiu, do you want a boss? If so, I'll deliver one right to you. Qiu Zhan and the others were momentarily stunned. Many among them had encountered the Green Hat Hero before. Initially, they believed he was kindly offering them a boss. Yet, upon reading the name of the boss trailing behind him, their faces turned ashen, as if they had just emerged from a dung pit. Level 50 dominant boss. Lord of Flowing Twilight. What the hell? We don't want that kind of boss. Chapter 60. Little Qiu, don't run. Green Hat Hero, don't come any closer. Qiu Zhan, now flustered, waved frantically at Huan, signaling him to stay away. The other players were thrown into disarray. Although they all believed themselves to be formidable, facing a level 50 dominant boss with their current strength and equipment would be akin to courting death, an utterly foolish endeavor. The smile behind Huan's mask grew even more radiant. Not come over. What kind of joke is that? I specifically came to find you. My dear ones, please accept the wrath of the Lord of Flowing Twilight. Ha 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 ha. What should we do? Qiu Zhan, Ming Wuyo anxiously queried from the side. What can we do? We either fight or flee. Qiu Zhan responded, his face a picture of exasperation. Before turning to run, he was no fool. Though they had 1,000 players, in the face of overwhelming power, numbers were but a joke. Little Qiu, don't leave. This is a gift for you. The voice of the Green Hat Hero echoed behind him, nearly causing Qiu Zhan to curse aloud. A gift? He'd rather keep it for himself. I'm out of here. However, retreating with 1,000 players was no simple task. Amidst the chaos, they stumbled into one another, creating a tangled mess. Before they could escape, the Lord of Flowing Twilight had already closed in its time. Huan thought, activating his shadow dash, his speed soaring to its zenith. With unparalleled defense and agility, He surged into the throng. Behind him, the Lord of Flowing Twilight, now devoid of a target to focus its fury on, was thoroughly enraged. He let out a thunderous roar, slamming its massive trident into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. In an instant, a multitude of players were reduced to white light, vanishing from existence. As the Lord of Flowing Twilight rampaged, chaos reigned supreme. Players pushed and shoved, resembling headless flies in their frantic attempts to escape. Some, realizing their impending doom, seized their weapons to retaliate. After all, they were going to die anyway. They might as well fight back. Kill the green hat hero. Of course, these players were not directing their weapons at the boss, but rather at Huan. In their eyes, the green hat hero was the true instigator of their plight. The moment Huan had plunged into the crowd, he had secretly activated the indestructible gold barrier skill, spending 10,000 gold coins to reach the second level. Within the crowd, Huan was encased in a golden, semi-transparent shell, weaving through the chaos while cursing, "You lot! How ungrateful can you be? I kindly bring you a boss to slay. And instead of gratitude, you turn against me? Little Chio, are you listening? Where have you gone? Come out!" Amidst the tumult, Zhan was filled with frustration. He yearned to flee, yet players had blocked his path, leaving him disoriented and dizzy. Just then, he heard the infuriating voice of the green hat hero once more, which nearly made him spit blood in rage. "Green hat hero, I will not rest until I see you dead." "Ah, everyone, clear a path." With a whoosh, the crowd parted swiftly. Players recognized Zhan's voice and naturally made way for him. "Green hat hero, don't you dare run. I will end you." Once the surrounding players had dispersed, Zhan discovered that the green hat hero had already burst through the ranks. "Little Chio, don't worry about me. Watch out behind you." "Behind me?" Zhan was taken aback, instinctively turning to look, only to feel his scalp prickle in terror. He saw that, unbeknownst to him, all the outer players had been eliminated. At that moment, the imposing figure of the Lord of Flowing Twilight loomed behind him. No. Boom! The Lord of Flowing Twilight's trident struck, draining Zhan's health. What followed was a scene of slaughter. Of the original 1,000-plus players, only a mere 300 managed to escape. The remaining 700, including Zhan, were all sent back to the resurrection point by the invincible Lord of Flowing Twilight. As Zhan revived at the resurrection point, he received a system announcement. Ding! System announcement. The Monster Siege event at the Shenmue Feng Yun Guild Stronghold has concluded. The system will initiate a countdown. In 10 minutes. If no other guild players are present at the stronghold, Shenmue Feng Yun will gain ownership of the stronghold at Leosia Slope. Ding! System announcement. Ding! System announcement. Damn it. Only 10 minutes left. Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as he raced towards the city outskirts, attempting to contact his comrades. "Zhan, what's the situation on your end?" "Yunju Zai, I've been eliminated." "Ming Wuyo, I've also been eliminated." Ao Shiru Lai, I'm still in the game, leading people towards the stronghold, but we only have a little over 300 left. "Chunchu Lai, President Xiao, we're facing difficulties here as well. We intercepted the resurrection support team from Shenmue Feng Yun, but have been attacked by Shengshi Yicheng." "What? Why is Yicheng aiding Shenmue?" Zhan exclaimed. "Don't panic. We'll head over immediately. We must annihilate the players from Shengshi Yicheng." Zhan was genuinely furious. Everything that had been meticulously planned had unraveled due to the green hat hero's appearance. He wished he could tear him to shreds. And what about Yicheng? Hadn't they vowed not to involve themselves in such matters? Why had they suddenly emerged at this critical juncture? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was important to note that Leosia Slope was quite a distance from Flowing Twilight City. Even if they hurried now, it would likely be too late. Unless Ao Shiru Lai and his 300 players could hold off Shenmue Feng Yun, but could they truly manage that? Wow, it's down. After relentless efforts, the three-headed giant Serpent King finally fell, dropping a plethora of equipment. Following the intense battle, fewer than 100 players remained at the entrance of the guild's stronghold. After the death of the three-headed giant Serpent King, Mu Cc rushed forward to collect the items scattered on the ground, hastily tossing them into her bag without a moment's pause. The battle was not yet over. It was not time to distribute the spoils. Ding! System announcement. The Monster Siege event at the Shenmue Feng Yun Guild Stronghold has concluded. The system will initiate a countdown. In 10 minutes. If no other guild players are present at the stronghold, Shinmu Feng Yun will gain ownership of the stronghold at Leosia Slope. The system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. 10 minutes. In this final 10 minutes, we must hold our ground. Mu Cc's gaze was resolute. Although her homemade burgers had been depleted, they had to staunchly defend the entrance of the guild's stronghold. Not a single player from another guild must enter. Kill. The sudden battle cry roused the resting players from their exhaustion. In the distance, they spotted a group of at least 300 players charging toward them. Led by Ao Shiru Lai. In addition to the unparalleled players within the team, there were also members from the Four Seasons Alliance and other guilds. At this moment, these individuals united, preparing to launch a final assault on the guild's stronghold. Witnessing this scene, Xiaomo in the corner couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Though she was a member of the Four Seasons Alliance, she had also been entrusted by Huan to utilize that item at a critical moment. With family interests on one side and Huan's commission on the other, Xiaomo found herself truly wavering at this juncture. She glanced down at the token in her hand, and suddenly a smile broke across her face. Her current identity was Qian Rua Xiaomo, not merely the Xiaomo of the Four Seasons Alliance. With this thought, she promptly activated the token in her hand. In the next instant, a myriad of lights began to shimmer behind her. Following this, a battalion of armored NPC guards wielding weapons materialized as if descending from the heavens. A full 100 fully armed NPC guards presented themselves in perfect unison at the entrance of the guild stronghold. The players from Shanmu Fengyun were left astounded, and the once confident Ao Shiru Lai nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Where did these NPC guards come from? What were they planning to do? On the other side, Huan had not ventured fard. In fact, he had been lurking in the shadows, observing as Qiu Zhan and his group were mercilessly defeated by the boss. Faced with the seemingly invincible Master Leosia, the sheer number of players became a mere jest. The team of over 1,000 soon faced dire consequences. Some fell, while others fled, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. Even Huan, the orchestrator of this chaos, found it difficult to watch. He felt a change within himself, a departure from the kindness he once embodied. With the players around having dispersed, Master Leosia began to wander aimlessly. Other players approached, adopting a trial-and-error approach to attack him, but the outcome was predictable. They were all obliterated by the domineering Master Leosia. Gradually, no players dared to come near. Huan followed Master Leosia from the shadows. And once he confirmed that no other players remained, he prepared to confront this formidable foe. Before leaving the city, he had converted all his gold bars and bricks into coins, anticipating the need for funds at a crucial moment. At this time, Huan still possessed a total of 410,000 coins. Previously, he had borrowed 100,000 coins from Xiao Chengzhu to acquire NPC guards. Though Mu Cici had indicated she would cover that expense, Huan found himself in genuine need of gold. Just as Huan was about to engage with Master Leosia, he suddenly withdrew, noticing a figure charging towards the boss not far away. TSK. Another fearless challenger. Huan shook his head, silently mourning the player. Just moments ago, numerous reckless players had sought to provoke Master Leosia, only to meet the same fate, instant annihilation. He believed this individual would fare no differently. However, Huan's brow furrowed slightly as he observed something peculiar about this player. Initially at a distance, he had not seen clearly, but now that the person was close, Huan realized their equipment was extraordinarily impressive. This player had silver hair and donned a complete set of level 20 golden gear. The weapon they wielded was a sword, leading Huan to assume they were a swordsman. What astonished him further was that his eye for gold skill could not discern this player's basic information. Such a scenario could only imply one of two things. Either this individual was over level 26, exceeding Huan by 5 levels, or they possessed an item that concealed their identity. Rubbing his head, Huan casually opened the level leaderboard, only to be taken aback by the drastic changes that had occurred. The leaderboard read, 1.Yi Cheng, Shangshi Yiqing Guild, level 26-2. Li Mengshi, no guild, level 25-3. Chu Wei Lai, no guild, level 25-4. Scanning the top 10, Huan noted only one familiar name, Yi Cheng, while the others were entirely new to him. It appeared that the in-world was a realm teeming with heroes, where anyone had the opportunity to ascend to greatness. At this moment, Huan had reached level 21, and only players above level 26 could render his eye for gold ineffective. The leaderboard revealed that Yi Ji-chung was indeed the sole player at level 26, the new king, Yi Ji-chung. Yi Huan's heart stirred as he observed the player attempting to approach Master Leosia. So, this was Yi Ji-chung. One could not help but admire the new king, who consistently occupied the top position on the leaderboard and donned such coveted golden gear. Soon, Yi Ji-chung made his move. His sword glimmered with an otherworldly light as he struck directly at Master Leosia. A wave of sword energy, accompanied by a piercing sound, impacted Master Leosia, leaving a faint mark across its form. Roaring in fury, Master Leosia plunged his trident into the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave. Yi Ji-chung stumbled, hastily retreating. Without hesitation, he hurled his sword, performing a hand gesture that astonishingly controlled the weapon. My goodness, he can wield his sword? Hidden in the shadows, Yi Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yi Ji-chung possessed the ability to manipulate his sword. Could he be a hidden class, the spirit sword master? In the in-world, aside from special classes, all other classes had brief descriptions, including hidden classes. The art of sword manipulation was indeed a skill of the hidden class spirit swordmaster. Yi Ji-chung performed a hand gesture, causing the sword above him to expand tenfold. With a thunderous roar, the colossal sword, slicing through the air, soared towards Master Lu Xi. It was undeniably impressive. Yi Huan couldn't help but sigh with envy. Who wouldn't want to wander the world wielding a sword? Alas, he was merely a wealthy class. He couldn't possibly forge a pure gold sword for such frivolous pursuits. A pure gold sword? That could actually be quite appealing. With a resounding crash, the massive sword cleaved through Master Leosia's arm, causing green blood to gush forth. This attack thoroughly incited Master Leosia's wrath. It let out a furious roar, flames of blue igniting at its feet. Rapidly spreading, Yi Ji-chung had no time to evade, and the fearsome blue flames instantly depleted his health. However, he did not perish on the spot, but instead resurrected immediately. Grasping his sword, he fled without a backward glance. A wise man knows when to retreat. He had tested his mettle, suffered blows, and recognizing the futility of the fight, he chose to escape. This individual was quite decisive. Yi Huan nodded in approval, simultaneously confirming that Yi Ji-chung's title as the new king was linked to his ability to resurrect. Moreover, he possessed a skill enhancing his speed, allowing him to flee rapidly, even outpacing Master Leosia. After waiting a while longer to ensure no other players were around, Yi Huan emerged from his hiding spot. Now it's my turn. Yi Huan brimmed with confidence, prepared to unleash his coins upon Master Leosia. With 400,000 coins at his disposal, he could afford to use 10,000 gold 4 times. Ding dong, system announcement. Congratulations to the guild Shinmu Feng Yun for successfully defending their stronghold. All guild members receive a level 1 reward. 10,000 reputation, 500,000 coins, formal establishment of basic NPC shops, and a 30 profit share from NPC shops, along with several other rewards. The sudden system announcement filled Yi Huan with elation. MUCC and the others had succeeded. Excellent! They had triumphed, and he could not afford to fail now. Yi Huan first unleashed a New Year money attack on Master Leosia, and then prepared for the main event, 10,000 gold. A beam of golden light shot skyward, transforming into a massive blade that descended upon Master Leosia. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as Master Leosia clearly suffered damage, roaring in fury while unleashing seismic shockwaves and blue flames. However, standing at a distance, Yi Huan was unaffected by these attacks. Sensing the opportunity, Yi Huan became invigorated. 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. 2 successive beams of golden light soared skyward, morphing into enormous axes that cleaved downwards. In an instant, Yi Huan's pouch was reduced by 300,000 coins, causing him considerable anguish. 300,000 coins. If Master Leosia did not drop something valuable, he would incur a tremendous loss. Looking back at Master Leosia, after 3 powerful assaults, it was in a deplorable state, kneeling, covered in wounds, green blood streaming forth. With one final blow, spending 400,000 coins to defeat a boss. Was it worth it? Yi Huan muttered to himself, realizing he had no choice but to continue spending. Just as he prepared to unleash his final 10,000 gold to obliterate Master Leosia, the boss suddenly vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already behind Yi Huan, brandishing its trident menacingly as it lunged towards him. Oh no! Huan's health was instantly depleted, and he resurrected at the original spot. The moment he revived, he cast New Year Money. As this skill had a quicker activation speed than 10,000 gold, momentarily applying pressure to Master Leosia and slightly reducing its speed. Huan then activated his swift shadow step, evading the boss's attack range. Immediately after, he directed his fourth 10,000 gold at Master Leosia. Perish, Master Leosia, 10,000 gold. The enormous form of Master Leosia collapsed with a deafening thud. Huan had finally expended 400,000 coins, leaving him once again destitute. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22. A flash of white light signaled that Huan had leveled up. Ding, congratulations on achieving the first kill of the level 50 Overlord boss. Lord of Flowing Twilight and receiving rewards. Level 2, Reputation 1000, Gold 100000. Earned the title, King of Overlevel Challenges. Acquired items, Golden Hat of Daily Wealth. Wow, how splendid! Huan was overwhelmed with joy. He barely had time to examine the rewards he had received. As he hurriedly picked up the loot that had dropped from the Lord of Flowing Twilight, a level 50 Overlord boss, the drop rate for such a first kill was undoubtedly substantial. Items collected, 32,000 gold. Item acquired, Permanent Healing Elixir 1. Item acquired, Escort Mission Card. Item acquired, Dual Class Qualification Certificate. Item acquired, Blessing Elixir. Item acquired, City Building Order. Item acquired, Invisibility Ring. Item acquired, Primordial Golden Hammer, Golden Grade. Item acquired, Star Chasing Bow, Golden Grade. Item acquired, Phantom Butterfly Cloak, Golden Grade. Item acquired, Jade Purification Bottle. So many items. Huan was momentarily dazed, a result of his excessive excitement. His inventory was nearly full. Instinctively, he took out one item to inspect. Jade Purification Bottle, special item, designed specifically for capturing inner demons, can be used for equipment enchantment. What a marvelous item! Huan was filled with delight. Just as he prepared to stow away the Jade Purification Bottle, he inadvertently noticed that the body of the Lord of Flowing Twilight had not vanished. Instead, it was emanating a faint aura of dark energy. Huan turned his gaze towards the dark mist. Low-level inner demon, a manifestation of the resentment from the Deputy Lord of Flowing Twilight City. Since it was an inner demon, Huan felt compelled to test the functionality of the Jade Purification Bottle. He directly directed the bottle towards the dark mist, and to his astonishment, the mist seemed to be drawn into the bottle by an invisible force. Upon inspecting the attributes of the Jade Purification Bottle, he noticed an additional entry, low-level inner demon. How intriguing! Huan clicked his tongue in wonder, planning to take some time to thoroughly explore the concept of inner demons. Just as Huan intended to examine the other items, a system-wide announcement appeared before him, glowing in red. This announcement was again related to him. Ding! System announcement. Due to player Green Hat Hero successfully executing the first kill of the level 50 Overlord boss, the system will undergo an early update. Players are advised to log off within half an hour. The duration of this game update is 48 hours. Ding! System announcement. Due to player Green Hat Hero successfully executing the first kill of the level 50 Overlord boss, the system will undergo an early update. Players are advised to log off within half an hour. The duration of this game update is 48 hours. Ding! System announcement. Due to player, the sudden system-wide announcement left all players in a state of shock. A level 50 Overlord boss kill? How could that be possible? And it's Green Hat Hero again. How did he manage to accomplish that? The disgruntled Xiaozhan, upon hearing this news, became so furious that he logged off immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Chung, who had just returned to his leveling spot, frowned upon hearing the announcement. Another instance of Green Hat Hero? Who on earth is this person? The entire Dragon Kingdom region was in a frenzy. Everyone was bewildered as to how Green Hat Hero had managed to slay the level 50 Overlord boss. Was there a bug involved? What is this Green Hat Hero, anyway? Incredible! The #1 player in the game. I suspect that guy has found a loophole in the game. I'm not particularly concerned about Green Hat Hero. My focus is on what changes will occur following this game update. No doubt, they will certainly activate the recharge feature in advance. It would be great if they do. I'm almost out of gold to buy materials and intend to recharge a few thousand to purchase some. I'm also quite curious if new maps will emerge. Everyone, let's log off. We can engage on the forum. There are already players questioning the staff about this matter. One by one. Players logged off. Once offline, they all headed to the official forum of InWorld. Many were questioning whether the game had encountered a glitch. The official response remained consistent. Everything in the game was functioning normally, and no glitches existed. As for how Green Hat Hero managed to kill the Lord of Flowing Twilight, the officials did not disclose any information, merely advising players that in InWorld, anything was possible, and they should explore independently. Green Hat Hero. This enigmatic figure once again topped the forum's trending topics. No one knew who he was, nor what profession he held. Not even his gender was known. Yet, this exceedingly mysterious individual repeatedly accomplished feats that seemed unattainable. That, of course, many players harbored disdain for Green Hat Hero, particularly among the various factions. Since his emergence, he had consistently targeted players from major factions, hardly ever bothering ordinary players. As a result, he had engendered two extreme reactions among the player base: admiration and resentment. With the imminent downtime, Huan had no time to examine the items he had obtained. He would have to wait until 2 days later, after the game update concluded, to delve into those treasures. Huan swiftly reverted to his normal state and then hurriedly made his way to the luminous cliff. The monster siege had already ended. The area was bustling with the presence of Shunmu Fengyun and allied forces who gathered to celebrate while discussing Green Hat Hero and the upcoming game update. "Brother Huan, you've logged on." Upon seeing Huan, Mu Dudu and the others approached him. "Yes, I had a bit of a matter to attend to in reality." Huan offered a casual excuse. He then turned to Mu Cici and extended his congratulations. Huan noticed that several NPC shops had already appeared in the headquarters of the Shunmu Fengyun Guild. Naturally, in the future, Mu Cici and the others could also establish player shops at their base. "Thanks to everyone. Please send me your bank account details later, and I will transfer your rewards." Mu Cici was quite forthright. After distributing the guild members' rewards, she began transferring funds to her allies. Just before logging off, Huan received a transfer from Mu Cici. 1.5 million. Wow. So much? Huan was somewhat taken aback. Mu Cici simply smiled lightly. "This is your share of the rewards, along with the payment for renting the NPC guards, the money for diverting the Lord of Flowing Twilight, and for those homemade burgers." Huan was aware of the Mu family's wealth, so he did not hesitate to accept it. Just as he was about to log off, he heard Mu Cici ask again, "By the way, is that Green Hat Hero your friend?" Sort of. Huan offered a vague response. He then waved at everyone. "See you all in 2 days." Chapter 63. The assassin approaches upon exiting the game. Huan realized that he was drenched in sweat, a condition that had only begun over the past 2 days. This had never happened before. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Huan decided to take a shower and change into clean clothes. He then donned the gold coin left to him by his parents, which had a small hole allowing it to be threaded onto a red string. For years, Huan had carried the gold coin as a pendant. Having logged off early today, the sky outside was still bright. When Huan entered the living room, he found Mu Changgu returning from outside, arms laden with various packages. "Crybaby, what have you got there?" "Hee hee, tomorrow we're going fishing." Mu Changgu raised her hands to show a pile of fishing gear. "Why the sudden urge to fish? Haven't you had enough of it in the game?" "What do you know? The game is the game. I've never fished in reality. So, are you going or not?" "Fine, I'll go. That settles it. You cook dinner tonight. I want to study these items." After leaving that remark, Mu Changgu went off to examine the fishing gear she had purchased. Huan shrugged helplessly, resigning himself to play the role of a house husband as he entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. After dining, Huan chatted with Mu Changgu about matters concerning the game, but she seemed somewhat distracted. Even when Huan mentioned Shinmu Fengyun, she appeared preoccupied, focused solely on her fishing gear. Noticing her demeanor, Huan lost interest in the conversation and remarked, "You wash the dishes." He then retreated to his room to rest. Before resting, Huan logged onto the in-world game forum. There were an overwhelming number of posts today. The top 3 trending posts were: 1. Green Hat Hero returns to the scene, causing the game to enter an early update with just one player. 2. What changes will occur after the game update? Veteran players boldly speculate. 3. Statistics show various forces in Dragon Country announcing their formal entry into in-world. The first 2 posts did not pique Huan's interest. After all, Green Hat Hero was his own persona, lacking intrigue. While some individuals boldly speculated, there was little of value to glean from that, given that in-world operated differently from ordinary online games. The staff's authority was limited, and everything was autonomously managed by the game system. However, the third trending post captured Huan's attention. He clicked on it to read further, gradually furrowing his brow. This post stated that following the announcement of the update in N-World, numerous major forces, large financial groups, and prestigious families from Dragon Country had simultaneously issued announcements declaring their official entry into N-World. The post included statistics indicating that alongside countless casual players, over 5,000 small, medium, and large studios have announced their entry into the N-World. These studios are not merely engaged in monster hunting and leveling up. Many are involved in various other businesses such as commerce, dining, tourism, and leisure. In addition to the studios, several hundred companies have also settled in the N-World, all of which are eager to explore a multitude of business opportunities. Furthermore, super conglomerates and prominent families from Longwa have officially announced their entry into the N-World. It is rumored that even those ancient family forces, which have remained low-key and nearly forgotten, are now set to enter the N-World. The final line of the post struck a chord with Huan. The game is just beginning. The big shots are about to make their appearance. Exiting the online realm, Huan lay on his bed, contemplating various questions. What exactly happened at the hospital from his childhood memories? Where did his parents go after they vanished? Why did identical coins appear in the N-World, mirroring those he possessed? Moreover, what motivated the wealthy to rush into the N-World? Lost in thought, Huan unknowingly drifted off to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Huan, in a daze, seemed to hear the sounds of a struggle. Instantly alert, he listened closely and realized the commotion was coming from the living room. Alarmed, he rushed to the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by the scene before him. In the living room, Mu Chang'e had his long hair cascading behind him, his body poised like a nimble cat, bent over the coffee table with one hand propped on it and a dagger in the other. Opposite him stood two masked figures clad in black, each wielding similar daggers. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. As Huan stepped through the doorway, all three in the living room turned to glance at him. "Why go? Close the door and return to your room," Mu Chang'e urged, his voice urgent. However, before Huan could react, one of the black-clad figures lunged at him. Seeking death, Mu Chang'e's voice turned icy as he stepped forward, intercepting the attacker. Meanwhile, the other assailant, seizing the opportunity, darted past Mu Chang'e, slashing his dagger across Mu Chang'e's side, drawing forth a stream of blood. It was only then that Huan fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Assassins had come for them. Moreover, these assassins were exceptionally formidable, their movements and reaction times far surpassing those of ordinary people. Each of their strikes aimed for vital points. Had Mu Chang'e not been adept, he might have already succumbed to their assault. "Why go? Move," Mu Chang'e shouted, clutching his wound as he pulled Huan along. He then turned to continue battling the assailants, though it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Realizing the peril they were in, Huan instinctively activated the shadow step, propelling himself to the side of one of the black-clad figures, seizing a chair, and smashing it down upon him in the heat of the moment. Huan hardly registered the significance of his actions, yet Mu Chang'e did in that fleeting instant. Huan's speed had nearly eclipsed that of an ordinary human. With a resounding thud, the black-clad figure crumpled beneath the weight of the chair, blood streaming from his head, but he quickly recovered, springing back to his feet. "Why go? We cannot match them. We must flee." Just as Huan prepared to strike again, he heard Mu Chang'e's voice. Realizing that these two adversaries were anything but ordinary, he recognized they seemed impervious to pain, akin to deathless warriors. "We cannot fight them. We need to escape." Huan instinctively activated the shadow step once more, rushing to Mu Chang'e's side and hoisting him onto his shoulder. Before the two assassins could close in, Huan dashed out of the house, carrying Mu Chang'e as if propelled by the wind. On the dimly lit streets, Huan sprinted recklessly. Despite the burden on his shoulder, his speed rendered him almost a blur. "Gue, you must not die. We are heading to the hospital." "What hospital?" "It's just a minor injury," came Mu Chang'e's voice from his shoulder. Only then did Huan awaken from his frenzied state. Noticing that no one was pursuing them, he halted and gently set Mu Chang'e down. The wound on Mu Chang'e's side continued to bleed, yet he appeared to be relatively unharmed, casting a peculiar gaze upon Huan. "Are you truly all right? You're bleeding. And why do you keep looking at me like that? What do you think?" Mu Chang'e rolled his eyes, tearing a piece of his sleeve to staunch the bleeding. "What on earth just happened?" Huan, fatigued, shook off his weariness, trying to cool himself. Don't you think your speed was rather abnormal just now? Changa's subsequent remark left Huan momentarily speechless. Only then did Huan realize that, in that moment of peril, he had indeed activated the shadow step. This was inconceivable. Turning back, Huan surveyed the familiar street, which was a considerable distance from his home. Yet, he had sprinted this lengthy stretch while carrying someone in less than 3 minutes. This was utterly abnormal. Huan scratched his head, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, "This is not normal. It's far from normal. I actually utilized a movement technique from the game." At that moment, Changa perked up, his expression suddenly animated. "Why go? You just used a skill from the in-world." "Yes, it was the shadow step. I didn't have time to think. It was purely instinct." Huan continued to scratch his head, feeling utterly bewildered. "Have you felt anything unusual recently? Unusual feelings?" Huan pondered seriously, suddenly recalling that he had been sweating profusely each time he logged off over the past few days. Moreover, he refrained from mentioning that this peculiar situation had begun after he discovered the coin belonging to the NPC mysterious man in the mine. "Can you activate any other skills?" Changa inquired eagerly. Why Huan closed his eyes and attempted to summon another skill, only to shake his head. "No, it seems I can only use the shadow step." As he spoke, Huan accelerated, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear beside a nearby street lamp. This confirmed that he indeed possessed the ability to wield skills from the in-world. "To be honest, why go?" Changa said gravely. "You often ask me what my dagger is for, right? You said it was for killing fish. Indeed, it is for killing fish. It's a skill I have in the in-world. Fish killing technique." Upon hearing this, Changa produced his dagger once more, skillfully twirling it in his hand with precision. "Ikue Gue. Are you suggesting that our special professions allow us to utilize skills from the game in the real world?" "Yes, it seems that way for now, but we need to continue exploring this further." After Changa spoke, he suddenly frowned, glancing at his wound. "Why go? Please take me to tend to this injury first." Huan assisted Changa in finding a hospital to bandage his wound. Afterwards, the two found a hotel to rest. The following afternoon, they cautiously returned home, only to find Huan's place in disarray. Clearly having been searched, given the circumstances, they could not continue residing there. Although the origins of the assassins remained unclear, they speculated that these assassins were likely connected to the ones who had killed Changa's parents years ago. After hastily gathering their belongings, Huan and Changa took their gaming devices and temporarily left the house. By the roadside, two young men with backpacks sat in silence. "This is so pitiful. We are about to become homeless children. Don't even mention it. I've lived here for so long without issue, and you arrive for just a few days and attract assassins. Is it my fault? It's clear they didn't come for me alone. Then where do we go now? You, a scion of the Mu family, can't even find a concealed place to stay. I didn't want to involve my uncle's family. Why do you think I've been avoiding them all these years? Fine. We have no choice but to rent a place." Huan stood up and walked toward the distance. "Hey, why go? Lend me a hand. I'm still injured." "All right, you win." Huan returned obediently, assisting Changa. For the rest of the day, Huan and Changa searched for another place to stay. They eventually settled into a secluded villa by the riverside, which was relatively isolated with no other residences nearby. The rent was steep, at 80,000 a month, but the villa was well equipped, featuring a kitchen, gym, and karaoke room. Most importantly, it was fitted with a smart alarm system that would trigger upon the approach of any strangers. "This place is quite nice. When Laoba comes, there will be somewhere to stay." Changa nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased and thoughtful of X and Ba. Meanwhile, Huan wore a gloomy expression, feeling frustrated that he was now without a home and had to rent a place. With the expenses coming out of his own pocket, time passed swiftly, and soon, the 48-hour update period for the in-world came to an end. Countless players eagerly logged in, all eager to discover the effects of the latest game update. Welcome back to the in-world. The content of this update is as follows. Huan glanced back and was immediately taken aback. This game update not only altered numerous aspects but also introduced a plethora of new features. 1. Activation of the recharge function. 2. Digitalization of damage values. 3. Public visibility of monster health. 4. Introduction of skill upgrades. 5. Addition of equipment enhancement. 6. Activation of the buff system. 7. Initiation of the dungeon system. 8. Launch of the mount system. 9. Commencement of the reputation exchange. This game update has indeed added over a dozen new elements, marking the true beginning of the game's launch. Previously, it had merely been a trivial exploration of the game world. Now, players could genuinely immerse themselves in the game. Upon entering, Huan noticed that the number of players had increased at least tenfold compared to before. In the monster area he was currently in, players were arriving in droves, each brimming with enthusiasm. Not far ahead, a level 20 monster had just respawned. Monster name, Poison Spider. Monster level, 20. Monster description: you'll know how toxic the poison spider is once you try it. Before Huan could make a move, a nearby martial artist player charged forward. 350 damage value appeared above the poison spider's head, and the health bar above it diminished by a third. Interesting, Huan nodded slightly. This way, players wouldn't have to blindly guess anymore. At least they would know whether they could defeat the monster, thus avoiding unnecessary deaths. This must be what they refer to as damage digitalization. Furthermore, the visibility of monster health allows players to ascertain how much health remains. Contemplating this, Huan cast a spell on the poison spider, unleashing a New Year's money ability. Instantly, a small buff appeared above the poison spider's head. Gravity, quite intriguing. Huan nodded in approval again. This must be the effect of the buff. Consequently, players could also discern what effects their teammates were generating. Bro, are you a support class? Would you like to team up? The martial artist assumed Huan was seeking to join forces and extended an invitation. Huan, however, smiled and shook his head. Maybe next time. I have other matters to attend to. Huan indeed had matters to address. He had yet to examine the myriad of items in his inventory. Now that he had finally logged in, it was only natural to thoroughly investigate those treasures. Chapter 65. All treasures retreating to a corner. Huan first checked his gold count. Previously, he had earned 100,000 gold after defeating the Master of Flowing Clouds. Additionally, he had collected over 30,000 gold dropped by the Master post-defeat. Coupled with the remaining 10,000 gold he had, Huan now possessed a total of 140,000 gold. He also glanced at his newly acquired title, Challenger King. Challenger King. Players who obtain this title will enjoy double the drop rate. Not bad. Huan nodded with satisfaction. The two official titles he had received boasted commendable attributes. The Ultimate Newbie King provided resurrection attributes, while the Challenger King offered a double drop rate. Either title would evoke envy among players. Next, Huan retrieved a dazzling, conspicuous hat from his inventory. This was the equipment awarded to him by the system after his first kill of the Master of Flowing Clouds, in his eagerness to collect items. Huan hadn't had the chance to inspect its attributes. Daily Gold Hat. Exclusive equipment for the affluent, enhancing financial luck and evasion attributes, with the additional financial attribute. Daily Gold. Earn gold for each monster slain. The amount based on the monster's level. This is excellent, truly a daily gold item. Huan nodded in approval once more. The green hat could finally be discarded. However, he had no intention of parting with the landlord's hat. A green hat hero without a green hat is hardly a green hat hero at all. Huan promptly removed the landlord's hat and donned the newly acquired daily gold hat. Instantly, his appearance was rejuvenated. Now, he truly resembled a wealthy magnate. Surrounded by an aura of affluence, he only lacked a large gold chain. Just as Huan adorned the daily gold hat, he received a system notification. Ding! Your financial luck level has advanced to wealthy. Has my financial luck level increased again? Huan felt a surge of joy and hurriedly checked his financial luck level. Indeed, his previous status of financially imposing had transformed into wealthy. A wealthy. Increases defense and health by 15 times. Wow, 15 times the defense and health. Huan expressed profound skepticism, pondering if his main class was actually a tank. The daily gold hat was indeed a remarkable item. With evasion attributes that could induce a miss effect during attacks, Huan was in high spirits. He felt as though he had struck gold today. He then continued to inspect the items dropped by the Master of Flowing Clouds. The Master had yielded a wealth of items. Aside from the jade purifying bottle that Huan had already examined, there were numerous other treasures quietly resting in his inventory. He began to scrutinize them one by one. Permanent Healing Elixir. A healing potion that never runs out, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Excellent. No more need to purchase potions. Bodyguard Task Card. Can be carried after reaching level 30 to accept bodyguard tasks from the Escort Bureau. That's promising, but I must reach level 30 first. Dual Class Qualification Certificate. can be used after reaching level 30 to unlock a second class, a coveted item. I shall hold on to it. Blessing Elixir. Increases the player's luck. A splendid item. I will use it immediately. Ding. You have used the Blessing Elixir. Luck increased by 10. City Building Order. After reaching level 50, you can present this token to the highest emperor of your game area to request your own city. The highest emperor? Huan paused momentarily. Currently, only a few main cities are open in in-world, and the royal city has yet to be accessible. However, this item requires level 50 to use, so it is of no immediate concern. Huan continued to examine the remaining items. Invisibility Ring. No wearing requirements. Players who equip it will become invisible, effective only against monsters of a lower level. Primordial Golden Hammer, Golden Grade, level 30 Golden Weapon, usable by Hammer class. Star Chaser Bow, Golden Grade, level 30 Golden Weapon, usable by Bow class. Phantom Butterfly Garment, Golden Grade, female, level 30 Golden Clothing, usable by ranged classes. Haha, all splendid items. Huan's smile was nearly ear to ear. This time was indeed a bountiful harvest. Not only had he obtained the long-desired dual-class qualification certificate, but he had also amassed a trove of treasures. For instance, the City Building Order. This item is indeed a genuine gem for making money. Its value far exceeds that of a guild token. Moreover, Huan had no intention of selling the City Building Order, as he wished to create his own city to enjoy. As for the 3 pieces of golden equipment, he could consider selling them. While Huan contemplated whom to sell these 3 items to, he suddenly received another system notification. Ding! You have received dividends from the Immortal Guest House. Gold 100,000, 100,000 gold. Such swift dividends? Huan was genuinely astonished. The Immortal Guest House had managed to yield him 100,000 gold in such a short time. This was an unexpected delight. He quickly opened his personal interface. Character: Huan Gu, wealthy level, 24 guild, none titles. Ultimate Newbie King Resurrection, Challenger King double drop rate financial luck. Wealthy 15 times defense and health wealth. Gold, 240. 000 financial skills. Money tree financial skills. Greed financial skills. New Year's money movement skill. Swift Shadow financial pet. Wealth Cat, Stage 1, financial pet. Wealth Slave, Stage 1, mount. None reputation. 1800 official position. Captain of the Eastern Street Guard of Flowing Cloud City. Huan meticulously reviewed his attributes. For a moment, he found himself at a loss regarding what to do next. Level up? It seemed too slow to do it alone. Fight a boss? He had no idea where to find one. Bored, Huan opened his friends list. To his surprise, he noticed a matter of interest. The Grave Love Trio seemed to have joined a guild. Grave Love returns? When was this guild established? Huan was somewhat puzzled and opened the chat window with the red member of Grave Love. Huan Go, red. When did you all join a guild? Grave Love red. Huan Gu, you're online. We just joined the guild, marking our official return to the organization. If you need any assistance in the future, just give a shout. We'll still be at your service. Huan Gu. Alright, have fun, and feel free to reach out if you need anything. Seeing that the Grave Love Trio had found their own organization, Huan felt quite pleased. After all, isn't the essence of gaming to enjoy the excitement and joy? However, Huan was also curious if the other players in the Grave Love Returns Guild had appearances akin to the Grave Love Trio. Apart from the Grave Love Trio, Mengshi Mountain and the Brave Juanxiong had also joined the guild. Their guild was called the Elementary School Student Alliance. Really? Are players today so casual with naming? Huan suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. In his friends list, the only ones not in a guild were Kuang Dao and Nan Ran. However, neither of them was online. With nothing else to occupy his time, Huan browsed through the various leaderboards. Following the game upgrade, several new leaderboards had appeared: level leaderboard, guild leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, pet leaderboard, mount leaderboard. There exists another segment, though not a ranking list, that commands remarkable attention: the Hall of Fame. Chapter 66, Ranking List. First, we have the level rankings, which remain largely unchanged from before. First, Yi Chung, Shangshi Chung, level 26. Second, Li Mingxi, no guild, level 25. Third, Chu Weilai, Xiao Shuesheng Lian Ming, level 25. Fourth, Mu Cc, Shunmu Feng Yun, level 25. Fifth, Meng Wuya, Meng Huan Digua, level 25. The fluctuations in the level rankings are the swiftest, as players continuously strive to level up, competing fervently with one another. The only surprising aspect for Huan is the player named Chu Wei Lai. Belonging to the newly established guild, Xiao Shui Shang Lian Meng next, observing the guild rankings. First, Shun Mu Feng Yun, guild residents, Leosia Pe, members, 986. Second, Si Ji Ming, members, 500. Third, Shang Shiyicheng, members, 500. Fourth, Meng Huan Digua, members, 500. Fifth, Zisu Wuyu, members, 500. After reviewing the guild rankings, Huan felt somewhat bewildered. What has transpired? How has the number of guilds surged overnight? Moreover, many of these guilds were previously unheard of. Even those he had interacted with before, such as Yun Ji, Ao Shi Wushuang, and Man Huangbu Luo, failed to break into the top 10 of the guild rankings. This only leads to one conclusion. These players must have acquired guild tokens long ago, and once the game enabled recharge, they promptly established their guilds. However, these guilds can currently only recruit 500 formal members. Once they possess their guild residence, membership can expand to 1,000. Subsequently, by completing guild tasks, they can further increase their numbers. As it stands, only Shinmu Feng Yun possesses a guild residence, allowing for a formal membership of 1,000. The actual number of members in these guilds is undoubtedly far greater. Only these 500 are officially recognized and granted a formal status. Curious, Huan then opened the wealth rankings. First, Jack Yun, Ant Legion. Wealth, 1 billion gold. Second, Tang Shun, Penguin Legend. Wealth, 1 billion gold. Third, Xiu Zhan, CG Ming. Wealth, 800 million. Fourth, Zisu Wuyu. Wealth, 700 million. Fifth, Meng Wuya, Meng Huan Digua. Wealth, 600 million. After reviewing the wealth rankings, Huan could only feel one thing: goodness. It turns out he is quite impoverished. These individuals possess an astounding amount of wealth. Furthermore, this is merely their personal fortune, not accounting for the wealth held by their guild members. Huan is genuinely curious about the total recharge amount in the in-world today, 100 billion? Or perhaps 1,000 billion? Or even more? What could they possibly be planning? The immense changes in the game world leave Huan slightly disoriented. He feels as though he has lost all his advantages. However, upon reflection, he suddenly feels invigorated. Players with wealth could potentially be a boon for him. After scanning various rankings and the currently empty Hall of Fame, he resolved to seek fortune. Huan collected his thoughts and returned to the city. He planned to auction off several pieces of equipment. 3 pieces of level 30 golden gear should fetch a considerable sum, he mused. Upon returning to Leosia City, he noted some changes. There seemed to be more players, and NPCs as well. The streets bustled with activity, resembling a market day. Huan made his way directly to the auction house, ready to put up the 3 pieces of equipment. But after a moment's thought, he decided to list only 2. He chose to keep the Zhixing Zhu Ri Bao for himself. Hunyuan Gold Hammer, starting price, 50,000 gold. Phantom Butterfly Garb, starting price, 50,000 gold. After placing the items in the auction house, Huan paid them no further mind. He turned to the warehouse manager and deposited everything that needed to be stored. Once he completed these tasks, he received a private message from Kuang Dao. Are you online? Want to go have some fun in a dungeon? Sure. After agreeing on a meeting place with Kuang Dao, Huan sent messages to Nan Ran and Wangong Shichunga. The others in his friend list had joined guilds and were likely busy tackling dungeons with their teams, so Huan decided not to disturb them today. Qian Ruosiamo, Huan? Are you online? Just as Huan reached the city gate, he unexpectedly received a private message from Xiamo. Huan? Yes, want to join me for a dungeon? Qian Ruosiamo, sure. I'm just idling around. Before long, Xiamo arrived at the city gate. Noticing the absence of a guild displayed above Xiamo's head, Huan couldn't help but ask, Xiamo, it seems your CG Ming is intent on developing well in the in-world. Don't you need to team up? Xiamo shrugged, not really. With so many of our guild members, whether I'm there or not makes little difference. Indeed, then let's go. Huan snapped his fingers and led Xiamo to meet up with Kuang Dao and the others. Leosia City has 3 dungeons in total: Green Forest Valley, Death Mine, and Red Cloud Slant Wall. Each dungeon is further divided into easy, hard, and hell levels. Each dungeon entrance has a bulletin board displaying the new records for dungeon refreshes. Upon arriving at Green Forest Valley, Huan and his companions were astonished to find it busier than the leveling area. They soon discovered that a minimum of 6 players were required to enter a dungeon, but they only had 5. Brother Huan, we still need one more person. Nan Ran scanned the surroundings, likely seeking to recruit someone. Huan also searched the vicinity, but players arriving at the dungeon were mostly in groups, rarely alone. Those individuals naturally wouldn't join other teams. It seems you are one short. Would you mind taking me along? At that moment, a somewhat naive-looking girl approached Huan and his group, jogging over. She held a magic staff, suggesting she was a ranged attacker. Their team was currently lacking a healer. Nan Ran was about to decline the naive girl, but Huan suddenly interjected out of course. Welcome aboard. While others might not see the girl's name, Huan could discern it through his ability to see wealth. Her name was Li Mengxi, second on the level rankings. Li Mengxi. She is also the only player to have reached the level rankings without belonging to a guild. Naturally, Huan understood that not all players were keen on appearing on the rankings. For instance, he himself had hidden his level long ago, and even with a high level, he wouldn't display it on the leaderboard. 6 of us. Should we find another healer? Huan suggested while scanning the area again. Hey, you 6, a loud voice suddenly called out from nearby, followed by a group approaching Huan and his companions. All members bore the emblem of the guild Dreamland Empire. The leader, a burly man wielding a shield larger than himself, boomed as he approached them. We of Dreamland Empire are recruiting reserve members. Are you interested in joining us? Chapter 67. Friend, have you played enough? Not interested. Kuang Dao scoffed, appearing disinterested. Huan and the others mirrored his disinterest, which visibly irritated the player. Dreamland Empire was one of the most popular guilds, with their leader Ming Wu ranking among the top 5 in the level rankings. Previously, when they extended invitations, others had eagerly accepted without hesitation. Yet, these individuals were treating them with such disregard. Kid, haven't you heard of us, Dreamland Empire? Of course, and then what? Huan shrugged, feigning innocence as if to say, what are you getting at? Ming Shanhe, the burly leader, was visibly agitated. I'll give you one last chance. Do you wish to join Dreamland Empire or not? As he spoke, his tone grew heavier, and the other players beside him brandished their weapons. This was an overt threat. A smirk tugged at Huan's lips as he motioned for Kuang Dao and the others to remain calm. What if we choose not to join? Not joining. Then you shall perish. One of the swordsmen beside Ming Shan, he swung his long sword towards Huan. Huan, however, did not flinch. He was curious to test the strength of his defense. The sword flashed past, and a damage value appeared above Huan's head. -3. What the? The swordsman was taken aback. Thinking he must have seen it wrong, he swung his sword again, attacking Huan once more. Piercing strike, -4. This is impossible. The swordsman was utterly bewildered. The other players were equally astonished. Huan, however, wore a smile, remaining rooted in place. Damn it, sword art. Heart-stirring. This time, the swordsman seemed to be serious. He executed a graceful arc with his long sword, the blade shimmering with a fierce aura as he lunged at Huan. Still, Huan stood unmoving, even failing to raise an eyelid. This time, however, a large mist floated above his head. Ineffective attack. This is impossible. The swordsman was completely dumbfounded. His attacks were decent within his own team, but he never expected that 3 consecutive strikes against Huan would feel like mere tickles. Was this guy a meat shield? The other players, including Kuang Dao, Xiamo, and the rest, were equally astonished. Huan's defense was extraordinarily high. How was he managing this? Friend, have you played enough? Now, it's my turn. Huan maintained a faint smile on his face. He then tossed a gold coin to the side. This was part of the ritual for summoning the Wealth Cat and the Guardian of Wealth. As the coin hit the ground, it emitted a brilliant light. The Guardian of Wealth, dragging a large iron chest, materialized before the crowd. Before the swordsman could react, the Guardian, resembling a goblin, swung its iron chains and hurled the massive chest directly at him. Boom. -1120. The swordsman instantly transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Huan also received a system notification. Gold coin 10,000. Although the Guardian of Wealth was merely at the first level, its offensive power was exceptionally formidable. Combined with the fact that the swordsman was clad in equipment that enhanced attack but offered little defense, he was swiftly defeated by the Guardian. However, Huan was taken aback to discover that the swordsman possessed such a substantial amount of gold. After slaying a player, the Guardian of Wealth could loot no more than 10,000 gold coins from them. The fact that the Guardian extracted exactly 10,000 gold coins from this swordsman indicated that he either had precisely 10,000 or possibly more. Dare to kill me? A death wish. Upon witnessing his teammate's demise, Meng Shanhe finally reacted. He raised his shield and urged the others to engage. Yet, the speed of Kuang Dao and the others surpassed his OWN, and no sooner had he moved than Kuang Dao swung his blade, directly clashing with him. Meanwhile, Nan Ran's corpse servant surged into the enemy ranks under his command. Xiaomo lashed her long whip, delivering a flurry of 5 lightning-fast strikes upon one of the melee combatants. As for Wan Gong Shichanga, he had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow during the standoff, sending it flying towards the enemy healer. The chaotic battle commenced instantly. Although Yi Huan's side was outnumbered, each member was formidable. Despite the Dreamland Empire's small team consisting of over a dozen players, they were no match for them. Li Mengshi hesitated, unsure of whether to intervene. After all, this was her first encounter with Yi Huan and his group. However, as she pondered, an archer from the opposing team shot an arrow in her direction. -89 Why are you attacking me? Li Mengshi, who had been hesitating, suddenly displayed a flicker of anger on her delicate face. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the archer, and she raised her staff, wind and fire wheel. 3 flames began to spin rapidly under the influence of the wind, reaching the archer in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. -450 -370 critical hit, -1130. The 3 flames exploded around the archer, who didn't even have time to heal before being taken down by Li Ming 11. Yi Huan observed everything keenly. Wind and Fire Envoy, a hidden class capable of utilizing wind and fire combination skills. Indeed, she is a hidden class. Yi Huan had suspected that Li Mengshi was a hidden class, otherwise her rapid leveling would be inexplicable. Gold coin 2050. As the system notification appeared, the battle came to a complete end. The last player on the opposing side was also crushed by the Guardian of Wealth, since Yi Huan's group had already formed a team for the siege. Their PK was considered justifiable self-defense, and thus none of them incurred a notoriety penalty, remaining without red names. Nan Ran stepped forward to collect the equipment dropped by Meng Shanhe and the others. After finding nothing of value, he decided to keep everything for later sale. Are we going to offend the Dreamland Empire? At this moment, Li Mengshi timidly raised her hand and asked in a soft voice. It was evident that this girl rarely engaged in conflicts or PKs. Yi Huan smiled, appearing quite composed. Would he fear offending others? It's fine. They were clearly at fault from the beginning. Exactly. If we're to be bullied while playing a game. What is the point? Wan Gong Shichanga also voiced his disdain. Yi Huan gave him a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. Hoi, Wan Gong Shichanga shot Yi Huan an exasperated look. Come on. Huan Gu, there are girls present. Don't steer the conversation that way. This incited hearty laughter from Kuang Dao and the other boys. Li Mengshi looked on in confusion. What do you mean by steering the conversation? It's nothing. Since we can't find a healer, let us just dive straight into the dungeon. Yi Huan glanced at the others, and upon seeing no objections, he proceeded to select the dungeon. For their first foray, they naturally opted for the simplest one. Yi Huan also took a moment to check the Green Forest Valley dungeon. Aside from the Hell difficulty, which had yet to be completed, both the easy and hard modes displayed their highest records. The highest record for easy mode in Green Forest Valley was set by Meng Shanhe's group, taking 31 minutes. Meanwhile, the hard mode's record was held by the Yun Ji team, with a time of 39 minutes. At that moment, Kuang Dao gave Li Mengshi a thumbs up. Little sister, your attack power is impressive. Hehe. Really? This class has decent attack power, but the skill books require combining wind and fire elements, which is particularly troublesome. No worries, just stick with us, and we'll help you acquire skill books. Nan Ran chimed in, winking at the others. It would indeed be a shame not to recruit such a cute and formidable girl. Let us just experience the dungeon today, and start with easy mode. As soon as Yi Huan finished speaking, the 6 of them vanished simultaneously. They entered the easy mode of the Green Forest Valley dungeon, and Yi Huan even named their team Happy Strike Team. Chapter 68. First dungeon run. The Green Forest Valley dungeon is divided into 3 sections. The entrance features numerous level 20 minor monsters. While these creatures are not particularly strong, they are plentiful. Further ahead lies a thicket of bushes, concealing numerous monsters and 2 level 20 elite monsters. Beyond the thicket is a dense forest, home to a level 20 ordinary boss. Defeating all the monsters will allow them to clear the dungeon and receive rewards. Upon entering the dungeon, Huan's group did not deliberate on formations. With high defense and substantial health, Huan was ideally suited to draw aggro. Nan Ran, as a corpse herder, possessed various supporting skills, making him a suitable auxiliary. Xiamo and Kuang Dao engaged in close combat to initiate encounters, while Wan Gong Shichanga provided ranged support, clearing surrounding minor monsters. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi focused on ranged damage output. None among them were novices, especially Li Mengxi, who was exceptionally fierce against the minor monsters. She had already acquired an area attack skill. Yi Huan gathered dozens of minor monsters together, and then Li Mengxi unleashed her area attack skill. Wind Firewall. The combination of wind and fire formed an area damage attack. The monsters trapped within the wind firewall continuously lost health. -240 -350 -190 critical hit, -670 -320 damage values floated above the heads of the level 20 minor monsters in a relentless stream. Yi Huan also noticed another issue. Li Mengxi's critical hit rate was astoundingly high. Generally, a critical hit would trigger after 5 or 6 attacks. Out of curiosity, Yi Huan casually inquired, "Sister, are you wearing equipment that boosts critical hit rate?" "Yes, I am. The ring on my hand has a critical hit attribute." Li Mengxi nodded, her expression slightly smug. This was a coveted item she had obtained from soloing a minor boss. Yi Huan nodded, choosing not to say more, though he mused inwardly. This girl is rather naive. Typically, one wouldn't casually disclose their equipment attributes to others, especially when it's something valuable. With Li Mengxi's area attack firewall in play, the Happy Strike Team's monster-slaying speed was extraordinarily swift. Streams of experience orbs continuously flew toward them, enhancing their experience points. After vanquishing the minor monsters, they pressed forward without pause, entering the thicket. The monsters here were also level 20, featuring 2 elite monsters of the same level. Phantom Wolf, level 20, elite. Burrowing Snake, level 20, elite. Yi Huan continued to lead the charge. Drawing fire. With 15 times the defense, the level 20 monsters dealt him no more than -10 damage. The 2 elite monsters, however, were significantly tougher. The Phantom Wolf launched a sneak attack. -51 damage value of 51 floated above Yi Huan's head. He felt movement beneath his feet as the burrowing snake emerged from the ground, biting into Yi Huan's leg. -49, I can hold on. You all focus on clearing those minor monsters first. Yi Huan surveyed his health, which had only decreased by 1. Not only did he possess 15 times the defense, but he also had 15 times the health. Kuang Dao and the others acted swiftly. After dispatching the minor monsters in the thicket, they turned their attention to the 2 elite monsters. The Guardian of Wealth swung its iron chest, striking the burrowing snake on the head. -360 elite monsters boasted significantly higher defense and health than their ordinary counterparts. A blow from the Guardian would typically deal 700 to 900 damage to an ordinary level 20 monster. Kuang Dao struck, and a damage value floated above the Phantom Wolf. -560 as expected of a fierce warrior. His attack power was quite impressive. The others joined in as well. Xiaomo's lightning whip unleashed substantial damage. Although it was a single skill, it resulted in 5 instances of damage. -150 -107, -120 -101 -170. The total damage exceeded 600. This also indicated that hidden classes were slightly stronger than others in the early stages. However, hidden classes were not easily obtained. Moreover, acquiring skill books, equipment, and other resources for hidden classes later in the game proved challenging. After defeating the 2 level 20 elite monsters, they dropped several items. Nan Ran took on the role of collecting loot. Once the monsters were defeated, his first task was to gather everything dropped on the ground. There is nothing available for the 6 of us, so we can only return and sell the loot to share the profits. After South Dai inspected the drops, there was an inevitable sense of disappointment. 2 elite monsters yielded 2 pieces of level 20 bronze equipment, yet none were usable by the 6 present. We could only return and convert them to gold. We pressed on, the 6 of us entering the dense forest. Ahead loomed an enormous green spider. Monster name: Lying Spider. Boss monster level: 20 monster description: the boss that has claimed Green Forest Valley as its territory, with the classic quote, "In my domain, you must obey me, or you shall face certain death." Nan Yong Xiaji exclaimed, "Wow, its health bar is so long." Kuang Dao remarked, "Much longer than the previous elite monster." Li Mengshi asked. What should we do? I've been afraid of spiders since childhood. Qian Ruosiamo reassured. No worries, you're ranged. You won't need to get close. Huan Gong Shichangyi declared. Don't fret, Cici. I'll shoot it dead. Huanggu encouraged. All right, let's get to it. As usual, I'll draw its aggro while you all attack freely. Yi Huan took the lead, charging toward the lying spider. Here, a New Year's gift for you. Just as the lying spider was startled and poised to pounce, a small buff appeared above its head, gravity. Following closely, South Dai's skill activated, conjuring another small buff, curse. The curse spell, an ability of the 15th level corpse carrier, would reduce the monster's defense. Let's do this. Brothers, Kuang Dao shouted, rushing forward. Chasing wind arrow, gale wind arrow, breaking wind arrow. Huan Gong Shichangyi swiftly drew her bow, unleashing 3 rapid shots. Fire wheel, lightning whip. Li Mengshi and Xiamo were not idle either. Though both were female, they exhibited no mercy in their monster slaying. Li Mengshi chanted as she cast her spells, ugly spider. I'll burn you to ashes. Unbeknownst to them, the team Yi Huan desired was beginning to take shape. Ding, congratulations, you have set a new record for the Green Forest Valley, easy level dungeon, completing it in 20 minutes and 18 seconds. Ding, congratulations, you have cleared the Green Forest Valley, easy level dungeon. Receiving rewards, each person gains 5 experience, 100 gold, 20 reputation, and the item. LV20 Chasing Wind Wristguard, bronze, and a level 1 fire gem. Upon the demise of the lying spider, the system notification reached Yi Huan and his companions. They were not the first to complete this dungeon, and as it was merely an easy level challenge, the rewards were rather mundane. The drops from the lying spider were equally unimpressive, a level 20 bronze longsword and a collection of materials. The sole surprise for Yi Huan was that the final blow to the lying spider was delivered by the money keeper, effectively making it his kill. Thanks to the special property of the daily income hat, he received a direct reward of 20,000 gold. Truly, it was a windfall. If this continued, merely slaying bosses would yield a fortune in gold. With newfound enthusiasm, Yi Huan resolved to continue dungeon runs, ideally aiming for the hell level next. Let us proceed to the hard level, Chapter 69. Who dares bully my Huanggu? The hard level of Green Forest Valley was not significantly different from the easy level. Regular monsters were all level 25. As were the elite ones. Only the final boss was a rare level 20. Yi Huan and his companions navigated through the challenges, ultimately setting a new record of 25 minutes and 14 seconds. This time, the rewards included an additional 10 experience, gold, and reputation, along with a piece of level 20 silver boots. Notably, the final blow to this rare boss was also struck by the money keeper. A deliberate strategy on Yi Huan's part. He had observed the boss's health nearing depletion and instructed everyone to halt their attacks. This rare boss granted Yi Huan a bountiful reward of 30,000 gold. It was evident that he could now rely on monster slaying to amass wealth. Calculating further, the monsters in the hell level would likely be level 30, with the final boss being of a mutated type. Should we continue? Upon exiting the dungeon, Yi Huan glanced at his companions. Kuang Dao shrugged. Since we're here, why not give it a try? Huan Gong Shichangyi added. I heard there are system announcements for the hell level dungeons. I would love to be on television. Being on television in the game world meant that if the in-world set a new record for clearing the hell level, there would indeed be a system announcement. Could we truly achieve that? Li Mengshi's face showed hesitation. She had felt the difficulty of the hard level dungeon, especially during the boss fight, which had put pressure on her. It's fine. Dying in the dungeon doesn't result in level loss. Xiamo, perceptive, recognized the eagerness of Yi Huan and the others. Since there's no penalty for dying in the dungeon, we might as well give it a shot. All right, I'll cover the cost, Yi Huan nodded, preparing to apply for entry into the hell level Green Forest Valley. Entry to the easy and hard level dungeons was free, but entering the hell level required 1,000 gold each time. Regardless of success or failure. Everyone, stop right there. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from behind the group. Instinctively, they turned to see Meng Shanhe and his companions, who they had previously defeated, returning with a vengeance. This time, however, he was clearly rallying reinforcements. Over 100 players approached with a menacing air. Many bore the emblem of the Dreamland Empire Guild, indicating they were all members of that faction. Yi Huan furrowed his brow. Pausing the application to enter the dungeon, while Kuang Dao and the others quickly assumed defensive stances. Over 100 players were no joke. If a fight broke out, their six-member team would likely be at a disadvantage. A smirk crept across Huan's lips. You Dreamland Empire folks really have no sense of reason in the in-world. He feared no one. If provoked, he could simply crush them with gold. Kid, you're quite cocky. Meng Shanhe began to curse, but was interrupted by a girl emerging behind him. Meng Wuyo, the vice president of the Dreamland Empire. We, the Dreamland Empire, are indeed unreasonable. What are you going to do about it? Meng Wuyo exuded an air of arrogance, approaching without seeking clarification, her demeanor haughty. Huan couldn't help but chuckle internally. He had encountered Meng Wuyo once before when he, under the guise of the Green Hat Hero, delivered bosses to Qiu Zhan's group. Meng Wuyo had been in that party and was subsequently slain by the Lord of the Flowing Clouds, because she had been standing right next to Qiu Zhan. Huan remembered her with some clarity. It seemed you were deliberately seeking trouble. I truly cannot comprehend why, with all this time, you wouldn't practice leveling up or clear some dungeons instead. Huan shook his head helplessly, as if to say, you must be quite bored. Upon hearing this, Meng Wuyo scoffed, her attitude growing even more insolent. We are indeed here to stir trouble. Those who know their place should stand still and let us take a shot at you. And if we refuse, then we will continue to hunt you down until you are reduced to level 0. To be honest, it was Huan's first encounter with such a brazen girl. One who threatened to send others back to level 0 at the drop of a hat. Did she truly believe that in the in-world, sheer numbers made one invincible? Just as both sides were on the verge of clashing, another voice rang out from behind. Touch my Huan Gu? Who do you think you are? An indignant voice echoed from afar, followed by a flurry of footsteps. The group instinctively turned to see another 100 players approaching. This new crowd shared several common traits. Their hairstyles and appearances were all strikingly non-mainstream, sporting everything from rooster combs to frizzy hair, all reminiscent of the Shamate style. Furthermore, each player bore a unified guild emblem, Love and Death Returns. The one who had shouted was none other than the flamboyant Hong Xiao from Love and Death. He was accompanied by both Lu Xiao and Huang Xiao. Hey, who dares bully my Huan Ge? Lu Xiao echoed, exactly. Just because you have numbers doesn't mean you're superior. We have our own people too. A throng of Shamate players rushed forward, surrounding the 100 or so members of the Dreamland Empire. The display was nothing short of magnificent. Huan Ge, are you all right? Huang Xiao approached, first assessing Huan and his companions. Seeing they were unscathed, he turned his attention to Meng Wuyo. Hey girl, if you want to bully someone, at least make sure you're up to the task. Don't think that just because you brought a crowd, you can be invincible. Humph. Who are these non-mainstream losers? Meng Wuyo glared disdainfully at Hong Xiao, replying coldly, an insignificant guild like yours dares to oppose the Dreamland Empire? Do you really think your lot can defeat us? It's nothing short of a joke. Meng Wuyo spoke with confidence. Although their numbers were similar, in terms of levels and equipment, they were leagues ahead of the trio from Love and Death. Is that so? What if we add ourselves into the mix? Another youthful voice, tinged with anger, rang out from the distance. A series of footsteps heralded the arrival of yet another group of players. This new party also numbered around 100. Their names varied but each adorned with a unified guild emblem. Elementary School Student Alliance. Leading the charge were the valiant Jun Xiong and Meng Qixiang. The members of the Elementary School Student Alliance were all youthful, predominantly in their teens, around 16 or 17 years old. In the context of the in-world, they were indeed akin to elementary school students. Elementary School Student Alliance? What are you doing here? Meng Wuyo clearly recognized the Elementary School Student Alliance Guild. How could you not know? The president of the Elementary School Alliance, Chu Weilai, boasts a ranking on the leaderboard that surpasses even his brother, Meng Wuyo. Huan Ge is my elder brother. Jun Xiong uttered a single phrase, and with a flourish of his hand, over 100 players from the Elementary School Alliance swiftly drew their weapons, encircling Meng Wuyo and her companions. With more than 100 members from Zhang AI returning, and another 100 from the Elementary School Alliance, the combined forces totaled over 200 players, effectively surrounding the 100-odd members of the Dreamland Empire. Witnessing this scene, Huan couldn't help but chuckle, pleased to see that Zhang AI's trio and Jun Xiong were faring well within their respective guilds, each evidently holding a position of leadership. Chapter 70. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Although Meng Wuyo felt a deep sense of reluctance, she understood that she was currently outmatched. Despite the considerable number of Dreamland Empire players, each of their adversaries had their own agendas at this moment. Her sole responsibility was this dungeon-clearing team, and if she were to summon assistance from other teams, her brother would surely reprimand her. The family had invested heavily in the in-world, and they would not easily engage in conflict due to her unreasonable antics. In the early stages of the game, time equated to money. A hasty brawl would only lead to severe losses. Fine, today, I concede this round to you. With that thought in mind, Meng Wuyo left a sharp remark and prepared to depart. However, as soon as they moved, Jun Xiong and Zhang Ai's trio immediately closed in around them. Do not overstep your bounds. I am, after all, the vice president of the Dreamland Empire. If you provoke me, do you believe my brother won't annihilate you? The proud young lady remained true to her nature, refusing to admit defeat even in loss. Huan suddenly chuckled, gesturing to Jun Xiong and Zhang Ai Hong Xiao. It truly isn't worth staining our brothers' names over such trivial matters. Upon finishing, Huan turned his cheerful gaze towards Meng Wuyo. Miss Meng, this situation stems from your subordinate's error. I understand you value your reputation. So how about this? Let us wager. Wager on what? Meng Wuyo asked coldly. Huan's smile brightened even further. He casually pointed towards the Green Forest Valley dungeon section. Let each of us form a team and enter the hell level of the Green Forest Valley dungeon. The one who takes less time wins. What do you think? What? Hell level? Meng Wuyo paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. The surrounding players began to murmur amongst themselves. In a way, they're challenging the hell level of the Green Forest Valley? It seemed no team had successfully completed the hell level thus far. Successful challenge? Are you joking? The hell level is exceedingly difficult. Anyone who has attempted knows this. I entered once, and we were wiped out in less than 5 minutes. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to see whether Meng Wuyo would dare to accept the challenge. Not only did the 300 players present discuss fervently, but even those uninvolved in the matter gathered to spectate. Abandoning their dungeon runs to watch the unfolding drama, Meng Wuyo furrowed her brow. She was well aware of how challenging the hell-level dungeon could be. Moreover, the number of participants was limited, at least 6 and at most 11. The Dreamland Empire's dungeon teams were divided into several smaller squads. Selecting 11 capable individuals to challenge the hell level would be exceedingly difficult unless she called upon the guild's experts. With that thought, a hint of disdain surfaced on Meng Wuyo's face as she regarded Huan. Betting against us? Do you have anything of value to wager? Rest assured, my wager will surely pique your interest. Huan smiled lightly, retrieving the deed to his mansion from his inventory. Behold, the deed to a mansion on East Street in Leosia City. This should hold some value. Wouldn't you agree? Unbeknownst to Huan, following the recent game update, the in-world had introduced real estate rental functionalities. Players could spend gold to rent shops and houses within the city for business or leisure. However, the rental fees were exorbitantly high. Accompanied by a plethora of cumbersome procedures, to date, no one had successfully purchased property outright. The deed Huan held represented ownership, not a rental agreement, a fact clear to anyone. You actually bought a house? Meng Wuyo's composure began to falter. The others surrounding Huan were equally unsettled. Xiamo couldn't help but tug at Huan's sleeve. Why, Huan? That deed is quite valuable. Are you truly going to wager it? Indeed, Huan Gu. Our guild master rented a shop on South Street in Leosia City for a styling studio, and the daily rent is 100 gold coins. Zhang Ai Hong Xiao chimed in. Exactly. In the in-world, rent is calculated daily. Even a modestly sized house in a remote location costs 100 gold coins per day. East Street is the most prosperous area, where even the smallest shops command rents of several hundred gold coins daily. Ordinary players cannot afford such expenses. Only guilds with substantial influence can afford to rent even 1 or 2 shops. Huan's mansion, situated in the most bustling part of East Street, was of unimaginable worth. Upon hearing their remarks, Huan suddenly realized the true value of his mansion. However, before he could reconsider, Meng Wuyo hastily interjected. I accept your wager. If you lose, the deed is mine. If I lose, I will give you 1 million gold coins. And everyone present can attest to this. 1 million gold coins? Huan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall take this minor loss. 1 million gold coins it is. Huan Gu, Xiamo, and the others attempted to dissuade him from wagering such a precious item, but Huan simply smiled and raised his hand to silence them. He had his own plans. All right, give me 10 minutes. I shall prepare the gold. As Meng Wuyo spoke, She turned and moved to a corner, ostensibly gathering gold, though in reality, she was secretly contacting her brother. Before long, Meng Wuyo received a response from her brother. Meng Wuyo, ensure you secure the mansion. I will transfer the gold to you and send Wu Yuan Wu Hui to assist you. Meng Wuyo replied gleefully, hee, thank you, brother. The mansion is as good as mine. Meanwhile, Yi Huan summoned Zhang Ai's trio and Jun Xiong aside. In a moment, we shall form a team of 11 and enter the hell-level Green Forest Valley. Zhang Ai Hong Shao affirmed. Whatever you decide, Huan Gu, we will follow your lead. Courageous Jun Xiong added, Shishan and I are willing to follow your commands. Huan Ji. Li Mengshi asked hesitantly, are we really capable of this? Qian Ruoxiamo remarked. He has wagered a mansion. He must have confidence, it must be said. Xiamo understood Yi Huan well. He would never embark on a venture without assurance. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to gift a mansion to others. Once we enter the dungeon, just follow my lead. Yi Huan smiled confidently. He then inquired about Zhang Ai's trio and Jun Xiong's backgrounds. It turned out Zhang Ai's trio were originally members of Zhang Ai returning, active in various games prior to the advent of the in-world. They collectively entered the in-world upon its launch. Because they had previously associated with Yi Huan, their levels, equipment, and skills were commendable, leading to their promotion within Zhang Ai returning to captain a team of about 100 members. As for Jun Xiong and Mengshi, Jun Xiong explained, the president of the Elementary School Alliance. Chu Weilai is my cousin. Naturally, he looks out for his younger cousin, granting me a captain position to play with, and I currently oversee about 100 members. How delightful! Yi Huan laughed heartily. In the vast player base of the in-world, those without power or background were often easily bullied. Now that Zhang Ai's trio and Jun Xiong were both part of respectable guilds, Yi Huan felt genuinely pleased for them. They were unaware that while they conversed, two players had stealthily infiltrated the Dreamland Empire's ranks, approaching Meng Wuyo from behind. Soon, Meng Wuyo walked over, exuding an air of confidence. Hey, I've gathered the gold. How are you all prepared? Chapter 71. Reputation Mall. We are always ready. Yi Huan shrugged, his face still adorned with a calm smile. However, to Meng Wuyo, it appeared as though Yi Huan was merely putting on a brave front. All right, let us get started, Meng Wuyo declared, beginning to select members from her team. Yi Huan took a moment to observe the 10 players Meng Wuyo had chosen. Meng Shanha was among them, and the other players were selected based on standard dungeon team criteria. Yet Yi Huan's attention was drawn to 2 members of the Dreamland team, Meng Wuyuan and Meng Wuwei. One was a vitality master, and the other a swordsman, both at level 24. What captivated Yi Huan's interest was their equipment, both adorned with level 20 silver gear. Though not a full set, their gear far surpassed that of the other players present. Interesting, Yi Huan mused, stroking his chin as a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. It dawned on him that these 2 were likely the skilled players Meng Wuyo had just recruited. Elite members of the Dreamland Empire. Only elite members had the privilege of accessing superior guild resources compared to ordinary members. As he watched Meng Wuyo's team of 11 enter the dungeon, Yi Huan casually found a rock to sit on, beckoning to the others. Once we enter the dungeon, Huan Gu, can you really manage on your own? Fear not, I'm perfectly fine. Perhaps I'll resolve matters here before you even finish. It is commonly said that a confident man exudes an irresistible charm. While Yi Huan was allocating tasks among the group, Xiamo suddenly realized that Yi Huan had an inexplicable ability to draw her attention. Once the task distribution was complete, casual chatter began to ensue, centering around the recent changes following the game update. Captain, has your lucky cat made it to the pet leaderboard yet? At that moment, Li Mengshi curiously inquired of Yi Huan. The lucky cat had been persistently following at Yi Huan's feet, its adorable and festive appearance captivating the attention of the girls. It hasn't made it to the pet leaderboard. By the way, do you all know how pets evolve? Yi Huan replied. The lucky cat had provided substantial assistance to Yi Huan in the early stages, but it now seemed somewhat underwhelming. For instance, its wealth-attracting ability had dwindled, yielding only a handful of coins each day, which was exceedingly meager for Yi Huan at this point. I know how. Li Mengshi raised her hand, grinning innocently. Captain, I previously learned that pet evolution requires a pet evolution elixir, which is said to drop in dungeons. Additionally, skill upgrades necessitate skill upgrade scrolls, which can also be found in dungeons. I've heard that dungeons can yield such items, but the drop rate is quite low. Ju and Xiong chimed in. Clearly, they had meticulously prepared for leading the team through the dungeons. Pet Evolution Elixir? Skill Upgrade Scroll? Huan stroked his chin, mentally noting these items. Just then, Kuang Dao, who had been polishing his blade, interjected, "The items you're discussing are available in the Reputation Mall. Is that true?" The group's eyes widened in astonishment, as the recent game update had introduced an overwhelming number of new features, leaving them little time to thoroughly investigate each one. They had not even delved deeply into the Reputation Mall. "Let me check." Li Mengshi eagerly accessed the game interface and, shortly thereafter, turned to Huan and the others with a forlorn expression. "The items in the Reputation Mall are so expensive. I can't afford them." As Li Mengshi had pointed out, the items in the Reputation Mall were indeed exorbitantly priced. The term expensive here did not refer to coins, but rather to reputation points. To exchange items in the Reputation Mall, one needed to spend reputation, rendering even the most abundant coins useless. Yi Huan, intrigued, also navigated to the Reputation Mall and perused its offerings. Minor Red Potion 1. 100 Reputation. Removes 1 point of sin value. Bandage Pack 1. 200 Reputation. Provides healing for external injuries. Detoxification Pill 1. 200 Reputation. Possesses a certain detoxifying effect. Random Teleportation Scroll 1. 300 Reputation. Can randomly teleport to another location within the current map. Jade Purification Bottle 1. 400 Reputation. An essential treasure for sealing a monster's inner demons. Double Experience Card 1. 400 Reputation. Doubles experience gained from defeating monsters for 4 hours. Skill Upgrade Scroll 1. 500 Reputation. Rapidly increases skill levels. Pet Evolution Elixir 1. 1000 Reputation. Rapidly increases pet levels. Blessing from the Heavens. 1000 Reputation. Grants double drop rates for 4 hours. Custom Shiny Title. 100 Reputation. No attribute bonus. Lasts for 1 day upon use. The Reputation Mall offered a plethora of items, many of which appeared to be quite valuable. For instance, the Jade Purification Bottle that Yi Huan had previously acquired was also available, albeit in a one-time use form as opposed to the permanent one in his inventory. "How much reputation do you all have?" Yi Huan casually inquired, glancing at the others. "Xiamo, I have 200. Xiaji, I only have 150. Red Xiao, I have about 80. Kuang Dao, I have 320. As the others reported their reputation points, Yi Huan suddenly noticed a peculiar issue. "Why do you all have so little reputation?" Faced with Yi Huan's bewilderment, the group exchanged curious glances. The in-world officials had not elucidated how reputation could be obtained, nor had they mentioned the emergence of the Reputation Mall. Consequently, the group had never paid much attention to reputation points, nor did they know how to acquire them. This lack of knowledge had led to a situation where, despite the introduction of the Reputation Mall, very few could afford its offerings. Reputation points could not be traded or recharged, leaving them with scant amounts. At that moment, Li Mengshi, with a hint of curiosity, turned to Yi Huan. "Captain, how much reputation do you have?" "I seem to have over 1,900, Yi Huan replied, astonishing the group. "Brother Huan, you must be joking." "Yeah, how did you amass nearly 2,000 reputation?" Yi Huan contemplated the source of his reputation, realizing it stemmed from defeating bosses and completing hidden quests. Previously, he had not placed much emphasis on reputation either. "Perhaps you could upgrade your lucky cat first?" Xiamo suggested. Yi Huan nodded, aligning with this idea. Subsequently, he expended 1,000 reputation points to exchange for a pet evolution elixir. Under the watchful gazes of his companions, Yi Huan fed the pet experience elixir to the lucky cat. "Ding, congratulations, your wealth pet lucky cat has successfully evolved. Further evolution requires 2 pet experience elixirs." A bead of sweat formed on Yi Huan's forehead. If this continued, he would need a substantial number of pet experience elixirs in the future. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He casually opened the Lucky Cat's attribute panel. Chapter 72. Slaying the Boss Wealth Pet. Lucky Cat. Money Come. Second stage. Level 24 Talent. Wealth Attraction. Can increase the owner's coins by 1 to 1,000 daily. Talent. Treasure Seeking. Can sense the presence of bosses or treasure locations within a certain range. Talent. Blessing. Grants the owner an additional 70 experience gain when defeating monsters. Talent. Boost. Grants the owner an additional 50 coin gain when defeating monsters. Skill. Adorable. This skill has a certain confusion effect, with a chance to cause monsters to betray. Description. As the closest financial companion of a wealthy master, the Lucky Cat not only seeks to attract wealth, but also understands the art of being adorable to win the owner's favor. After evolving to the second stage, The Lucky Cat's talents were not only enhanced but also gained a new boost talent and an additional skill. The boost talent, needless to say, allows Huan to gain an extra 50 of the coins dropped by monsters. This means that if a monster drops 1,000 coins, Huan's inventory would automatically receive an additional 500 coins. The only downside is that the Lucky Cat's boost talent applies solely to the coins dropped by monsters. Any coins acquired through other means do not benefit from this enhancement. Were this ability effective against the coins Huan amassed daily or the coins dropped by players, he would have truly struck gold. Nonetheless, this was already a significant improvement, and Huan was quite satisfied. As for the new skill, Adorable, it only affects monsters and can confuse only one monster at a time. Thus, Huan effectively gained an additional pet. Haha, splendid, little one. You have not disappointed me, Huan beamed, lifting the Lucky Cat into his arms. The Lucky Cat, now in its second evolutionary stage, appeared only slightly different. It seemed even cuter. Captain, could I hold it for a moment? Li Mengshi asked with hopeful eyes. There's a distinction between genders. I'm not someone who easily lends out my treasures, Huan teased, provoking the girl to stomp her feet in frustration. Only when he handed the Lucky Cat over did her face brighten with a beaming smile. Just as Huan was about to delve further into the reputation mall, someone called out. Kuang Dao suddenly stood up, gazing towards the dungeon exit. Players who die within the dungeon do not lose levels, but are forcibly teleported out. Clearly, someone from Meng Wuyo's team had begun to fall. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, members of Meng Wuyo's team were teleported out one after another. Ultimately, when Meng Wuyo's team had been in the dungeon for 60 minutes, only 3 remaining members, Meng Wuyuan, Meng Wuhui, and Meng Wuyo, were also forcibly ejected. Dungeons have time limits, and for the Hell-level Green Forest Valley, the limit is set at 60 minutes. Once the time is up, regardless of whether the dungeon has been cleared, players will be forcibly teleported out. Meng Wuyo, in a critical state, was teleported out, immediately letting out a scream, appearing quite exasperated. Damn it, we just started fighting the boss and got teleported out. Meng Wuyo was infuriated, stamping her feet in frustration. In contrast, her companions, Meng Wuyuan and Meng Wuhui, were keenly aware of their limitations. Even if the time had not elapsed, the 3 of them would not have been able to defeat that level 30 mutated boss. Moreover, their failure largely stemmed from Meng Wuyo's inadequate command. Now it's our turn, little girl. Let me show you what a real difference looks like. Huan grinned mischievously at Meng Wuyo, signaling for everyone to prepare. Let us see how you all fare, Meng Wuyo retorted disdainfully, glaring at Huan. Having just faced defeat, she naturally did not believe that Huan's group would succeed. Huan, uninterested in further banter, promptly applied to enter the dungeon. The 11 members of the Joyous Assault team instantly vanished from sight. Brother Huan enters the dungeon. Kuang Dao enters the dungeon. Li Mengshi enters the dungeon. Mengshi Shan enters the dungeon. Xiaimo enters the dungeon. Nan Yong Xiaji entered the dungeon, followed closely by Zhang Ai Hong Xiao, Zhang Ai Lu Xiao, and Zhang Ai Huang Xiao. Brave Jun Xiong also joined, along with Wan Gong Shichang Yi. Once the group entered the instance, they swiftly commenced their actions as previously orchestrated by Huan. The 3 members of Zhang Ai, along with Nan Ran and Li Mengshi, united their efforts to eliminate the minor monsters of the first level, while the others charged ahead. Upon reaching the second level, Kuang Dao, Jun Xiong, Meng Xishan, and Wan Gong Shichang Yi collaborated to clear the lurking creatures in the thickets, including 2 elite monsters. Meanwhile, Huan, fortified by exceptional defense and health, continued his relentless sprint into the dense forest of the third level. This was Huan's strategy. Aside from clearing the multitude of minor monsters within the dungeon, the primary objective was to vanquish the boss. Typically, teams squander the most time battling the boss, but Huan intended to swiftly obliterate the gatekeeper boss with an influx of gold. As he rushed into the depths of the forest, he immediately spotted a colossal creature ahead. It was a gigantic green-haired spider, repulsive in appearance. Monster name: Green-haired Spider King, mutated monster level, 30 monster description. A spider that mutated after devouring a certain crystal. Having fought its way to kingship, it is exceedingly formidable. Formidable? Let me test it, Huan declared. Halting abruptly and without hesitation, he executed the skill. Throw gold die in a bid to save time. He unleashed a 10,000 gold toss. Critical hit, 82, 500. Following the instant death buff, A prominently displayed red damage value appeared above the green-haired Spider King's head, and its health bar was instantly depleted. Huan had previously calculated that a level 30 ordinary boss should possess around 30,000 health, while a rare boss of the same level would have approximately 50,000 health. The mutated green-haired Spider King before him was estimated to have around 80,000 health, not accounting for its defense and regeneration. However, these intricate statistics were computed by the system, and players could not ascertain them accurately. The system merely displayed the damage value resulting from various calculations. A single attack worth 10,000 gold dealt nearly 80 to 90,000 damage. To call Huan impressive would be an understatement. If he lacked gold, this maneuver would have been utterly futile. Conversely, to say he was inept would be incorrect, as he managed to thrive in the game through this very tactic. In summary, it boils down to this. Without money, Huan was nothing. With money, he was a king. Having come to this realization, Huan was eager to acquire more wealth. The level 30 mutated boss was bound to drop a considerable array of loot. He paid little attention to the details, directing his wealth-collecting cat to gather the spoils while simultaneously querying his teammates in the group channel regarding their progress. Li Mengshi. Captain, we are nearly finished clearing the minor monsters here. Kuang Dao. We still have one elite monster left, but it won't take long. Seeing that they were close to wrapping up, Huan finally relaxed. He then opened his character account to check his balance. After accounting for the gold dropped by the green-haired Spider King, the additional gold from the wealth-collecting cat's effect, and the daily earnings from his wealth accumulation, he found that he still had over 310,000 gold coins. If he were to include the 1 million gold coins lost to him by Meng Wuyo, Huan could be regarded as a bona fide wealthy individual. Chapter 73. Team Spirit Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Hell-level Green Forest Valley dungeon in 11 minutes and 11 seconds. The system is about to make a full server announcement. Would you like to hide player names? Of course, no need to hide. Besides, others would want their moment in the spotlight as well. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the Hell-level Green Forest Valley dungeon. Rewards. Each player gains 20 experience, 200 reputation, and 1,000 gold coins. Items acquired. Skill upgrade scroll X1. Items acquired. Equipment enhancement stone X1. Items acquired. Skill book fragment X2. Items acquired. Level 25 weapon. Ruthless blade, gold. Items acquired. Level 25 weapon. Fluffy wand, gold. Items acquired. X1. The system rewards of experience, reputation, and gold were automatically distributed among the teammates, while the items were allocated to Huan's inventory as the team leader. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Not only Huan received the leveling up notification. Over half of the 11 players leveled up. The ones who did not level up were also near a full experience bar. Let us head out first. We can divide the loot later. Huan called out to the group, and they were subsequently teleported out of the dungeon. Ding! System announcement. Players Huan Gu, Kuang Dao, Qian Ruoxiamo, Li Mingxi successfully refreshed the Hell-level Green Forest Valley dungeon in 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Each will receive an additional reward of 500 reputation. We hope other players will actively challenge it. Ding! System announcement. Player Huan Gu. Ding! System announcement. Player Huan Gu. The sudden system announcement caused many players to halt their actions. However, upon seeing the dungeon completion time, an uproar ensued. Did I see that correctly? The Hell-level Green Forest Valley was completed in just 11 minutes and 11 seconds. How is that possible? Surely the system must have miscalculated the time. I entered that dungeon and was wiped out before reaching the second level. I've been in there too, but was defeated by an elite monster before even encountering the boss. Wow, who are these people? They are amazing. I'm so envious. 500 reputation. Indeed, the envy was palpable. The 500 reputation was just an additional reward. Who knew what other rewards they had received? Ha ha ha. Did you see? The 3 from Zong AI are part of our guild. Not only the ordinary players were in an uproar, the prominent figures from various factions also paused in surprise. They had not anticipated that someone could refresh the Hell-level dungeon in such a short time. Nor were they aware that refreshing a Hell-level dungeon could yield this much reputation. Reputation is a valuable asset. Although these leaders had spent considerable sums, reputation could not be bought with money. Many had already begun contacting their guild members to form elite teams for the Green Forest Valley dungeon. Upon hearing the system announcement, Huan and his companions were also teleported out. Meng Wuyo was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. She thought she had misread the announcement and specifically reviewed the content again to confirm that Huan and his team had indeed cleared the hell-level Green Forest Valley. How is this possible? How did they achieve this? Before Meng Wuyo could message her brother to report the situation, Meng Wuyo's brother, Meng Wuyo, sent her a private message that I'm aware of the system announcement. A bet is a bet. I will swiftly assemble an elite team to challenge the Green Forest Valley. Meng Wuyo understood that her brother was not merely responding to her loss of 1 million gold coins, but was instead driven to break records and push limits. However, players could only enter each dungeon once per day, and she had already missed her chance to join Meng Wuyo's team for the dungeon today. There's also an additional reward of 500 reputation. Yay! I'm on the announcement. Haha, my guild members have sent me congratulatory messages. I'm so excited. This is my first time on a system announcement. When Huan and his team materialized, expressions of surprise adorned their faces. This additional 500 reputation was a delightful surprise, and since many were experiencing their first time on the system announcement, their joy was palpable. You all won. A bet is a bet. Meng Wuyo, with a complex expression, upheld her end of the bargain and directly initiated a trade with Huan. Consequently, Huan's account reflected an additional 1 million gold coins. Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity. Having won 1 million gold coins from others. Huan naturally had some flattering words to share. Meng Wuyo's expression stiffened, suppressing her anger, and she attempted to keep her voice as calm as possible. I am quite curious to know how you managed to refresh the hell-level dungeon in such a short time. Just playing around, Huan shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He certainly would not reveal his strategies to others. Seeing that Huan was unwilling to divulge, Meng Wuyo ceased her inquiries. She waved her hand at her followers, wordlessly leading them away from the Green Forest Valley. Meng Wuyo was not upset about the gold, but rather disheartened by the fact that she had lost to such an impromptu team. After Meng Wuyo and the members of the Dreamland Empire departed, Huan and the others began to divide the spoils of their victory, openly and generously. The green-haired Spider King had dropped a considerable number of items, including 3 level 20 bronze pieces, 2 level 20 silver pieces, 1 level 20 gold piece, and a guild token. While the guild token had lost value compared to before, it could still fetch tens of thousands in the black market. However, Huan had no intention of selling the guild token offline. He planned to put it directly into the auction house. One downside of special classes was that the equipment corresponding to their class was nearly impossible to obtain. Take Huan, for instance. Despite defeating numerous bosses, he had yet to see a single piece of equipment suitable for a wealthy individual. Thus, each time loot was divided, he could only watch. The 3 level 20 bronze pieces were allocated to Zhong Ai Huang Xiao and Lu Xiao, while the 2 level 20 silver pieces were given to Meng Xishan and Wan Gong Shichong Yi. The level 20 gold piece, a ring that enhanced summon creature attributes, was perfectly suited for Jun Xiong, the magic card master. This was the best equipment Jun Xiong had received since he began playing the game. Next came the main event, the rewards from the dungeon refresh. Level 25 weapon, Ruthless Blade, gold. This coveted item has long been on Kuang Dao's mind. He has been unable to resist asking for it on several occasions. As for the level 25 weapon, the Fluffy Spirit Staff, golden. The moment Huan produced it, Li Mengxi's gaze remained fixated upon it. Ultimately, after a collective discussion among the 11 members, the Unforgiving Blade was awarded to Kuang Dao, while the Fluffy Spirit Staff was allocated to Li Mengxi. We cannot disregard her contributions simply because she has recently joined the team. Her area of effect firewall during this dungeon run proved to be quite significant. Moreover, it was evident to all that Huan sought to cultivate a rapport with this young girl. Once the equipment was distributed, only Huan and Xiaomo were left without items. In the end, Xiaomo proactively requested the skill upgrade scroll.as for the remaining items. Everyone unanimously agreed that Huan should take them, including the guild token. They opted not to partake in the spoils. After all, it was Huan who spearheaded the effort to break the dungeon record, and given that there were no suitable items for him, the materials and gold were left for his taking. Consequently, Huan's spoils included Equipment Enhancement Stone X1, Skill Book Fragment X2, Demon Skull X1, and Guild Token X1. Regarding the 1 million gold coins he wagered against Meng Wuyo, the others also expressed that it was earned solely by Huan, and they would not claim a share. No one objected to this outcome. They all understood that for the team to maintain harmony in the long run, no one should feel discontented for not receiving their own gear this time. as it was quite possible that the next opportunity would yield something of use to them. This exemplifies the spirit of teamwork. Chapter 74, New Investment Project. Of course, Huan was not a miser. He glanced at the envious expressions of the players around him. These individuals were brought by Juanxiong and Zhang'ai Sanshao. Although they did not enter the dungeon, they had waited in the Green Forest Valley for over an hour to suppress Meng Wuyo's team. Juanxiong, Hong Xiao, please distribute these gold coins among your brothers. They should not assist us for nothing. Yi Huan transferred 20,000 gold coins each to Juanxiong and Zhang'ai Hong Xiao. This way, the brothers they brought along would each receive over 100 gold coins. Yi Huan's generosity instantly garnered the goodwill of everyone present. It should be noted that usually, these subordinates could only muster numbers. Opportunities for them to partake in the rewards were scarce. Yet this time, they merely lent their support and received Yi Huan's recognition. 100 gold coins each may seem insignificant, but for ordinary players, it constituted a considerable sum. More importantly, they gained Yi Huan's respect and acknowledgement. Come, brothers. This is a gift from Brother Huan. Make sure to express your gratitude, brothers. Everyone remember Brother Huan's face. In the future, if anyone encounters Brother Huan being bullied, rush to help him immediately. Did you hear that? Heard it? Thank you, Brother Huan. Brother Huan is magnanimous. Brother Huan, you are my idol. Whenever you need anything, just call us. Brother Huan is awesome. I love Brother Huan. Over 200 players happily accepted their shares, and they thoroughly committed Yi Huan's visage to memory. While these 200 individuals rejoiced in their distribution, other players looked on with envy. Some hailed from different guilds, while others were casual players. Particularly those from other guilds found themselves disheartened, as the benefits they typically received from questing paled in comparison to what these fortunate individuals received. It was a classic case of comparison breeds resentment. Many began to contemplate whether they should simply withdraw from their guilds and join the primary school alliance or Zhang'ai's return. Witnessing the smiles of the crowd, Yi Huan felt a genuine happiness swell within him. After all, gaming is ultimately about enjoyment. Ding. You've successfully sold the item, LV30 Primordial Golden Hammer, at the auction for 300,000 gold coins. Ding. You've successfully sold the item, LV30 Phantom Butterfly Cloak, at the auction for 250,000 gold coins. Oh, they've already sold. Just as Yi Huan returned to the city, he received a notification from the system. It turned out that the 2 pieces of equipment he had previously placed in the auction house had sold. And for a considerable sum. Together, they fetched a total of 550,000 gold coins. Checking his gold account, Yi Huan now possessed a total of 1,820,000 gold coins. 1.82 million gold coins. Yi Huan felt as if he were walking on air. A wealthy individual indeed. Moreover, this wealth was not acquired through recharging, but entirely through his own endeavors. The profession of a financier truly brings in money swiftly. Of course, spending it is equally rapid. After returning to the city, Yi Huan made another trip to the auction house, promptly listing the guild token with a starting price of 100,000. A base price of 100,000 gold coins might seem modest. Yet Yi Huan reminisced fondly about the first time he sold a guild token. Back then, bidders had escalated their offers into the millions. It was surprising that, after such a short period, the guild token had depreciated in value. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Rarity dictates value. The previous guild token had been the very first available in the game, awarded to the inaugural guild creator along with various rewards, hence the substantial bids. Ding, financial assistant reminds you, there is a new investment application. Would you like to review it? View? Naturally, any investment opportunity warranted examination. The prior investment in the Immortal Guest House had already begun yielding dividends. Investment application investor, Bema City NPC, principal of Bema Academy, investment project, Bema Academy, which has fallen into decline over the years, is seeking an investment partner to jointly establish a new Bema Academy. Investment amount, 1 million equity acquired, position of vice principal of the new Bema Academy, with 30 of the Academy's income. Do you agree to invest? Yes, no. This, to be honest, Yi Huan was genuinely torn. 1 million gold coins was no trivial sum. What if it resulted in a loss? Furthermore, could an academy within the game truly generate revenue? Where would they find so many NPC children? Yi Huan scratched his head. He was quite tempted by the prospect of the vice principal position at the new Bema Academy, and the 30 dividend was also quite appealing. Thus, should he invest? In his indecision, Yi Huan casually opened his friend list and sent a private message to Mu Dudu. Brother Huan, Mu President, do you know about Bema Academy in Bema City? After a brief wait, Mu Dudu replied. Mu Dudu. I know a bit. It's a dilapidated academy with only the old principal as an NPC. However, the old principal is currently the highest level NPC in Bema City. He seems to be level 52, Brother Huan. Alright, thanks Mu Dudu. If you really want to thank me, then join us for a dungeon run tomorrow. Brother Huan. Haha, let me see how things go tomorrow. After concluding his conversation with Mu Dudu, Huan clicked to agree to the investment. After all, the old principal being the highest level NPC in Bema City was a significant factor. Huan decided to wager his 1 million gold coins. Chapter 75. Reputation for stainless steel basins. As the system deducted 1 million gold coins, Huan felt a pang of regret. These coins had been hard-earned, and investing was never a guarantee of profit. However, since he had already agreed to the investment and the gold had been deducted, it was too late to reconsider. Subsequently, Huan checked his online time. He had been logged in for 6 hours. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to log off briefly to prepare something to eat before continuing his gaming session. Following the recent update in in-world, players' gaming time had been extended. Players can be online for a maximum of 12 hours each day. Furthermore, should a player experience hunger, the system will issue a reminder to log off for a meal. However, if a player's hunger level reaches a critical point, the system will forcibly disconnect them from the game, thus safeguarding their physical well-being. Although we live in an era where nutritional supplements can enhance bodily health, it remains essential to combine them with actual food and appropriate exercise. Having moved into a newly rented villa, Huan found everything to be somewhat unfamiliar. After preparing a meal for himself, he made sure to leave some for Mu Chang'e. He then proceeded to the gym, intending to stretch his body. Following the recent incident involving an assassin's intrusion, Huan felt an even stronger desire to enhance his capabilities. Simultaneously, he frequently examined the gold coin he possessed. In Huan's estimation, his ability to utilize the shadow step skill in the game was likely connected to this coin. Unfortunately, despite his relentless experimentation, including the rather dramatic act of pricking his finger to let blood drip onto the coin, a method inspired by certain novels, he was met with failure in claiming ownership. He even rubbed the coin tirelessly, hoping to summon an Aladdin of sorts, but to no avail. It appeared that he might need to collect 7 coins to summon a dragon. Frustrated, Huan ultimately decided to temporarily set aside his research on the coin. Upon returning to his room, Huan logged back into the game. With no pressing matters at hand, he returned to his virtual mansion, the abode of a wealthy lord. However, gazing at the empty halls of the mansion, he concluded that it would be beneficial to employ a few maids. He was uncertain whether such functionality existed in the in-world. Opening his inventory, he retrieved 3 items: equipment enhancement stones, skill book fragments, and the skull of an otherworldly demon. The equipment enhancement stone, an exceptional item, can enhance the attributes of equipment available after players reach level 30, unlocking a portable forging system, or by visiting a blacksmith for equipment enhancement. A good item indeed. Huan nodded, planning to visit the blacksmith later. Next, the skill book fragments. These are used for synthesizing skill books. He had acquired 2 of these, but the description did not specify where they could be synthesized. Nevertheless, they seemed promising, so Huan decided to store them for now. The third item, the skull of an otherworldly demon, was a desiccated black skull that appeared somewhat ominous. Skull of the otherworldly demon. Collect the remaining bones, main bone, hand bones, leg bones, to activate the epic chapter of Leosia City. After reading the item description, Huan was left bewildered. An epic chapter. What does that mean? Could it be a quest even more advanced than a hidden task? However, there was no mention of this on the official website. Scratching his head, Huan realized that perhaps the most valuable item among his spoils was indeed this otherworldly demon skull. He certainly needed to keep it safe. Although he had no idea what the epic chapter of Leosia City entailed, it surely represented something significant. After securing his items, Huan checked his reputation, which stood at over 1,600 points. Should he evolve his money guard or perhaps upgrade his skill levels first? He pondered this seriously. Currently, the combat prowess of his money guard was quite decent, yet his primary skills seemed rather underwhelming. After considerable deliberation, Huan decided to upgrade all his skills first. Consequently, he spent 1,500 reputation points to exchange for 3 skill upgrade scrolls. Congratulations, your financial skill, Money Tree, has reached level 2. Congratulations, your financial skill, Eyes for Gold, Has reached level 2. Congratulations, your financial skill in New Year money has reached level 2. Following the upgrades, each of the 3 financial skills exhibited notable enhancements. The money tree increased its gold drop rate, while Eyes for Gold gained enhanced effects, including night vision. The in-world also possessed its share of darkness, yet Huan had always logged in during the daytime and had not yet experienced the nightlife of the in-world. The attributes of New Year money also improved, with its gravity effect becoming stronger. Glancing at the remaining reputation points, Huan decided to exchange for a custom shiny title. This so-called custom shiny title was essentially a playful accessory, allowing players to input any phrase, which would then be displayed in a manner designed to attract attention. Players could declare themselves as the number 1 in the world or unrivaled, and could even use trending phrases to garner interest. As long as the input did not violate any rules, it could be crafted into a shiny title. After acquiring the custom shiny title, players could input content of 2 to 9 characters, which would then automatically form a shiny title that would shine above their heads for a day. It was purely a whimsical feature. Huan, ever eager to experiment, decided to give it a try. He pondered for a moment before a clever idea struck him. He typed in a few words, reputation for a stainless steel basin. Instantly, a shiny custom title appeared above Huan's head. Reputation for a stainless steel basin. As Huan stepped out of the wealthy lord's mansion, all players nearby halted in their tracks, casting peculiar glances in his direction. They were captivated by the shiny custom title hovering above Huan's head. This guy is hilarious. What a waste. Why exchange 100 reputation points for something like that? Seriously, he must be so bored. Of course, a few curious onlookers approached Huan. Friend, what kind of item is this stainless steel basin? What attributes does it have? Yes, my friend, could the stainless steel basin be a quest-triggering item? Brother, do you know how to trade reputation points? I'm interested in buying some. Hey, where can I find a stainless steel basin? I'll help you look for it if you give me some gold. Surrounded by the chatter of players, Huan suddenly realized an idea. The official launch of such a seemingly useless custom shiny title might serve another purpose. For instance, if he needed to acquire something, he could leverage this custom shiny title to attract attention and let others know what he was seeking. With this revelation, Huan felt enlightened. If he had known earlier, he would have simply typed, acquiring otherworldly demon bones, and used the custom shiny title as a loudspeaker. This notion was likely one that only Huan would conceive. Thus, Huan, adorned with the custom shiny title, reputation for a stainless steel basin, swaggered down the street amidst the complex gazes of the crowd before heading toward the blacksmith's shop. Chapter 76. Demanding payment in Fian City. Yet, Huan found it somewhat disheartening that the blacksmith in Leosia City was unable to enhance equipment, as this functionality was not available. This meant that players could only begin enhancing their equipment after reaching level 30, and unlocking the portable forging system. It was likely that other features, such as equipment enchanting, would also require players to wait until they reached level 30. For the time being, Huan found himself at a loose end. He opened the financial assistant to check on the status of Shisho the scholar's debt in Fian City, which had not yet been repaid. Well then, since he had some idle time, he might as well go collect the debt. With this thought, he made his way to the teleportation array, paid a small fee, and vanished from sight. Before entering the teleportation array, however, Huan concealed his custom shiny title. This item was only meant for show or to advertise acquisitions and sales, and it was not needed at the moment. So he decided to hide it. This was also Huan's first visit to Fian City. Since leaving the novice village, he had remained in Leosia City. His purpose for coming to Fian City was primarily to collect the debt, while also hoping to familiarize himself with the local customs and perhaps uncover some worthwhile quests. Upon arriving in Fian City, Huan noticed that the architectural style differed from that of Leosia City. The entire city resembled a soaring swallow, and everywhere he looked, he could see swallow nests. Occasionally, swallows flew overhead. It was quite a charming city. After briefly familiarizing himself with his surroundings, he prepared to attend to serious matters. Shisho the Scholar was a second-tier NPC in Fian City. Huan opened the system map to locate him, but the coordinates for Shisho were not marked. With no other option, Huan decided to ask around. Scanning the area, he noticed a player passing by. He swiftly intercepted them. Friend, do you know where NPC Shisho the Scholar is located? The player, dressed as a swordsman, looked at Huan with a bemused expression. You don't know? What do you mean? Huan asked, now equally perplexed. The swordsman chuckled helplessly and explained, "We're all looking for Shisho the scholar." "Oh? We? What do you all need Shisho the scholar for?" Huan inquired. Intrigued. Was Shisho an important NPC? "You don't know this. It seems you're new to Fian City," the swordsman remarked. "Yes, I just arrived." "All right then, follow me." The swordsman gestured for Huan to follow him as they walked down the street. Huan habitually activated his eyes for gold skill to check the player's information. The swordsman was named Mo, level 22, and a Qian Kuan swordmaster. This seemingly unremarkable player turned out to be a hidden class. Could it be that I just randomly intercepted someone on the street and they happened to be a hidden class? Huan silently lamented his luck. It was said that hidden classes were rare. Yet he seemed to encounter them frequently. Just by stopping a passerby, he had stumbled upon a hidden class. Moc led Huan to the right wing of Fian City and then stopped beside a wall on a street. He pointed at the wall and said, "Look." Huan squinted to see what was noteworthy. Upon the wall, a notice was affixed, catching the eye. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a joint proclamation from several NPCs. The notice declared that the scholar Shisho Kai had swindled them out of their money, and they were willing to offer a bounty of 1,000 gold coins for his capture. Accompanying the notice was a portrait of Shisho Kai, depicting a burly man with the physique of a bear. This seemed rather incongruous with the name Shisho Kai. Had he truly deceived them? Was this Shisho Kai also a charlatan? Previously, Huan had presumed Shisho Kai to be a cultured scholar, but it now appeared that he might be akin to Zhang Mazi. A mere con artist. Huan accepted the task. Beside him, Moc inquired, glancing at Huan, "Are you also searching for Shisho Kai? Shall we seek him together and split the reward?" "Sure," Huan nodded. As he was unaware of Shisho Kai's whereabouts, by the way, what do you need him for? To collect a debt? To locate Shisho Kai? It was essential to first ascertain the reason behind his deception. Thus, Huan and Moc sought out one of the NPCs who had posted the notice, the tailor Li Kaifeng. "Dear adventurers, I am the finest tailor in Fian City. How may I assist you?" Li Kaifeng, a tall and slender figure, greeted them in a typical NPC fashion as they approached. "We wish to inquire about Shisho Kai," Moc responded promptly. However, Li Kaifeng seemed to ignore him. Engrossed in his own tasks, Moc's expression darkened, and just as he was about to press further, Huan stepped in with a smile, producing a handful of gold coins and placing them on the counter before Li Kaifeng. "Li Kaifeng, I have a question for you. Oh? It is the esteemed noble. What can I do for you?" Upon seeing the gold coins, Li Kaifeng's demeanor transformed instantly, and he skillfully pocketed the coins. His gaze now affixed on Huan with a grin. This scene only deepened Moc's frown. "Is it really possible to buy NPCs?" he thought, unaware that not everyone could sway NPCs with gold. Huan, being a noble and holding an official position in Leosia City, commanded sufficient reputation to employ such tactics. Money could indeed alter an NPC's disposition. Li Kaifeng. It is the case that Shisho Kai borrowed money from me and has yet to repay it. Do you know where he might be? Noble sir, I am unaware of Shisho Kai's whereabouts. He had previously commissioned me to create a batch of animal traps, yet I have yet to receive payment. Animal traps? Huan pondered. This could be a potential lead. Oh, you might inquire at the blacksmith Wang. I heard that Shisho Kai visited him before his disappearance. With that, Li Kaifeng provided further guidance. Soon after, Huan and Moc arrived at the forge, where they encountered the NPC Wang the blacksmith. After Huan employed his previous tactic with Wang, the blacksmith stated directly, "Shisho Kai ordered a batch of animal catching tools from me, but he has yet to settle the payment." Animal catching tools? Huan's interest peaked once more. It was evident that Shisho Kai was preparing to capture something. Yet, the question remained, where exactly was Shisho Kai now? Having left the blacksmith's shop, Huan and Moc wandered aimlessly through the streets. Though they had surmised Shisho Kai's intentions before his disappearance, they still lacked concrete leads. As Huan contemplated giving up, he suddenly overheard a conversation between two patrolling guards passing by. "Have you heard? The Lingxi mountain has been sighted with Lingxi beasts. I heard it from my cousin's brother. They say the Lingxi beast is a top-tier mount, and many have gone there to try their luck." Though the guards brushed past Huan, he caught their exchange. Turning to Moc, he asked, "Are you familiar with Lingxi mountain?" "Lingxi mountain? Yes, why do you ask?" Moc replied, somewhat surprised. "Let us investigate. Unfamiliar with Fian City, Huan sought a guide." "Well?" Moc hesitated, having missed the guard's conversation. However, He sensed Yi Huan's determination. Lingxi Mountain is a level 30 monster zone, and currently, not many players venture there. If you wish to go, I can lead the way. At present, players typically range from level 20 to 25, rendering the level 30 area largely unexplored by players seeking to level up. Then let us depart. I assure you, I will not let you work for nothing. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Huan and Mo Si exited the city. Fian City bore a resemblance to Leosia City. The further one strayed from the city, the higher the monster level encountered. Yi Huan also noted a peculiar trend. Numerous avian monsters populated the nearby zones, attracting many range classes, particularly archers, to level up in this area. Upon exiting the city, Yi Huan proposed forming a party, to which Mo Si readily agreed. He then looked at Yi Huan with surprise. You are Huan Gu? You know me? This caught Yi Huan off guard. Mo Si nodded and then shook his head. I remember your name from when you cleared the hell-level Lush Valley. I see. Yi Huan realized, recognizing that his televised exploits had made an impression on other players. As they continued, they encountered a flock of monstrous birds. Monster name: Sharp-beaked crane. Monster level: 20. Monster description: a group of cranes with long, pointed beaks that prefer to ambush in swarms. If you encounter them in the wild, remember to shout for help. I'll handle them. Before Yi Huan could summon his guardian, Mo Si charged forward, brandishing 2 swords, one in each hand. He moved with remarkable agility, engaging the descending sharp-beaked cranes in combat. 350-290-310. It turned out that the Qian Kuan sword master wielded dual swords. Yi Huan nodded in approval as he observed Mo Si's combat prowess. Although Mo Si's equipment appeared rather average, his execution with the dual swords was exceptionally sharp and well-coordinated. Qian Kuan Wu Ji, the dual swords in perfect harmony. Mo Si's movements were swift, as one sword thrust forward. The other followed closely behind. With rapid attack speed and commendable damage, Yi Huan silently acknowledged Mo Si's capabilities, feeling inclined to ally with him. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from behind, accompanied by an air of dominance. Hey, this is our leveling spot for the Cloud Wings. You need to level up elsewhere. Yi Huan felt somewhat exasperated. Turning to see a group of approximately 30 players, each marked with the same guild insignia of Cloud Wings. He recognized the leader as an old acquaintance, Yun Xiang, who had emerged from the same novice village as Yi Huan. Upon spotting Yi Huan, Yun Xiang frowned. It's you? Hey, Yun Xiang, you haven't changed a bit. Yi Huan teased him with a smile. The act of monopolizing a leveling area was not uncommon, particularly among members of large guilds who often claimed fixed spots for grinding. Kid, we need to settle our scores today. Yun Xiang's voice was low, and his 30-plus guild members swiftly surrounded Yi Huan. Huan Gu, do you have a grudge with them? Mo Si, having defeated the last sharp-beaked crane, hurried to Yi Huan's side. Earning Yi Huan's regard. Yi Huan shrugged. I may have taken a small boss from them back in the novice village. He then turned to Yun Xiang with an innocent expression. Yun Xiang, are you certain you wish to fight me? Of course, unless you join us in Cloud Wings and become my subordinate. Oh? You wish to recruit me as a subordinate? It seems you are all talk and no substance. Then don't blame me. With Yi Huan's refusal, Yun Xiang waved his hand decisively. Take them down. Come forth, my guardian. With the battle commencing, Yi Huan summoned his guardian without hesitation. Mo Si, despite having just met Yi Huan, stood resolutely by his side with his dual swords drawn, ready to defend him. This act alone solidified Yi Huan's decision to ally with Mo Si. As the confrontation loomed, Yun Xiang's melee fighters surged forward, while the ranged classes in his party readied their attacks. Mo Si, poised with his swords, was prepared to engage, but Yi Huan gestured for him to hold back. There's no need to take action. They are doomed? Huh? Mo Si looked baffled, completely unaware of Yi Huan's reasoning. How could a group of over 30 players be considered doomed? Just as the melee fighters closed in on Yi Huan, a radiant smile emerged on his face. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed in their ears, and a massive black eagle swooped down from the sky, diving into Yun Xiang's group. Monster name: Crimson-eyed black eagle, boss monster level, 20. Monster description: a black eagle with crimson eyes. Possessing extraordinary vision, capable of detecting prey without being noticed, Yi Huan had been aware of the crimson-eyed black eagle's presence since Yun Xiang's group had arrived, thanks to his keen perception, which had elevated him to level 2. With the second-level sight that comes with the ability to see wealth, Huan not only possesses night vision but has also enhanced his eyesight, allowing him to perceive distant objects. This is how he was able to spot the crimson-eyed black eagle in advance. Ah, it's a boss. Everyone, form up. The moment a boss appeared, Yuanxiang disregarded his intention to eliminate Huan and hastily organized his team to prepare for the boss fight. Over 30 players swiftly arranged themselves into formation, with support roles and ranged attackers striking first. Soul Chain, a wizard's crowd control skill. Radiant Energy Ball, one of the few supportive skills of an energy master, not particularly powerful but capable of effectively obscuring the monster's line of sight. In Yuanxiang's team, various skills were unleashed in a flurry. Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed black eagle's attacks were equally fierce. Its sharp claws slashed through the air. 2348 player instantly vanished into a burst of white light. Brother Huan, are we going to fight the boss? MOC's face was brimming with excitement, eager to join the fray. Everyone knows that bosses drop valuable loot. Encountering a boss while grinding in the wild is exhilarating for anyone. No need to rush. This boss is ours for the taking. A mischievous smile crept across Huan's lips as he issued a command to the lucky cat. Then, he beckoned MOC to leave. MOC felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking that Huan was reluctant to engage with this boss. Nevertheless, he followed Huan as he did not stray far, stopping at a short distance. Brother Huan, what's happening? We're about to enjoy the showdown. Huan chuckled softly, saying little more. He was preparing to recreate history and snatch the boss from Yuanxiang once again. Just then, a commotion erupted within Yuanxiang's ranks. Shortly thereafter, voices rose in alarm. What is going on? We can't hold aggro. Hurry, the boss is escaping. What on earth is that cat? It's drawing the boss's aggro away. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Chase after it. Chapter 78. What a lucky cat, Brother Huan. What is happening? As the chaos unfolded in Yuanxiang's team, MOC glanced curiously at Huan. Huan let out another peculiar chuckle. I am about to snatch it from them again. Let us keep moving with that. Huan gestured for MOC to continue running forward. Behind them, the lucky cat was leading the crimson-eyed black eagle in a swift chase. While the frustrated Yuanxiang's team lagged behind, increasingly distance from their quarried IT was inevitable. They were numerous and large targets, easily attracting the attention of nearby monsters. In less than half an hour, they had lost both the crimson-eyed black eagle and the trail of Huan and Mo. Damn it, Brother Huan. Yuanxiang halted, unleashing a furious roar. He certainly recognized the little cat that had drawn away the crimson-eyed black eagle's aggro. It belonged to Huan. This is the second time. He has snatched my boss again. Yuanxiang was genuinely incensed. He had been deprived of a boss by Huan back in the novice village. And now, just when he finally encountered another boss, it was whisked away once more, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Damn it. There's a limit to patience. Yuanxiang could no longer focus on leveling up his team. He immediately rallied players in the guild channel. Yuanxiang, our boss has been stolen. Everyone available, come to Fian City. Coincidentally, both the president and vice president of the Guild of Cloudwings were offline, likely off for a meal. Given Yuanxiang's standing in the guild, many players in the channel promptly expressed their intention to rush over. On the other side, after confirming that Yuanxiang's team had lost the chase, Huan finally stopped with MOC. After a brief wait, the lucky cat led the crimson-eyed black eagle toward them. At this point, the boss still had 60 health and was gradually regenerating. Brother Huan, can we defeat it? MOC expressed some concern. Firstly, he had never fought a boss before. Secondly, he was aware that although his attack speed was fast, his current damage output was not particularly impressive. He also noticed that Huan had high defense and 2 pets, yet he seemed to lack offensive power. Huan was not worried about defeating the boss at all. Rest assured, we can do this. As he spoke, the crimson-eyed black eagle approached, spreading its wings and lunging at Huan with its sharp claws. At that moment, Huan commanded the lucky cat to cease its confusion effect. Guardian of Wealth, go! Huan activated Shadow Step, retreating as the ever-watchful Guardian of Wealth charged forward, dragging a massive iron chest several times its size. Bang! 540 simultaneously, MOC swung his dual swords, targeting the boss's wings. -240 -160 Brother Huan, your pet's attack is astonishing. While attacking, MOC observed the damage dealt by the Guardian of Wealth and was astonished to find its attack power surpassing his own. Not too shabby yourself. It's just that you lack equipment. Ye Huan replied while rummaging through his inventory. Due to the ultimate newbie king's resurrection property, Yi Huan typically stored only the most essential items in the warehouse, leaving other items scattered throughout his bag. After some searching, he indeed found an item suitable for MOC. Bloodstone Bracers, Bronze. Level 20 melee class, increases attack power by 10, with an additional 5 lifesteal effect. Yi Huan had forgotten when he obtained this item, as his inventory was quite full, and he sometimes overlooked items he picked up. MOC. Here's a little welcome gift for you. Yi Huan waved for MOC to come over. Once he approached, Yi Huan directly traded the Bloodstone Bracers to him. Brother Huan, this is too valuable. MOC hesitated to accept, knowing that for players like them who were solo adventurers, equipment was precious and hard to come by. For instance, he currently had no good gear, only a level 15 bronze longsword. Little C, I'm not fond of pretentiousness. Hurry up and take it. Let us deal with this boss swiftly. This MOC glanced at Yi Huan's nonchalant demeanor. Ultimately, he accepted the bracers. After equipping them, he turned and charged towards the crimson-eyed Black Eagle. Though he said nothing, he had already begun to view Yi Huan as an older brother in his heart. With MOC's rapid attack speed, coupled with the occasional lifesteal effect, they formed a perfect combination. 340-310 lifesteal. Under the combined assault of MOC and the Guardian of Wealth, the crimson-eyed Black Eagle's health dwindled rapidly. 58, 50, 42. Naturally, both the Guardian of Wealth and MOC were also losing health at a steady pace, particularly the Guardian of Wealth, whose health was nearly depleted. Hiss. How can the Guardian of Wealth recover health? Yi Huan scratched his head, searching through the Guardian of Wealth's profile, but found no means for it to regain health. Helpless, he ordered the Guardian of Wealth to retreat and cease its attack. As the Guardian of Wealth halted its assault, MOC suddenly felt an increased burden. Although he had gained the lifesteal attribute and could automatically recover health while attacking, the crimson-eyed Black Eagle was still a boss with considerable attack power. Brother Huan, I'm about to reach my limit. Hold on for a bit longer. Yi Huan urged MOC to persevere while sending the Lucky Cat out once more. Before long, the Lucky Cat returned, leading a monster name, Claw Bear, betrayed monster level, 20 monster description. A stout bear with sharp claws, tearing apart prey is its daily routine. It worked. Yi Huan felt a surge of joy. Surprised that the Lucky Cat had proven so effective in such a short time, it had bewitched a monster, causing it to betray. Meow. The Lucky Cat called out, leaping onto Yi Huan's shoulder, seeking praise. What a splendid Lucky Cat. Yi Huan affectionately stroked the Lucky Cat's head in approval. The Claw Bear was somewhat slow in movement but possessed decent attack and defense. With its addition, MOC finally felt a bit more at ease. However, when he glanced at the Lucky Cat, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Such a pet is truly remarkable. Not only can it attract aggro, but it can also cause monsters to betray and assist in battles. The health of the crimson-eyed Black Eagle continued to diminish. 30, 24, 18. However, when the boss's health dropped to a mere 10, it prepared to take flight. This is the most frustrating aspect when dealing with flying monsters. Once their health falls below 10, they have a tendency to flee. Want to escape? Allow me to bestow upon you a little New Year's gift. Yi Huan casually tossed a gold coin, which swiftly transformed into a weighty charm. Gravity. A small buff appeared above the crimson-eyed Black Eagle, its flight instinctively suppressed. In quick succession, MOC, the Claw Bear, and the Guardian of Wealth, which had regained a bit of health, all charged forward. Together, they emptied the remaining health of the crimson-eyed Black Eagle. However, the final blow was dealt by MOC. There was no way around it. His attack speed was simply too swift for Yi Huan to intervene in time. Yet Yi Huan remained unfazed by these matters. In fact, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. It turned out that defeating a boss without spending money was quite exhilarating. Chapter 79. Purchasing a dream for amusement after the demise of the crimson-eyed Black Hawk. Several items were dropped. Simultaneously, a flash of white light enveloped MOC, indicating his level dash up. Yi Huan stepped forward to collect the items dropped by the crimson-eyed Black Hawk. Upon inspection, he discovered that the creature was rather miserly, having only yielded 2 pieces of bronze equipment, both of which were of no use to him or MOC. He casually tossed the gear into his inventory, and the duo continued on their journey. Not long after their departure, Yun Xiang arrived with a group of followers in pursuit. Brother Xiang, They must be heading to Leosia Mountain. Should we continue the chase? Chase, even if we don't level up today? I seek vengeance, but nightfall approaches. What of it? Have the brothers prepare more torches. Leosia Mountain, located in the southeast of Fian City, appeared as a colossal mountain shrouded in mist from afar. The ascent was rather treacherous, and one might say there was virtually no path at all. Huan and his companion had to find suitable footholds on their OW and as time passed. The night in the in-world began to descend. Ding! Friendly reminder. Nighttime is approaching. Players who are leveling up outside, please ensure you have lighting tools. This was the first time Huan had heard such a reminder. Previously, he had always played during the day, and since his online time in the in-world was limited to 8 hours daily, he had yet to experience the nighttime realm. Brother Huan, do you have a torch? No, I'll lend you one. MOC, walking beside him, produced a torch and handed it to Huan. In the in-world, torches were the most common lighting tools. However, for Huan, it was of no consequence whether he used a torch or not. As he possessed night vision capabilities, they pressed on into the mountain. Along the way, they encountered no monsters. After traveling some distance, the surrounding underbrush and trees grew denser, and the ground became strewn with jagged rocks. Brother Huan, there seems to be a light ahead. Mosi suddenly pointed towards a grove up ahead. Huan squinted to see that indeed. There was a glow emanating from the left side of the grove. Was it a campfire? Could there be other players? Intrigued, Huan beckoned Mosi to investigate further. At this moment, their party consisted of just the two of them, along with a claw bear, a fortune cat, and a money keeper. As they approached the grove, illuminated by the flickering flames, they spotted a wounded figure resting against a tree. Upon closer inspection, Huan realized the figure was not a player, but rather an NPC, Shisho Kai. Indeed, the name hovering above this stout NPC's head was none other than Shisho Kai. Haha, Brother Huan, if we capture him, we can exchange him for 1,000 gold coins. Mosi exclaimed, visibly excited and ready to apprehend Shisho Kai. Yet, Huan restrained him, smiling gently. He is worth far more than 1,000 gold coins. Under the curious gaze of Mosi, Huan stepped into the grove. Who goes there? Shisho Kai was startled, but his expression brightened upon recognizing Huan. Master Wealthy? Greetings, Shisho Cai. Huan maintained a calm demeanor, appearing anything but a debt collector. However, Shisho Kai hurriedly began to apologize. Master Wealthy, I sincerely apologize. I intended to repay you on time. Continue, Huan urged, now at ease, and took a seat beside the campfire. The expression on Shisho Kai's face shifted to one of complexity. Tinged with despondency, I had hoped for success this time, but it seems I have failed. I spent the money, and my companions perished. Hearing this, Huan furrowed his brow. It was evident that something unfortunate had befallen Shisho Kai. This was likely a hidden quest. He softened his tone and inquired, what transpired? Speak, and perhaps I can assist you. Thank you, Master Wealthy, Shisho Kai replied with a look of gratitude, then recounted his tale. Not long ago, he had learned that Leosia Mountain was home to the elusive Leosia beast. Seizing the opportunity to profit, he borrowed some money from Huan to assemble a small team. He even commissioned a batch of trapping nets from the tailor's shop and procured some trapping tools from the blacksmith. However, upon venturing into Leosia Mountain, they encountered peril at every turn. Before they could even catch sight of the Leosia beast, their party was annihilated by other monsters. Only Shisho Kai managed to escape with injuries and burdened by debt. He had been too afraid to return, hiding at the mountain's perimeter to recuperate. After listening to Shisho Kai's account, Huan couldn't help but frown again. The Leosia beast. What manner of creature was this? Previously, he had heard a guard mention that it was a mount, but he knew not its specifics or attributes. MOC. What can you tell me about the Leosia beast? Leosia beast? I have no idea. MOC shook his head, indicating his ignorance on the matter. Shisho Kai, as if he had overheard Huan's question, explained, the Leosia beast is a type of mount, each capable of fetching a high price. A mount that indeed holds great value, Huan mused. Nodding inwardly. As of now, there were no mounts listed on the rankings, indicating that none among the players had found one yet. Furthermore, there were no shops and NPC stores dealing in the sale of mounts. This train of thought prompted Huan to consider the lucrative potential of a mount trading business. Alas, sighed Shisho Kai nearby, as if lost in his own musings, I have always harbored a dream. To open a dedicated mount shop, enticing the townsfolk to purchase from me, and those who once looked down upon me, I would refuse to sell to them, infuriating them. Ding. Everyone has dreams. Please select your view on Shishio Kai's aspirations. The sudden system notification left Huan momentarily bewildered. Before him appeared a choice panel. Choice 1. What is a dream? Can it be eaten? Mock Shishio Kai and shatter his fantasies. Choice 2. Those with dreams deserve respect. Thus, assist Shishio Kai in realizing his dream. Choice 3. Dreams are precious, but money is paramount. Purchase Shishio Kai's dream. The three options left Huan in a state of confusion, even causing a bead of sweat to form on his forehead. How was he to choose? Opting for the first choice would mean ridiculing Shishio Kai, potentially shattering his spirit. What if he couldn't handle it and succumb to despair, resulting in his demise? That would mean losing the 1,000 gold coins he owed Huan. Conversely, choosing the second option implied assisting Shishio Kai, which could lead to a quest, but what benefits would Huan gain? Was he merely to receive a token of gratitude? As a wealthy individual, Huan was not inclined to engage in altruism without gain. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the third option, to purchase Shishio Kai's dream. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the hidden quest. Open a mount specialty shop. Quest requirements. 1. Acquire a store's usage rights in Fian City. 2. Invite Shishio Kai to become the agent owner of the mount shop, compensating him with a share of the dream, either in a lump sum of 300,000 gold coins or a 10 share of the profits. 3. At least 3 types of mounts must be gathered for the shop to open. Note, the task is only considered complete when the mount specialty shop successfully opens. Chapter 80. Finding support for the opening. Huan's choice to purchase Shishio Kai's dream activated a hidden quest, but another decision awaited him. Should he pay Shishio Kai the 300,000 gold coins in a lump sum or offer him a 10 share of the profits? A one-time payment might jeopardize Shishio Kai's work ethic. As often, a lack of motivation follows the receipt of funds. Ultimately, Huan resolved to offer Shishio Kai a 10 stake in the business. With ownership, Shishio Kai would likely exhibit a greater commitment to his work, understanding that the more profitable the shop became, the more he would earn. Furthermore, Huan aimed to complete this task swiftly, for if the in-world were to introduce an official mount specialty shop, he would miss the opportunity to profit. Upon making his decision, the previously despondent Shishio Kai appeared rejuvenated, as though he had been imbued with new vitality. Boss, I promise to work diligently and not disappoint your expectations, Shishio Kai asserted, determination etched on his face. This transformation left Leosia in awe. What just happened? Why does this NPC seem like a completely different person? Moreover, the level above Shishio Kai's head had also changed. Indeed, at the moment Huan made his decision, not only did Shishio Kai appear revitalized, but the title above his head also shifted. Shishio Kai, level 30, top-tier NPC of Leosia City. Though he had yet to acquire the title of agent owner of the mount shop, both his level and status had undeniably risen. Fascinating. Huan stroked his chin, contemplating his next steps. To establish a mount specialty shop, one must possess resources. Yet, as the future proprietor, he currently had no mounts of his own. Shishio Kai, aside from the Lingxi beast, are there any other mounts in Lingxi Mountain? Boss, there are other beasts in Lingxi Mountain that can be used as mounts, though none are as prestigious as the Lingxi beast. That's fine. Our goal is simply to gather 3 distinct mounts. Indeed, my esteemed boss, it is imperative that we first assemble a beast hunting team. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. In response to Shishio's suggestion, Huan naturally expressed his agreement. However, upon glancing at his remaining gaming time, which was just over an hour, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a handful of gold coins and handing them to Shishio. Use these coins to settle your debts and then form a beast hunting team. Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave now, Shishio said, his face brimming with gratitude as he accepted the coins and hurried down the mountain. The sum Huan provided was substantial, several tens of thousands of gold coins. This amount was more than sufficient for Shishio to clear his debts and recruit a cadre of skilled individuals to establish the beast hunting team. Watching Shishio's departing figure, Huan gradually fell into deep contemplation. Establishing a mount specialty store was indeed a significant undertaking. Currently, the news of mounts available at Lingxi Mountain had not yet spread. But should it become known, powerful factions would undoubtedly intervene, perhaps even monopolizing the market. Thus, Huan realized he needed to find a few allies. Opening his friends list, he discovered that Mu Sisi was still online, prompting him to send a private message. Brother Huan, President Mu, you're still online at this late hour? Mu Sisi, indeed, I'm leveling up with my team. What is up, Brother Huan? I have something to discuss. Let us meet. I'm Mu Sisi. Meeting a girl at night? What are your intentions, Brother Huan? Well, if you're not coming, then forget it, Mu Sisi. Fine. I'll meet you at Xian Kalu in 10 minutes. At present, Xian Kalu had become the most renowned tavern in Leosia City, thriving due to its unique dishes that possessed special attributes. When Huan returned to Xian Kalu with MOC, he found the establishment ablaze with lights, even more bustling than during the day, with performances taking place in the open space outside. It was astonishing to discover how vibrant the nightlife in the in-world was. Brother Huan, my time is up. I'm logging off now. See you tomorrow, MOC greeted Huan before exiting the game. Meanwhile, Yunxiang and his companions were fervently tracking Huan. However, upon reaching the foot of Lingxi Mountain, he received a private message from President Yunjuzai. Yunjuzai, Yunxiang, return at once. Someone has spotted Brother Huan in Leosia City. Yunxiang was taken aback, fury coursing through him as he trembled with rage. After pursuing for so long, he never expected that Brother Huan had already returned to the city to enjoy himself. Damn it, Brother Huan. We shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. What should we do now, boss? Let us return to level up and send someone to keep an eye on that brat. The moment he exits the city, we shall eliminate him. In a private room at Xian Kalu, the three sisters of the Mu family had already arrived. Brother Huan, you've come. Mu Dudu greeted him warmly, taking the initiative to welcome him. Huan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the Mu sisters before taking a seat. His decision to collaborate with the Mu family was largely influenced by Mu Chang'e. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? Why let the fertile waters flow to outsiders? Brother Huan, you called us here at such a late hour. Surely there is something significant you wish to discuss." Mu Sisi inquired with a gentle smile, her voice soft. Yet, Huan was acutely aware that she was quite cunning, far from the gentle facade she presented. He had no intention of beating around the bush. "Do you wish to acquire mounts?" "Absolutely," Mu Dudu exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "Brother Huan, do you have mounts available?" Huan sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Not at the moment." Mu Sisi raised an eyebrow. "Not at the moment. Does that imply you will have them soon?" Huan chuckled and briefly outlined his plans to the Mu sisters, omitting specific details about the location and his intention to open a mount specialty store. He merely indicated that he knew where mounts could be found and needed Shan Mu Fengyun's assistance to handle other guilds. "Hemph. You expect us, Shen Mu Fengyun, to act as your muscle?" Mu Lala's tone turned slightly frosty. Interpreting Huan's intentions as an attempt to use them, Huan smiled faintly. "After all this time, when have I ever mistreated your family?" Beside him, Mu Dudu immediately chimed in. "Exactly. I know Brother Huan treats us very well. If not for the fact that you look different from our little brother, I would have thought you were him." She added, "By the way, Brother Huan, why do I feel you resemble Yi Cheng just a tad?" Dudu, let us focus on the matter at hand. No more teasing," Mu Sisi interjected, signaling her sisters to behave. She then turned her serious gaze towards Huan. "Are you not concerned that we might discover the location and go after mounts ourselves?" Hearing this, Huan smiled nonchalantly. "Do you possess beast-catching nets?" Not at the moment," Mu Sisi admitted, shaking her head. The beast-catching net was a tool specifically designed for players to capture mounts, necessitating players to reach level 30 and forge it within their personal crafting system. Hence, players could not capture mounts unless they obtained mount eggs to hatch from the start. Realizing this, Mu Sisi nodded. "All right, we can help you clear out the other guilds, but if you obtain mounts, you must share a portion with us." Agreed, it's a deal. With the terms settled, Huan's time had also run out, so he bid farewell to the Mu sisters and logged off. Upon returning to the real world, Huan found himself drenched in sweat. Moreover, this time, the gold coin he wore seemed to emit a faint glow. Chapter 81. The voice from the coin. What is happening? Huan sprang up in surprise. The coin was glowing. This was a first. He felt momentarily bewildered. Then, he grasped the coin tightly in his hand. The next moment, a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. "Fusion rate. 10. Who? Who is speaking?" Huan exclaimed, quickly scanning his surroundings. There was no one else in the room besides him. Yet, He was certain he had heard that voice. The coin in his hand returned to normal, no longer glowing, yet the enigmatic voice continued to reverberate in his mind. Fusion rate 10? What on earth does this mean? That night, Huan found himself unable to sleep. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, occasionally picking up the coin to examine it. Regrettably, the strange voice did not return, nor did the coin glow again. In the morning, Huan was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. "Hey, Huan dog, get up for breakfast? Coming." Huan tidied himself up and opened the door to find Muchanga, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, already ready with breakfast. Why Huan couldn't quite fathom why she chose to keep her hair long. He saw no appeal in it. During breakfast, Huan recounted the events of the previous night to Muchanga. Upon hearing his tale, she wore a peculiar expression. "Huan dog, you're not suggesting you've played the game so much that you're experiencing auditory hallucinations, are you?" "Impossible," Huan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Initially, he too had thought he was suffering from auditory hallucinations due to excessive gaming, but he was confident that it was not the game system's voice, but rather something entirely different. "Have you noticed any changes in your body?" Muchanga inquired. Wai Huan took a moment to assess himself and shook his head. "None, except I was drenched in sweat when I logged out." "Another sweat episode? You're not suffering from kidney deficiency, are you?" "Get lost? You're the one with kidney deficiency. Your entire family is. Then why do you keep sweating?" "I haven't experienced such a thing," Muchanga remarked, unconsciously rubbing her arm, continuing, "but I've often felt a warmth emanating from my fish rod tattoo." Her words caused Huan to furrow his brow slightly. He then speculated that perhaps his situation differed from Muchanga's. "By the way, Huan dog, when are you coming to Mingyue City to visit me?" "Another time," Huan replied tersely before retreating to his room. In the living room, Muchanga's mouth twitched slightly. "Damn it, am I expected to wash the dishes again?" Welcome back to the N-world. After completing his online classes, Huan logged into the game shortly after 10 in the morning. Money tree. Gold coins 650. Fortune cat. With a flick of its paw, it summoned 780 gold coins. Currently, Huan could simply rely on the money tree and fortune cat to earn a modest living without needing to engage in any activities. Upon logging in, he received a private message notification. "NPC, Shishio has left you a message." "Oh? NPCs can leave messages for players." Huan was taken aback and casually opened the message. Shishio's note was straightforward, stating that he had established a beast hunting team and was waiting for him outside Fian City. Huan was unable to reply to Shishio's message and could only ask him to wait as Musisi sent him a private message. "Musisi, are you free today? Would you like to join us for a dungeon run?" "Brother Huan." "Which dungeon?" "Musisi. Green Forest Valley. The other two dungeons are too high level." After contemplating for a moment, Huan ultimately declined Musisi's invitation. He had already completed that dungeon, and repeating it held no appeal. Moreover, the rewards for a second run were significantly diminished. However, he promised Musisi that he would join them for other dungeons in the future. The 3 dungeons in Leosia City required a minimum level of 20 for Green Forest Valley, 30 for Death Mine, and a range of 40 to 50 for Red Cloud Cliff. Huan had no desire to waste time or gold coins at this juncture. As for the other main cities, he had yet to familiarize himself with their dungeon situations, but he assumed they were likely occupied by other factions as well. The myriad factions in the world of N are overwhelming. Essentially, each guild opts for a primary city as their main hub for development. Glancing at his friends list, Huan noticed that several of his friends were online. He sent private messages to those who had not yet joined a guild. Kuang Dao, Nanran, Li Mengxi, and Wangong Shichanga. Subsequently, Huan made an online call to Xiamo along with his newly acquainted companion Moc. The 7 of them convened in Fian City half an hour later. "What shall we do today?" Kuang Dao asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Where on earth did you get that cigarette?" Huan inquired. Astonished, "I bought it in Leosia City. I must say, this game is astoundingly realistic. Even cigarettes exist." Kuang Dao replied, "I don't smoke in reality, but I suppose I could try it in the game." Huan admitted, unsure of how to respond, even considering asking Kuang Dao for a puff. However, Kuang Dao interjected, "I only have one. What? Do cigarettes sell by the stick in this game?" "Not only that, but there's also a real name system. Each person can only purchase one a day. However, that one can last for most of the day." "All right then," Huan said, at a loss for words. "It was then that Xiamo, curious, asked, 'Brother Huan, Why did you gather us here? Huan smiled mysteriously. I called you all here for something good. You'll find out soon enough. TSK, always playing the mysterious card, Li Mengshi pouted, now comfortable enough to joke around with the group. They then exited Fian City, unaware that a player from the Cloud Wings Guild had been stealthily tailing them. Outside Fian City, Huan encountered Shishoutsai, who had undergone a transformation. His injuries had healed, and he was accompanied by a dozen NPCs, all equipped with various hunting tools. Are we going hunting? Nin Ran asked, his curiosity piqued. He felt that Huan was becoming increasingly enigmatic, always managing to procure unusual quests. Something like that. You'll understand shortly. Huan continued to play coy. He then signaled for everyone to proceed. After about half an hour, they had completely left the vicinity of Fian City. At this point, Huan instructed Shishoutsai to lead his group to wait at the entrance of Lingxi Mountain while he deliberately slowed his pace. He was waiting for someone. Sure enough, after a brief interval, a group of aggressive players appeared behind them. It was the Cloud Wings Guild. What do they want? Xiaomo's expression darkened, and the others instinctively assumed a battle stance. From the moment they left the city, Huan had sensed someone was following them and deduced it must be the Cloud Wings. As expected, it was indeed them, led by Yun Feiyang, Brother Huan. Long time no see, Yun Feiyang greeted with a smile. If it weren't for the imposing group of players behind him, one might have mistaken him for a friend of Huan's. They had crossed paths during the Shenmue Fengyun Guard mission, where Yun Feiyang had been taken down by a joint effort from Kuang Dao and Mu Lala. What a typical smiling tiger, Huan smirked, internally scoffing, while outwardly feigning friendliness. If it isn't Brother Feiyang. Are you out here leveling up with your crew? Leveling up? Spare me the pretense. Before Yun Feiyang could respond, Yun Xiang interjected, especially upon noticing Wan Gong Shichanga beside Huan, who was also his adversary from a previous encounter. Oh? And what brings you all here? Huan shrugged, maintaining an innocent facade. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly, surveying the others beside Huan. It's quite simple. I'm here to request 2 individuals. As he spoke, he pointed at Kuang Dao and Wan Gong Shichanga. Brother Huan, if you hand them over, the rest of you may leave. What was this? A threat? Simultaneously, he sought to sow discord among Huan's companions. Should Huan acquiesce, he would be forever branded a traitor to his friends. Conversely, should he refuse, it would provide them with a pretext to attack. One had to admit, Yun Feiyang's tactic was exceedingly ruthless. Nevertheless, Huan merely smiled serenely. He turned to Kuang Dao and Wan Gong Shichanga. What do you think? The last time we faced them, our gear wasn't up to par. This time, I could take Yun Feiyang down myself, Kuang Dao remarked, implying confidence in his strength. As for Wan Gong Shichanga, she shrugged at if I could kill him once, I can do it 100 times. Her meaning was clear. If she could defeat Yun Xiang once, she could do so repeatedly. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Huan grinned, summoning his greed merchant while dismissing the wealth cat. After logging off yesterday, he had to re-enchant the raptor bear, which had been bewitched into betrayal by the wealth deity. Huan's actions made Yun Feiyang's brow furrow slightly. He then smiled at his comrades. Since Brother Huan wishes to spar, let us accompany him in this endeavor. Brothers, do not hold back. Indeed, the smiling tiger even couched his murderous intent in grandiloquent words. What are we waiting for? Let us engage. Huan tossed a gold coin, which swiftly transformed into a colossal New Year's gift. A small buff appeared above Yun Xiang's head. Gravity. Whoosh, in quick succession. Wan Gong Shichanga loosed 3 arrows that sliced through the air, striking Yun Xiang directly. 450-380-620 Yun Xiang was downed. Damn it! Come forth, Earth Black Bear. Seeing Yun Xiang fall, Yun Feiyang was enraged and summoned his Earth Black Bear. The other members of Cloud Wings charged forward. Huan chuckled and nodded at his companions. In an instant, each of the 7 produced several hamburgers, homemade burgers from Lao Ba, as fate would have it. When Huan left the Xian Ku building that morning, he had encountered Exine Ba, who was preparing to embark on a quest, and had requested some of his homemade burgers for protection. Little did he expect to use them so soon. These fools, are they planning to be gluttons before they meet their end? A bunch of idiots. Annihilate them. Charge for Brother Xiang's revenge. Kill. Many in Cloud Wings had never seen Lao Ba's homemade burgers before and thought Huan's group was merely intimidated. However, some recognized the power of these burgers and instinctively halted. What the hell? These are not ordinary burgers. Everyone, stop. You're courting death. These burgers explode. Quickly, stop, or we'll be blown to bits. Alas, their warnings were drowned out by the battle cries. Boom, boom, boom. Dash 600 minus 840 minus 900 minus 750. As the homemade burgers were hurled, large swathes of damage values erupted among the Cloud Wings ranks. Simultaneously, the white light of death shone repeatedly as players fell one after another. This spectacle left Yun Feiyang's lips twitching. He was well aware of the potency of the homemade burgers, having believed them to be exclusive to the Mu family. Now it appeared he had miscalculated. The burgers used by the Mu family were likely acquired from Huan. Wow, Brother Huan, this is incredible. Indeed, it's like a grenade. Li Mengshi and Imosi were awestruck by the power of the homemade burgers. Yi Huan wore a wry smile. While the burgers were formidable, they were costly. He had acquired over 20 from Xian Ba that morning, only to be extorted for several thousand gold coins. They were powerful but came with the risk of gaining notoriety. Beside him, Nan ran, bemused, reminded everyone, and it was then they realized they had all turned red-named. All 7 bore crimson names, particularly Yi Huan, whose name appeared drenched in blood, having thrown the most accurately. Never mind. Let us finish them off first, Yi Huan declared, signaling for the attack to commence. Having exhausted their supply of homemade burgers, which had already taken out over 130 players from Cloud Wings, even those remaining were left with injuries. Yi Huan's greed merchant, Nan Rant's corpse slave, along with Mo-Si and Kuang Dao, charged forth to finish off the wounded players. Li Mengshi hesitated momentarily, but upon glancing at her crimson name, she steeled her resolve. Wind Fire Wheel, Wind Fire Wall, especially the Wind Fire Wall. It was an area attack skill, and when unleashed upon a group of weakened healers, its effects were devastating. The healers, caught off guard, could not heal themselves in time and were incinerated by Li Mengshi's Wind Fire Wall. With her level 25 golden weapon, the floating willow staff, Li Mengshi's attack power surged significantly. The potency of the Wind Fire Wall was exponentially greater than before. After unleashing it, Li Mengshi's name became even redder than Yi Huan's, leaving her feeling utterly exasperated. This is my first time being red-named, and it's so exaggerated. Oh dear, I'm a good child. Damn it! Yun Feiyang was beside himself with frustration. They had over 200 players surrounding 7, yet here they were, with only a handful left on his side while the opposing 7 remained unscathed. Seeing defeat looming, Yun Feiyang was determined to take at least one down with him. His gaze swept across the battlefield, locking onto Yi Huan as his target. In his view, Yi Huan was quite similar to his summoner profession. Relying on pets for combat. Earth Black Bear, eliminate him, Yun Feiyang commanded the Earth Black Bear. The bear, which was attacking Kuang Dao, instantly shifted its target and charged towards Yi Huan. Meow. A familiar cat's meow echoed. The lucky cat had returned, followed by a claw bear roar. The claw bear let out a fierce roar, directly confronting the Earth Black Bear. What was happening? Yun Feiyang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why a wild creature would appear at this moment to attack his Earth Black Bear. However, when he saw the name above the claw bear's head, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Claw bear, traitor, being distracted during a fight is never a good thing, came a teasing voice from behind. Yun Feiyang instinctively turned around, only to see a flash of blade light. 1230. You have been killed by player Kuang Dao. Yun Feiyang was defeated. Having just acquired a level 25 golden weapon, Kuang Dao's combat power soared to new heights, swiftly ending Yun Feiyang's life and sending him back to revive. As anticipated, Wan Gong Shi Changyi once again shot down Yun Xiang. Meanwhile, Kuang Dao single-handedly annihilated Yun Feiyang once more. As for Yi Huan, he was overjoyed, continuously receiving notifications about earning gold coins. Chapter 83. All red names. This battle was incredibly fierce. However, fierce only described the team of Yun Ji. Initially, their 200 members marched in a grandiose manner. Yet they were ultimately wiped out by Yi Huan and his 7 companions. Of course, Yi Huan's group faced troubles as well. All 7 of them had turned red, and quite vividly so. They would need to spend several days in the wild to recover. Gather your belongings, we should leave this place. Yi Huan urged everyone to collect their loot, as the ground was strewn with equipment. Don't pick up the white gear. There's too much, and it will only increase our burden. After a thorough sweep, the 7 of them, now with red names, vanished from the scene. Not long after they departed, some idle players began to appear one after another. These players had been lurking nearby, watching the spectacle, and now they emerged to scavenge for loot. Wow! I found a bronze piece. I hit the jackpot. Even these white items can be sold at the shop for some money. Those 7 are incredible. Indeed! 7 against 200, and they wiped them all out. That's astonishing. I noticed that many among those 7 are experts in clearing the hell-level dungeons of Lucian City. So, it's them. No wonder they're so formidable. Quickly, everyone move fast. The people from Yunji are likely to return soon. After scavenging, these idle players quickly fled, leaving no items behind at the resurrection point of Fian City. Yun Feiyang's face no longer bore the usual smile. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage, muttering curses under his breath. Beside him, Yun Xiang wasn't faring any better. He was the first to fall, having witnessed none of the ensuing battle. Yun Feiyang, Yun Xiang. What on earth are you two doing? Get over here, now. The roar of the guild leader, Yun Zhuzai, echoed through the Yunji guild channel. Losing levels and equipment for 200 players was a significant issue. Players were currently in a developmental phase, and all guilds were striving to level up and complete quests. The actions of Yun Feiyang and his team had directly caused a considerable drop in the rankings of the Yunji guild. And it was no wonder Yun Zhuzai was infuriated. Simultaneously, news of the 200 members of Yunji being wiped out by 7 players spread rapidly among the elites. Shenmu Fengyun, Mu Cc. Brother Huan is mighty. 7 people took down 200 of Yunji, 4 Seasons Alliance. Jiuzhan, Yunji is utterly useless. If it were our 4 Seasons Alliance, 700 wouldn't be a problem. Wilderness Tribe, Xingtian, Yunji's ranking has plummeted again, almost falling into the 2nd tier. This serves as a warning. Tell the brothers below to avoid trouble and focus on leveling. Dream Empire, Ming Wuya. Is it Brother Huan again? I'd really like to find an opportunity to meet him. Prosperous Leaf City, Yi Chung. Everyone, keep leveling up. Zishu Wuyo, Zishu. Who is Brother Huan? Penguin Legend, Teng Shun. I'll contact Brother Huan immediately. I want to recruit him, no matter the cost. Ant Legion, Jack Yun. Brother Huan? Is he more formidable than Green Hat Hero? Have you found any news about Green Hat Hero? At the entrance of Lingxi Mountain, Huan and his 7 companions sprinted along a route devoid of players. After all, they were all red names now and couldn't afford to expose their positions recklessly. However, along the way, Huan received numerous private messages inquiring about what had transpired and whether they needed assistance. It seemed the news had already spread. Let us take a break, Huan suggested, as the group was feeling fatigued after running for a while. He also encouraged them to sort through their loot. Huan's spoils were, of course, gold coins. Many players had fallen to the hands of the money keeper today. Huan had earned a staggering 11,000 gold coins. Yes, that was indeed 110,000 gold coins. All obtained from the players killed by the money keeper. Although the money keeper could only loot a maximum of 10,000 gold coins at present, with the recent introduction of recharge options, players generally had more money now. Even if they didn't recharge themselves, joining a guild provided a salary. After some discussion, they equipped what they could use, while the unusable gear was all traded to Nan Ran, who served as the team's equipment manager, responsible for gathering the spoils. Moreover, Nan Ran's bag space was similar to Huan's, thanks to an expansion item Huan had previously gifted him. That was exhilarating, Emosi exclaimed, still caught up in the excitement of the recent battle. But we're all red names now, Li Mingxi said with a bemused expression. What is there to fear about being red names? Kuang Dao continued polishing his unforgiven blade. Huan suddenly recalled something and interjected. You might not know this, but Kuang Dao should be the first red-named player in the game, right? Huan was not boasting. Back in the novice village, Kuang Dao had indeed turned red. However, his words made Kuang Dao, who was polishing the unforgiven blade, pause momentarily. He then nodded. That's right. I was the first red-named player in the game and even received a title. Really? What title? What attributes does it have? Huan's interest was piqued, as Kuang Dao had never mentioned this before. Kuang Dao hesitated for a moment, noticing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, before finally revealing 2 words, Madman. As he spoke, Kuang Dao displayed his title. Above his red name, there indeed was a Madman title. What about the attributes? Title should have some attributes, right? When red named, all attributes are doubled. Also, if I manage to kill 10,000 players, I can directly upgrade to the madman profession. Silence fell, mingled with astonishment among the crowd. Nan Yong Xiaji exclaimed, "Wow, that's too cool. So you currently have double attributes?" Li Mingxi said, "Kuang Dao, you're amazing." Wan Gong Shicheng Yi. It seems that no matter what, being first grants some attribute title. Qian Ruoxiamo. The madman must be a hidden profession, right? Yi Huan nodded, yes, the madman is a hidden profession. And according to Kuang Dao, as long as he kills enough players, he can directly upgrade to madman without starting over. Kuang Dao, rarely bashful, scratched his head and explained, actually, this is also thanks to Brother Huan and Mu Dudu. Recalling the past, Yi Huan, Kuang Dao, and Mu Dudu had seized the boss from Yun Xiang and others. During that battle, Kuang Dao had turned red, thus earning the madman title. However, killing 10,000 people seems quite daunting. Right? Xiaomo posed a crucial question. Kuang Dao was a melee fighter, lacking area attack skills like Li Ming 11. To kill 10,000 players would likely take a considerable amount of time. Kuang Dao shrugged, it doesn't matter. I'll take it as it comes, after all, the blade master profession isn't too shabby either. Yi Huan stood up and patted Kuang Dao on the shoulder. No worries, we have plenty of time. Afterward, Yi Huan turned to the others. Aren't you curious why I brought you here? We won't be returning to the city for several days unless each of us obtains a mount. Chapter 84. Capturing mounts? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Their gazes fixed on Yi Huan. Although the mount system had been activated, it seemed that no one had managed to acquire a mount thus far. Now Yi Huan claimed that they would not return to the city until each of them secured a mount. Was he boasting, or did he truly have a way to obtain mounts? I inadvertently received a hidden quest. You'll understand more about it later. Now, let us go meet with Shishio Kai and the others. Yi Huan couldn't find a way to explain it to everyone, so he simply gestured for them to set off. Inadvertently acquiring a hidden quest? The group collectively rolled their eyes. Everyone knew the difficulty of triggering hidden quests. Yet for Yi Huan, it seemed as effortless as daily tasks. Yi Huan preferred not to elaborate, mainly because he didn't know how to begin. After reuniting with Shishio Kai and the others, the group entered Lingxi Mountain. Lingxi Mountain was vast, and exploring the entire area would likely take several days. Yi Huan and his companions were not in a hurry. They followed the NPCs led by Shishio and embarked on their beast-catching journey. Lingxi Mountain was teeming with monsters, all of which were above level 30. More importantly, not all creatures could be tamed as mounts. Thus, throughout their journey, Yi Huan and his group were tasked with clearing a path by defeating monsters, while Shishio's beast-catching team searched for targets. Soon, they encountered a pack of level 30 wild wolves. The 7 of them swiftly charged forward and engaged in battle. The notorious red-named Kuang Dao wielded the highest attack power in the team, inflicting damage of approximately 1,500 to 2,000 with each strike against the ordinary level 30 monsters. This made MOC, also a melee class, quite envious. Despite being a hidden class, his dual swords did not compare to the might of the red-named Kuang Dao. Blade Slash, 1800. The last wild wolf's health bar was depleted. Nan Ran stepped forward to collect the loot. Just as everyone prepared to advance, a member of the NPC beast-catching team suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Mounts ahead, everyone get ready. Huh? A mount has appeared. Yi Huan and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly moved closer. Before them, amidst a chaotic rocky terrain, stood a colossal black-furred wolf with red eyes, viciously tearing apart its prey, which was already in a pitiful state. Yi Huan's eyes gleamed at the sight of potential treasure, and he charged forward. Monster name: Red-Eyed Giant Wolf. Monster level: 30. Monster description: the solitary red-eyed giant wolf, which has the potential to be tamed as a mount, provided it can be defeated. Whoa, is this a mount? It should be, right? None of them had ever encountered a mount before, so they were uncertain of the taming process. At that moment, Shishio, who had been mostly silent, suddenly addressed Yi Huan. Boss, to capture the beast, we must first defeat it. Please reduce its health to below 10%. Understood. Leave it to you. Yi Huan nodded in agreement and then instructed the others nearby. Let's lower this giant wolf's health to 10%. Got it. The group replied in unison and swiftly surrounded the red-eyed giant wolf. They employed various tactics to whittle down its health to below 10%. Retreat. At Yi Huan's command, everyone fell back. Shishio then waved his hand, and the beast-catching team rushed forward. Utilizing their trapping tools, they successfully subdued the weakened red-eyed giant wolf. Soon after, Shishiotsai produced an empty mount token and directed it at the red-eyed giant wolf. In the next moment, the wolf vanished from sight, drawn into the mount token, which now bore the image of the red-eyed giant wolf. Mount token, empty. This item can be purchased from a blacksmith. And it is quite inexpensive. Boss, we caught one. Shishiotsai gleefully approached, holding the mount token. Huan accepted the token and examined its attributes. Mount name. Red-eyed giant wolf. Mount level, 30. Mount grade. Ordinary, can be evolved. Mount talent. Pounce intimidation. New talents can be learned as levels and grades increase. Mount combat skills. None. Insufficient intimacy between player and mount prevents the acquisition of combat skills. Mount attributes. Increases the owner's health by 5, speed by 5, and attack by 5 during combat. Mount requirements. Player must be level 30 and learn basic riding skills. Did we succeed? Huan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated capturing a mount so swiftly. However, upon inspecting the attributes of the red-eyed giant wolf, he felt somewhat disheartened. It was evident that the red-eyed giant wolf was merely an ordinary mount. How is it? What are the attributes? The others quickly gathered around, eager to learn about the red-eyed giant wolf's stats. Huan shrugged and posted the attributes in the team chat. Kuang Dao. Attributes are average, but it's better than having nothing. Li Mengshi. Just an ordinary grade. Huh. Qian Ruo Xiamo. Let's keep it for now. After all, none of us are level 30 yet. After some discussion, they decided to hold onto the red-eyed giant wolf since none had reached level 30. Huan nodded and placed the pet token into his inventory. He planned to open a mount specialty shop in the future, and even ordinary mounts could be sold for a profit. Although the red-eyed giant wolf's attributes were lackluster, it boosted everyone's confidence, proving that mounts could indeed be acquired in Lingxi Mountain. Thus, their enthusiasm grew. The 7 of them, accompanied by a dozen NPCs, formed a beast-catching team and continued their search in Lingxi Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Four Seasons Alliance conference room, Qiu Zhan surveyed the attendees, all of whom were disciples sent by various families within the Alliance to the in-world. Soon, Qiu Zhan frowned, clearly displeased. Has Xiamo not arrived again? In a corner, another disciple of the Xia family, Xiaoming, who was Xiamo's cousin, lifted his eyelids. Does my little sister need to report her whereabouts to you? Impudent! Qiu Zhan slammed his hand on the table. Xiaoming, I am the representative president of the Four Seasons Alliance, overseeing all matters of the Alliance in the in-world. I advise you to show me some respect. Respect? Do you deserve it? Xiaoming scoffed, about to retort further when he was interrupted by those nearby. Everyone had long since become accustomed to such scenes. The Four Seasons Alliance was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface, particularly between the Xia and Qiu families, who were at odds due to potential marriage arrangements. Qiu Zhan was overly arrogant and loved to boast, which did not endear him to the Xia family. With a huff, Qiu Zhan sat down and resumed the meeting. The board has issued an order for us to swiftly secure a guild residence, so I will apply for one this weekend. As for which main city to build it in, let us vote on it. You're the guild leader. You should decide for yourself. Others echoed this sentiment, suggesting that Qiu Zhan should make the decision. While they often disapproved of him, he was still the president of the Four Seasons Alliance, and they felt some respect was due. Very well, then we shall choose Mingyue City. Additionally, everyone should strive to level up quickly to reach level 30, so we can refresh dungeons and capture mounts. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 85. Discovery of the treasure location. In the following 2 days, Huan and his companions remained in Lingxi Mountain, battling monsters and capturing mounts, with the assistance of Shishiotsai and his NPCs. Huan's inventory already contained over a dozen usable mount tokens. However, the majority were of ordinary grade, with a few of superior quality and 3 rare grade mounts allocated to Nan Ran, Wangong Shichang'a, and MOC. Currently, the mount grades were classified as ordinary, superior, rare, epic, and legendary. The distribution of mounts among Huan's group was based on their compatibility with each person's attributes. For instance, Nan Ran's mount possessed a combat skill that enhanced curses, significantly amplifying the power of her curse spells. Likewise, Wangong Shichang's mount had an attribute that extended shooting range, enabling him to shoot farther. In Huan's own words, their search for mounts did not require the best ones, but rather those that were most suited to their respective classes. Ding! Server announcement. Player Yi Chung is the first to reach level 30. Reward. Reputation 300, 1 level 30 golden weapon of their class. Triggered Hall of Fame challenge. If they maintain the top rank on the leaderboard for 48 hours, they will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. Ding! Server announcement. Ding! Server announcement. The sudden system announcements left everyone momentarily stunned. Wow, Yi Chung is indeed a leveling maniac. It's unlikely anyone will surpass him in 48 hours. He should be the first to enter the Hall of Fame. Indeed. I just wonder what benefits come with entering the Hall of Fame. There must be benefits, but we probably don't qualify. I want to join Shangshi Yi Chung. I wonder if they are still recruiting. I want to join too. Having a level 1 leader seems quite appealing. Ding! System announcement. The Four Seasons Alliance has applied for a guild residence. Mingyue City, Wangyue Valley. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the system will initiate a monster siege against Wangyue Valley. We hope that players from the Four Seasons Alliance can defend the residence. Ding! System announcement. Ding! System announcement. As if the players had gathered intentionally, just as the system announced the Four Seasons Alliance's application for a guild residence, the system voice rang out again. Ding! System announcement. The Shangshi Yichang Guild has applied for a guild residence. Mingyue City, Guanyue Platform. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the system will initiate a monster siege against Guanyue Platform. We hope that players from Shangshi Yichang can defend the residence. Ding! System announcement. Ding! System announcement. What is happening? All players were bewildered. Both guilds had applied for guild residences on the same day. What was more concerning was that they both intended to establish their residences in Mingyue City. Those familiar with Mingyue City's information knew that Wangyue Valley and Guanyue Platform were separated by just a river, with a leveling spot nearby. Upon hearing the system announcements, Qiu Zhan was furious, trembling with rage. Damn Yi Chung! What is he trying to do? Brother Qiu, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for us, said Chun Tsulai, raising an eyebrow. After a brief exchange, a wicked smile appeared on Qiu Zhan's face. Excellent. This could serve a dual purpose. I will contact them immediately. After finishing his words, Qiu Zhan hurriedly contacted others. Simultaneously, the leaders of other guilds convened their high-level members for an emergency meeting. The recent series of system announcements had instilled a sense of crisis among the other prominent figures. The Hall of Fame. The guild residents. These are coveted assets that everyone desires. They were acutely aware that the time had come for them to make a choice, to ignore the situation, to seize their guild's residence, or to assist one of the factions involved. Such matters certainly warranted their contemplation and discussion. Meanwhile, far away in Lingxi Mountain, Huan and his companions had also heard or seen the system announcements. Moc remarked, tomorrow promises to be quite the spectacle. Kuang Dao added, Yi Chung is truly a leveling fanatic. Li Mengxi inquired, Brother Huan, Brother Kuang Dao, when will you both enter the Hall of Fame? Nanyong Xiaji suggested, tomorrow's Mingyue City will surely be bustling. Should we go and take a look? After all, my red name will soon fade away. Wangong Shichengyi asserted. Of course we should go. I have no fondness for the Four Seasons Alliance. As they discussed these matters, Huan turned his gaze towards Xiamo, who must be feeling quite conflicted at that moment. On one side was her family, and on the other, her cousin's family. It was uncertain whom she would choose to support. Sensing Huan's gaze, Xiamo glanced at him and shrugged helplessly, undoubtedly believing her cousin was behind this predicament. What you mean is, Huan seemed to grasp the situation. Yi Chung had no real need to act this way, considering he had just reached level 30 and secured a spot in the Hall of Fame challenge. As long as he did not lose a level or get overtaken by others within the next 48 hours, he would enter the Hall of Fame. Yet, he chose to apply for a guild residence right next to the one requested by the Four Seasons Alliance. This indicated a desire for revenge against Xiamo and a wish to provoke the Four Seasons Alliance. Quite interesting. Yi Huan suddenly found Yi Chung to be quite intriguing. At least he was loyal and willing to stand up for his cousin. Xiamo, if the Four Seasons Alliance loses in the in-world, your family should be affected, right? There will be some impact. Though the greatest effect will fall on the Qiu family, as they have invested significantly in Qiuzhan this time. After Xiamo spoke, she looked at Yi Huan and continued, though our Four Seasons Alliance consists of 4 families united. Each secretly develops their own personal influence, so we cannot underestimate Qiuzhan. I understand. Yi Huan nodded, comprehending Xiaomo's implication. Although the Four Seasons Alliance was a formidable force, they were also clandestinely nurturing their own independent powers, laying the groundwork for their families. This meant that the Four Seasons Alliance was far more complex than what Qiuzhan and others had portrayed. Hence, tomorrow promised to be genuinely eventful. I'll head back now. There's likely a meeting today. Xiamo bid farewell to the others and used a return scroll to go back to her city. Such significant matters required her attendance, as it would be unreasonable otherwise. However, She would likely only return to gather numbers and not truly participate in the battle. Let us continue. After Xiaomo left, Huan signaled for the remaining group to keep searching. He intended to gather all the mounts for everyone before logging off for the day. Time passed, and they nearly explored the entirety of Lingxi Mountain. Just as dusk approached, they fortuitously captured 2 rare mounts, distributing them to Kuang Dao and Li Mengxi. All right, let us call it a day. Brother Huan, you and Xiaomo Stillhaven T found your mounts in a rush. I'm only level 28 anyway. Well then, see you tomorrow. Yes, we'll meet at Fian City. After bidding farewell to the group, Huan prepared to offer a few words to Shi Shoukai before logging off to rest. Just then, meow meow. The ever-fidgeting fortune cat suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, calling out to Huan. The fortune cat was Huan's pet, and he could certainly understand its meaning. At that moment, the cat indicated it had discovered a treasure location. What's going on? Could there really be a treasure site in Lingxi Mountain? With that thought, Huan immediately perked up. Money, lead me there quickly. Chapter 86. Money can make monsters level up. Huan instructed Shi Shoukai to bring the others back to Fian City. He then followed the fortune cat deeper into Lingxi Mountain alone. The requirements for opening a mount specialty store had nearly been fulfilled. All that remained was to rent a storefront in Fian City to commence operations. After that, Huan would not need to intervene further. Once the mount specialty store opened, Shi Shoukai would level up again and manage all subsequent matters, including assembling a larger beast-catching team and capturing mounts. While Huan merely awaited the profits, as darkness gradually fell, Huan trailed the fortune cat deeper into Lingxi Mountain. After traversing a valley, he heard the thunderous sound of a waterfall ahead. Below the waterfall lay a deep pool, and the fortune cat hopped to the edge of the water, indicating they had arrived. Huan carefully surveyed the scene. The waterfall cascaded down into the seemingly bottomless pool. Nothing particularly peculiar here. Meow. The fortune cat called out to Huan, then, to his astonishment, leaped directly into the deep pool. Hey, little one. Splash. The fortune cat vanished upon hitting the water, and a winged snake, lured by it, also dove in, quickly disappearing as well. Huan scratched his head in confusion, looking at the unfathomable pool. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to jump in after them. Splash! Upon entering the water, Huan felt as if he were a leaden weight, sinking swiftly to the bottom. Suddenly, a teleportation array appeared before him, and he was pulled into it. You have entered the mysterious map, Dead Water Ancient Cave. Where is this place? Huan's vision returned to normal. Although the surroundings were somewhat damp, there was no water. He looked up and found himself in a long, dark passageway. Fortunately, he had a torch in his inventory, and with his night vision, he could discern the environment. The fortune cat and his rebel monster were waiting for him ahead. Deadwater Ancient Cave. Huan recalled that this name did not appear on the map of Fian City. Continuing forward, after approximately half an hour, he finally reached the end of the passage. He had to stop, as moving further would cause him to fall into a bizarre underground pool. Indeed, the passage ended high above a peculiar underground pool. If Huan took another step forward, he would plummet into the water below. What kind of place is this? Huan felt perplexed, stuck at the entrance of the passage, gazing down at the strange pool. Meanwhile, the fortune cat commanded its rebel monster, the flying snake. The level 30 snake flapped its wings and dropped down into the pool. The water began to churn, and the color shifted from dark green to a shimmering gold. Upon closer inspection, it was not the water changing color but rather a colossal golden body emerging from the depths. It was a giant turtle with a golden shell. Monster name. Longevity Golden Turtle Monster Level 30 Monster Description. A golden turtle that has lived for countless years, outlasting generations. From the description, the golden giant turtle appeared to be an ordinary monster. However, Huan sensed something extraordinary about it, especially since the flying snake that had just plunged into the pool was bitten and killed in an instant by the turtle, which disdainfully discarded its carcass. Both were level 30 monsters, yet the golden turtle could effortlessly eliminate the flying snake. The disparity was evident to any keen observer. Realizing this, Huan decided to send the Guardian of Wealth down to test the waters. The Guardian, with its goblin-like physique, dragged a large iron chest and leaped onto the back of the Longevity Golden Turtle. Boom. -1. This was the symbolic damage value given by the system without breaking through its defenses. Huan was taken aback. He had never expected that the relatively strong guardian of wealth could not breach the longevity golden turtle's defense. This was utterly outrageous. Seeing that the longevity golden turtle was about to attack the guardian, Huan quickly recalled it seemed more money was needed. Huan sighed helplessly, lamenting his dwindling wallet. Given the current situation, he could only resort to throwing gold. After some contemplation, he decided to start with a single gold piece. He quickly realized that the longevity golden turtle could not climb up and could not harm him. The shining gold coins arced perfectly through the air towards the turtle. Yet, in the next moment, the turtle suddenly turned its head, opened its mouth, and devoured the gold coin. It ate it. It actually ate it. Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his first encounter with a monster that brazenly consumed his gold. Ding dong! Hidden skill activated when the unexpected system notification left Huan momentarily stunned. What was this? A hidden skill. Was it because the longevity turtle had eaten the gold? Huan's heart raced. He sensed that he might uncover something exceptionally remarkable today. A single gold piece. The longevity turtle devoured it again. 10 gold pieces. No response. A single gold piece again. The turtle consumed it. Through repeated attempts, Huan gradually understood that only the single gold piece attacks were being devoured by the longevity turtle. Ding dong! The hidden skill has been activated at Tude. For the sake of an unknown hidden ability, Huan was entirely committed at this moment. He incessantly employed the skill 1 throw, 1 gold, hurling coin after coin toward the longevity golden tortoise. The tortoise, resembling a pet eagerly awaiting its meal, floated motionless on the water's surface, tilting its head back, continually swallowing the coins. 1 throw, 1 gold, 1 throw, 1 gold, 1 throw, 1 gold. Huan had never anticipated that throwing money could be such a physically demanding endeavor. He sat at the mouth of the passage like a machine, persistently using 1 throw, 1 gold on the longevity golden tortoise in the pool below. Initially, he kept track of his throws. 38 throws, 56 throws, 190 throws, 680 throws. However, upon reaching 1,000, he grew too weary to continue counting. He had completely transformed into a robot, endlessly repeating the same action, tossing gold, tossing gold, tossing gold. While others counted their money until their hands cramped, Huan found himself throwing money until his hands ached. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Huan had lost count of how many times he had used 1 throw, 1 gold. He no longer cared about anything else, simply tossing gold, ding dong. The hidden skill, money can make monsters level up, has been successfully comprehended. Reward, level 1, reputation 200. Huh? It worked. Huan was overjoyed and incredibly excited. However, due to the repetitive motion of throwing gold, he could not stop in time and instinctively used 1 throw, 1 gold again. The coins were, as always, devoured by the longevity golden tortoise. Yet this time, the system's notification changed. Ding dong. Your impudent actions have awakened the potential of the longevity golden tortoise, which has successfully evolved into an elite monster. Huan was utterly stunned. He halted his actions and gazed at the longevity golden tortoise in the pool. Monster name: Longevity golden tortoise, elite monster level, 30. Monster description: a tortoise of unknown age. Having outlived generations, what? It truly evolved. Is this what they mean by throwing money to become stronger? Can I recharge monsters? Chapter 87. Joyful Mount Specialty Store. It took Huan a considerable time to regain his senses from the shock. He hurriedly opened the skill interface to inspect the attributes of his new hidden skill. Money can make monsters level up. Hidden skill cannot be upgraded. However, the skill interface provided little information regarding this ability. Huan only grasped a rough idea. He could use this skill to throw gold at monsters, thereby awakening their potential, leading to their leveling up or evolution. While this skill seemed somewhat inconsequential, upon closer reflection, Huan realized that he would never lack for bosses in the future. Whenever he wished to battle a boss, he could simply find a minor monster, humiliate it with money, and induce it to evolve into a boss. This maneuver effectively allowed him to manufacture bosses en masse. With this realization, Huan became immensely excited. This hidden skill was indeed extraordinary. However, this skill also required a monetary investment. Given that the probability of monsters leveling up and evolving was quite low, it was not guaranteed to succeed every time. Thus, Huan had to continuously throw money. casting a glance at the pool below. Huan momentarily fell into hesitation. His gaming time for the day was nearing its end. The longevity golden tortoise had exceptionally robust defenses, and considering it was merely an elite monster, expending a significant amount of coins to defeat it would hardly be worthwhile. This location was sufficiently remote that other players would be unlikely to discover it. Why not embark on a plan to raise this boss, nurturing the longevity golden tortoise into the strongest boss in the game? Huan stroked his chin, envisioning an audacious plan. The terrain of the Death Ancient Cave was peculiar. As long as Huan did not descend, the longevity golden tortoise could not harm him. Therefore, during his leisure time, he could frequently visit this spot, utilizing the hidden skill. Money can make monsters level up. To continually upgrade the longevity golden tortoise, he could keep leveling it up, nurturing it into the mightiest boss in world, only to later defeat it in doing so. The longevity golden tortoise would undoubtedly drop valuable items, perhaps even a divine artifact. The very thought of possessing a divine artifact and dominating in-world ignited a thrill within Huan. By all means, let's do this. While others raised pets, I am a boss nurturer. Huan even devised a name for this plan, the tortoise raising plan. Subsequently, Huan attempted to unleash money can make monsters level up on the longevity golden tortoise. Although this hidden skill only required 1 gold coin per use, in comparison to the skills throwing gold and golden aura, it felt almost free. The only drawback was the exceedingly low probability of triggering its effect. Huan attempted several hundred times, tossing out a multitude of coins, ultimately raising the longevity golden tortoise to level 33 and evolving it from an elite monster to an ordinary boss. Well, that's enough for today. Huan's gaming time was almost over. Moreover, the tortoise raising plan could not be completed in just a day or two. Thus, he tidied up his belongings and waved at the longevity golden tortoise in the pool. Golden tortoise, I'll come back to play with you later. With that, Huan tore apart a return scroll, dissolving into a beam of white light and vanishing from the spot. The next day, at 9 a.m., in the villa's living room. Crybaby, I'm heading to Mingyue City today. Dio, you want to join me? Sure, but don't call Dudu and the others. That might be a bit difficult. Today, your Shinmu Fengyun seems to be assisting the people of Shangshi Yeching in defending their stronghold. Then forget it. You get into the game quickly. I need to head back for a bit. Head back? Huan's footsteps abruptly halted. He looked at Mu Chang'e, bewildered as to why this person suddenly wanted to return. I have my principles. I go home for a couple of days every now and then. No matter how wild it gets outside, I always return to stay with my aunt for a couple of days. After Mu Chang'e finished speaking, he added, You must keep my identity in the game a secret. I want some peace when I play. Who would have thought you were quite filial? Of course, my uncle's family treats me very well. All right, take care of yourself at home. Remember to activate the alarm system and connect it to the game login device. Got it. You take care too. Don't let anyone drag you into the bushes at night. Huan waved his hand and entered his room. For the first time, he felt that Mu Chang'e could be quite nagging. Welcome back to in-world. Upon re-entering the game, Huan immediately received numerous messages. Some were from the Mu sisters, others from Kuang Dao and his crew. However, the content of their messages was quite similar. They had all arrived in Mingyue City. Huan was certainly not in a hurry, as the real excitement was yet to come. Boss, I've already rented the shop. Do you want to come take a look? As Huan was about to rent a shop, he encountered Shishiotsai, who seemed to have been searching for him. You've rented a shop already? Huan was somewhat surprised and then inquired about the price. It's a bit expensive, 1 gold coin per day. Huan nearly let a curse slip. He realized that the rental system in in-world was rather exploitative. The cost for players to rent shops was dozens of times higher than that for NPCs. Fortunately, he had casually mentioned it yesterday, prompting Shishiotsai to find a way to rent a shop. He expected this fellow to actually manage to secure one, and at such a reasonable price too. In an instant, Huan felt he had discovered a lucrative opportunity. Can you rent more shops? As they walked, Huan asked Shishiotsai. Shishiotsai shook his head and replied honestly, No, I can only rent one shop. Crash! Huan's dreams of making money shattered. He had hoped that if Shishiotsai could rent shops without limit, he could act as an intermediary. But it seemed that plan was now dashed. Upon arriving at the shop rented by Shishiotsai, Huan examined it closely. He found it to be quite spacious and in a favorable location. He nodded in satisfaction and handed a pile of pet tokens to Shishiotsai. Ding dong. The shop has been successfully constructed. Please name the shop. Let us call it the Joyful Mount Specialty Store. Ding dong. Naming successful. Would you like to open for business now? Open for business. Ding dong. Your Joyful Mount Specialty Store is officially open. Access permission setting interface. Next, Huan assigned all store permissions to Shi Xiaocai and adjusted the shares accordingly. After completing everything, Huan received another system notification. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Open Amount Specialty Store. Rewards: 1, 10, 000 gold coins, 500 reputation, and obtained item. Random Mount Egg. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Him? A random Mount Egg? Huan was momentarily taken aback. Followed by immense joy, he had initially planned to casually acquire a mount to use, but unexpectedly, he now had the opportunity to crack an egg. Random Mount Egg. After players crack the egg, they will randomly receive a mount, which could range from the most ordinary to the most extraordinary, entirely reliant on the player's luck. Oh, heavenly deities, please grant me luck and let me hatch a majestic and impressive divine pet. While Huan fervently prayed for good fortune, he directly clicked to crack the egg. Chapter 88. Flying Wealthy Pig. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the mount. Flying Wealthy Pig. What the heck? Huan felt a bit dazed. This was completely different from his imagined dragons and tigers. How could it be a pig? Moreover, it is a flying pig. Huan was truly taken aback, doubting his own luck, wondering if it had been siphoned away by the weeping fool. He even hesitated to check the attributes of his mount. What attributes could a pig possibly have? Yet, since it had already been summoned, he figured he might as well take a glance. Mount name: Flying Fortune Pig. Mount level: 1 mount rarity, common mount talent, eat fly mount combat skills, none mount combat attributes, post-combat luck 50. Mount requirements: player level 30, basic riding skills. Huan was left speechless. It truly was a piece of trash. In the next moment, Huan discovered something that nearly made him spit blood in frustration. The back of the mount token displayed, bound. This meant that this foolish pig could not be traded or sold. If he truly did not want it, the only option was to permanently destroy it. Wasn't this just a scam? Huan even contemplated lodging a complaint with customer service. After managing to calm down, he carefully examined the attributes of the fortune pig once more. He realized that the pig was not entirely useless. At least it could fly and would grant an additional 50 points of luck after a battle. With a flicker of thought, Huan summoned the flying fortune pig. Its body gleamed like gold, as if coated in a layer of gilded powder, presenting an adorably clumsy appearance. A pair of golden wings, composed of radiant light, added a touch of divinity to its presence. After emerging, the flying fortune pig nudged Huan with its head. Clearly eager for food, Huan shrugged, exasperated. He had not prepared any beast feed. Was he supposed to give it money to buy its own food? Driven by a strange impulse, Huan tossed a gold coin to the flying fortune pig. Then, the pig opened its mouth and swallowed the coin. Shortly thereafter, ding, your mount, Flying Fortune Pig, has leveled up to 2. Is that really possible? Huan stared at the Flying Fortune Pig in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this creature could directly consume coins and level up. Excitement surged within Huan. He was in no shortage of coins. If it loved to eat, he would ensure it feasted to its heart's content. Thus, Huan began to feed the Flying Fortune Pig, tossing gold coins by the handful into its eager mouth. The pig's level rose rapidly. 14, 15, 19. In his fervor, Huan accidentally tossed in a piece of equipment, only to be horrified to discover that the Flying Fortune Pig could consume equipment as well, gaining experience from it. What in the world? Was this a monster? Huan had ceased to regard the Flying Fortune Pig as trash. It was now viewed as a formidable creature. Ding, your mount, Flying Fortune Pig, has achieved an improved rarity. What? It can even upgrade its rarity? Huan was stunned, barely pausing to check the attributes before continuing to spend. Merely spending money was not enough. He also stuffed any unused equipment from his inventory into the pig's mouth. Approximately an hour later, Huan found that his inventory contained only a few essential items. Having consumed over 200,000 coins, the attributes of the Flying Fortune Pig underwent a dramatic transformation. Mount name: Flying Fortune Pig. Mount level: 30. Mount rarity: Rare Mount talents: Devour Mount talents, Fly Mount talents, Golden body, Iron head, Mount combat skills, Iron head charge Mount combat skills, Fortune Aura Mount combat attributes, Post-combat master health 50. Luck 100, speed 1. Mount requirements. Player level 30, basic riding skills. I can't believe it. Huan suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. This flying fortune pig was far from an ordinary mount. It was an exceptionally powerful one, perfectly suited for a wealthy player like Huan. Upgrading and evolving ordinary mounts was notoriously difficult, but the flying fortune pig possessed the devouring talent, allowing it to consume both coins and equipment, converting them into experience. Consequently, its growth rate would undoubtedly surpass that of other mounts. What a windfall! The rewards from hidden quests were indeed remarkable. Ding! Your mount Flying Fortune Pig has topped the mount leaderboard. Would you like to hide it? Huan pondered briefly before deciding not to hide his position on the leaderboard. After all, he had already concealed his level on the leaderboard. Otherwise, he would at least be in second place. Sometimes, one must be bold and ostentatious. He then opened the mount leaderboard to take a look. Unsurprisingly, the first place was held by his Flying Fortune Pig, followed by the mounts of Kuang Dao and others. This indicated that no other players had acquired mounts yet. Once his excitement had settled, Huan chose not to continue leveling up the Flying Fortune Pig. Firstly, it would require too many coins and equipment to advance further. Secondly, Huan needed to reserve some coins for other endeavors. However, at this moment, Huan was most eager to obtain a basic riding skills skill book. This item was not expensive, but typically, even if others found it, they would keep it for their own use. After scouring the marketplace without success, Huan devised a plan. He exchanged 100 reputation points for a self-made shining title, high price for riding skills. As soon as the radiant title appeared, it attracted considerable attention. Huan then stored away the Flying Fortune Pig and swaggered into the teleportation array, heading for Mingyue City. In a tavern in Mingyue City, Huan, Mu Sisi, Xiamo, and Yi Chung sat together in a private room, while others waited in the tavern's hall. This was Huan's first direct encounter with Yi Chung. Before they could discuss business, Xiamo spoke up. She glanced at Huan and then at the silver-haired Yi Chung. I can't shake the feeling that you two resemble each other. Do? Both Huan and Yi Chung were taken aback, exchanging glances. Huan then shook his head in bemusement. How could we possibly resemble each other? Let's get down to business. Yi Chung clearly shifted the topic. The business at hand was naturally regarding the defense of the Shengshi Yicheng stronghold. Previously, the Mu family had already reached a collaboration with the Yi family, and Yi Huan's presence here was largely due to the homemade burgers crafted by Lao Ba. Yi Huan remarked, the burgers take time to prepare. I could only manage a small amount. Yi Chung replied, that's all right. We will take as many as you have. As for payment, we can provide that up front. After a brief pause, Yi Chung turned his attention back to Yi Huan. By the way, I heard you can enlist the help of Green Hat Hero? Sort of, Yi Huan replied nonchalantly. If you can persuade him to assist, we can offer you additional compensation. I'll give it a try. I'm not very familiar with him, so I don't know if he'll agree. Yi Huan neither rejected nor directly accepted Yi Cheng's proposition. The meeting of the four quickly concluded, and they had agreed on the rewards. After all, the monster siege at Shengshi Yicheng's stronghold had already commenced. After Yi Huan and the others departed, a complicated expression appeared on Yi Cheng's face, and then he hurriedly logged off. As the president of Shengshi Yicheng, his decision to log off at this moment undoubtedly indicated that he had pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 89. Acquiring riding skills. Exiting the tavern's private room, Mu Sisi led the players from Shunmu Fengyun to provide support at the observation moon platform. Xiamo also left, as her identity was too special, and she did not intend to participate in today's battle. She left with a remark. I'm going to level up in other main cities. Before departing. Yi Huan then regrouped with Nan Ran and the others. To Yi Huan's surprise, Kuang Dao was not present. Opening his friends list, Yi Huan sent a private message to Kuang Dao. Brother Kuang Dao, where have you gone? Red named. Out in the wild. What's going on? Didn't you say you had already arrived in Mingyue City? It's a long story. I was about to return to the city when I stumbled upon a group of players surrounding a bunch of red-named players. And then you want to help the red-named players? Given Yi Huan's understanding of Kuang Dao, he knew this was exactly the sort of thing he would do. Yep. So now I'm red-named, mingling with them, and I'm being chased. All right, be careful not to get killed. Contact me if you need anything. Yi Huan ended the conversation with Kuang Dao, feeling somewhat helpless. Most people would join the group chasing the red-named players, but Kuang Dao was different. He chose to assist them instead. What shall we do next? Wangong Shichong, he was already impatient. Huan pondered for a moment before assigning a special task to Nan Ran and the others. You all head to the front lines. You don't need to kill monsters, just make sure to protect Yi Cheng and ensure he doesn't lose any levels. Huh? Why is that? Nan Ran was puzzled, unable to understand why Huan wanted them to protect Yi Cheng. After all, Yi Cheng was the president of Shangshi Yi Cheng. Did he really need protection? Huan smiled and said, just take a look at the level leaderboard. The group was momentarily taken aback before opening the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Yi Cheng remained at the top with level 30, while the second place was occupied by Meng Wuya at level 29, followed by Qiu Zhan, also at level 29. And then Chu Wei Lai Mengshi had dropped to 5th place. What's going on with the leaderboard? Nan Ran still looked confused as he turned to Huan. Huan offered a faint smile, remarking, the dream is boundless, yet it is evident that Qiu Zhan must have resorted to underhanded tactics to achieve such rapid advancement. Clearly, the Four Seasons Alliance has a dual purpose this time. Not only to safeguard their guild's stronghold, but also to bring down Yi Cheng and cause him to lose levels. Beside him, MOC's eyes lit up as if a realization dawned upon him. It's the Hall of Fame. They are determined to prevent Yi Cheng from entering it. Indeed. Thus your mission today is to protect Yi Cheng and ensure he does not fall. But, Brother Huan, why do you wish to assist Yi Cheng? Nan Ran inquired, puzzled, for he was quite familiar with Huan and understood that there seemed to be no particular bond between him and Yi Cheng. Faced with such a question, Huan found himself at a loss for words. His decision to help Yi Cheng had primarily stemmed from his associations with Xiamo and the Mu family. Yet now, he was uncertain of his motivations. He simply could not bear to witness the downfall of Shangshi Yi Cheng. You all think, do I really resemble Yi Cheng? As the crowd awaited Huan's response, he suddenly posed this unexpected question. Nan Ran and the others exchanged strange looks and shook their heads in unison. Not at all. He is far more handsome than you. Huan was momentarily rendered speechless. His heart heavy with frustration. Today, Mingyue City was abuzz with activity. Players were everywhere, including casual wanderers and groups from various studios. However, the majority comprised players from the prominent guilds. Some were invited to assist in guarding the stronghold, while others harbored ulterior motives, preparing to stir up trouble. With the swell of players came an increase in conflict. While the city remained relatively peaceful, skirmishes erupted outside, particularly between the two main factions, the Four Seasons Alliance and the players of Shangshi Yi Cheng. They had each claimed a city gate early on. Drawing from the past experiences during the siege of the Shinmu Fengyun stronghold, it had become clear to all that the resurrection support teams were crucial. Consequently, both the Four Seasons Alliance and Shangshi Yi Cheng had dispatched teams to guard the gates, ready to assist their fallen comrades. Upon exiting the city, several players cast curious glances at Huan, primarily due to the dazzling title hovering above his head. High price for writing skills. The self-made title was simply too eye-catching. Hey, friend, how much are you offering for beginner writing skills? One inquisitive player approached him. Huan, having previously researched, knew that the market price for beginner writing skills was around 1,000 gold coins each. Thus, he promptly stated, 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins? I might as well keep it for myself. The player scoffed before walking away dismissively. Huan frowned slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Although he desired to acquire writing skills, he was not inclined to be taken advantage of. One of the main attractions near Mingyue City was the expansive Mingyue Lake, a popular destination for tourists. Groups of travelers could be seen sailing on ancient boats, while numerous casual players fished along the shore. Unlike regular players, these casual gamers did not seek experience points or gear. They engaged in the in-world out of passion. They preferred not to fight monsters or level up, but instead pursued hobbies such as crafting, fishing, cooking, climbing, and swimming, living a leisurely gaming life. To ensure the safety of these casual players, the in-world had a rule. As long as they did not initiate attacks on regular players, the latter could not harm them. Hence, many guilds dispatched members to pose as casual players to gather resources for their guilds. Huan opened his friend list and noticed that Mu Changgu was offline, indicating that he did not log into the game while at home. In truth, Mu Changgu and Lao Ba could be considered semi-casual players, yet their roles were unique due to their special professions. Huan prepared to leave Mingyue Lake to attend to business. A player clad in assassin attire approached him. Hey, are you looking to acquire writing skills? This player, named Shijie, inquired after glancing at the radiant title above Huan's head. Huan scrutinized Shijie and asked, What price are you selling them for? How many do you want? Shurjie replied. How many do you have? Yi Huan probed. 23. Shurjie answered. 23. Yi Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that someone could possess such a quantity. While beginner riding skills were not particularly valuable, their drop rate was notoriously low. Acquiring 1 or 2 was already commendable. Yet here stood Shurjie, claiming to have 23. I'll take them all, Yi Huan declared, waving his hand as he prepared to purchase the entire stock. An idea then formed in his mind. If this individual could consistently provide riding skills, they could establish a long-term partnership. He could sell the riding skills alongside mounts in his store, making for a lucrative venture. With this thought, Yi Huan broke into a radiant smile, akin to a wolf about to ensnare a little rabbit. Friend, shall we find a place to discuss this? Chapter 90. Come and strike me at a small pavilion by the banks of Mingyue Lake. Yi Huan wasted no time. I want to ask you where you obtained those riding skills. I simply want to know how many you can acquire. If I spend the entire day in that spot, I could gather around 30. Shurjie replied candidly, without any pretense. 30 a day? Yi Huan was genuinely astonished. It seemed Shurjie had discovered an excellent spot for farming riding skills. All right, let us establish a long-term partnership. I'll buy whatever amount of riding skills you can procure. Are you a procurement officer for a guild? Shurjie asked, slightly bewildered, mistaking Yi Huan for a guild's buyer. Why? Yi Huan laughed heartily. Not at all. I own a specialized mount store where I can sell mounts alongside riding skills. Mounts? Shurjie's eyes brightened, and he sheepishly scratched his head. I haven't managed to obtain a mount yet. That's fine. Once you reach level 30, feel free to visit my mount store, Yi Huan replied as he shifted his focus to Shurjie's profile. Eager to learn more, to his surprise, he discovered that Shurjie was also a hidden profession. The Yiming Seeker. Yi Huan's lips quirked slightly. He couldn't help but question if he was somehow the favored child of the in-world, encountering hidden professions at every turn. After Shurjie completed the transaction, he yawned and announced his intention to log off, revealing that he typically played at night. Following the addition of each other as friends, Shurjie logged out, leaving Yi Huan's account diminished by several tens of thousands of gold coins, now totaling 580,000 gold coins. You have successfully learned beginner riding skills. The riding skills purchased from Shurjie were all of the beginner variety. The higher grade ones likely remained out of reach. After learning one, Yi Huan stashed the rest in his inventory for distribution later. Having completed these tasks, the clock struck noon. Meanwhile, the siege on the 2 guild strongholds raged on with fervor. It was time to attend to business. Yi Huan departed from Mingyue Lake and made his way to the observatory, the stronghold of Shangshi Yicheng. This location boasted a strategic vantage point, allowing countless monsters to surge from below, only to be halted by the players of Shangshi Yicheng. The advantage of consistently holding the top spot on the leaderboard attracted many skilled players who sought to join Shangshi Yicheng. Coupled with the assistance of players from Shanmu Fengyun and the Savage Tribe, over 2,000 players banded together to repel the onslaught of monsters. From his vantage atop the hill, Yi Huan surveyed the distant battlefield. As it stood, Shangshi Yicheng appeared capable of holding their ground. Not far from the observatory flowed a river, and across it lay Wangyue Valley, the stronghold of the Four Seasons Alliance. The players on that side were even more numerous. Qiu Zhan had spared no expense, recruiting numerous guilds and studios to assist in the defense. A glance revealed that the Four Seasons Alliance fielded at least 4,000 players. Qiu Zhan truly invests generously, Yi Huan scoffed, noting that only 3 hours had passed since the 8-hour mark. There was no need to rush, so he decided to return to Leosia City for a brief visit. After some contemplation, Yi Huan tore apart a return scroll and returned to Mingyue City. He then utilized the teleportation array to reach Leosia City. Upon his arrival, Yi Huan first visited the warehouse manager to retrieve a few items: a bodyguard task card, a dual profession qualification certificate, a level 30 skill book titled Bloodthirsty Blade Technique for Kuang Dao, the weapon Chasing Stars and Running Sun Bao for Wangong Shichong Yi, and the golden silk robe obtained from defeating the Mad Rabbit King in the novice village. This robe was a level 30 golden garment, a rare drop Yi Huan had secured in the novice village. The drop rate was so extraordinary that few would believe it if he told them. Initially, Yi Huan himself was skeptical. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the novice village had a higher drop rate, combined with the fact that the Mad Rabbit King was the ultimate boss of the novice village, allowing him to acquire a level 30 golden robe so early on. Golden silk robe, golden level wearing requirements. Wealthy profession level 30. Attribute bonus. Wearing it triples defense and health, reduces melee damage by 20, and provides automatic health regeneration and rapid stamina recovery. Additional skill. Fearless. When the wearer possesses greater wealth than the opponent, there is a certain chance to completely negate their attack. Note: this skill only applies to players. Huan felt a surge of emotion. He finally had the opportunity to don a respectable piece of attire. Upon donning the golden silk robe, Huan experienced a remarkable surge in both health and defense, with his defensive capabilities and vitality multiplying an astonishing 18-fold. Should this revelation be disclosed, it would undoubtedly terrify many. Presently, Huan's equipment is commendably formidable. Golden Ring grants the skill Fortune's Throw. Golden Silk Robe bestows the passive skill Unfettered. Daily Income Hat adds the attribute Daily Wealth. Wealthy Gold Belt imparts the skill Indestructible Gold. Alongside various other attributes, it can be concluded that Huan's ensemble qualifies as among the pinnacle of gear in the in-world. Subsequently, he retrieved his dual-class qualification certificate, inhaled deeply, and prepared to activate it. However, at that moment, the coin he had kept in the pocket of his decorative attire seemed to react. The coin glimmered and levitated out of his hand. A radiant beam of golden light then illuminated the dual-class qualification certificate in his grasp. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the dual-class qualification certificate. Would you like to activate the dual-class quest now? Upon the system notification's arrival, the coin returned to its normal state, settling back into Huan's palm. Perplexed by the recent occurrence, Huan contemplated for a moment but refrained from hastily activating the dual-class quest. He had a busy day ahead, and the potential time constraints of the quest were a concern. Thus, he decided to postpone the dual-class task and made his way to the forging shop in Leosia City. To activate the portable forging system, players must complete a task at the blacksmith after reaching level 30. Young adventurer, you have reached level 30. Would you like to activate the portable forging system? Indeed. Ding. Task issued. Proceed to the westernmost part of Leosia City, the Luoyan region, to locate a spark of fire and deliver it to the blacksmith to activate the portable forging system. After accepting the task, Huan readied himself to leave the city and complete it. Just then, a red-tinted global announcement caught his attention. Player Qiu Zhan utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. Green Hat Hero. Are you there? I've been waiting for you in Wangyue Valley for a long time. Weren't you quite the hotshot last time? Why the silence today? Afraid. Cowardly? If you're brave, come and face me. This fellow. Huan raised an eyebrow. Not expecting Qiu Zhan to dare provoke him so openly. The audacity of using a global announcement for such taunts was ridiculous yet amusing. Since he was so eager, Huan decided to set aside other matters and entertain him properly. With this thought, Huan sent out a global announcement himself, first changing his ID to Green Hat Hero. Player Green Hat Hero utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. Everyone sees it. P.S. The one who called me out. I've never encountered such a peculiar hobby in my life. Little Qiu, just wait for me to shower you with affection. After the two global announcements, the players in the Longwa region erupted in excitement. Even many prominent figures began using trumpets to chime in, fueling the flames of the spectacle. Player Xing Tian utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. Haha, Little Qiu. What a delightful name, Green Hat Brother. Do be gentle with Little Qiu. Don't hurt him. Player Mu CC utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. The atmosphere here is quite bizarre, isn't it? A whiff of decadence, if you ask me. Player Jieku Yun utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. Green Hat Hero, I would like to extend a generous invitation for you to join our Ant Legion. Let us find a chance to chat. Player Zisu utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. By the way, how is your guild's stronghold faring? If it comes to it, just let it go to us, the illusory void. Player Qiu Zhan utilized a trumpet for a global announcement. Everyone, be quiet. Today, our Four Seasons Alliance is bound to win. As proclaimed by Jesus, Green Hat Hero, I await your arrival. Those who don't come are cowards. Watching the increasing number of global announcements, Huan decided to ignore them. With everyone now possessing coins, the 5,000 coin global announcements had become rather commonplace. The large trumpet function, however, remained unactivated, which would allow announcements across the entire game, visible to players in other regions and countries. Huan concealed his entire outfit, donned a mask of ambiguous authenticity, and exchanged his hat for a landlord's cap. He seamlessly transitioned from Huan Gu to Green Hat Hero. Yet, Yi Huan did not recklessly charge towards Wangyue Valley. Instead, he returned to the mountaintop where he had previously observed the unfolding events. Qiu Zhan's brazen provocation suggested he had set a trap, eagerly awaiting Yi Huan's arrival. Meanwhile, in Wangyue Valley, upon issuing his global announcement, Qiu Zhan received disapproving glances from those around him. Xiaoming, Qiu Zhan, you are such a fool. Aren't you concerned about having too many enemies? Dongqing. Although we VE gathered numerous allies today, let us try to remain low-key to avoid jeopardizing our efforts. Facing their disdainful looks, Qiu Zhan scoffed. Are you teaching me how to act? Don't forget, I am now the president of the Four Seasons Alliance. Very well, but remember, you'll bear the responsibility for any failures. Xia Ming shrugged, turning to charge into the fray. To him, slaying monsters was far more enjoyable than lingering beside Qiu Zhan. A smirk of disdain crossed Qiu Zhan's lips. He had already laid out his traps. Should Green Hat Hero and any other forces dare to approach, they would meet their demise. The only discomfort he felt was regarding Xia Mo, who seemed to have vanished. It appeared he would need to continue applying pressure on the Xia family. With this thought, Qiu Zhan issued commands to set today's plan in motion. As time ticked by, the guild stronghold monster siege activities in Mingyue City had persisted for 6 hours. The players of Shangshi Yecheng were steadfast, preparing for the 7th wave of monsters. This wave included numerous bosses and an increased number of common monsters, leading to a gradual buildup of pressure among the players. At the observation platform, Yi Xiaoyao and the other high-ranking members led their teams into battle against the encroaching monsters. The left flank was commanded by Mu Cici, leading the divine Mu Fengyan players, while the right flank was under Xing Tian's command, comprising the savage tribe players. Behind them, stationed at the entrance of their stronghold, was the guild leader Yi Zhicheng, with Nan Ran and others positioned in the corner. Following Yi Huan's instructions to protect him, the battle intensified. Not long after the 7th wave of monsters appeared, a formidable force of at least 1,000 players emerged by the riverbank. Advancing with great momentum towards the observation platform, the Cloudwings and AOC Wushuang players had arrived. What could their intentions be? Given their aggressive demeanor, it was evident they harbored malicious designs. Everyone, stay alert. Yun Zhuzai and AOC Rulai led their forces, approaching with palpable intensity. Yi Zhicheng slowly rose, his expression remaining calm as he leisurely issued commands in the team channel. President Mu, you and President Xing Tian focus on blocking their advance. Upon receiving the message, Mu Cici and Xing Tian swiftly organized their teams to change direction, merging to obstruct the path of Cloudwings and AOC Wushuang. The two factions, representing 4 distinct powers, found themselves in a tense standoff, refraining from immediate conflict. Yun Zhuzai, President Mu, President Xing Tian, we are merely acting upon someone else's request. There is no need for excessive hostility, Mu Cici. We have no objections. As long as you remain passive, AOC Rulai, why would we initiate conflict? We're just passing through. Xing Tian, then that's settled. Let us just enjoy the show. On the other side, due to the movements of the divine Mu Fengyan and savage tribe, the players of Yecheng began to flounder amidst the onslaught of monsters. The casualties among Shangshi Yecheng's players rose significantly. Observing the overwhelming tide of monsters, Yi Zhicheng exchanged a knowing nod with Yi Xiaoyao. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao produced some homemade mini-burgers, launching them at the advancing horde of monsters. These had been procured through Yi Huan, specifically from Lao Ba. Boom, boom, boom. After a barrage of explosions, a substantial portion of the 7th wave of monsters was cleared, leaving the remaining players well-equipped to handle the rest. The situation gradually fell under the control of Yecheng. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Yun Zhuzai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Their Cloudwings had previously suffered a total wipeout under the bombardment of those homemade mini-burgers. Yun Zhuzai, President Mu, where is that Huan Gu Mu Cici? Oh, why does President Yun suddenly express concern for him? Yun Zhuzai, haha, just a casual inquiry. In truth, everyone had long been aware of how Cloudwings had been decimated by Yi Huan's team. President Yecheng, your place is quite lively. A familiar voice echoed from afar. It was Qiu Zhan, boldly leading a formidable force of 2,000 players towards them. It was evident he sought to capitalize on the chaos. Among the 2,000 players following Qiu Zhan were primarily members of the Dreamland Empire, led by Vice President Ming Wuyo, alongside a mix from the Four Seasons Alliance and hired studios. The sheer number of 2,000 surged forward ominously, putting Shangshi Yecheng in a precarious position. However, Yi Zhicheng remained unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor. The gentle breeze stirred his silver hair, yet his expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Qiuzhan, are you not concerned about your own nest being raided? Ha ha ha, you needn't worry about that, President Yi. Perhaps you should focus on your own situation. If worst comes to worst, just relinquish your stronghold. Indeed, our Dream Empire is more than willing to take over AT this moment. Dream Wuyo also chimes in. Applying for a guild residence requires a considerable sum of money. It is far more cost-effective to seize someone else's. The truth is evident to all. Qiuzhan did not come here with the intention of robbing the residents. The real ambition lies with Dream Empire. Qiuzhan merely aims to demote Yicheng, stripping him of his eligibility for the Hall of Fame. At this juncture, the disparity in numbers between the two sides has become quite significant. The three guilds on Yicheng's side collectively muster fewer than 2,000 members. With half of them engaged in battle against monsters, in stark contrast, the forces allied with Qiuzhan have exceeded 3,000. It appears that the outcome has been predetermined. The faces of Qiuzhan and his companions even reveal smiles of triumph. However, just then, two voices resonate from different directions. President Yi, we have arrived. President Yi, we have come uninvited. Chapter 92. A gift for Xiaoqiu. Two teams approach from opposite directions. Point 1 is composed entirely of youthful boys and girls, exuding a vibrant school atmosphere. The other team is distinctly marked by their eclectic hairstyles and various accessories. The two groups are nearly equal in size, each comprising roughly 500 members, reflecting the average guild size. The Xiaoxuishing Alliance, led by Chuele, and the Zong AI Guild, represented by Zong AI Longxiao, are here to meddle in our affairs. Qiuzhan's contemptuous voice reverberates through the public channel. Indeed, the two teams that have appeared are none other than the Xiaoxuishing Alliance and the Zong AI Guild. Chuele, a seemingly delicate young man, boldly responds to Qiuzhan's taunt. Yi Zhicheng is my idol. Having dominated the level leaderboard for so long, I have always regarded him as my target and have pursued him relentlessly. Therefore, I cannot bear to see him demoted due to the schemes of certain individuals. Ha, and what about you? Non-mainstream? Qiuzhan scoffs, turning his gaze towards Zong AI Longxiao. Zong AI Longxiao sports an unusual silver hairstyle. With a carefree gesture, he points at Yicheng. Because we share the same silver hair. Following this, he narcissistically brushes aside his long bangs. The crowd is left speechless, and even Yicheng, typically unflappable, can't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is my hairstyle truly that non-mainstream? Ha ha ha. It matters not. Regardless of your intentions, grassroots guilds will forever remain grassroots guilds, and the outcome of today's battle will not be altered by your presence. Qiuzhan bursts into laughter, issuing commands for action. Grassroots guilds refer to those formed by players without the backing of substantial funds or manpower, lacking specialized management. Such guilds may thrive in the early stages when player numbers are comparable. But eventually, they either receive investment from a conglomerate to expand their influence or are consumed by other guilds. Guilds like Qiuzhan's, backed by immense financial and human resources, look down upon grassroots guilds. Given the current circumstances, only a battle remains. Yi Zhicheng's voice echoes through the public channel. Qiuzhan erupts into laughter once more, exuding arrogance and dominance. Ha ha ha, battle, battle, battle. Everyone, grab your weapons. The two leaders almost simultaneously issue their combat orders. Qiuzhan commands the opening of hostilities within an important member's team channel. Even Yunji Yi and Ao Shiru Lai prepare themselves for battle. The fight has commenced. Mu Huizhong, my apologies. Ao Shiru Lai exclaims. It's just a game. The most important thing is to have fun. Mu Sisi responds to as her words fade. Mu Sisi unleashes her most potent poison skill upon Ao Shiru Lai. Meanwhile, Xingtian seizes the opportunity, launching a direct attack with his massive axe. The two, in perfect synchronization, swiftly eliminate Ao Shiru Lai. In 01, anticipated that the first blow would be struck by Mu Sisi. This woman is indeed cunning. In the midst of the chaos, one cries out, charge, kill, 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 maintain formation, do not scatter, charge. The battle officially ignites. Qiuzhan's side consists of 3,000 members, while Yi Zhicheng's forces also number around 3,000. However, they must also defend against the monster siege, thus only 2,000 can engage in the chaotic melee. With nearly 10 guilds participating, the total number of combatants swells to 5,000 or 6,000, creating a scene that rivals an epic war filmed while Huan watches from a mountaintop, taking in the spectacle. His blood surges with excitement, and he is tempted to leap into the fray. Yet, he has other matters to attend to. Turning his gaze toward the opposite side, he notices the tranquility of Wangyue Valley, where the other teams of the Four Seasons Alliance are methodically battling monsters. The final wave of the monster siege approaches. Hee, Xiaoqiu, I have a gift for you. Huan smirks mischievously. With that, he swiftly descends the mountain, maneuvering to the rear of the monster spawn point. The 8th wave of the monster siege, and indeed the last wave, will feature a level 50 Overlord boss, a level 50 mutant boss, a level 50 rare boss, and a level 50 common boss, essentially the highest level creatures currently present, representing the most formidable lineup of the siege. Qiu Zhan has already assembled numerous experts, even going so far as to lavishly hire specialized studios to assist in defending the residents. Everything seemed meticulously planned. However, it is likely that Qiu Zhan never anticipated that Huan possessed a rather unique skill. Upon reaching the rear of the monster spawn area, Huan observes a group of bosses advancing toward Wangyue Valley. With a sly grin, he begins utilizing the skill Money Can Upgrade Monsters. He first tests it on the level 50 Overlord boss. Surprisingly, rather than transforming, the creature becomes enraged and charges at Huan. With no other option, Huan summons his flying fortune pig and takes to the skies. To avoid drawing attention, he skillfully hides among the dense foliage. Money Can Upgrade Monsters. This time, Huan directs the skill at the level 50 mutant boss. Ding! Your impudent actions have awakened the potential of the Wangyue Rhinoceros King, and it has successfully evolved to Overlord level. Did it succeed on the first attempt? Huan is somewhat astonished. However, glancing down at the flying fortune pig beneath him, he suddenly grasps a crucial point. His 100 luck points are in effect. Money Can Upgrade Monsters, no response. Money Can Upgrade Monsters, still no reaction. Money Can Upgrade Monsters, ding. Your impudent actions have awakened the potential of the Moonshadow Wolf King, and it has successfully evolved to mutant level. Thus, Huan remains concealed among the lush branches, continuously applying the Money Can Upgrade Monsters skill on the creatures below. Moreover, riding the flying fortune pig significantly increases the success rate of this skill. In less than half an hour, the monster group below has undergone a remarkable transformation. 4 level 50 Overlord bosses have emerged, birthed through Huan's financial contributions. As the players of the Four Seasons Alliance await the 8th wave of monsters in Wangyue Valley, they suddenly spot a figure sprinting towards them, wearing a green hat and shouting, "Xiaoqiu, where are you? I have brought you a gift." It's the Green Hat Hero, quickly informed the guild leader. Huh? Am I seeing things? Look behind the Green Hat Hero. All players still present in Wangyue Valley halt their actions, as if frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief at what follows the Green Hat Hero. 1 level 50 Overlord boss, 2 level 50 Overlord bosses, 3 level 50 Overlord bosses, 4 level 50 Overlord bosses. This is no mere monster siege. This is unequivocally a boss siege. Everyone is left dumbfounded. Even Chun Tsulai and Dong Qing, who are orchestrating the battle, find themselves utterly bewildered. They are unable to notify Qiu Zhan in time. Just then, the Green Hat Hero uses a megaphone to announce across the server. Player Green Hat Hero broadcasts to the entire server, "Xiaoqiu, where have you gone? I have brought a gift for you. Hurry back to Wangyue Valley to receive it." Chapter 93. How do we sign for it? The fierce melee at the Guanyue platform escalates in intensity. Fortunately, as this occurs during a monster siege, engaging in PK within the siege map does not incur any crime penalties. Otherwise, there would surely be a multitude of players marked as criminals. As the clashes intensify. The monster siege on Yicheng's side reaches its 8th wave. Under the leadership of the 4 bosses, the monsters launch an increasingly fierce assault. Yi Xiaoyao's team finds themselves retreating in disarray. Nearly pushed back to the entrance of their residence. You may take action. Ensure that Yi Zhicheng is demoted. Qiu Zhan's lips curl into a sinister grin as he discreetly issues orders to a certain individual. The Blue Blade Studio, one of the reinforcements summoned by Shengshi Yicheng, is tasked with holding the entrance alongside Yicheng.as. The monster horde threatens to breach the entrance. Yicheng gestures to the leader of Blue Blade Studio, known as Lanren. Lanren, go assist them. Understood, President Yi. Lanren nods, promptly rallying his teammates. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, they do not heed Yicheng's directive to assist Yi Xiaoyao's group in battling the monsters. Instead, they abruptly draw their weapons and turn to attack Yicheng. This turn of events unfolds so suddenly that even Yi Cheng is caught off guard, as studios typically exhibit a strong sense of professionalism, adhering to the principle of serving whoever pays them. Although the payment for today has yet to be delivered to Blue Blade, they should not betray us. President Yi, I apologize. A sinister glint flashed across Blue Blade's face. Their studio was already formidable, and now they had launched a sudden collective ambush, and no matter how high Yi Cheng's level or how superior his equipment, or even if he was a hidden class, he would be unable to withstand their surprise attack. The onslaught of over a dozen assailants descended upon Yi Cheng. 450-210-550-320. President. Amidst the gasps of the others, Yi Cheng's health bar was predictably depleted. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Cheng did not perish outright, but instead resurrected on the spot. Boss, he has a resurrection attribute. No matter. Continue the assault. Blue Blade and his cohorts attempted to press their attack on Yi Cheng. Yet, at that moment, Ran and the others, who had been lurking in the shadows, surged forth. Since the onset of the battle, Ran and her companions had refrained from engaging, remaining in the corner to protect Yi Cheng covertly. Although the situation unfolded abruptly and they had been unable to react in time, they were fortunate that Yi Cheng possessed a resurrection attribute. This time, they would not allow him to be killed again. Curse Technique, Gale Arrow, Chinkuan Sword Art, Wind and Fire Explosion Ball. Ran, with her bow drawn, alongside MOC and Li Mingxi, unleashed their attacks simultaneously upon Blue Blade. The curse activated, 1050-540-350, critical hit -3500. Blue Blade barely had time to react before being instantaneously countered by Ran and her trio. Meanwhile, the players from Shengshi Yi Cheng also regained their composure. Alongside Ran, they eliminated the remaining members of the Blue Blade studio. However, the looks cast upon Ran and her companions had completely changed. For hidden classes, particularly, the critical hit delivered by Li Mingxi was astonishingly high. This was truly terrifying. At this moment, Yi Cheng also came to a realization. He had encountered Ran and her companions before. They seemed to be friends of Huan Ji. No need to thank us. It was Huan Gu who sent us to protect you. Li Mingxi waved her hand dismissively, her expression nonchalant, before unleashing her full firepower against the mob of monsters. Huan Gu! A complex emotion flickered in Yi Cheng's eyes as memories surfaced of his earlier offline encounter with his grandfather. You indeed have a cousin, but even if you find him, you cannot acknowledge him. Why? Why has our family forbidden mentioning the name of my third uncle's family all these years? Cheng'er, some matters are beyond our control. Although our Yi family is vast and powerful in the eyes of certain individuals, we are merely ants. In any case, remember to focus on developing in the in-world and ignore everything else. The complexity in Yi Cheng's gaze quickly faded. Though many questions lingered and speculations abounded, he understood that his grandfather must be wary of something undoubtedly related to his third uncle's family. As for whether Huan Gu was indeed his cousin, that was a matter he would need to investigate further. What kind of force could instill such trepidation even in his grandfather? Yi Cheng clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. He must grow stronger. He did not wish to see that look of apprehension return to his grandfather's gaze. Player Green Hat Hero used a megaphone to announce server-wide, "Shao Qi, where have you gone? I have brought you a gift. Hurry back to Wangyue Valley to receive it." The sudden announcement via megaphone not only snapped Yi Cheng back to reality, but also caused the chaotic brawl involving thousands of players to come to a halt. Especially for Qiu Zhan, who had been on the verge of victory, the unexpected shout from Green Hat Hero caught him off guard at a gift. What could it possibly be? Not only was Qiu Zhan curious, but others, even those lurking in the shadows from other factions, were equally intrigued about what Green Hat Hero had prepared for Qiu Zhan. At this moment, Qiu Zhan received a private message from Chun Tulai. He glanced at it and jumped up in alarm. Chun Tulai, Qiu Zhan, look at the mess you've made. Green Hat Hero somehow brought 4 level 50 Overlord bosses. Wangyue Valley is about to fall. What? This is impossible. Quick, everyone, back to Wangyue Valley. Qiu Zhan was on the brink of madness. He had anticipated Green Hat Hero's appearance, but he never imagined that he would bring such a monumental gift, 4 level 50 Overlord bosses. This was a gift that Qiu Zhan could not handle. Soon, news of Green Hat Hero delivering 4 level 50 Overlord bosses spread rapidly. Yunjuzai, how could this be? How did Green Hat Hero manage that? Ao Shirulai, Let us head to Wangyue Valley as well. Mucc. Yicheng, the next part is up to you. I'm off to enjoy the spectacle. Xingtian, I'm going too. To see how Qiu Zhan handles this gift, the battlefield, once a scene of fierce combat, was abruptly transformed by a single shout from Green Hat Hero. Naturally, Qiu Zhan and his faction hurried back to their base. Aside from the players from Shengshi Yicheng, who continued slaying monsters, everyone else made their way to Wangyue Valley. Why, you ask? To witness the spectacle, of course. They were all eager to see how Qiu Zhan would claim his grand gift. By the time Qiu Zhan and his team returned to Wangyue Valley, Huan had already made his escape. However, he did not stray far, instead switching to his Huan Gu persona and blending into the crowd to watch the unfolding drama. The might of 4 level 50 overlord bosses was nothing short of catastrophic. No player could approach them, only able to inflict negligible damage from a distance. When Qiu Zhan and his team arrived at Wangyue Valley, they witnessed the 4 level 50 overlord bosses breaking through the defensive line at the entrance and entering the guild's stronghold. With only half an hour remaining for the monster siege, it meant that if Qiu Zhan and the Four Seasons Alliance could not defeat the 4 bosses or drive them out of the base within that time frame, they would be utterly defeated in this siege. Money wasted, personnel squandered, and the stronghold lost. Moreover, if the Four Seasons Alliance wished to reapply for a guild stronghold, they would have to wait 10 days. Chapter 94. Autumn. Goddammit. Damn it. Damn it. Green Hat Hero, I will kill you. Qiu Zhan roared in fury, the earlier bravado and arrogance evaporating entirely. Watching the 4 overlord bosses wreak havoc in the guild stronghold, Qiu Zhan realized he had lost today. The fun spent on the stronghold and hiring people would all go to waste. Dingling, you have an incoming call. Would you like to answer? Answer. Qiu Zhan weakly accepted the call. The incoming call indicated that someone in the real world was calling a player. At the same time, Qiu Zhan surmised it was likely an elder from his family. Sure enough, an aged voice resonated through the line. Qiu Zhan, you have disappointed me greatly. From today onward, you are no longer the president of the Four Seasons Alliance. Grandfather, please let me explain. The call abruptly ended. Qiu Zhan stood there, stunned. He might have anticipated this day would come, but he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. The players of the Four Seasons Alliance were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the bosses. Gradually losing the courage to approach in the presence of 4 level 50 overlord bosses, these players were utterly insignificant. Just as this farce seemed poised to conclude, a group of unfamiliar individuals charged in from nowhere. Approximately 20 of them, all bearing the character Qiu in their names, adorned in garments embroidered with the same chrysanthemum emblem. Leading them was a male player with the ID, Qiu Shan. Qiu Shen? Who is that? The senior members of the Four Seasons Alliance exchanged puzzled glances, including Qiu Zhan. They did not recognize this group of players or their leader, but they were familiar with the chrysanthemum emblem on their attire. This was the symbol of the Qiu family within the Four Seasons Alliance. Wasteful Qiu Zhan, from today forth, I shall take your position. Anyone who resists will be expelled from the Four Seasons Alliance. Qiu Shen exuded an imposing aura, radiating a powerful sense of pressure, as if he had endured countless battles and trials. This was merely a game, yet he conveyed such a palpable intensity. It was evident that Qiu Shen was no ordinary player. Who are you? Qiu Zhan asked, bewildered. As a direct descendant of the Qiu family, he was astonished that he did not recognize the person before him. Hemph, useless. Qiu Shen scoffed, showing no interest in answering Qiu Zhan. He turned his attention to the 4 overlord bosses wreaking havoc in the guild stronghold. You fools, unable to handle a few bosses. Qiu Shen's guard, draw them away. Yes, the 20 players, all bearing the character Qiu, responded in unison, as if they were well-trained warriors. Their equipment and combat skills were exceptionally formidable, as though they were not merely playing a game but were genuinely confronting a horde of monsters. Amidst the crowd, Huan gaped in astonishment. What is going on? Are these guys all level 30? Like me, they've hidden their levels, and that Qiu Shen, his aura is incredibly formidable. More surprising to Huan was that his skill-greedy eyes could not even reveal Qiu Shen's information. A mysterious figure, impervious to Huan's insight, had appeared with 20 elite players. This plot was diverging from Huan's expectations, however. He soon recalled some words spoken by Xiamo. The powerful factions were not as simple as they appeared. Even the Four Seasons Alliance, comprising the 4 families of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had developed their own forces. Considering the recent events and the emergence of Qiu Shen, Huan began to piece together the implications. The autumn deity and his loyal autumn guardians are evidently the scions secretly nurtured by the Qiu family. Due to Qiu Zhan's repeated failures, the Qiu family has sustained considerable losses, compelling them to deploy these covertly trained family members. The autumn deity. It seems this individual possesses greater prowess than Xiao Qiu. Huan suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Qiu Zhan, as this young man appeared destined to become a sacrificial pawn for his family, ultimately forsaken. Alas, poor Xiao Qiu. Huan shook his head and continued to observe the spectacle from within the throngs of onlookers. The Autumn Guardians are indeed formidable. Just before the conclusion of the Monster Siege event, they successfully lured 4 dominant bosses out of the guild's stronghold. Although ultimately all 20 of them fell in battle, the names of the Autumn Deity and his guardians swiftly spread among the players. Meanwhile, the leaders of other guilds began to redefine their perspectives on the Four Seasons Alliance in light of the Autumn Deity's emergence. MUCC remarked. The Qiu family has truly invested heavily this time. Xing Tian cautioned. It would be wise to avoid provoking the Four Seasons Alliance in the future. That Autumn Deity does not seem to be a benevolent figure, Yun Zhuzai added. The Four Seasons Alliance remains as formidable as ever. We must cultivate a favorable relationship with this Autumn Deity. Ao Shiru Lai inquired. Does that mean our previous collaboration still holds value? The appearance of the Autumn Deity and his guardians not only influenced the outcome of the monster siege at the Four Seasons Alliance's stronghold, but also swayed the allegiances of other guilds. Ironically, the former guild leader, Qiu Zhan, was left forgotten. When the system announced the conclusion of the monster siege for both the Four Seasons Alliance and the prosperous Leaf City Guild, Qiu Zhan proceeded with the transfer of leadership, bequeathing the position to the Autumn Deity. Congratulations to the Autumn Deity, our new guild leader. The new guild leader, the Autumn Deity, was approached by various individuals, including Chun Qilai, the current representative of the Chun family in the N-World, and Xia Ming, who expressed their greetings. Following the leadership transition, the Autumn Deity and his guardians were encircled by admirers, while the former leader, Qiu Zhan, garnered no further attention. Such is the reality. A new generation supplants the old. Moreover, there had never been much affection for Qiu Zhan among the players. Observing the throng of players surrounding the Autumn Deity, Qiu Zhan could not help but clench his fists, turning away silently. He had no desire to log off and plead with the elder, fully aware of the elder's temperament. At that moment, he merely sought a quiet corner within the game world to reflect for a few days. Enough! I shall not entertain the farce of Qiu Zhan's incompetence. The Autumn Deity waved his hand impatiently, signaling for silence. Though we have secured our stronghold, those 4 dominant bosses remain a significant threat. Therefore, I expect each of you to train diligently, striving to eliminate those bosses at the earliest opportunity. Allow me to clarify. I am not Qiu Zhan, and I shall not tolerate weakness. Anyone who cannot keep pace with me is to exit the Four Seasons Alliance. The Autumn Deity began issuing commands, organizing leveling parties and dungeon runs, while also dispatching individuals to monitor the movements of the 4 dominant bosses. As the spectacle drew to a close, Huan suddenly received a private message from MUCC. Brother Huan? Are you there? The guild leader of Leaf City has invited us to dinner to express gratitude for our assistance today. After some contemplation, Huan declined the invitation. Brother Huan, I think I shall pass. I have some tasks to attend to. Enjoy yourselves? Huan chose not to attend the celebration of prosperous Leaf City, not only due to pressing matters but also because, despite wishing for Leaf City's success, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to draw closer. This sentiment was perplexing, even to Huan himself. In a small pavilion deep within the moonlit lake, Qiu Zhan sat alone by the water's edge, gazing vacantly at the fish swimming below. The sensation of plummeting from great heights to the depths of despair was decidedly unpleasant. However, individuals born into such prominent families are often mentally prepared for such eventualities. At this moment, Qiu Zhan engaged in introspection, pondering whether his actions over the years had been justified. Pampered since childhood and possessing a rather irritable temperament, he had often exhibited arrogance, particularly amplified within the game world. Yet, Qiu Zhan understood that he was not inherently malevolent. He had even assisted an elderly lady across the street, albeit motivated by his impatience as her slow pace delayed his pursuit of romantic interests. As Qiu Zhan lingered in his thoughts, a voice suddenly broke his reverie. Xiao Qiu, why are you here lost in thought? Is my gift too extravagant for you?